In the year 4096, world civilization collapsed, and all high-tech products turned into scrap metal. Monsters and ferocious beasts appeared in the sky, and humanity's population was reduced by 70% in a single day. These beasts fed on humans, were exceptionally aggressive, and had incredibly strong bodies. Combined with the collapse of technology, humanity lost billions of lives within minutes of these beasts' appearance. The survivors discovered that although technology was gone, they could awaken martial spirits to resist these beasts. The strong could even manifest their martial spirits in the physical world. Thus, humanity gained the ability to fight back. With the power of martial spirits, they could tear through space, infuse martial spirit strength into their bodies, and combat the ferocious beasts. Human civilization shifted toward martial spirit cultivation, and even college entrance exams became tests of martial spirit capabilities. Every profession began to revolve around martial spirit strength. After all, in the face of life and death, etiquette and morality held no value. Only strength could ensure the safety of a nation. In the imperial capital, Tianyang High School was the most prestigious high school in the Dragon Country. To enroll, students either needed a powerful family background or exceptional talent. Even those with connections still had to rely on their aptitude to get in, though the standards for them were slightly more lenient. Even so, the wealthy students here were still considered top geniuses in other places. In the classroom of Class 2, Grade 12, Lin Mo watched the teacher on the podium explain knowledge completely unfamiliar to him. This is the most critical moment of your lives, so don't slack off. I know some of you have family wealth that can guarantee you a lifetime of comfort. But don't forget, our greatest enemies are the beasts and various other races. You are the future of the Dragon Country, the most gifted group of people. So, never slack off in your cultivation. The teacher's speech, which they had heard countless times, had long since bored the students. Alright, what truly determines your achievements is yourselves. I won't say more, class dismissed. Student M muttered, this oldly is so dull. What's the point of working hard? In the end, it all depends on how strong your martial spirit is. Student B chimed in, exactly. In this era, martial spirits reign supreme. Without a high-level martial spirit, no amount of effort matters. Listening to his classmates' complaints, Lin Mo was utterly confused. I've transmigrated. I never thought I'd actually transmigrate. That's right, Lin Mo wasn't originally from this world. After enduring endless insults from his boss, Lin Mo finally snapped, slapped his boss hard several times, and quit his job. He thought his life would proceed quietly after that, but unexpectedly, fate gave him a chance to start over. Lin Mo was overjoyed in his heart. In his previous life, he was alone, with no one to rely on. This time, he could finally experience a different kind of life. Listening to the teacher's words, Lin Mo realized that this world was vastly different from the one he came from. As he was pondering, a sudden sharp pain struck his head, and unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. The pain didn't last long and gradually subsided. It's finally over. So, these are my past life's memories? Looks like my previous background wasn't simple. The memories Lin Mo had just received revealed that the original Lin Mo was the grandson of a war god in the Dragon Country. In this world, only those who achieved great feats in the fight against the beasts could be honored with the title of war god by the nation. Every war god was like a superweapon of the nation, at the pinnacle of existence. To become a war god, not only did one need to accomplish extraordinary deeds, but they also had to reach the level of martial saint. In this world, the cultivation levels, from lowest to highest, were martial apprentice, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect, martial god, martial saint, and finally the imperial realm, also known as martial emperor. However, in the history of the Dragon Country, only 3 people had ever reached the martial emperor realm. Their existence was a national secret, hidden from the public. Lin Mo's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, was at the martial saint level, already considered top-tier combat power. Not to mention Lin Mo's father. Thus, Lin Mo's family background was one of the strongest even in Tianyang High School. This life's background is truly extraordinary. Reincarnating here isn't bad at all, especially since I was just an orphan in my past life, with no one to depend on. Luckily, before transmigrating, I vented my frustrations thoroughly. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. Otherwise, I'd still be exploited like cattle by my boss before transmigrating. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Now, he only wanted to know what kind of martial spirit he would awaken. In this world, all power stemmed from martial spirits. The stronger the martial spirit, the greater the chance of becoming a powerhouse. Although Lin Mo came from a prestigious family, even if his martial soul wasn't strong, he could still rely on resources to make up for it. However, the strength of A martial soul directly determined one's power. If the martial soul was weak, no matter how high the cultivation level, the combat strength would remain limited. Just as Lin Mo was pondering what kind of martial soul he would awaken, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Binding to the strongest martial soul system. 20%, 30%, 50%, 90%, 100%. Binding to the strongest martial soul system successful. The Supreme Beginner's Gift Pack has been issued. The host may now ask the system questions. Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy. A system was a standard feature for transmigrators. With it, combined with his family's resources, he was confident he could rise quickly. At that point, he'd be able to eliminate more ferocious beasts in no time. In this world, the greatest enemy was the ferocious beasts. Ever since their appearance, most nations on Blue Star had ceased warring against each other. Everyone understood that facing the ferocious beasts was the most urgent priority. Although humanity had discovered that martial souls could combat the beasts' robust bodies and astonishing reproduction rates still posed significant challenges. Thus, the current situation was extremely dire. In the Dragon Nation, strength was the only thing worthy of respect. Only by becoming powerful could one deter the beasts and protect their family. Though Lin Mo didn't need to worry about his family's safety, and even if he chose not to cultivate temporarily, it wouldn't make much difference. He understood one simple truth: if the nation weakened, no matter how strong the Lin family was, it would be of no use. Other nations might not start wars lightly, but they would undoubtedly exert pressure and seize the Dragon Nation's resources. After all, as the grandson of the Dragon Nation's war god, Lin Mo harbored a strong sense of patriotism. A crumbling nation meant an endangered family. This was no joking matter. Thus, Lin Mo had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only by becoming powerful could he truly resolve the disasters caused by the ferocious beasts. System, introduce your functions, Lin Mo said. This system's goal is to cultivate the host into the strongest individual. The host can use enhancement points to strengthen anything: martial souls, rare treasures, cultivation realms, all can be enhanced. How do I obtain enhancement points? Lin Mo asked curiously. Enhancement points can be obtained by killing ferocious beasts and defeating human geniuses. It seemed the system didn't encourage killing human geniuses, which made sense. Humanity was the key force against the ferocious beasts. However, if someone truly became an obstacle, the system wouldn't necessarily show mercy. System, are there any other ways to earn enhancement points? Currently, Lin Mo was still a high school student and didn't have access to ferocious beasts. In the Dragon Nation, only university students gradually gained exposure to these creatures. High school students lacked sufficient self-defense capabilities, and rashly confronting beasts would be suicidal. If a large number of young people lost their lives, it would create a severe talent gap for the nation, with disastrous consequences. For now, his only option was to earn enhancement points by defeating geniuses. But geniuses weren't easy to come by. For someone to be deemed a genius by the system, their strength had to be extraordinary, and such individuals were incredibly rare. This meant the ways to earn enhancement points were quite limited. Lin Mo wanted to ask the system if there were alternative methods. The system will also release tasks from time to time. By completing tasks, the host can obtain large amounts of enhancement points. Completing tasks also comes with additional surprises, greatly benefiting the host. Are there penalties for failing tasks? Lin Mo wondered. He recalled certain systems from the stories in his previous life that would obliterate the host for failing tasks. Utterly ridiculous. The protagonist wasn't the system's puppet, and mandatory tasks were simply unreasonable. Rest assured, host. The system's purpose is to cultivate and assist the host, never to punish. If a task is not completed, there will be no penalties. That's good. Looks like this system is pretty reliable. Oh, right, I still have a beginner's gift pack. System, open it for me. Ding! The Supreme Beginner's Gift Pack has been opened for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Martial Soul lottery chance and 1,000 enhancement points. Note, the Martial Soul obtained from the lottery will not affect the host's original Martial Soul. This is incredible. In this world, almost everyone can only awaken 1 Martial Soul. Only a very few monsters can possess 2 Martial Souls. And now, this Martial Soul lottery doesn't interfere with my original Martial Soul. That means I now already have 2 Martial Souls. And in the future, there will be more chances to draw Martial Souls. By then, I alone could possess several Martial Souls. Just imagine, releasing 10 Martial Souls at the same time. Absolutely invincible. System, help me draw a Martial Soul. Ding! Initiating the lottery for the host. As the system alert sounded, a golden wheel appeared before Lin Mo. White Fox Martial Soul, Golden Rock Martial Soul, Golden Crow Martial Soul, Sword Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul. Seeing so many martial souls, Lin Mo eagerly began the draw. Start the lottery. At Lin Mo's command, the golden wheel began spinning rapidly. His eyes were fixed on the wheel. It spun faster and faster, and the names of the martial souls began to blur. Lin Mo could only wait patiently for the result. I hope I can draw a great martial soul, preferably a top-tier SSS level one. Who wouldn't want a powerful martial soul? Ding! Congratulations to the host for extraordinary luck, you've obtained an SSS level martial soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul. The levels of martial souls, from lowest to highest, are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Holy crap, my luck is off the charts. In the Dragon Nation and across the entire Blue Star, possessing an SSS level martial soul is essentially a ticket to becoming a martial god. Because the level of a martial soul is nearly immutable. Once someone has an SSS level martial soul, the nation will invest its maximum resources to support their cultivation. Not to mention, Lin Mo has at least 2 martial souls. System, open my personal panel. Name * Lin Mo. Physique * 24, average for a normal adult male is 10. Strength * 30. Speed * 26. Spirit * 45. Cultivation technique * Cloud Spirit Art. Martial Souls * SSS level Kunpeng, unknown, unawakened. Enhancement points * 1000. Lin Mo was born into a family of martial souls and had been cultivating since childhood. The Cloud Spirit Art was a foundational technique passed down by his grandfather. Everyone receives one during high school. As a technique taught by a war god, the Cloud Spirit Art was much stronger than the ones distributed by schools, though not to an exaggerated degree. After all, Tianyang High School is the nation's top-tier school, and the techniques they provide are naturally impressive. System, how many enhancement points are required to improve an attribute? Responding to the host, 100 enhancement points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. However, the system advises the host not to directly exchange for attribute points. The Kunpeng Martial Soul recently acquired by the host has a unique devouring ability. The system has compiled all the information about the Kunpeng Martial Soul. Please review it at your convenience. Kunpeng Martial Soul * a top-tier divine beast martial soul, possessing Kunpeng's divine speed. When cultivated to the extreme, it can travel 90,000 miles in one breath. It also wields the laws of water and the laws of devouring. This truly lives up to being an SSS level martial soul. It can actually master 2 laws simultaneously. The difference in power between those who comprehend laws and those who don't is immense. Some martial souls are innately tied to laws, providing their owners with a natural advantage. This allows the owner to bypass the most challenging initial stages of cultivation. Although further understanding of laws requires personal insight, the difficulty is significantly reduced. For the Kunpeng martial soul to possess 2 laws at once, Lin Mo had never heard of any martial soul achieving such a feat. If people outside knew, they would surely treat Lin Mo as a treasure to be cultivated. This devouring law must be the kind of power the system mentioned. I should find some elemental spirit stones to test its effect. Elemental spirit stones are Blue Star's most crucial resource, indispensable for every martial soul cultivator. Absorbing the energy of elemental spirit stones accelerates cultivation and enhances strength. As the grandson of a war god, Lin Mo naturally lacked no elemental spirit stones. In no time, Lin Mo returned to his residence. Located in the heart of the imperial capital, the property prices here were astronomical. Only the wealthy could afford to live here. Grandfather, I'm back. Lin Mo addressed the old man reading a newspaper on the sofa. In Lin Mo's memory, his grandfather, Lin Zhantian, was especially kind to him, though he often wore a cold expression toward others. As expected, the old man on the sofa immediately broke into a kind smile upon hearing Lin Mo's voice. Ah, Xiao Mo, you're back. How's your cultivation going? Any questions? Grandfather, I'm still laying the foundation. Although the Cloud Spirit Art is advanced, my comprehension isn't too bad. Lin Zhantian smiled at his words. Indeed, our Xiao Mo is a genius. How could such a technique stump you? By the way, your parents heard you're approaching the college entrance exams and sent over some cultivation resources. Check them out when you have time. Lin Mo's parents were rarely around. When he was young, they went to the border to fight against fierce beasts. Lin Mo had almost forgotten what his parents looked like. Their relationship hadn't been great before. But now, Lin Mo no longer blamed them. Lin Zhantian looked at Lin Mo's expression, worried that he still resented his parents, and sighed. Xiao Mo, don't blame them. Even though they weren't there to watch you grow up, they care about you more than anyone else. Don't worry, Grandpa, I figured it out. Next time they come back, please help me tell them I'm sorry. I know they're doing something important. Our Dragon Nation's peace is thanks to their silent sacrifices. They're heroes. Lin Zhantian was deeply moved upon hearing this. Xiao Mo, do you really think so? Of course, Grandpa, every word I said comes from the heart. Lin Zhantian smiled happily. Good, good, good. It's great that you think this way. Afterward, Lin Mo returned to his room and took out a large pile of Yuan spirit stones, spreading them on the ground. What was extremely precious to others was piled up in heaps in Lin Mo's possession. There were also treasures sent by his parents, which were undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, they were his biological parents with high military ranks. The items they sent were surely remarkable. After absorbing these Yuan spirit stones, he would examine the treasures. With that, Lin Mo began activating the Kunpeng martial soul. This was his first time activating the Kunpeng martial soul. Behind him appeared an enormous phantom, the divine bird Kunpeng. Its sharp eyes opened, its wings spread wide, and it let out a clear cry. Chirp! Then, Lin Mo started manipulating the Kunpeng martial soul to operate the devouring law. The phantom's beak opened, releasing a powerful suction force. The Yuan spirit stones on the ground instantly turned to powder. Lin Mo felt a surge of pure spiritual energy within his body. He began refining this energy. In no time, the spiritual energy was fully absorbed. It seems that this devouring law not only devours but also greatly accelerates the digestion process. For ordinary people, absorbing so many Yuan spirit stones would take several days, and yet they might still struggle to digest it all. But with the devouring law of the Kunpeng martial soul, Lin Mo completed the digestion and absorption in an instant. This was simply incredible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing pure energy. Mental attribute increased by 15 points. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 24. Strength, 30. Speed, 26. Mental, 60. Cultivation technique, Cloud Spirit Art. Enhancement points, 1000. Just one absorption increased my mental attribute by 15 points. Lin Mo had been cultivating the Cloud Spirit Art since childhood, and after more than 10 years, his attribute points had only increased by a few dozen in total. Improving attributes was no easy feat. Yet the devouring law of the Kunpeng martial soul brought such a massive improvement with just one absorption. This was truly extraordinary. It seems I must keep pushing forward. Lin Mo has no shortage of resources. Saying this, he pulled out a wooden box from under the bed. These are all my treasured reserves. Absorbing them will definitely increase my attribute points significantly. When Lin Mo opened the box, neatly arranged inside were numerous high-grade Yuan spirit stones. If anyone else saw this, their jaw would surely drop. The value of one high-grade Yuan spirit stone was equivalent to 100 ordinary ones. And the spirit stones before him were enough to last an ordinary person a lifetime. These were the cultivation resources Lin Mo had accumulated over the years. Previously, his absorption speed was slow, so he couldn't utilize them fully. But now, with the devouring law of the Kunpeng martial soul, he could finally make full use of them. In reality, Lin Mo's talent wasn't bad, and his spiritual energy absorption speed was quite fast. However, he had been laying a foundation all these years, and the resources provided by his family were so abundant that he couldn't fully utilize them. And used resources simply piled up. But now, with the devouring law, his absorption capacity had skyrocketed, and he no longer had to worry about failing to digest resources. Lin Mo arranged the high-grade Yuan spirit stones in a circle and summoned the Kunpeng martial soul. The power of the devouring law erupted once again, exuding an aura that seemed to engulf the heavens and earth. The high-grade Yuan spirit stones were swiftly devoured, and spiritual energy flowed into Lin Mo's body like a river. Lin Mo felt his body frantically absorbing the energy. Every cell was greedily devouring the spiritual energy, as if preparing for a breakthrough. Half an hour later, his cells seemed saturated, but Lin Mo forced more spiritual energy into his body through compression. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Break through for me. As his words fell, his cultivation realm finally broke through to Martial Master. His body's cells began absorbing spiritual energy at an even faster rate. An hour later, the spiritual energy was fully absorbed, and the Kunpeng martial soul gradually disappeared from behind him. Lin Mo opened his eyes, threw a punch, and felt his strength surge. His physical attributes had increased several times over. Ding! The system has detected that the host has reached the Martial Master realm. officially stepping into the path of cultivation. The personal system panel has been updated. Please check. Previously, Lin Mo always felt that something was missing from his personal panel. Now, he finally understood it was the absence of a realm display. Even though he had already reached the 9th level of the martial disciple stage, the system hadn't shown it, likely because it considered the level too low. Now that it had been updated, it was time to take a look at his attributes. System, open the personal panel. Name * Lin Mo. Physique * 103. Strength * 123. Speed * 120. Spirit * 140. Realm * Early Martial Master. Martial Soul * Kunpeng Martial Soul, Unknown Martial Soul, Not Awakened. Laws * Law of Water, Comprehension 1%, Law of Devouring, Comprehension 1.1%. Enhancement points * 1000. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. These attributes were pretty impressive, all of them surpassed the 100-point mark. Not only had his realm been upgraded, but the comprehension of the laws was now displayed, making everything much clearer. However, the comprehension of the laws was still quite low. The law of devouring had only increased by 0.1% after absorbing energy earlier. Oh well, laws were things that required time to gradually understand. Without the aid of special treasures or secret realms, someone with average talent would find it very difficult to enhance their comprehension of laws quickly. Right, I still have 1000 enhancement points from the beginner's gift pack. System, can the comprehension of laws be improved with enhancement points? Replying to host, yes. 100 enhancement points can increase the comprehension of a law by 0.1%. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Great! These enhancement points are truly versatile. No wonder the system didn't let me use them to increase my attribute points earlier. Compared to the comprehension of laws, attribute points are almost insignificant. Although it takes a lot of enhancement points to raise law comprehension, there will definitely be more enhancement points available in the future. System, use all 1000 enhancement points to enhance the law of devouring. After all, the law of devouring was undoubtedly one of the most powerful laws. While there were other strong laws, none could compare to the might of the law of devouring. Ding, the host's comprehension of the law of devouring has been enhanced. Law of devouring, comprehension 2.1%. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a deeper understanding of the law of devouring, and his combat power experienced a significant increase. The law of devouring not only allowed him to absorb power but was also a formidable offensive tool with astonishing might. The surge in strength left Lin Mo ecstatic, and he couldn't wait to find out what other methods could help him grow stronger. Right, my parents prepared a special gift for me for the college entrance exams. I was so captivated by the Kunpeng Martial Soul earlier that I completely forgot about it. There might be something in it that could be incredibly useful to me. With that, Lin Mo stepped out of his room. He walked into the living room and saw his grandfather using a communication device to talk to someone. On the current Blue Star, most technological devices had become obsolete, but many replacements had been developed. For example, these communication devices looked similar to the mobile phones Lin Mo had used in his past life. However, they didn't rely on electricity but were powered by spiritual energy. The energy consumption was minimal, so almost every cultivator had one. The devices even supported internet access, functioning just like modern smartphones. Lin Mo watched his grandfather make the call and didn't interrupt, patiently standing by and waiting. Lin Zhantian's expression was serious. Yes, I understand. These ingrates are truly shameless. I will send someone to take care of it. Alright, it's settled. After hanging up, Lin Zhantian turned to Lin Mo with a smile, though this time the smile seemed a bit strained. What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Is there something you need? Lin Mo could tell that something troublesome had occurred. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have looked so serious earlier. I came to ask where the gift my parents prepared for me is. Did something happen? I overheard your call, it sounded like there was trouble. Lin Zhantian sighed. Ah, this old mine of mine, I forgot to tell you. The storage ring is in the study upstairs. Go ahead and take it yourself. It's nothing major, just that the Celestial God sect has started causing trouble again these past few days. You'd better be careful. Their targets are likely the young talents of this generation. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. The Celestial God cult is a heretical group formed by traitors who betrayed humanity. They've committed numerous atrocities within the country. Recently, they've even targeted the prodigies. Truly a bunch of harmful parasites. The government began cracking down on rebellious forces a few years ago, and most of them have been eradicated by now. The remaining ones are just scattered remnants. Groups like the Celestial God Cult no longer have many strong members. Their top combatants are at most at the martial spirit realm, or even weaker. As long as I don't encounter them, my Kunpeng martial spirit will never let them off easily. With the support of the Kunpeng martial spirit, Lin Mo was confident he could defeat opponents at the martial spirit realm. After all, the Kunpeng martial spirit was a top-tier, SSS grade martial spirit, a power not to be underestimated. He was also curious about the unknown martial spirit he awakened during his college entrance exams, wondering what grade it truly belonged to. Speaking of the entrance exams, they were essentially a ranking competition that took place after awakening one's martial spirit. On Blue Star, strength was everything, and the outcome of a battle held far more weight than any theoretical knowledge. Thus, Lin Mo firmly believed that during the exams, he would awaken the martial spirit that truly belonged to him. However, he didn't share these thoughts with his grandfather. Not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to worry him. "Alright, Grandpa, I understand. I'll head to the study to take a look." When Lin Mo arrived at the study, he saw a storage ring placed on the table. Storage rings were crafted by forge masters using the power of spatial laws. Spatial laws were extremely rare, making storage rings highly valuable. Even someone of Lin Mo's status hadn't had access to such a fine item before, which explained why he used to carelessly toss high-grade spirit stones under his bed. But this ring, sent by his parents, was indeed a thoughtful gift. Still, Lin Mo understood that the truly significant part was yet to come. While the storage ring was precious, it couldn't directly aid him in preparing for the ranking competition of the entrance exams. He imprinted his spiritual energy onto the ring and opened its storage space. The space inside was vast, large enough to fit an entire villa. What caught Lin Mo's attention, however, were the items stored within the ring. Inside, he saw an ordinary porcelain bottle. Taking it out, he discovered that it contained only one pill. "My dad is really straightforward, he didn't even bother to explain what this pill is before giving it to me. Fortunately, I have the system to analyze the pill's detailed information." Although he didn't know what kind of pill it was, Lin Mo was certain it was incredibly valuable. "System, analyze the detailed information of this pill for me. Enlightenment pill, upon consumption, it can greatly enhance comprehension abilities, assisting the user in grasping the power of laws more quickly. For those who have already mastered laws, it can accelerate their comprehension progress." Lin Mo was utterly astounded. He hadn't expected this pill to be capable of helping cultivators quickly comprehend the power of laws. It seemed his parents had truly put a lot of thought into this gift. The power of laws was already mesmerizing in itself. As someone who possessed such power, Lin Mo felt its allure even more deeply. Having the power of laws and lacking it were two completely different levels of existence. That was why Lin Mo was so shocked by the effects of the pill. "Consuming this pill now should significantly enhance my comprehension abilities." With this thought in mind, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the pill. True strength could only be considered one's own when it became an integral part of their being. After taking the elixir, Lin Mo felt his mind become unusually clear in an instant. The questions that had puzzled him before now all suddenly made sense. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, focusing his mind deeply on the law of devouring. It was as if Lin Mo had traveled back to ancient times. Before his eyes appeared countless mythical beasts, a giant python stretching 1,000 feet, a tiger as massive as a small mountain, and even true dragons soaring in the sky. Suddenly, a majestic rockbird flew swiftly from the distance, wielding its magical power. A black hole formed in its beak, instantly devouring all the scenes Lin Mo had just witnessed. Lin Mo was shocked to realize that this was the devouring law of the Kunpeng, and its strength was truly overwhelming. Outside, a mysterious and intense devouring aura surrounded Lin Mo, as if merely glancing at it would draw one in. Devouring law comprehension plus 0.1. Devouring law comprehension plus 0.1. Devouring law comprehension plus 0.1. System notification sounds kept ringing, but Lin Mo couldn't hear them at all. He was in a state of enlightenment, allowing his understanding of the devouring law to continuously deepen. Devour, eradicate, annihilate, and transform for one's use. As his comprehension of the devouring law grew, Lin Mo's aura became increasingly powerful and profound. This state of enlightenment lasted until the next morning. A whole night of enlightenment didn't leave him feeling exhausted. Instead, he was exhilarated by the rapid growth of his strength. Lin Mo let out a long breath. "This enlightenment pill is incredible. It actually brought me directly into the spiritual realm, where I could witness the Kunpeng's battle shadow with my own eyes." He had initially thought the pill would only enhance his comprehension ability, but he hadn't expected to experience it so vividly. "System, open my personal panel. I want to see how far my comprehension of the devouring law has reached. Name, Lin Mo. Constitution, 103. Strength, 123. Speed, 120. Spirit, 140. Techniques, Cloud Spirit Art, Devouring Heaven Art. Cultivation Realm, Early Martial Master. Martial Souls, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Unknown Martial Soul, Not Awakened. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension, 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension, 10%. Enhancement Points, 0. Ding, Host's Devouring Law Comprehension has reached 10%, automatically activating and assisting in comprehending the technique, Devouring Heaven Art. Devouring Heaven Art, capable of devouring everything, aiding the cultivator in enhancing themselves, including both tangible and intangible matters. Strengthens the effects of the devouring law, granting double the devouring power. This technique was simple yet extraordinarily powerful. So this is the effect of the enlightenment pill? Truly amazing, it directly boosted my comprehension to 10% and even allowed me to comprehend the devouring heaven art. The devouring heaven art was indeed powerful. Not only did it enhance the strength of the devouring law, but it could also devour intangible things, such as the spiritual energy in the air. This will undoubtedly accelerate my cultivation speed. Ding, detecting host's strength improvement, issuing milestone task, make your mark. Task content, as an SSS level martial soul owner, it's time to showcase your strength. Strive to secure first place in the upcoming high school ranking competition and let everyone witness your might. Task rewards, advance 1 minor realm, gain 10,000 enhancement points, and unlock the system store. This task is a milestone task. Completing it will unlock the next milestone task. Completing the entire milestone series will yield extremely generous rewards. Please make every effort to complete it. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Fantastic! The system has issued a task, and the rewards are generous. Just the enhancement points alone amount to 10,000, not to mention the other rewards. There seem to be plenty of follow-up tasks, too. This time, my strength will undoubtedly see a significant boost. It's time to head to school. Although I didn't want to go before the awakening ceremony, I can't skip it. After all, I just need to notify the teacher. I am, after all, the genius of Tianyang High School. Indeed, as the grandson of a war god, he would still be considered a genius even without the system. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at school. Hey, Lin Mo, what kind of martial soul do you think I'll awaken? A chubby boy sitting in the front row turned to ask him. Lin Mo remembered his name was Li Ru, a name that didn't match his appearance at all. However, Li Ru was one of his best friends at school. Their families had been close since their grandfathers were comrades in arms, so naturally, Lin Mo became good friends with him. Heh, you're so amazing, there's no way you'd awaken an F-grade martial soul. I think a wild boar martial soul suits you, strong and sturdy, just like you. Li Ru rolled his eyes after hearing this. Oomph, don't joke around. I'm a genius, how could I possibly awaken such a lousy martial soul? What do you mean by saying a wild boar martial soul looks exactly like mine? I'm dashing and charming. With my looks, anyone who sees me would fall for me. Lin Mo chuckled helplessly. Your shamelessness truly knows no bounds. Let's not even talk about your looks, alright? As the two were chatting, the teacher walked into the classroom. Class, quiet down. I'm going to talk about the college entrance exam now. The moment the words college entrance exam were mentioned, the students instantly fell silent. After all, the exam determined what kind of martial soul they would awaken. It was a matter of utmost importance. Standing at the podium, the teacher noticed the class had quieted down and began explaining the exam. This year's exam isn't much different from previous years, but I'll still give you an overview. In 3 days, the college entrance exam officially begins. On the first day, you'll awaken your martial soul. I know this is the part you're all most excited about. I don't need to emphasize how important martial souls are. But don't forget, the most crucial part comes afterward, the ranking competition. Why is the ranking competition the most important? Who can tell me? The teacher scanned the classroom. Without waiting for answers, he continued. That's right. Because top universities will be watching your performance. A good ranking gives you a chance for early admission. Next, let me explain the rules of the ranking competition. The competition lasts 2 days. On the first day, there will be 10 arenas. Each of you can choose to either defend or challenge an arena. No matter what strategy you use, the school only recognizes those who remain standing on the arenas at the end. On the second day, the 10 arena champions will compete for the school's top spot. Regardless of the outcome, the 10 champions will represent our school in the national ranking competition. The rankings will also determine the rewards you'll receive. The first place winner will be awarded a natal soul arm by the school. Second and third places will also receive rewards, though not as impressive as the first. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students began discussing animatedly. This reward is amazing. The college entrance exam never used to have natal soul arms. Yeah, in the past, first place only got a regular soul arm. This time it's a natal soul arm. Our school is really going all out. Who do you think will get first place? I'm betting on Goddess Qing Xue. She's bound to take the top spot. I heard she's already awakened her martial soul. She might even awaken a second one during the exam. Don't joke around. I think Lin Mo from our class is the real contender. He's the grandson of the god of war and has always been top tier in practical assessments. Anyway, first place is definitely out of my reach. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Mo's thoughts began to wander. Su Qingxue has already awakened her martial soul? It seems Tianyang High truly has no shortage of geniuses. After all, Tianyang High is one of the strongest high schools in the Dragon Nation. If it were full of mediocrity, the Dragon Nation wouldn't have much of a future. But that's what makes it exciting. Without competition, how else could he showcase the power of his Kunpeng martial soul? Lin Mo had no intention of hiding his strength. As the grandson of the god of war, his safety was absolutely guaranteed. No matter how outstanding his performance, no one would dare to touch him. The reward for first place this time was indeed tempting, a natal soul arm. A natal soul arm could fuse with a martial soul, directly enhancing one's power. Even with Lin Mo's background, acquiring such an item was no easy feat. The Lin family's influence was vast, but not even they could compare to the rarity of a natal soul arm. It wasn't something money could buy. Alright, that's enough discussion. Starting now, you don't need to attend classes. Use this time to improve your abilities, the teacher announced. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students dispersed immediately. But they didn't go off to play, they were eager to return home and train. With the college entrance exam looming, strength was all that mattered, especially in these times of rampant ferocious beasts. Everyone aspired to grow stronger to protect themselves. Lin Mo also returned home. What I need most right now are enhancement points. My method of improvement is different from others. As long as he had enhancement points, he could improve rapidly, unlike others who had to train arduously. Looks like it's time to check out the ferocious beast forest. Officially, the government didn't allow high school students to enter the ferocious beast forest, but Lin Mo was no ordinary student. His grandfather was the god of war. With a little pull, he could easily gain access. However, he would have to reveal his martial soul this time, otherwise, his grandfather would never agree. The ferocious beasts in the forest weren't true beasts in the purest sense, they were hybrids of ferocious beasts and Earth's native animals. Though not pure-blooded, their temperaments were just as violent and ferocious. The only difference is that real savage beasts are not only ferocious but also possess a certain level of intelligence. The stronger they are, the sharper their minds become. On the other hand, fake savage beasts will never have their own wisdom. This was the reason why Lin Mo dared to venture into the savage beast forest to grind enhancement points. If he encountered an intelligent savage beast, seeing Lin Mo as a genius of the human race, it would undoubtedly inform an even stronger beast to eliminate him. Lin Mo wasn't foolish enough to throw himself into such danger. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately went to find his grandfather and shared his plan. What? Xiao Mo, young people shouldn't be so hasty. You've just reached the martial master realm, it's still too early for you to enter the savage beast forest, said Lin Zhantian. Lin Zhantian already knew that Lin Mo had broken through to the martial master level, but he still thought his grandson was overconfident to dare to venture into the savage beast forest right after his breakthrough. Lin Mo understood his grandfather's concerns and didn't argue further. Instead, he directly showcased his martial spirit. In an instant, the shadow of a Kunpeng martial spirit appeared behind him, spreading its enormous wings, resembling a massive mountain hovering in the air, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. With the strength of a martial saint, Lin Zhantian could easily discern that this was no ordinary SS-grade martial spirit. This is an SSS-grade martial spirit. My grandson, Lin Zhantian's grandson, is indeed a genius. He hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, yet his martial spirit has awakened on its own and it's SSS grade. Wait until those old geezers find out. Let's see how they'll brag about their grandsons being geniuses then. Lin Zhantian was immensely proud. An SSS grade martial spirit was truly rare. In the entire Dragon Nation, only 1 or 2 people might have it each year. For it to be his grandson was a source of great excitement. Seeing his grandfather so elated, Lin Mo couldn't help but beam with joy as well, but he didn't forget his main purpose. Grandpa, can I go to the savage beast forest now? Lin Mo asked smugly. Go ahead, you rascal. You awakened your martial spirit without telling your grandpa. How heartless, Lin Zhantian replied. Lin Mo knew his grandfather wasn't actually upset. The smile lines on his face said it all. Turning around, Lin Mo headed towards the savage beast forest, fully aware that his grandfather would make some calls to pave the way for him. When he arrived, there would undoubtedly be people waiting to receive him. Before long, Lin Mo reached the entrance of the savage beast forest. After presenting his identity watch, the guards immediately granted him access. Everyone in the Dragon Nation had an identity watch. By showing it to the guards, their identity could be verified. Upon entering the forest, Lin Mo didn't wander around aimlessly. Venturing too deep could still be dangerous given his current strength. The savage beast forest was a place for training. It wasn't entirely populated by weak beasts. The deeper one went, the more perilous it became. Lin Mo took out a map, far superior to those sold outside. The map clearly marked the distribution and activity zones of various savage beasts. First-tier savage beast, Iron Hammer Ape, found on the southern outskirts of the forest, with strength equivalent to a martial disciple. Second-tier savage beast, Flame Leopard, also in the southern region, with strength equivalent to a martial master. These two types of beasts were close to him and not particularly strong, perfect for grinding enhancement points. Moreover, his heaven-swallowing technique could devour anything, making these beasts' corpses valuable materials. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Mo headed straight for the areas where these beasts were active. It didn't take long before he encountered his target. In front of him stood three burly apes covered in black fur, roaring and posturing aggressively at him. These unintelligent fake savage beasts had extremely strong territorial instincts. Regardless of the intruder's strength, they would fiercely defend their territory to the death. This behavior was quite similar to the habits of wild animals back on Blue Planet. This actually made things easier for Lin Mo. If the savage beasts ran away upon seeing his strength, he'd have to chase after them, which would be inefficient. Looking at the three Iron Hammer apes, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. You three little beasts dare to act arrogant in front of me? How amusing. Before he even finished speaking, he didn't summon his martial spirit. Instead, relying solely on his physical speed, he dashed up to the three apes. With a heavy punch, he struck one of the apes squarely in the face. Boom! The sound of the punch was like thunder. The Iron Hammer ape's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-tier savage beast, Iron Hammer ape. You've gained 10 enhancement points. The remaining two apes, enraged by the sight, became even more ferocious. They raised their hammer-like fists and charged at Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained unfazed, raising his hands to meet their punches. His body didn't budge an inch. Ha, with strength like yours, you're courting death, he sneered. With that, he leapt into the air, delivering a double kick to the chests of the two apes. The two ferocious beasts were sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a tree with immense force, dying on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing two first-tier savage beasts, Iron Hammer apes. You've gained 20 enhancement points. Lin Mo stretched his fists, feeling satisfied. This is just the beginning. I haven't even fully warmed up yet. But this works too. Boosting the speed at which I clear monsters will help me strengthen myself faster. Right, let's test the power of the Devouring Heaven technique and see how much these beasts' corpses can enhance me. With that, he began to activate the Devouring Heaven technique. Within Lin Mo's body, the Devouring Heaven technique whirred into motion. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, forming a black hole in front of him. The moment the black hole appeared, it unleashed a mighty suction force, instantly pulling in three corpses. Detected, the host has used the Devouring Heaven technique to absorb the corpses of ferocious beasts. Physique increased by 3 points. The Devouring Heaven technique provided a significant boost in attribute points when absorbing beast corpses. A single first-tier beast could increase 1 point. And with Lin Mo's current strength, killing a first-tier beast was as effortless as slicing through butter. So gaining 1 attribute point was already a great deal. Translated into enhancement points, that equaled 100 enhancement points. However, Lin Mo wouldn't use enhancement points to directly boost his attributes. Since the Devouring Heaven technique could solve the issue, why waste enhancement points on directly strengthening attributes? Obviously, he wouldn't. Enhancement points had a wide range of uses. In the future, they could directly be employed to enhance the law of devouring, which was far more valuable. That said, it was truly challenging to materialize the Kunpeng martial soul. Ordinary martial souls, without the support of laws, could materialize as long as one reached the martial lord realm. But martial souls with laws required not only reaching the martial lord realm but also raising the comprehension level of their inherent laws to above 80% to truly possess strength. Otherwise, it would merely be an empty shell, as fragile as a paper tiger. Lin Mo's Kunpeng martial soul had 2 laws. Thankfully, he had the system's support. As long as he had enhancement points, he could raise his comprehension level. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to materialize the Kunpeng martial soul? Forget it. For now, he'd focus on increasing his strength and raising his attribute points. By then, he could use enhancement points to directly boost his realm. Moreover, perhaps the Devouring Heaven technique could even enhance cultivation when absorbing higher-tier beasts. This wasn't unlikely. High-tier beasts all possessed monster cores, and many cultivators with flame martial souls used these cores to refine pills to increase their cultivation. The Devouring Heaven technique could absorb all tangible and intangible things, so it shouldn't be a problem to absorb the energy of high-tier beasts with monster cores. With these thoughts, Lin Mo didn't waste much time in reality and continued heading toward the marked territory of the flame leopards on his map. The flame leopard was a second-tier beast. He hoped it would bring a pleasant surprise. It wasn't that the iron hammer apes couldn't help him farm enhancement points, it was just that those beasts were too weak to interest Lin Mo at all. He hadn't even needed to summon his martial soul. They were instantly killed. They were ridiculously weak. So Lin Mo decided to seek out the stronger flame leopards for a challenge. If even that didn't work, he'd have to hunt third-tier beasts. Lin Mo quickly arrived at the flame leopard's territory, and to his delight, he found 11 flame leopards there. Now I can really level up, he said, charging directly toward the flame leopards. At the same time, Lin Mo didn't forget to summon his Kunpeng martial soul. With the activation of the Kunpeng martial soul, a shadowy figure of the Kunpeng appeared behind him. With the boost from the martial soul, Lin Mo's speed instantly doubled, vanishing from the flame leopard's sight. He reappeared behind one flame leopard, and before it could react, he delivered a crushing punch. The struck flame leopard was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground and struggling to breathe. The remaining 10 flame leopards reacted, pouncing toward Lin Mo with astonishing speed. Not bad speed, but with my Kunpeng martial soul's boost doubling my speed, trying to show off your speed in front of me is a death wish. The Kunpeng shadow's wings behind Lin Mo flickered as he disappeared from the flame leopard's sight again. After taking down several flame leopards, the remaining ones finally realized that continuing like this was futile. They changed their attack strategy. The flame leopards began gathering fire elemental spiritual energy in their mouths, compressing it into powerful fireballs. It seemed they had reached a tacit understanding, launching several fireballs toward Lin Mo simultaneously. Devouring Law, Condense. A small black orb appeared in Lin Mo's hand, floating gently toward the flame leopards. When the fireballs collided with the black orb, they caused no ripples, they were directly absorbed into the orb. The orb continued its slow flight toward the center of the group of flame leopards. Though it appeared sluggish, it reached them in the blink of an eye. Once the black orb reached the center, it rapidly expanded outward. In an instant, all the flame leopards were engulfed by the devouring force. After absorbing the energy of the fireballs, the devouring power exploded, leaving not even a trace of the flame leopards. This attack imbued with the power of laws was absolutely unstoppable for such low-level feral beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 11 Tier 2 flame leopards and earning 220 enhancement points. The power of the devouring law was indeed formidable, but it had a minor drawback: it directly pulverized the corpses, causing significant energy loss. Although the devouring sky technique could absorb intangible spiritual energy, its range was limited. Once the bodies were shattered into fragments, a considerable amount of energy was still wasted. That black sphere from earlier was the first move Lin Mo had developed using the devouring law. I haven't thought of a name for this move yet. Should I call it Whirling Roar Triple Slash? Devouring Immortal Technique? Or the Ultimate Technique for Flame Leopards? Forget it, those are too long. Let's just call it Black Kill. Fortunately, there were still a few intact corpses from earlier kills, which could be used to boost his attribute points. Lin Mo began to operate the devouring sky technique, absorbing the corpses of the 6 flame leopards that were still intact. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the devouring sky technique to absorb feral beast corpses. Speed has increased by 12 points. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 106. Strength, 123. Speed, 132. Spirit, 140. Realm, Martial Master, Early Stage Peak. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Unknown Martial Soul, Unawakened. Laws, Water Law, 1% Comprehension, Devouring Law, 10% Comprehension. Enhancement Points, 250. Gaining 2 attribute points from each tier 2 feral beast wasn't bad. The more he hunted, the more his attributes naturally increased. Keep working hard. For the next half day, Lin Mo stayed in the feral beast forest, farming attribute points. He didn't venture deeper into the forest, only wandering around the outskirts. By now, most of the tier 1 and tier 2 feral beasts had been nearly wiped out by him. If these low-tier feral beasts had any intelligence, they'd probably be cursing by now. You, a person with an SSS grade martial soul, don't go fight high-tier beasts but instead pick on a small fry every day. How utterly shameful. But Lin Mo didn't think he was disgraceful at all. In his view, gaining enhancement points was the most important thing. Bullying you? It's no big deal. You're just mindless beasts anyway. Clearly, Lin Mo's day of effort had resulted in a substantial increase in both his attributes and enhancement points. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 240. Strength, 230. Speed, 200. Spirit, 260. Realm, Martial Master, Mid-Stage. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Unknown Martial Soul, Unawakened. Laws, Water Law, 1% Comprehension, Devouring Law, 11% Comprehension. Enhancement points, 2500. Not only had all his attributes broken past the 200 mark, but his realm had also advanced a minor stage. Thanks to frequent usage, Lin Mo had gained new insights into the Devouring Law, increasing its comprehension by 1%. Among his attribute growth, physique saw the largest increase. After all, feral beasts were known for their tough hides, so most attribute points skewed towards physique. Lin Mo also studied the pattern of attribute point drops. The attributes of the beasts he killed determined the distribution of the dropped points. For example, Ironhammer apes yielded primarily physique points, while flame leopards mostly dropped speed points. Let's continue tomorrow. I can't kill them all at once, I need to let them recuperate and repopulate. The flame leopards thought to themselves, do you think I can spawn a whole pack of flame leopards overnight? Recuperate and repopulate? What a joke. When Lin Mo returned home, he didn't see his grandfather. He was likely busy with official matters. After a night of rest, Lin Mo felt fully refreshed. Alright, I haven't allocated my points today. System, use all the enhancement points to improve the Devouring Law. System notification, enhancement points have been allocated to increase the comprehension of the Devouring Law. Devouring Law, 13.5% comprehension. After the enhancement, Lin Mo felt that the power of the Devouring Law had grown stronger and his control over it had improved. Today, he planned to test the devouring force by applying it to his body in the feral beast forest. Once the devouring force was applied, enemies would feel as though parasites had latched onto them, slowly eroding them away. Alright, time to go. The pursuit of enhancement points continued. The guards didn't stop Lin Mo from entering this time, just like yesterday, but now they looked at him with a bit more amazement. This young man is really impressive. It seems he truly has strength. At first, I thought he was just an impractical rich kid who wouldn't last a day. I didn't expect him to persist into the second day. Looks like he's got real skills. You really can't judge people by appearances. If Lin Mo overheard these comments now, he'd definitely have a response. What do you mean, you can't judge people by appearances? I'm the perfect example of an outstanding youth. Modern rich second generation? No, I'm a rich third generation. While the guards were still musing, a girl with flawless beauty suddenly appeared. The girl was dressed in a cyan combat outfit. Though her figure was still youthful, it showed immense potential. Everyone turned to look at her, and the guards were no exception. However, they had already been informed that this girl's identity was extraordinary and that she must not be provoked. After confirming her identity, the guard allowed her to enter the forest. Su Qingshue's lips curved into a faint smile. Finally, I'm in. Dad is really something. He awakened his martial soul so long ago, yet he's always worried about the dangers and wouldn't let me come. With my current strength, do I still need to fear these so-called ferocious beasts? Don't forget, I've already broken through to the martial master level. Among my peers, Su Qingxue, am one of the best. Besides, I awakened my martial soul earlier than others. I didn't expect Dad to drag it out for so long before finally agreeing to let me enter the ferocious beast forest. However, Su Qingxue also understood it was simply her father's concern for her safety. She stopped overthinking and began heading toward the edge of the ferocious beast forest. Lin Mo had no idea that Su Qingxue, the school beauty of Tianyang High School, who attended the same school as him, had also entered the ferocious beast forest. But even if he knew, he wouldn't go looking for her on purpose. After all, he wasn't the type of person who couldn't walk straight when he saw a pretty woman. Should I go hunt some more powerful ferocious beasts? These lower-ranked ones are far too boring. Looking at the pile of flame leopard corpses before him, Lin Mo muttered to himself. Flame leopards, so you finally realize we're unworthy of being your opponents. Please, leave quickly and don't waste your time on us. It's decided. I'll challenge some third-tier ferocious beasts. After all, I have the Kunpeng martial soul, I can't keep fighting these small fry. With that, he headed deeper into the ferocious beast forest. Whether it was good luck or bad, he hadn't gone far before running into a herd of third-tier ferocious beasts, rampaging rhinos. These beasts lived in herds, with strength equivalent to the martial spirit level. The longer they fought, the stronger they became, and almost no one dared provoke them. Ding, system has detected third-tier ferocious beasts, rampaging rhinos. System prompt, rampaging rhino, third-tier ferocious beast, herd animal with strength equivalent to the martial spirit level. Grows stronger the longer it fights. Suggestion, finish the battle quickly and avoid prolonged combat. When did the system gain the ability to analyze enemies' strength and weaknesses? Lin Mo asked in surprise. The system has always had this function. It's just that the enemies you encountered before were too weak, so the system didn't find it necessary to notify you. Of course, the host can also actively check enemy information. Lin Mo chuckled helplessly. So all this time, he'd been fighting small fry that even the system thought were beneath notice. But he knew deep down it was for safety's sake. After all, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Safety first, he murmured to himself. This system truly was impressive. Being able to directly view the characteristics of ferocious beasts saved him the trouble of figuring it out on his own. Since rampaging rhinos grew stronger the longer they fought, a swift and decisive battle was necessary. Originally, he had planned to test the devouring power by infusing it into himself, but given the situation, using the wide area skill Dark Kill seemed more appropriate. Lin Mo summoned his Kunpeng martial soul, feeling that it had become more solid, likely a result of his improved strength. He then waved his hand, summoning a small Dark Kill sphere. The devouring law's energy swirled on its surface, exuding a mysterious power. With a gentle push, the sphere shot toward the herd of rampaging rhinos. Because the rhinos hadn't been alarmed beforehand, they didn't pay much attention to the small black sphere. When the sphere made contact, it erupted with a muffled boom. Buzz. The world seemed to dim momentarily as the Dark Kill sphere burst apart, reducing all the rampaging rhinos to ashes. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 20 third-tier ferocious beasts, rampaging rhinos. You've earned 600 enhancement points. And just like that, the herd of rampaging rhinos that everyone else feared to confront was wiped out by Lin Mo in a single move. All that remained was a massive crater. After all, killing third-tier ferocious beasts granted significant enhancement points. The 600 points were a satisfying reward, proving that his decision was the right one. Let's keep going, there are still plenty of enhancement points waiting for me. He confidently strode deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, not long after Lin Mo left, Su Qingxue arrived at the site he had just vacated. Why is there such a huge crater here? Isn't this supposed to be the territory of rampaging rhinos? Why is there only a crater left? Could it be that some expert came to the ferocious beast forest to train? Su Qingxue wondered aloud. But experts wouldn't come to such a low-level place as the ferocious beast forest. Maybe it was a group of freshmen from university training together. After all, high school seniors my age haven't even awakened their martial souls, what would they be doing here? Little did she know, the massive crater had been created by Lin Mo, someone her age, in a single move. Elsewhere, Lin Mo continued his search for stronger ferocious beasts, intending to see if he could infuse the devouring law's power into himself. Third-tier ferocious beasts are too weak. Although they're one level higher than me, the gap in strength is too large. I should look for fourth-tier ferocious beasts, but I can't choose ones that live in herds. After all, my goal is to test my techniques. It's more suitable to face a strong, singular opponent, Lin Mo said. Of course, he would never admit that he was actually afraid of dealing with a group of Tier 4 ferocious beasts. It's you! He stared at the map, as if he had locked onto a target, his tone firm. The thunderstorm tiger was a Tier 4 ferocious beast, with strength equivalent to the martial spirit level. Its body was surrounded by lightning, growing stronger the more intense the battle became, and it typically acted alone. Among Tier 4 beasts, the thunderstorm tiger's individual strength was also at the pinnacle. It's you! This time, I want to see where my limits lie, Lin Mo declared, heading in the direction of the thunderstorm tiger. But as he was on his way, he suddenly heard a wolf howl from his left. That sound, it's the Gale wolves. Sounds like they're hunting. Someone's probably in trouble. Gale wolves specialized in hunting lone prey. This wasn't due to intelligence but simply their nature. I might as well check it out. It'll be a good chance to rack up some enhancement points. Gale wolves usually appear in packs, at least 20 moving together. To Lin Mo, these were all opportunities for enhancement points. Lin Mo moved with incredible speed and soon arrived at the source of the wolf howls. As he reached the scene, he saw 32 gale wolves encircling a delicate-looking young girl. Behind the girl was a blue, icy bird martial spirit, but she appeared to be completely exhausted. Su Qingxue cursed her misfortune inwardly. What a terrible day. First, the rampaging rhino was beaten into a crater by some unknown expert, and now I've run into gale wolves and become their prey. Though Su Qingxue was already at the martial master level and had awakened the S-class Ice Phoenix martial spirit, the gale wolves surrounding her included not only Tier 2 but Tier 3 wolves as well. But when her gaze fell on the largest among them, a wolf exuding a powerful aura, her hope evaporated. That was clearly a Tier 4 ferocious beast, the Gale Wolf King. She was merely at the martial master level. How could she possibly cross two major realms to defeat a Tier 4 beast? Just as Su Qingxue was falling into despair, she saw a young figure appear. So young, there's no way he can handle a Tier 4 beast, she thought. Before she could warn him to run away, the young man had already leaped to her side. Su Qingxue recognized him. It was Lin Mo. Lin Mo, why are you here? This isn't the time to talk about that. You should run. That Gale Wolf King is beyond anything we can handle. There's no need to die for me. Su Qingxue and Lin Mo were both students at Tianyang High School, so they naturally knew each other. Hearing her words, Lin Mo felt speechless. This woman clearly thought he was some admirer risking his life for her. In reality, he had jumped in purely for the enhancement points. In fact, he had been wondering how to earn some benefits from Su Qingxue. Saving her couldn't be for free. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Mo remain silent, she thought he was unwilling to leave and wanted to stay and die with her. Sai, you're so devoted, willing to sacrifice your life for me. If we somehow make it through this, I might just consider dating you. But honestly, I doubt we'll survive this ordeal, she lamented. Lin Mo, hearing her words, twitched the corners of his mouth. Without further explanation, he summoned his Kunpeng martial spirit. A shadow of the Kunpeng immediately appeared behind him, and his aura surged several levels higher. He charged straight at the Gale Wolf King, intending to eliminate the strongest enemy first. Su Qingxue watched the powerful aura of Lin Mo's Kunpeng martial spirit, her face going pale while a glimmer of hope bloomed in her heart. He's so strong, maybe we really do have a chance, she thought. Even in the midst of battle, Lin Mo didn't forget about Su Qingxue. He shouted, you handle the remaining Gale wolves. You don't need to kill them, just hold them off. Once I take this one down, I'll help you. Lin Mo didn't want her killing the wolves, as that would cost him enhancement points. However, Su Qingxue misinterpreted his words as genuine concern for her safety. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. He never seemed this caring at school, she thought. Seeing Su Qingxue frozen in place, Lin Mo grew agitated. I'm fighting for my life here, what are you doing just standing there? The other wolves are about to scratch my face off, he shouted. Thankfully, Su Qingxue snapped out of it and focused on the remaining Gale wolves. As they prepared to attack Lin Mo, she quickly moved behind him and activated her Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Dozens of ice spikes shot out, forcing the Gale wolves back from their advance. With her S-class martial spirit, she could at least temporarily hold off the Tier 2 and Tier 3 wolves. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's battle with the Gale Wolf King was proving exceptionally challenging. The beast's body was unnaturally tough. Every strike felt like hitting steel. While he managed to wound it repeatedly, he couldn't land a decisive blow to take it down. Right, I can try covering my fist with the devouring power. With the thought in mind, Lin Mo acted immediately. The black devouring power surged out from within him, slowly enveloping his fist. Lin Mo swung his fist again, fiercely striking the Gale Wolf King. This time, his fist left behind a distinct trail of black energy. The Gale Wolf King clearly felt the corrosive effect of the devouring power and, in pain, lunged to bite Lin Mo. Lin Mo skillfully dodged, observing the effectiveness of his technique with satisfaction in his heart. This move really works. No, I should say it's the devouring law that's powerful. This Gale Wolf King has already been infected by the devouring law. Its spiritual energy is depleting rapidly. In just a little while, it probably won't be able to fight anymore. Just as Lin Mo had predicted, the Gale Wolf King, which had been evenly matched with him moments ago, began to stagger unsteadily. It didn't take long before it collapsed to the ground, reduced to nothing but labored and intermittent breathing. Lin Mo did not continue his attack. Once tainted by the devouring power, it would never dissipate unless he willingly lifted it. Thus, the Gale Wolf King's injuries would only worsen, leading to an inevitable death. Lin Mo still had other wolf cubs to deal with and turned to charge at the remaining Gale wolves. With Lin Mo joining the fray, the rest of the Gale wolves were swiftly defeated. Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, we survived. Looks like it's not my time to die yet. It's not luck. It's because I won't let you die, Lin Mo said as he extended his hand toward Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's face flushed. She had never held a man's hand before. But since she had promised earlier, she decided to give it a try since she had survived this time. Blushing shyly, she placed her hand in Lin Mo's. To her surprise, Lin Mo suddenly slapped her hand away. Su Qingxue stared at her now red and swollen hand, dumbfounded. What are you doing? Weren't you the one who wanted to hold my hand? Lin Mo gave a helpless smile. You misunderstood. I was just asking for my reward. I personally defeated so many ferocious beasts I practically saved your life. In other words, you owe me something in return. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Mo with wide eyes. You're such a straightforward guy, so infuriating. Fine, take it all. As she spoke, she retrieved spiritual stones from her storage ring and threw them all at Lin Mo. But she didn't notice that among them was a piece of pink intimate clothing. Lin Mo instinctively caught the garment. It was only then that Su Qingxue realized she had accidentally thrown her underwear. Her face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. You, give it back to me. This thing is useless to me. Here, take it. Lin Mo tossed the garment back to her. Su Qingxue quickly snatched it up, taking quite a while to regain her composure. At this moment, Lin Mo spoke again. Hey, this isn't enough. I saved your life, this little is too little of a reward. Aren't you the only daughter of the Su family? Su Qingxue, who had just calmed down, suddenly felt aggrieved again. What's it to you? I'm broke. A girl venturing alone into the beast forest for training, encountering a fourth-rank beast no less, and now being bullied by you. Why is my luck so bad? As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears, which began to fall uncontrollably. Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss. He had only intended to tease her. After all, as the grandson of the god of war, he had no shortage of spiritual stones. There was no need to take advantage of a young girl. All right, stop crying. I don't want it anymore. I still have things to do. You should head back by yourself. Su Qingxue stopped crying upon hearing this. She silently stood by Lin Mo's side, her face streaked with tears, looking like a pitiful little wife. I'm coming with you. Lin Mo was stunned. What are you doing? I told you, I have things to do. Why are you following me? In truth, even Su Qingxue couldn't explain why, she just wanted to follow him. What's it to you? I'm following you. What can you do? Tie me up. Lin Mo was helpless and decided to ignore her. She was just a girl, she couldn't do anything to him. Fine, follow if you want. But let me make it clear, if you get into trouble again, I won't save you. With that, he turned toward his original target, the location of the thunderstorm tiger. I don't believe you. You're just being tsundere. If there really were danger, there's no way you'd just stand by. Su Qingxue murmured softly. Then she noticed Lin Mo had already walked far ahead and hurried to catch up. Hey, Lin Mo, when did you awaken your martial soul? What kind of martial soul is it? What rank is it? How are you this strong? Want to know what my martial soul is? Let me tell you, I have an S-rank Ice Phoenix martial soul. Lin Mo, why aren't you answering me? At this moment, Lin Mo began regretting letting Su Qingxue tag along. This little girl is following me, so I can't directly devour the corpses of these Gale wolves. Such a hassle. Never mind, I'll wait until I take care of this thunderstorm tiger and then return to absorb them all together. That's right, when Lin Mo left earlier, he stuffed all the beast corpses into his storage ring. As a fanatic for attribute points, how could he possibly let the corpses of these Gale wolves go to waste? Lin Mo quickly found the thunderstorm tiger. Su Qingxue, staring at the ferocious beast before her, which exuded an aura even more powerful than the Gale Wolf King from earlier, was utterly shocked. Is this what Lin Mo was talking about? He's actually planning to face this Tier 4 beast head-on? She watched as Lin Mo summoned his Kunpeng martial spirit and approached the thunderstorm tiger. Figures. In this monster's eyes, this beast is more important than me. Since the appearance of the Kunpeng martial spirit, Lin Mo's physical capabilities had increased several-fold. He charged directly at the thunderstorm tiger, engaging in close combat. Su Qingxue felt utterly useless compared to Lin Mo. The scene before her eyes left her in complete disbelief. A martial artist can actually brawl face-to-face with a Tier 4 beast? Is this guy even human? Boom! 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 Fists and claws collided violently as Lin Mo's adrenaline surged, his strength running wild. He felt his power pushing to its very limits, his entire aura surging upward. Break for me! Lin Mo unleashed a ferocious punch aimed at the thunderstorm tiger's head. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the impact, and the thunderstorm tiger's head was shattered instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of martial artist during combat. Reward, Cultivation Technique Huang Di Aging. Lin Mo's aura gradually stabilized. He hadn't expected to achieve a breakthrough mid-battle. It seemed his talent was quite impressive. Beside him, Su Qingxue could hardly believe her eyes. He broke through so easily? What a monster! She had been called a genius since childhood, yet she was still only at the early stage of martial artist. Meanwhile, this freak Lin Mo had already advanced to the late stage. Comparing oneself to others truly was maddening. Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming urge to cry. As Lin Mo collected the thunderstorm tiger's corpse, he noticed Su Qingxue's expression and assumed he had scared her. After all, his body was covered in the thunderstorm tiger's blood, which did look rather frightening. Hey, what's the matter? Did I scare you? A cultivator afraid of a little blood? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Lin Mo. Of course not. I'm a genius, why would I be scared by something so trivial? Who would believe that? Alright then, it's getting late. Let's head back. If we're late, your dad will be worried sick. Knowing her father's personality, Su Qingxue followed Lin Mo as they made their way home. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long. Su Qingxue couldn't help but wonder whether she and Lin Mo would end up together in the future. But one thing was certain, today's experience would be unforgettable for her. After returning home, Lin Mo began to tally up the day's gains. Aside from breaking through to the late stage of martial artist, he had also obtained a copy of the Huang Di Aging. Oh right, he hadn't yet absorbed the beast corpses. He took off the corpses of the thunderstorm tiger and 32 gale wolves. The time within the storage ring was frozen, so the corpses hadn't decayed. Lin Mo activated the Devouring Heaven technique, and in the blink of an eye, all the corpses were completely absorbed. His use of the Devouring Heaven technique had grown increasingly proficient. Now, let's see how many enhancement points had been accumulated. He had turned off system notifications earlier because he found them annoying. This was why there had been no system prompt about attribute point increases during the absorption of the corpses. I should probably turn it back on. If a beast isn't fully dead and manages to ambush me, I'd be in trouble. With system prompts, I can react in time. Name, Lin Mo. Constitution, 480. Strength, 430. Speed, 500. Spirit, 510. Realm, late stage martial artist. Martial spirits, Kunpeng martial spirit, unknown martial spirit. Laws, Law of Water, Comprehension, 1%, Law of Devouring, Comprehension, 13.7%. Enhancement points, 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 500 speed points. Skill Kunpeng Wings automatically unlocked. Kunpeng Wings, double speed attribute. When actively activated, Kunpeng Wings manifest behind the user, increasing speed by 100 times. Active activation consumes spiritual power. What an incredibly powerful skill. So this is the speed of the Kunpeng? As expected of an SSS grade martial spirit's exclusive skill. The increase in speed was primarily due to absorbing the corpses of the numerous gale wolves, though the boost from breaking through to a new realm also played a significant role. All of this was the result of Lin Mo's solid foundation and accumulated effort, culminating in this explosive growth. Had Lin Mo used enhancement points to raise his realm earlier, instead of solely adding them to attributes, his stats likely wouldn't have exceeded 500 now. This demonstrated just how crucial a strong foundation was. System, use all enhancement points to strengthen the law of devouring. The power of the devouring rule was beyond doubt, almost like a cheat code. It could be said that the devouring rule was Lin Mo's most powerful weapon at the moment. Thus, Lin Mo spared no expense in enhancing the devouring rule. System notification, the devouring rule comprehension level has been enhanced for the host. Devouring rule, comprehension level, 18.7%. Lin Mo felt the power of the devouring law within him strengthen slightly. He then shifted his attention to the Huang Di Aging. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a dual cultivation technique, and there were some movements in it that even Lin Mo, someone who had studied countless cultivation techniques, had never seen before. However, Lin Mo hadn't yet found a suitable partner to practice this technique with, so he decided to temporarily store it in his spatial ring for now. For some reason, Su Qingxue's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Mo's mind. He shook his head, dispelling those images from his thoughts. Tomorrow would be a day off, and the day after tomorrow, he would awaken his martial soul. Tomorrow seemed like a good opportunity to take a stroll and relax. The next morning, Lin Mo got out of bed and stretched lazily. He was filled with anticipation for his second martial soul. After all, his first martial soul was already so powerful. If he could gain another one, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Don't overthink it. You'll find out tomorrow, Lin Mo muttered to himself. When the news breaks, it's going to shake the entire nation. After all, he possessed an SSS grade martial soul and might have a second one. Today, he decided to visit the market district. While he could absorb spirit stones, the effects of lower-tier spirit stones had been diminishing noticeably lately. He thought about looking for high-energy items in the market to elevate his cultivation realm. Using enhancement points to directly boost his realm was also an option, but relying on the heaven-devouring technique for breakthroughs was more stable. After all, enhancement points were better reserved for improving his laws. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the bustling market district of the imperial capital. Here, everything from pills to spirit pets was available for sale. As Lin Mo pondered what to purchase, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Su Qingxue? She's here too? Today, Su Qingxue was dressed in a long cyan dress, a stark contrast to the combat attire she had worn during their fight in the ferocious beast forest. Her outfit today made her appear youthful and radiant. But Lin Mo noticed a man beside her, talking to her, which made him suspicious. It wasn't jealousy, it was because the system's notification had suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has detected a child of destiny. It is recommended to suppress or eliminate the child of destiny to gain a significant amount of enhancement points. Lin Mo was puzzled. System, what do you mean by child of destiny? Replying to the host, a child of destiny is someone blessed with extraordinary fortune. Their fortune greatly benefits the system's upgrades. If the host helps the system seize their fortune, you will gain a large number of enhancement points. With enough fortune collected, the system can even reach a heavenly Dao level. It is recommended that the host first suppress the child of destiny before eventually eliminating them. This allows the system to gather more fortune, and the host will also receive a fortune gift pack as a reward. Of course, directly eliminating them is an option too, though it won't yield the fortune gift pack. You will still earn enhancement points. I see. Well, apologies then. It seems I'll have to put an end to your smooth sailing life as a so-called child of destiny. Even if you haven't provoked me, it doesn't matter. If it means I can grow stronger, I won't hesitate. With that, Lin Mo began walking towards Su Qingxue. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was on the verge of breaking down. Her father was truly terrible. He had set her up with a fiancé from who knows where, and the man was dressed like a beggar. It was utterly humiliating. If only Lin Mo were here right now. Just as she was thinking this, a familiar figure appeared before her. Su Qingxue's face lit up with joy. Lin Mo, why are you here? Didn't you go to the ferocious beast forest today? I didn't go today. With the college entrance exams coming up soon, I thought I'd take some time to relax, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Yi Feng, standing beside Su Qingxue, was consumed with jealousy at her happiness. Qingxue, who's this? You're so young and beautiful, don't let someone take advantage of you, Yi Feng said coldly. As expected of the protagonist, his arrogant, self-centered attitude was truly infuriating. But the more he acted like this, the more justified Lin Mo felt in taking him down. And who are you? Dressed like a beggar and barking nonsense everywhere, Yi Feng fumed. I'm Qingxue's fiancé. Who do you think you are? At this moment, Su Qingxue couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Feng, I will never marry you. Even if my dad agreed, I wouldn't. Besides, what my dad said was just a passing comment, don't take it too seriously. After saying this, Su Qingxue grabbed Lin Mo's hand, intending to leave. Unwilling to give up, Yi Feng reached out to grab Su Qingxue's hand. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy cold. With a swift and powerful kick, he struck Yi Feng in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away. Yi Feng moved too fast for anyone to react. At present, Lin Mo had awakened the Kunpeng wings, and his usual speed had already doubled. In other words, Lin Mo's speed attribute had reached 1,000 points. It was simply terrifying. Yi Feng clutched his stomach, his face twisted in pain, but he knew he was no match for Lin Mo. He shot Lin Mo a vicious glare and then quickly fled. Lin Mo, I have nothing to do with that Yi Feng. When we get back, I'll make it clear to my dad, he absolutely won't force me, Su Qingxue hurriedly explained after Yi Feng ran away. It's nothing. I don't even take trash like him seriously. But you, do you like me or something? Why are you so concerned about my feelings? Lin Mo smiled as he looked at her. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned red. How can you ask that? I'm a girl, that's something a boy should say first. Looking at her shy expression, Lin Mo felt a surge of amusement in his heart. If he still couldn't understand her feelings now, he might as well have lived in vain. He pulled Su Qingxue into his arms and pressed his lips onto hers. Su Qingxue let out a soft gasp, her whole body suddenly going limp as she melted completely into Lin Mo's embrace. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Mo with tender affection in her eyes. How can you be like this? All you do is bully me all day. Well, do you want me to stop bullying you? Lin Mo asked playfully, smiling. I do. Su Qingshue's voice was so soft it could barely be heard, and if not for Lin Mo's sharp ears, he might have missed it entirely. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. If I keep it up, you might really faint. Let's go, how about we take a stroll together? Sure. Su Qingxue agreed cheerfully. Whether it was a woman's nature or because she had just confirmed her relationship with Lin Mo, Su Qingxue seemed to have endless energy, dragging Lin Mo around for the entire day. They didn't buy much for cultivation, but they did end up with a lot of food. You really are a little foodie, Lin Mo said with a laugh. Su Qingshue's face turned red, but she quickly put on a proud expression. So what? I love to eat, and I don't get fat anyway. Lin Mo glanced at her figure and nodded. You don't get fat except for that one place. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, Su Qingshue's face instantly turned scarlet. Ugh, you perv. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lin Mo decided not to tease her further. By the way, how did you meet Yifeng? And why does your dad consider him your fiancé? Don't worry, I'm not bothered by him, I'm just curious. It's kind of a coincidence. My dad ventured deep into a secret realm a while back and accidentally got poisoned by something really hard to cure. It's called spirit-eroding flower poison, I think. When my dad returned, he ran into Yifeng, who somehow pulled out a pill and cured him. I don't know why my dad trusted him so much, he just took the pill without worry, not even afraid it might be a trap. Su Qingshuo didn't understand, but Lin Mo did. This was the classic protagonist's aura at work. To give the protagonist opportunities, even logic and intelligence would be sidelined. Later, my dad invited Yifeng to our home as a guest. During dinner, he casually remarked that we'd make a good match. He was just saying it offhand, there's no way he'd randomly betroth me to someone. But Yifeng insisted my dad had already promised me to him. What a shameless guy. Ha, he's just trash, don't let him ruin your mood. Let me take you home. Seeing the reluctant look in Su Qingshue's eyes, Lin Mo still escorted her back. When Lin Mo returned home, he began organizing the information he had gathered. The plot was so cliché, but since it involved pills, the scope narrowed significantly. It had to be some kind of inheritance, probably a ring or an old mentor figure of some sort. It was likely that at tomorrow's awakening ceremony, Yifeng would shine brightly, awaken a high-grade martial soul, and shock everyone. Su Qingshue's attitude might also change, and everything would go smoothly for him. But with my involvement, things will be different. I'm curious to see what kind of martial soul he awakens that could possibly outshine the Kunpeng martial soul. Still, that's not enough. If he continues to display extraordinary talent, it'll be troublesome. If I can prevent him from awakening his martial soul tomorrow, I wonder how many enhancement points I'll gain. Lin Mo calculated silently. Actually, it wasn't difficult for me, after all, I have the power of the devouring law. When the time comes, I'll simply absorb all the spiritual energy in his body. Although his spiritual energy would eventually recover, I only need to keep devouring it. And I wouldn't even have to control it myself, just implant the power of the devouring law into Yifeng's body. With the strength of the devouring law, Yifeng's spiritual energy would be completely emptied, and it'd be extraordinarily difficult for him to get rid of it. Lin Mo didn't expect the devouring law to instantly deal with the protagonist as it had done to the Gale Wolf King. After all, the protagonist had his own means. If he were to die so easily, the story would lose its appeal. He decided to continue cultivating. Tonight, he should be able to improve his strength further. Ever since obtaining the heaven-devouring technique, Lin Mo's cultivation time had essentially replaced sleep. Lin Mo discovered that after each cultivation session, not only did he not feel tired, but he was even more refreshed than after waking from sleep. So, he decided to cultivate continuously, which also allowed him to steadily enhance his strength. The next morning, Lin Mo stopped cultivating and examined his cultivation level. He had already reached the peak of the Martial Master realm. Reaching the peak of the Martial Master realm in just a few days was astonishing. If others found out, they would surely be green with envy. Alright, time to head to school. The awakening ceremony should be starting soon. When he arrived at school, Lin Mo realized he had underestimated Tianyang High School. As one of the nation's top high schools, the awakening ceremony was a major event that attracted the attention of the entire school. The preparations were in full swing, and everyone was busy. No one paid attention to Lin Mo and his classmates, leaving them to sit idly in the classroom. It wasn't that they couldn't leave, but since everyone was discussing martial souls, staying in the classroom allowed them to hear the latest news immediately. Bored, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and chatted with Li Ru, who sat next to him. "Fatty, with how overweight you are, how are you going to find a girlfriend? What girl would even look at you?" Lin Mo teased mercilessly, rubbing salt into Li Ru's wounds. "You're still single yourself. Who are you to talk? Take a good look in the mirror. Don't think just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want." "Nowadays, girls care more about inner qualities," Li Ru retorted without holding back. What Li Ru didn't know was that Lin Mo had already won over the school beauty, Su Qingxue. He still thought Lin Mo was single. Just as Lin Mo was about to put on an act, he noticed a beautiful figure appear at the door. Without saying much, Lin Mo walked straight toward Su Qingxue. Seeing Lin Mo and Su Qingxue acting intimately, Li Ru felt heartbroken. "Damn it, Lin Mo showing off his love so effortlessly, it's just lethal," Li Ru muttered. "This time, I admit defeat. I've lost thoroughly. Let's take a walk around the field." "The awakening ceremony should be held there," Su Qingxue said, holding onto Lin Mo's arm. "Alright, since you miss me so much, I'll reluctantly accompany you," Lin Mo joked with a smile. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything. "This awakening ceremony is really grand," Lin Mo remarked. He looked at the massive platform in the middle of the field, where an ordinary-looking stone stood prominently. "Is that the martial soul stone that helps us awaken our martial souls?" "It looks pretty ordinary," Su Qingxue said with anticipation. "I wonder if I can awaken a second martial soul. Even though it's rare, I really want to give it a try. After all, I want to represent the school in the national rankings." Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. "With your strength, you can't even make it into the top 10 at Tianyang High School?" In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Qingxue might not be the strongest, but having awakened an S-rank martial soul early on, she was already considered a genius at Tianyang High. Even if she couldn't make it into the top 3, the top 10 should be well within reach. For her to claim she might not make it into the top 10 was simply unbelievable. Su Qingxue could tell Lin Mo hadn't thoroughly researched his competition. It made sense, with his strength, he didn't really need to gather such information. But knowing more was always beneficial. After all, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Thus, Su Qingxue decided to give Lin Mo a proper rundown of the situation. "You don't know, but our year is completely different from previous ones. There are over a dozen heirs from prominent families, not to mention the dark horses among the commoners. Although true talent will only show after martial soul awakening, many people have already awakened their martial souls early. Everyone is waiting to shine at today's awakening ceremony and make a name for themselves. The overall level of students this year is higher than ever. This time, there are even a lot of bigwigs attending the ceremony at Tianyang High. Even the Imperial City's guardian is here." At this, Lin Mo finally chimed in. "Oh, you mean Uncle Li? He's coming too? Should I go say hi to him?" Li Run was Lin Mo's grandfather's disciple, so naturally, Lin Mo knew him. Calling him Uncle Li was perfectly normal. "Yes, Guardian Li Run. Wait, what? Uncle Li? You know him?" Su Qingxue was stunned. Seeing Su Qingxue's expression, Lin Mo realized she wasn't aware of his background. So, he decided to explain his family connections in detail. Actually, Su Qingxue couldn't be blamed for this. Lin Mo had always kept a low profile at school, and only a few classmates and teachers knew about his background. High school seniors didn't have time for gossip, and there were quite a few students at Tianyang No. 1 High School who had a warlord grandfather. Unless it was something earth-shattering, it wouldn't spread across the school. Moreover, Su Qingxue wasn't the type to care about gossip, so she had no idea about Lin Mo's true identity. When she found out, a rare expression of surprise appeared on Su Qingxue's face. "You never told me. I thought my dad might oppose us being together. But look at you, having such strong backing and not even mentioning it." Lin Mo was a bit speechless after hearing this. "What does that have to do with me? You didn't ask, and if I brought it up myself, wouldn't that just be showing off?" Just as Su Qingxue was about to say something else, a sudden voice interrupted them. Hurry up, the awakening ceremony is starting." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue didn't want to argue with Lin Mo any further. She watched as her classmates walked out of the classroom one by one, their faces beaming with excitement. From cultivating since childhood to finally having an opportunity to showcase their abilities now, everyone was exhilarated, including Yifeng. Just wait, Lin Mo. Once I awaken my martial soul, I'll make you all pay the price. After all, my master had long told me that my martial soul is a one-of-a-kind golden crow soul. As long as I perform well during today's awakening ceremony, I'm certain to earn significant resource support from the Dragon Nation. By then, I'll definitely take Su Qingxue for myself. How dare she speak to me like that? Once I have her, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. The awakening ceremony began without any lengthy introductions from the school. Once all the teachers and students gathered, the ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. Wang Li, Black Bear Martial Soul, C grade. Next, Lu Wei. Sigh, it's over. My dad's going to kill me when I get home. He said he wouldn't forgive me if I didn't reach A grade, and now I didn't even get B grade. I'm doomed. Sympathetic gazes surrounded him. In reality, a C-grade martial soul was already considered decent and could lead to a promising future. But here at Tianyang High School, one of the nation's top schools, a C-grade martial soul was just slightly above average, far from meeting everyone's expectations. Everyone wanted to surpass others, but in the end, it all came down to talent. One by one, students were called onto the stage, with the best martial soul so far being an A grade. But this was only the beginning. The school administration of Tianyang High wasn't worried, as they had always been confident in their institution. The martial soul stone platform was bustling with activity. Lin Mo soon spotted a familiar face. It was Li Ru's turn. Li Ru swayed his hips in an exaggeratedly stylish manner as he approached the martial soul stone. He slowly extended his hand, channeling spiritual energy into the stone. Golden light radiated from the martial soul stone, the brilliance representing an S-grade martial soul instantly capturing everyone's attention. A martial soul resembling a wild boar emerged as a shadowy figure behind Li Ru. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh in astonishment. This fat Li Ru, he actually awakened a pig martial soul. Ha, what a coincidence. Li Ru, Dang Kong martial soul, S-grade, the referee announced. Li Ru descended from the stage with resignation. This martial soul will definitely be something Lin Mo mocks me for endlessly when we get back. But it's not bad after all, considering it's an S-grade martial soul. If it had been an ordinary wild boar soul, then it would have been hopeless. Not bad, not bad. An S-grade martial soul has appeared so quickly. This year's students are truly exceptional, Tianyang High's principal, Wang Changlin, said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Indeed, this year is full of talent. We're getting old and can't keep up with the times. I wonder if we'll see an SSS grade martial soul this year, the vice principal chimed in. In fact, Tianyang High hadn't seen an SSS grade martial soul in several years, and other schools across the nation had been eyeing their top position. This year, Tianyang High was hoping to secure its dominance with the emergence of an SSS grade martial soul. Li Ru walked over to Lin Mo, ready to endure the mockery of his best friend. Ah, you fatso, I can't believe you actually awakened a pig martial soul. Li Ru replied seriously, what pig martial soul? It's called the Dang Kong martial soul, and it's an S-grade martial soul, very powerful. Lin Mo didn't say much more. After all, an S-grade martial soul was formidable despite its unappealing appearance. It also had the potential to awaken innate abilities in the future, just like his Kunpeng martial soul's Kunpeng wings. Any martial soul above S-grade could awaken innate abilities. S-grades typically had 1 or 2, while SS grades might have 4 or 5. SSS grades had no fixed limit, but they would have at least 5. Lin Mo had already awakened his innate ability during the martial master stage, which was a testament to the Kunpeng martial soul's power. The earlier the awakening, the more innate abilities one could possess. Just then, the referee announced another martial soul result. Zheng San, Wind Wolf martial soul, B grade. Next, Yifeng. Lin Mo's gaze once again landed on Yifeng. With a subtle wave of his hand, an almost imperceptible black light quietly entered Yifeng's body. The area near the grandstand, where the influential figures were seated, was far enough away that they wouldn't pay attention to the students below. Their focus was entirely on the students awakening their martial souls on stage. Otherwise, Lin Mo's devouring power would surely have been detected by those powerful individuals. It was precisely because Lin Mo understood this that he dared to use the devouring law. Before taking action, he had carefully observed the gazes of the influential figures, ensuring none of them were watching him before beginning his move, guaranteeing everything would go flawlessly. Yifeng walked onto the platform with high spirits. Today is the day I, Yifeng, make my name known far and wide. However, as Yifeng placed his hand on the martial soul stone, preparing to inject his spiritual energy, he discovered that there wasn't a single drop of spiritual energy left in his body. Even worse, he felt as if there was a giant, ravenous mouth inside him, crazily devouring the spiritual energy he had just generated, even absorbing his blood and flesh. The students below the stage had no idea about Yifeng's real situation. They all craned their necks, staring at him. Why hasn't his martial soul appeared yet? Could it be that he's really a waste without even a martial soul? Our Tianyang High School actually has someone like this? I've only heard that every year there are a few unlucky ones who fail to awaken their martial soul, but I didn't think I'd see it with my own eyes today. On stage, Yifeng desperately operated his cultivation technique, trying to gather a trace of spiritual energy to inject into the martial soul stone. But he felt that the force within him was becoming increasingly active. The more he tried to gather spiritual energy, the faster it was absorbed. Lin Mo smirked coldly, fully aware of Yifeng's predicament. Heh, you're underestimating the devouring law far too much. You think gathering more spiritual energy will stop it from absorbing? What a joke. That'll only make it stronger. Someone in the crowd below mocked. If you don't have a martial soul, hurry up and get off the stage. Stop embarrassing yourself. Exactly, wasting everyone's time. What's the point? Yifeng gritted his teeth, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Somehow, his eyes met Lin Mo's. He caught the mockery in Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo, it has to be you. You must be behind this. Just as Yifeng was about to step down and confront him, an aged voice arose from within his body. Stepping down now will only disgrace you further. Hearing this voice, Yifeng's mood instantly steadied, though his expression remained grim. He slowly walked down from the martial soul platform, heading off into the distance, no longer wanting to stay there for even a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for failing the protagonist's grandstanding attempt. Reward, 5,000 enhancement points and 1 martial soul upgrade card, usable only for martial souls below SSS grade. Martial soul upgrade card, can directly upgrade a martial soul below SSS grade by 1 level. Hearing the system notification, Lin Mo's lips curved slightly. 5,000 enhancement points weren't bad. Now that I've dealt with his golden finger, it's just about time to make a move. However, that martial soul upgrade card was quite decent. It could directly boost a martial soul's grade. Perfect. If the martial soul I awaken next is an SSS grade, I can use it to upgrade. Lin Mo had no intention of letting anyone else use it. He believed in his own strength above all else. Even if the next martial soul he awakened was SSS grade, he could save the card for future martial souls. After all, Lin Mo wasn't limited in the number of martial souls he could have. Next, it was Li Jin's turn. A young man with golden hair slowly walked onto the stage. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes because he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Li Jin. It wasn't that he thought he would lose in an actual fight, but rather that some of Li Jin's abilities could threaten him. For example, Li Jin might have techniques capable of harming him, and of course, Lin Mo would dodge them. Who would win was still uncertain. Anyone capable of making Lin Mo feel threatened was already remarkable. At this moment, Li Jin placed his hand on the martial soul stone. The martial soul stone immediately erupted into a dazzling golden light, soaring into the sky, as if tearing the heavens apart. A colossal titan beast rose behind Li Jin, its massive arms swinging, causing the air to explode with a thunderous sound. On the viewing stands, Principal Wang Changlin of Tianyang High School also stood up, his face full of astonishment as he looked at Li Jin. Li Jin, Titan Martial Soul, SSS grade. Li Jin glanced around, showing none of the joy that should come from awakening an SSS grade martial soul, as if all of this was perfectly natural. I already knew what my martial soul would be. Must be one of those geniuses who awakened early, Lin Mo thought to himself. Wang Changlin laughed so hard that the wrinkles on his face seemed to stretch down to his neck. Ah, this year our Tianyang High School can finally hold our heads high. Let's see what the other high schools can say now. The crowd on the school field was stunned by Li Jin's martial soul. That's an SSS grade martial soul. I can't believe I'm seeing someone awaken one with my own eyes, a student whispered. In truth, this was the sentiment shared by most of the students, as SSS grade martial souls were exceedingly rare. It was exceedingly rare to witness an SSS level martial spirit in person. However, Lin Mo did not feel particularly surprised. After all, he himself possessed an SSS level martial spirit. Once my SSS level martial spirit is detected, these people will undoubtedly be so shocked that they will be at a loss for words. Lin Mo murmured to himself. 2 SSS level martial spirits appearing in the same school within a year, this had never happened before. Li Jin stepped off the stage, and the crowd had yet to recover from the shock of his SSS level martial spirit. The referee wasted no time and immediately called the next name. Next, Lin Mo. My turn? To test my martial spirit alongside Li Jin's? Two SSS-level martial spirits appearing together, this is going to be interesting. Lin Mo calmly walked onto the stage, conversing with his system in his mind. System, can you help me conceal the phenomenon of my second martial spirit? Ding! The awakening phenomenon of the host's second martial spirit has been successfully hidden. Lin Mo did not want others to know he had a second martial spirit. Possessing an SSS-level Kunpeng martial spirit was already enough to draw the nation's attention. Keeping another trump card hidden was far more beneficial. Standing beside the martial spirit stone, he infused his spiritual power into it. Instantly, a peculiar force surged into his body. This was the power that helped awaken martial spirits, truly miraculous. In fact, the martial spirit stone was considered an essential resource precisely because of this awakening force. It could guide the awakening of martial spirits for those who had yet to awaken theirs. Of course, for those who had no martial spirit at all, the awakening force would be useless. Lin Mo felt the dormant power within his body begin to awaken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the second martial spirit. Grade, SS level special martial spirit, immortal body. His body underwent a sudden transformation, but he decided to ignore it for now, planning to examine it thoroughly later. For now, his focus was on showcasing the Kunpeng martial spirit. The martial spirit stone erupted with a surge of energy that spread outward. The violent energy forced the students to squint their eyes shut. After a while, as the energy gradually subsided, everyone finally caught sight of the martial spirit behind Lin Mo. A massive, jet black rock appeared on the platform. Its emergence captivated everyone's attention. It seemed to possess a certain magical quality, drawing people toward it irresistibly. Even Li Jin was overwhelmed by the formidable aura of the Kunpeng martial spirit, his blood boiling with excitement. I have to challenge him and defeat him. Li Jin was almost certain that Lin Mo's martial spirit was SSS level. Nothing else could have stirred such intense fighting spirit within him. Lin Mo, Kunpeng martial spirit, grade, SSS level. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Another SSS level martial spirit? And judging by its aura, it seems even stronger than Li Jin's Titan. The experts on stage couldn't help but marvel. This time, Tianyang High School is truly going to rise to prominence. On the viewing platform, Wang Changlin was overjoyed. After the awakening ceremony ends, I must personally meet these two students. They are the future of Tianyang High School. Lin Mo walked off the stage with a composed demeanor and approached Su Qingxue. Seeing her slightly parted lips, he found her adorable. What's wrong? Don't recognize me anymore? Lin Mo gently patted her head. Your martial spirit is actually SSS level. I always thought you were impressive, but I figured at most you'd have an SS level spirit. I never expected SSS level. Of course, Su Qingxue had no idea Lin Mo possessed another martial spirit that would soon level up as well. After all, Lin Mo still had a martial spirit upgrade card. You underestimated me, huh? I am your future husband, after all. You should have more faith in me. Su Qingxue's cheeks turned red. Why do you keep saying things like that? I never doubted you, I was just surprised, that's all. Seeing her flustered attempts to explain, Lin Mo found it secretly amusing. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I know you trust me. Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, but seeing Lin Mo's mischievous expression, she felt a bit annoyed. Still, she chose not to argue further. Every time they quarreled, she would lose anyway, so she decided to ignore him to avoid getting even more frustrated. The rest of the awakening ceremony revealed several SS-level martial spirits as well, but after the shock of two SSS-level martial spirits, the crowd was less astonished. The school, however, took it very seriously, as an SS-level martial spirit already represented top-tier talent. This year's awakening ceremony displayed a much higher overall standard compared to previous years. Not to mention the unprecedented appearance of two SSS-level martial spirits, just the increased number of SS-level martial spirits was already remarkable. This batch of freshmen certainly showcased extraordinary overall strength. Even Su Qingxue awakened her second martial spirit, which greatly surprised Lin Mo. The second martial spirit is extremely rare. Being able to possess a second martial spirit himself was all thanks to the system's help. But Su Qingxue actually relied on her innate talent to own two martial spirits, which was truly astonishing. Even more impressive, her second martial spirit was the SS-ranked Gonggong spirit. Gonggong, one of the 12 ancestral witches, governs the power of water, perfectly complementing her previous Ice Phoenix spirit. The combined power of these two martial spirits already rivaled that of an average SSS-ranked martial spirit. After Lin Mo finished his training, he received a summons from Principal Wang Changlin. When Lin Mo arrived at Wang Changlin's office, he found Li Jin already there. He immediately understood, only the two of them, possessing SSS-ranked martial spirits, would warrant such a special summons from the school. Wang Changlin smiled and said, "Lin Mo, you're here too. Have a seat. There's nothing particularly urgent in calling you both here this time. It's mainly about the latter half of the college entrance exams, specifically the National Genius Ranking Tournament. As you know, this tournament directly affects the resource allocation for the following year. Although we at Tianyang High haven't had an SSS-level genius in recent years. A couple of years ago, there was an SS-ranked genius, Yi Wuxuan, who made a stunning comeback and defeated an SSS-level opponent to claim the national championship. You must have heard of Yi Wuxuan's legend, right?" Of course, Lin Mo had heard of it. That senior's final battle lasted an entire day and night before a victor was determined. A genius capable of defeating a higher-ranked martial spirit with an SS-ranked one truly earned admiration. Wang Changlin continued, "This time, the school's honor depends on the two of you. The school's top spot will most likely be one of you. After all, geniuses who can break martial spirit boundaries are exceedingly rare." Li Jin's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, remained calm, not out of pride, but because with his current strength, no peer could possibly compare. Who else could comprehend the power of laws in their senior year, and one of the top 10 at that, the devouring law? Wang Changlin reminded them again, "But don't let your guard down. You're still in the early stages of your realms. Martial spirit ranking is important, but it's just a bonus in battle, not the decisive factor. Practical combat experience, martial spirit application, and close-quarters combat, any one of these could determine the outcome." Both Lin Mo and Li Jin exuded confidence. After all, they had long since awakened their martial spirits, and their combat strength was undeniable. Seeing their confidence, the principal knew they understood his point, so he didn't elaborate further and got straight to the matter at hand. Wang Changlin took out two exquisite wooden boxes from his drawer and placed them on the table. "These are dragon blood fruits, a reward from the school. I hope you can bring glory to our school in the national ranking tournament. If you achieve excellent results, there will be additional rewards." Lin Mo and Li Jin were stunned by the school's generosity. Dragon blood fruits, capable of purifying impurities in the body without side effects, enhancing talent, and strengthening physical power, were extremely rare treasures. For the school to give away two of them outright was a significant investment. After all, they hadn't yet brought any honor to the school. Merely awakening SSS-ranked martial spirits earned them such treatment, showing that Tianyang High was counting on them to crush their competitors and solidify its position as the top high school. Lin Mo silently calculated in his mind. Wang Changlin said, "All right, that's all for today. Take the rewards and prepare well for the tournament." The two nodded and left the principal's office. Just as they stepped out, Li Jin stopped in his tracks. "Lin Mo, we're both SSS-ranked martial spirits. In tomorrow's competition, I definitely won't lose to you. I've never lost since I was young, and this time won't be any different." His gaze was firm, filled with fighting spirit. Lin Mo's expression turned serious as he responded, "Is that so? Then this time, I'll let you taste your first defeat. Remember the name of the one who beats you, it's Lin Mo." With that, he turned and headed in the direction of his home. On the way, Lin Mo was contemplating the ranking tournament when he suddenly sensed movement behind him. He noticed a group of rats following him. Perhaps his heightened senses had improved significantly, as Lin Mo easily detected their presence. "A martial spirit realm fighter and 3 martial master realm fighters? Do they think I'm easy prey just because I recently awakened my martial spirit?" Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he altered his course toward a quiet alley. Indeed, Lin Mo decided to deal with these rats himself, never considering asking anyone for help. With his current strength, taking them down would be easier than killing a chicken. If he needed help dealing with these people, then why bother having the Kunpeng martial spirit at all? He might as well switch to a turtle martial spirit. "Boss, do you think we can take down Lin Mo? He's an SSS-level martial soul, after all." Among the 4 following Lin Mo, the smallest one spoke up. "What's there to be afraid of? Our boss has already reached the martial spirit realm. Lin Zhantian, we wouldn't dare provoke, but his grandson? You think we can't handle him?" "Exactly. He just awakened his martial soul. No matter how strong it is, it's impossible for him to have reached the martial spirit realm." The 4 whispered among themselves, but they hadn't realized that following Lin Mo had led them further astray, right into a dead end. It was only then that they realized they had been noticed. "You've been tailing me for a while now. What do you want?" Lin Mo asked coldly. He had already overheard their conversation earlier. Seeing they were in a dead end, the four smirked sinisterly. Kid, you've walked yourself into a trap. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Do you think awakening an SSS level martial soul makes you invincible? With that, they all summoned their martial souls. Lin Mo glanced at the martial souls appearing behind them and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of creatures are these? Who gave them the guts to try and kill me? The four martial souls were a snake, an insect, a rat, and an ant. The venomous snake had the strongest aura and belonged to their leader, the one who had reached the martial spirit realm. Lin Mo's expression turned serious as he summoned his own martial soul. The shadow of a Kunpeng appeared behind him, and simultaneously, his aura of martial master realm perfection was unleashed. The four were stunned, shocked to find that Lin Mo had already reached the peak of the martial master realm. While it wasn't the pinnacle, it was far from weak. However, they hadn't anticipated that Lin Mo could battle above his level. A few minutes later, the four lay unconscious on the ground. Where on earth did these people come from? Forget it, I'll leave it to Grandpa to handle. He should be able to get some information out of them, Lin Mo thought. Judging by how they begged for mercy at the end of the fight, it was obvious they weren't tough guys. With that, he called his grandfather to report his location. Not long after, Lin Zhantian sent people to the scene. After explaining the situation to them, Lin Mo headed home. This was all thanks to his grandfather, Lin Zhantian. Otherwise, he'd likely have had to go to the Beast Bureau to file a report. Back at home, Lin Mo asked his grandfather about the secret realm. Xiao Mo, isn't it a bit early for you to venture into a secret realm? They're full of dangers. And you want to enter one that hasn't been explored yet? The conditions there are completely unknown. Indeed, Lin Mo had already set his sights on training in his secret realm. Secret realms not only offered opportunities to gain enhancement points but were also filled with countless rare treasures. Especially the unexplored secret realm he wanted to enter, where the treasures were even more abundant and incredibly valuable. Only those with status, like Lin Zhantian, could apply for access. This was one of the perks of having a powerful family background, being able to apply for secret realm usage rights at any time. The downside, however, was the complete lack of intelligence regarding the realm, with only a rough classification of its level. Precisely because of the level classifications, Lin Mo dared to venture in for training. Secret realms were divided into 4 energy levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Yellow level secret realm was the lowest, while the Heaven level was the highest. Lin Mo planned to enter a Yellow level secret realm. Despite being the lowest level, the dangers within could still threaten Martial Emperor level experts. This was why Lin Zhantian was reluctant to let Lin Mo go alone. Grandpa, I've already reached the peak of the Martial Master realm. You can see for yourself at tomorrow's school tournament. If my strength doesn't convince you to let me enter the Yellow level secret realm, then I won't go. Lin Zhantian's eyes lit up. You've reached Martial Master realm perfection? Ha! That's my grandson, alright. He seemed to make a decision. Alright, I'll come to tomorrow's match. I heard your school recently got another student with an SSS level martial soul. When the time comes, if you face each other, don't disappoint me. At that moment, his phone rang. Well done. Keep up the good work. After saying a few short sentences, he hung up. Lin Zhantian turned to Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, you've been a great help to me. Do you know who those attackers earlier were? Before Lin Mo could answer, he continued speaking. They are members of the Celestial God sect. This time, we've extracted quite a bit of intelligence from them. Especially their personnel distribution. Don't think they're on the verge of collapse. Actually, over the past few years, they've been secretly gathering strength, and their power is far greater than we imagined. This is also why the state sent me to handle this matter. At this moment, Lin Mo finally realized the magnitude of what he had accomplished and understood why Lin Zhantian had been so anxious earlier. It turned out that the Celestial God sect was even more formidable than he had anticipated. That's good. This time, we should be able to eliminate them completely. Yes, almost there. We've finally pinpointed their base location, and we estimate we'll make a move tonight. Lin Mo was astonished. That was incredibly fast. But on second thought, it made sense. If they waited for the Celestial God sect to realize what was happening, it would be much harder to capture them. In fact, the actions targeting Lin Mo this time were entirely the decisions of a few individuals. Otherwise, the Celestial God sect wouldn't have been foolish enough to directly attack Lin Zhantian's grandson. It was practically suicide. But precisely because of their foolishness, Lin Zhantian was able to exploit a critical weakness in their plans. Lin Mo returned to his room and began taking stock of his gains for the day. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 650. Strength, 580. Speed, 600. Spirit, 620. Realm, Martial Master Perfection. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Indestructible Body, First Layer 1%. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension 18.7%. Enhancement Points, 5,000. This indestructible body martial soul, is it a physique type martial soul? Previously, my enhanced senses must have been its doing as well. This martial soul is extremely rare, and I actually managed to obtain it. A physique type martial soul can directly improve one's physical attributes, though it cannot manifest into a tangible form. However, once a physique type martial soul is cultivated to its peak, one can easily defeat divine beasts with sheer physical power. It is absolutely formidable. Never mind, I'll upgrade it first. After all, I still have a martial soul upgrade card, which I can use to elevate it to SSS level. By then, I'll have 2 SSS level martial souls. System, upgrade my indestructible body martial soul. Ding! Indestructible body martial soul has been upgraded to the eternal indestructible body. Please check for details. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from Lin Mo's body. In an instant, he felt a significant surge in strength and an overall enhancement of his physical attributes. System, open my personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 1000. Strength, 1080. Speed, 1100. Spirit, 620. Realm, Martial Master Perfection. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Eternal Indestructible Body, First Layer 1%. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension 18.7%. Enhancement Points, 5,000. The Eternal Indestructible Body consists of 10 layers. The host can advance by enduring attacks to increase proficiency. Each layer greatly enhances vitality and physical attributes. Once cultivated to the 10th layer, the body becomes invincible in the world. Any attack can be dispelled with the flick of a finger, and one can sweep through all opposition with sheer physical strength. This eternal indestructible body is ridiculously strong. Just the attribute boost alone is outrageous. Everything except spirit has surpassed 1,000 points. And this is just the beginning, only 1% of the first layer. The eternal indestructible body truly was a fearsome ability. And to think that merely being attacked could increase proficiency? That means every enemy's attack would make me stronger. This is practically an invincible constitution. As long as I'm not killed instantly, my body will recover rapidly and grow stronger. It's like being a real-life Super Saiyan. Alright, time to start training. Even the best talent is useless without hard work. Today, I'll aim to break through to the martial spirit realm. With that, Lin Mo began practicing the devouring art. The devouring law formed a black hole above his head, and spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius surged into his body. The next morning, Lin Mo awoke from his cultivation, feeling refreshed and revitalized. I still didn't break through today? Seems like my progress is a bit slow. If anyone else heard him say this, they'd probably cough up blood in frustration. You think this is slow? Your speed is insane. Lin Mo stretched his muscles and headed toward the school. Today was the school's ranking tournament, and even his grandfather would be there to watch. He couldn't afford to be late. As he reached the school gate, he spotted Su Qingxue waving at him from afar. Lin Mo. Over here. I'm over here. Su Qingxue shouted excitedly. Lin Mo walked over with a smile and said, Alright, I see you. What's got you so excited? Is it that obvious? I awakened my second martial spirit. I bragged about it to my dad for ages yesterday when I got home. I used to worry I wouldn't make it into the top 10, but now it's fine. I can finally compete with you and represent the school together. Lin Mo smiled. This little girl was so simple and pure, her only wish was to compete alongside him. He wondered if the principal would feel like crying after hearing this. Let's go. The competition is about to start. Lin Mo held Su Qingxue's hand and softly said a few words to her. Not long after, Lin Mo led Su Qingxue to the competition venue. The place was already crowded with people, but Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry. Since the competition hadn't started yet, being early didn't matter much. Look! Isn't that the war god Lin? Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Yes, that's him. The war god Lin is here. Could it be that he came specifically to see me? Don't be ridiculous. Anyone can tell you're clueless about Lin Mo's background at our school. He's the grandson of the war god Lin. Of course, he's here to see him. Wow, Lin Mo is amazing. Not only is he talented and handsome, but his family background is so exceptional. He's the perfect dream guy. Ah, Lin Mo, I want to have your babies. Hearing the chatter around them, Su Qingxue clung tightly to Lin Mo's arm, as though afraid he'd vanish the next second. Lin Mo smiled and said to Su Qingxue, "Come on, I'll take you to meet my grandpa. He's very nice, you don't need to be scared." With that, Lin Mo led Su Qingxue toward Lin Zhantian. As soon as Lin Zhantian saw his grandson and his future granddaughter-in-law, his face lit up with a big smile. Finally, his grandson had brought home a good partner. "Grandpa, this is my girlfriend." "Hello, Grandpa," Su Qingxue greeted sweetly. Good. You must be from the Su family, right? I've heard about you. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come straight to me." Seeing the two of them getting along well, Lin Mo decided not to wander elsewhere. He thought it was a good chance to stay and let them bond. Before long, the tournament stages were fully set up, and everyone knew the competition was about to begin. Lin Mo remained unconcerned and casually stepped onto the first stage, standing there to wait for challengers. He was confident enough to defeat anyone, so he had no intention of using any tricks. "I'm standing here. Everyone will have to admit one victor's spot is already taken." The others, aware of Lin Mo's strength, didn't dare challenge him. As a result, fierce battles broke out on the other 9 stages, but Lin Mo's side remained untouched. Lin Mo enjoyed his leisure, while some from the crowd below itched to test their skills. For instance, Li Jin, but he knew their duel was destined for tomorrow's finals, so he held back for now. "Lin Mo, I challenge you." A slight, small-framed student stepped onto the stage and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. "Yi Qing, Wind Spirit Martial Soul." Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he returned the courtesy. "Lin Mo, Kunpeng Martial Soul." After all, the challenger was a fellow schoolmate, and basic respect was necessary. Yi Qing swiftly summoned his martial soul, and the power of the wind immediately boosted his speed by several levels. Lin Mo instantly recognized that the Wind Spirit Martial Soul was undoubtedly of S-rank quality, and Yi Qing was already at the early stage of A. Martial Master. Although it didn't compare to Lin Mo's peak martial master level, Yi Qing's speed was far beyond what an average student could handle. Yi Qing launched with full force from the start, aiming for a swift and decisive victory. But he clearly underestimated Lin Mo's abilities. Lin Mo kept his hands behind his back, not even summoning his martial soul. Just as Yi Qing's attack was about to land, Lin Mo disappeared and reappeared instantly behind Yi Qing. "Trying to compete with me in speed? You're not qualified." Cold sweat ran down Yi Qing's back as he quickly retreated. "This speed is terrifying. He hasn't even used his martial soul, and I can't see his movements at all." Lin Mo's current speed, enhanced by the passive effects of the Kunpeng's wings, was far beyond Yi Qing's reach. Challenging Lin Mo in speed was like flaunting a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. It was utterly foolish. Lin Mo yawned, finding no interest in fighting someone of this level. "Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. Step off the stage and find another opponent. With your strength, you should make it into the school's top 10. Hearing this, Yi Qing realized Lin Mo was about to get serious. His muscles tensed as he prepared for the incoming strike. In truth, Yi Qing knew that if Lin Mo had attacked earlier from behind, he would have been knocked off the stage already. Yi Qing focused all his attention on Lin Mo's figure, but Lin Mo moved faster than he could anticipate. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had already appeared in front of Yi Qing. With a single palm strike, Yi Qing felt as though he had been punched by a massive beast. His entire body was sent flying off the stage and landed directly below the arena. Just like that, Lin Mo's first opponent was defeated effortlessly. He hadn't even summoned his martial soul. Of course, Lin Mo hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Yi Qing's body might have already been shattered. Yi Qing touched his body beneath the stage, relieved to find no serious injuries. He realized Lin Mo had held back and knew he could continue in the ranking competition. He cupped his hands toward Lin Mo in thanks and then went off to challenge other opponents on the various arenas. In the ranking matches, as long as you could still fight, you could keep challenging others. Of course, you couldn't challenge those you'd already fought and lost to, otherwise, even a whole day, or 10, wouldn't be enough. The students below the stage were unusually silent. Not a single sound could be heard. "That's it? It's over already?" Lin Mo didn't even summon his martial soul and still defeated Yi Qing just like that. Yi Qing has a bit of a reputation. A martial master with an S-rank martial soul, he's considered a rising star in Tianyang High. But he couldn't even force Lin Mo to summon his martial soul. Martial souls greatly amplify strength, often doubling one's combat power. The higher the rank of the martial soul, the more significant the enhancement. In other words, Lin Mo hadn't even used half his strength and had still easily defeated Yi Qing. From the looks of the fight, it was almost a one-hit knockout, sending Yi Qing straight off the stage. In an instant, everyone felt the overwhelming strength of Lin Mo. No one dared to challenge him again. No one was willing to take the risk, fearing they might be completely crushed by Lin Mo and lose the qualification to continue competing. Although Lin Mo didn't seem like a bad person, no one wanted to chance it. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. While the other arenas were still filled with intense battles, Lin Mo sat calmly on his platform. Since no one dares to challenge me, I might as well watch the other matches. Not like I have anything better to do. But why hasn't Li Jin taken the stage yet? I'm curious to see what his martial soul looks like. What Lin Mo didn't know was that Li Jin was equally curious about his martial soul. Seeing Lin Mo defeat Yi Qing without even using his martial soul left Li Jin stunned. I might be able to beat Yi Qing, but I definitely have to rely on the boost from my martial soul. And there's no way I could do it as cleanly and decisively as Lin Mo. Lin Mo, just how strong are you? I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. With that, Li Jin set aside his thoughts and headed toward the arena next to Lin Mo's. Lin Mo was watching the matches on the other stages when he caught sight of Li Jin stepping onto the adjacent platform. Interesting. I'll finally get to see Li Jin's Titan martial soul. Judging from the name, it should be the type that enhances physical strength. Li Jin stepped onto the stage and summoned his Titan martial soul. Unlike Lin Mo, he couldn't rely solely on his physical body to take on opponents with powerful martial souls. His opponent clearly understood Li Jin's strength, as those with martial souls of the same level were never weak. But no matter how strong the opponent was, it didn't change the outcome. As soon as Li Jin threw his first punch, his opponent couldn't withstand it. The Titan fist struck like a hammer, instantly making his opponent realize the vast gap between them. As Li Jin prepared for a second punch, his opponent hurriedly conceded, knowing that taking another hit would mean losing the ability to continue competing. I surrender. Li Jin, you're incredible. I'm looking forward to your match with Lin Mo tomorrow. With that, the opponent stepped down from the arena. Li Jin glanced at Lin Mo, and their gazes met. Lin Mo saw the fighting spirit in Li Jin's eyes and sighed inwardly, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to ignite the flames of battle, it's just that the gap between us is too vast." He shook his head and turned his attention to other arenas. The martial soul battles were spectacular, with a dazzling display of different abilities. Like Lin Mo, Li Jin began watching the other matches. After all, no one dared to challenge them. Having an SSS rank martial soul wasn't something to be taken lightly. While geniuses often carried an invincible mindset, few were willing to go head-to-head with them today. Soon, Lin Mo noticed Su Qingshue's arena. The young girl had taken the stage early, and her strength wasn't to be underestimated. She wouldn't lose easily. Plenty of challengers came after her, as she didn't have the absolute advantage Lin Mo and Li Jin possessed. But Su Qingshue's talent was remarkable. The combination of her Ice Phoenix and Gonggong martial souls made her challengers feel as though they were plunging into an icy abyss. The chilling cold was palpable as soon as they stepped onto the stage, and her attacks were fierce once the fight began. Watching her performance, Lin Mo couldn't help but nod in approval. This little girl must have put in immense effort to wield her second martial soul so skillfully right after awakening it. Her hard work has paid off. With so many senior students, the first day of ranking matches lasted the entire day. Lin Mo was already bored out of his mind. After all, spending an entire day sitting on a single arena was incredibly dull. In the end, both Su Qingxue and Lin Mo successfully secured spots in the school's top 10. Hee, Lin Mo, am I awesome or what? Now, I'm already one of the top 10 strongest at Tianyang First High School. Su Qingxue proudly boasted to Lin Mo, like a child eager for praise. Lin Mo smiled and patted her head. Yes, our little Shui is the best. Keep it up tomorrow and aim for second place. But the first place is definitely mine. Who says it can't be? Maybe I'll beat you and take first place myself. Such ambition for someone so young. Keep working hard then. Come on, let's head home. Lin Mo's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, had already left after noticing no one dared to challenge Lin Mo. After all, the truly exciting matches were set for tomorrow. When Lin Mo returned home, he immediately retreated into his room. Mainly to avoid his grandfather's endless questions, like how he got to know Qingxue and so on. The thought alone gave Lin Mo a headache. He decided to ignore it altogether, out of sight, out of mind. As soon as he entered his room, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. System, why didn't I get any enhancement points after defeating Yi Qing today? Host, Yi Qing's strength and talent don't meet the system's criteria for genius level recognition, so no enhancement points were awarded. The system suggests the host focus on slaying ferocious beasts to earn enhancement points. Defeating geniuses yields fewer points, so please adjust your expectations accordingly. So that's how it works. It seems hunting beasts for enhancement points is way more efficient. Defeating human geniuses is too much trouble with too little reward. And there are too many restrictions. The points are scarce. Killing beasts is clearly the way to go. Oh, right. I haven't asked Grandpa yet if the celestial god sex base has been eradicated. Forget it, I'll ask tomorrow. It's late. Time to start cultivating. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up on time. Breaking through to Wu Ling? Not bad. Lin Mo felt his newfound strength after the breakthrough. His physical attributes had improved significantly. Name asterisk Lin Mo. Physique asterisk 1500. Strength asterisk 1580. Speed asterisk 1600. Spirit asterisk 1020. Realm asterisk early Wu Ling. Martial soul asterisk Kunpeng martial soul, eternal indestructible body, first layer 1%. Laws asterisk water law, understanding, 1%, devouring law, understanding, 19%. Enhancement points asterisk 5000. It seems that with the Wu Ling breakthrough, his attributes skyrocketed, each increasing by nearly 500 points. This was a much bigger boost compared to the minor improvements in the Wuxia stage. Oh, and I still have 5000 enhancement points unused. System, as usual, allocate the enhancement points to the devouring law. Ding, the host's understanding of the devouring law has been increased. The understanding of the devouring law rose to 24%. Immediately, Lin Mo felt a significant enhancement in his devouring abilities. He estimated that now, by fully unleashing Black Kill, he could seriously injure a Wu Wang. This is the power of the devouring law. It enables one to leap across an entire major realm to defeat opponents. It's terrifying. Moreover, as his comprehension of the devouring law deepened, the power of the Kunpeng martial soul also grew stronger. Previously, the Kunpeng martial soul could enhance his combat power twofold. Now, it could enhance it threefold. With the Kunpeng martial soul activated, his attributes would increase by nearly 4,500 points directly. Absolutely invincible. Alright, time to go ask Grandpa about the celestial god sex situation. Grandpa, has the celestial god sex influence in the country been eradicated? Yes, it's been completely wiped out. Thanks to the Dragon Nation's thorough preparation, they took down the headquarters in one swift move. You made a significant contribution to this. We'll have to discuss what reward to give you later. No need for that, Grandpa. Just keep it in mind for now. When I need something, I'll let you know. Then you can give me whatever is appropriate. Lin Zhantian didn't argue and took it as a tacit agreement on behalf of those above. Alright, I should head to school now. Today is the final day of the school's ranking competition. I need to perform well, or Grandpa might not approve my request for a secret realm. At school, Lin Mo found the sports field already crowded with people. Once everyone was present, the top 10 ranking competition began. Perhaps it was arranged by the school, but Lin Mo didn't face Li Jin in the earlier rounds. Instead, Su Qingxue encountered both Lin Mo and Li Jin first. The results were obvious. Su Qingxue couldn't beat either of them. However, when she faced Li Jin, his carelessness almost cost him the match, and Su Qingxue nearly won. Her strength was not to be underestimated. The morning matches determined the bottom 8 rankings, with Su Qingxue placing third. The afternoon matches would feature the pinnacle showdown between Lin Mo and Li Jin. This match would determine who would lead Tianyang First High School in the national competition. The difference of just one rank was immense, directly deciding who would be the team captain. By the afternoon, the time had come. Lin Mo and Li Jin stood on the same arena. Lin Mo, I finally have the chance to face you in a battle. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Li Jin's eyes were filled with an intense desire to fight. However, Lin Mo's fighting spirit wasn't as fervent as Li Jin's, because he was extremely confident in his own strength. Even so, he still treated this battle seriously, as a form of respect for a talented opponent. Li Jin summoned his martial soul, and a colossal titan beast appeared behind him. This time, Lin Mo didn't refrain from summoning his martial soul like he had in the past. He also called forth his powerful martial soul. Previously, none of Lin Mo's opponents had forced him to summon his Kunpeng martial soul. This was the first time he officially revealed his Kunpeng martial soul in front of everyone. The audience below the stage leaned in closer, their eyes fixed on Lin Mo, eager to witness just how powerful he would become after summoning his martial soul. Lin Mo had already been invincible without summoning his martial soul. Now that he had, everyone was eager to see just how strong he truly was. Lin Mo felt the overwhelming power brought by the Kunpeng martial soul, his heart brimming with excitement. In fact, This was his first time summoning the Kunpeng martial soul since his comprehension level surpassed 20%. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Lin Mo felt as though he could pierce the heavens. Of course, he knew this was merely an illusion caused by the sudden surge in his strength. Without overthinking, Lin Mo charged toward Li Jin, relying solely on his physical strength without using the power of the devouring laws. Li Jin, seeing Lin Mo rushing at him, immediately raised his hands in defense, not daring to be careless. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but Lin Mo's speed was too fast. Even without activating the active effect of Kunpeng's wings, his speed was still astonishing. Li Jin could only defend passively. In an instant, Lin Mo's fist struck Li Jin's arm. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and Li Jin staggered back more than 10 steps as if struck by lightning. Bring out your trump card quickly, or the next punch will be your end, Lin Mo said coldly. Li Jin knew Lin Mo wasn't joking. Without a special move, he would undoubtedly be knocked out. He muttered in a low voice, Titan's body. His aura surged explosively, his muscles swelled, and his height grew from 1.8 meters to a towering 3 meters, transforming into a massive giant. Li Jin's formidable presence ignited Lin Mo's excitement. Now this is more like it. Lin Mo charged at Li Jin again, his punches even fiercer this time. But Li Jin didn't get pushed back like before. Instead, he stood his ground and resisted firmly. Lin Mo was slightly surprised that even with 70% of his strength, he couldn't force Li Jin back. It seemed Li Jin's innate skill enhancements were quite extraordinary. Previously, with just 50% of his strength, Lin Mo had made Li Jin retreat over 10 steps. But now, with 70%, they were evenly matched. This alone was enough to show just how strong Li Jin's innate skill was. However, seeing Li Jin's strained expression, Lin Mo knew he wouldn't last long. In truth, Li Jin was even more shocked than Lin Mo. He knew this move placed an immense burden on his body, and every inch of his skin was in pain. Even so, he could only match Lin Mo's strength, which left him deeply shaken. If 70% isn't enough, then I'll go all out. Don't blame me for being too harsh, Lin Mo said. By all out, Lin Mo meant increasing his strength further, though his greatest expertise lay in speed. The Kunpeng martial soul provided the highest boost to speed. Unlike the Titan martial soul, which primarily enhanced strength, the Kunpeng martial soul's speed could elevate destructive power by several levels. Speed is power. This time, Lin Mo didn't use his speed to amplify his destructive power. Instead, he relied purely on physical strength to clash with Li Jin. He also wanted to enjoy a straightforward, exhilarating battle. Lin Mo continued throwing punches, and Li Jin held his ground, countering with a tight rhythm. The strength of the Titan martial soul, how could it lose to anyone? Li Jin gritted his teeth and said, boom, boom, boom. Fists collided repeatedly, shaking the arena to the point of cracking. The intense collision sounds filled the entire field, leaving the spectators stunned, their mouths agape, unable to resist swallowing nervously. Are these even humans? How can the gap between high school seniors be this vast? One student remarked in awe. Lin Zhantian watched with immense satisfaction. After all, Lin Mo was his grandson, and the stronger his grandson, the prouder he felt. With Lin Zhantian's discerning eye, he could tell that Lin Mo was clearly holding back, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what move Lin Mo was withholding. But judging by Lin Mo's exhilarated expression, it was clear he still had cards up his sleeve. He was merely treating Li Jin as a practice target. The intense battle on the stage continued, and Li Jin finally sensed something unusual. Why does Lin Mo seem to be getting stronger the longer we fight? He doesn't even look tired. What Li Jin didn't know was that ever since Lin Mo obtained the eternal indestructible body, he had never experienced fatigue. Yes, Lin Mo was growing increasingly fond of his eternal indestructible body. Just now, Lin Mo had deliberately let Li Jin land a punch on him, but the result was like a tickle. It didn't harm him in the slightest. The eternal indestructible body not only enhanced his physical strength but also significantly boosted his recovery speed. At this moment, Lin Mo was practically a human-shaped beast, ferocious and powerful. Li Jin's strikes became less effective, and he was clearly getting anxious, knowing full well that he wouldn't be able to keep up this pace for much longer. Suddenly, Li Jin seemed to be infused with adrenaline, abruptly speeding up his attack rhythm. Lin Mo, of course, knew that Li Jin was aiming for a quick resolution. Is this state nearing its end? Well, then this match should also come to an end, Lin Mo thought. He swiftly broke free from Li Jin's offensive and disappeared from his sight. Li Jin looked around but realized Lin Mo hadn't moved elsewhere. He had simply accelerated, charging straight at him with such speed that he was practically invisible to the naked eye. Indeed, Lin Mo aimed to enhance his attack power with speed, but he didn't dare sprint at full force. He roughly estimated Li Jin's tolerance level, reducing his speed by more than half, which also greatly lessened the impact of his attack. Even so, this punch was not something Li Jin could withstand. As Li Jin scanned his surroundings, Lin Mo appeared right in front of him. A heavy punch struck Li Jin square in the chest, making him feel as if his internal organs had been displaced. The pain was so overwhelming that he could barely stand. This single punch knocked Li Jin to the ground, rendering him unable to fight. Lin Mo sighed and muttered, "Did I hit too hard? I was only trying to knock him off the stage. But it turns out I knocked him unconscious. Oh well, it's fine. This punch isn't fatal. A few days of rest and he'll recover." The referee, stunned by Lin Mo's punch, took a long moment before announcing Lin Mo as the victor. The audience below the stage erupted into thunderous cheers. People worshipped strength, and this match, every punch landing with raw intensity and passion, ignited the fervor of all the students present. Having won the match, Lin Mo claimed the first-place reward, a yellow-grade life-bound spiritual weapon in the form of light armor. What exactly is a life-bound spiritual weapon wasn't the key point. The important part was that it could directly fuse with the body. Especially defensive spiritual weapons like this one, which were invisible under normal circumstances and would only materialize when under attack. Some people carried offensive life-bound spiritual weapons with them, ready to use in dangerous situations. Weapons were categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, just like Secret Realms. This was because the materials used to craft life-bound spiritual weapons were typically found only in Secret Realms of the corresponding grade. The light armor rewarded by the school was a top-tier yellow-grade item, incredibly sturdy and capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a peak martial king. It was extremely valuable. After receiving the light armor, Lin Mo couldn't wait to head home. After all, he still wanted his grandfather to help him apply for access to a yellow-grade secret realm. As soon as he returned home, he sought out his grandfather, Lin Zhantian. Grandpa, this time you can't stop me from entering a yellow-grade secret realm." Lin Zhantian had already seen that Lin Mo's effortless victory over Li Jin clearly indicated he had the capability to protect himself in a yellow-grade secret realm. So this time, he wouldn't stand in Lin Mo's way. After all, as long as safety was ensured, training was a good thing. "You little rascal, don't worry. I've already submitted the application for you. However, the secret realm you're heading to hasn't been explored yet, so you'll need to wait a few days for approval." Lin Mo was overjoyed he could finally go. Secret realms were the perfect place to farm enhancement points, and he believed this trip would significantly boost his strength. With a few days to spare, he decided he'd take the time to bid farewell to Su Qingxue. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had naturally gone home to proudly show off to her father, Su Linhai. After all, she had secured the 3rd place in Tianyang First High, which was quite an impressive feat. If it weren't for the presence of 2 prodigies, she would have easily claimed the top spot with her strength. But now, that top spot naturally belonged to Lin Mo. See? I'm amazing, right? And the champion this time is Lin Mo. I told you he's exceptional, but you didn't believe me. Su Linhai looked at his daughter's smug expression, a bit helpless. It seemed his daughter was completely captivated by Lin Mo. But Lin Mo becoming the top student of Tianyang First High truly proved he was talented. An SSS grade martial soul, he's definitely a good match for Qingxue. Su Linhai thought to himself. Alright, I get it. Your boyfriend's amazing. When are you bringing him home to meet me? Hearing this, Su Qingxue's face turned bright red. It's still early, Dad. Don't say such things, we've only just started. However, Su Qingxue seemed to suddenly recall something, her expression turning serious as she looked at her father. Dad, you need to make it clear to Yifeng that I am not his fiancé. You always do this, randomly pairing people up. Su Qingxue complained. Alright, it's my fault. I'll make it clear to him. System, why didn't I get any enhancement points for defeating Li Jin today? Host, because your strength is too overwhelming. Li Jin posed no real threat to you, so no enhancement points were awarded. Lin Mo's lips twitched. He finally understood every time he defeated a human genius, the system always had some excuse not to award him enhancement points. It seemed like from now on, he could only rely on killing fierce beasts to gain enhancement points. Wait, there was another option. What about Yifeng, that cash cow? He wondered how Yifeng was doing now. His devouring power should be more than enough for him to handle. Oh, right, he hadn't claimed his mission reward yet. Previously, the system had issued him a mission to take the top spot in the school rankings. Now that the mission was completed, the reward was still pending. System, open the mission panel. I want to claim my reward. Mission details asterisk as the possessor of an SSS grade martial spirit, showcase your strength and let the world witness your power. Secure first place in the school ranking competition for the upcoming college entrance exam. Mission reward asterisk 1 minor realm advancement, 10,000 enhancement points, and system store activation. Mission status asterisk completed. System, claim the reward for me. Ding. Mission rewards have been distributed. The next stage mission has been issued. Please check, host. Mission details asterisk as the possessor of dual SSS grade martial spirits, you must claim the championship in the National College Entrance Exam rankings. Mission reward asterisk 50,000 enhancement points and 1 martial spirit lottery draw. Lin Mo was ecstatic. The rewards for the next stage were incredibly generous. There was even an opportunity to draw for another martial spirit. With this, he could obtain a third martial spirit, and the 50,000 enhancement points could directly translate into a 50% proficiency increase in the law of devouring. Lin Mo had never experienced such a massive increase in proficiency before. However, to win the national championship, he would have to wait for another month. After all, some people had only just awakened their martial spirits and would need time to improve their strength. The rules for the national rankings were strict, but the school's ranking competition was much more lenient. Some newly awakened martial spirit users had to participate in battles right after awakening, which was undoubtedly challenging. Even if they didn't stand out in the school rankings, they could still prove themselves in the national rankings, though they wouldn't receive school sponsorship. Lin Mo didn't care about such sponsorships at all, so he didn't even bother collecting it after the competition. However, the dragon blood fruit gifted by the principal was a treasure. Because of his high innate talent, consuming it wouldn't bring much improvement, so he decided not to eat it. Instead, he planned to use enhancement points to strengthen the dragon blood fruit before consuming it. Now that he had 10,000 enhancement points, Lin Mo decided to use all of them to enhance the dragon blood fruit. System, use all enhancement points to enhance the dragon blood fruit. Ding. Dragon blood fruit enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the celestial spirit fruit. Lin Mo took out the celestial spirit fruit, feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from it, and felt immensely satisfied. It had directly transformed into the celestial spirit fruit. Those 10,000 enhancement points weren't spent in vain. The celestial spirit fruit was extraordinary. If the dragon blood fruit could improve a person's innate talent, then the celestial spirit fruit could double it. Lin Mo's talent was already top tier, and with it doubled, he dared to claim that no one could surpass him. The most obvious sign of enhanced talent was the increased attribute points gained upon breaking through a realm. The higher the talent, the more energy required for breakthroughs, and the stronger the resulting power. After consuming the celestial spirit fruit, Lin Mo would be invincible within the same realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry to eat the celestial spirit fruit just yet. After all, the system had just opened the system store, and he hadn't explored it yet. But after browsing the store for a short while, Lin Mo closed it in frustration due to his lack of enhancement points. The only small consolation was realizing that the celestial spirit fruit was priced as high as 30,000 points in the system store. This made Lin Mo even more aware of the preciousness of the heavenly spirit fruit. But no matter how precious something is, it is ultimately meant to be consumed. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the heavenly spirit fruit in one gulp, sat cross-legged, and began refining it. There was no denying the fruit's potency. Lin Mo spent an entire night absorbing its power completely. The next morning, as soon as Lin Mo woke up, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. He quickly took a shower, washing away the impurities expelled from his body. Now, Lin Mo felt much lighter, as though a burden had been lifted. Stretching lazily, he noticed the spiritual energy around him converging toward his body. Is this the legendary heavenly presence? Lin Mo thought confidently. I wonder how many attribute points I have now. System, open personal panel. Name asterisk Lin Mo. Physique asterisk 2500. Strength asterisk 2000. Speed asterisk 2100. Spirit asterisk 2150. Realm asterisk midstage martial spirit. Martial soul asterisk Kunpeng martial soul, eternal indestructible body, layer 1, 1%. Laws asterisk law of water, comprehension, 1%, law of devouring, comprehension, 24%. Enhancement points asterisk 0. Seeing his impressive stats, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. After completing his mission and claiming the reward, his realm had advanced again. Moreover, this breakthrough was incredibly stable, with no signs of instability, a flawless upgrade. The innate boost brought by the heavenly spirit fruit was also becoming evident. Just breaking through a minor stage had caused such a significant increase in attributes, which was astonishing. The only other time he had experienced such a noticeable increase in attributes was when he advanced from Martial Master to Martial Spirit. However, that had been a major breakthrough, and the stronger one becomes, the harder it is to improve attributes. So this recent growth in attribute points was already quite remarkable. But when he noticed that his enhancement points were 0, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. Sigh, the enhancement points I just earned were spent before I even got a chance to use them. I wonder how Yifeng is doing now. My enhancement points are running low, should I go check on him? He's probably in quite a predicament. My devouring force isn't something that can be removed so easily. At this moment, Yifeng felt like he was about to explode with frustration. What on earth is this black stuff? Why is it so hard to deal with? Master, do you know what this is? An elderly voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. That is the devouring force, supported by the power of laws. The person who planted this devouring force in you has an incredibly profound understanding of the law of devouring. This devouring force can absorb the energy within your body, growing stronger as it does. Your declining strength is most likely because of it. Indeed, Yifeng's strength had already dropped from late-stage Martial Master to mid-stage Martial Master. If he couldn't resolve this, his strength would continue to decline. Master, what should I do now? Yifeng asked anxiously. Although he was a protagonist, he didn't have a system like Lin Mo's to assist him. He hadn't even begun to comprehend the laws. The trouble Lin Mo had caused him with the law of devouring left him utterly at a loss. He could only turn to his master for help. Yifeng was grateful for having met this master, a remnant soul of a powerful figure residing in an ancestral ring. Without him, Yifeng might have long since perished. It was actually a stroke of fate. While out training, Yifeng accidentally awakened his martial soul, though it wasn't of high rank. It was his master who used the treasure Phoenix Essence blood to help Yifeng reshape his martial soul, allowing him to be reborn. Now, Yifeng possessed the Phoenix martial soul. I can only help you forcibly erase this devouring force by using the essence of my soul to eliminate it. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient to wield the power of laws, sigh. As the master spoke, he seemed to recall events from his past life and let out a sigh. Hearing his master's sigh, Yifeng felt a pang of guilt. Lin Mo, I'll make you pay for this one day. Disciple, once I use up my essence this time, I'll fall into a deep sleep for a while. During this period, don't show yourself. Don't provoke Lin Mo lightly, he's strong. If you truly anger him, with your current strength, there'll be no escape from death. Focus on cultivating during this time. Wait for my permission before taking any action. Yifeng silently nodded. I understand, master. I won't provoke him during this time. After he spoke, the master's voice disappeared. Yifeng could feel the devouring force within his body shrinking under the onslaught of his master's powerful spiritual energy. Finally, 15 minutes later, the devouring force was completely eradicated. But his master's soul had also become alarmingly fragile. Disciple, remember, my soul is bound to the ring. You must protect the ring at all costs. If the ring is destroyed, my soul will dissipate as well. Yifeng understood the importance of the ring and replied firmly. Don't worry, master. I will take good care of the ring. This time, Yifeng's master stayed silent. Yifeng understood that his master's soul had entered a dormant state. In fact, Yifeng had long suspected his master's origins, believing without a doubt that he was not from Blue Star. The alchemy techniques his master had taught him were completely different from anything on Blue Star. One could say they had no connection whatsoever. Thus, his master must have come from another world. But Yifeng didn't care about such details. As long as his master treated him well, that was enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for putting Yifeng's master into dormancy, earning 5,000 enhancement points. I didn't expect my devouring power to directly put Yifeng's master into a slumber. Now, Lin Mo felt that the devouring law was becoming increasingly terrifying. It had even temporarily deprived Yifeng of his most powerful golden finger. It seemed that the understanding of this devouring law still needed further improvement. System, use all 5,000 enhancement points to improve my comprehension of the devouring law. Ding! The host's comprehension of the devouring law has been enhanced. Devouring law, comprehension, 29%. Alright, time to go find Su Qingxue. After all, I'll likely be training in the secret realm for the next few days. I should properly say goodbye to her. As for Yifeng, he probably won't show up for a while. Without his golden finger, he'll behave himself for now. After messaging Su Qingxue, I headed to her house. In no time, I arrived at her doorstep. Since I had notified her in advance, she was already waiting for me at the door. She definitely didn't want her father to see me right now. Let's go. Where are we hanging out today? Su Qingxue hooked her arm around mine and asked cheerfully. You decide. Once we're done, I have something to tell you. It seemed Su Qingxue already knew what I was going to say, as the joy in her eyes faded. Lin Mo, are you leaving? Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, I pulled her into an embrace. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Don't overthink it. Su Qingxue wasn't a child, she understood I must have an unavoidable reason for leaving. Can you tell me where you're going? I stayed silent. I'll be entering a secret realm, but I don't know the exact location. However, I promise you, I'll return safely. Su Qingxue hugged me tighter. Alright, that's your promise. Pinky swear. Saying this, Su Qingxue extended her finger. I couldn't help but laugh, such a childish gesture, yet she believed in it. Seeing her insistence, I still linked my pinky with hers. Pinky promise, no changes for 100 years. Only then did Su Qingxue smile happily. Alright, you have to spend the whole day with me today as compensation. Don't worry, after you leave, I'll definitely train hard. I'll make sure you're impressed when you see me again. Alright, I'll be impressed. Our Su Qingxue is the best. Hearing my praise, Su Qingxue's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she smiled. That day, I spent all my time with Su Qingxue, knowing it would be the last day for now. Although the approval for entering the secret realm was uncertain, I estimated it would be granted within a few days. Back home, I felt like my bones were about to fall apart. I really couldn't understand how women had so much energy to shop all day. Tomorrow, I need to get myself a suitable weapon. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on my fists once I'm in the secret realm. The secret realm is full of dangers. If I encounter a poisonous beast, fists alone won't cut it. Although I have the eternal indestructible body and am immune to poison, better safe than sorry. A weapon is a must. Tomorrow, I'll ask Grandpa if there are any upcoming auctions. With that thought, I didn't dwell on it further and began my evening cultivation. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. I felt the surrounding spiritual energy rushing into my body. In the past, I could absorb a lot of spiritual energy with the devouring technique. But today felt different. The spiritual energy seemed to be offering itself willingly. This must be the effect of the heavenly spirit fruit, I thought to myself. Ever since I consumed the heavenly spirit fruit, it felt like the spiritual energy of the entire world was trying to please me. This was completely different from forcefully absorbing spiritual energy with the devouring technique. Tonight's cultivation would undoubtedly be more fruitful than ever. The next morning, I felt the progress in my strength. Another step forward. As expected, the heavenly spirit fruit is immensely powerful. No wonder it costs 30,000 enhancement points in the system's marketplace. I marveled at the heavenly spirit fruit's potency. I should ask Grandpa about any upcoming auctions. Today, I not only need to buy a weapon but also prepare supplies for the secret realm. After all, it's not feasible to sleep in the wilderness. I'll need a tent and food as well. Of course, it wouldn't be an ordinary tent, it would have to be one imbued with formations by a skilled array master. Only such a tent could protect me from beast attacks at night. With those thoughts in mind, I headed downstairs. Grandfather was engrossed in reading the newspaper, but Lin Mo couldn't understand what was so interesting about it. In the past, Lin Mo had curiously glanced at the newspapers in his grandfather's hands, but they mostly contained stories about strange and ferocious beasts appearing in various places. After that, Lin Mo never bothered to look at those newspapers again. Lin Zhantian noticed Lin Mo coming downstairs. You're up, come sit down and eat. The meals were all prepared by Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper who had worked for Lin Mo's family for many years. As far back as Lin Mo could remember, Aunt Zhang had always been working in their household. After all, both Lin Mo and Lin Zhantian were usually very busy and didn't have time to cook. Aunt Zhang, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Lin Mo invited her. No need, I'll eat later. You all enjoy your meal, I'll check if the soup is ready in the kitchen. Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. It was clear that Aunt Zhang was a polite and sensible person. Even though Lin Mo's family treated her like one of their own, she still maintained a sense of propriety. Lin Mo's family could only respect her choice. During the meal, Lin Mo didn't bring up the matter of his grandfather's auction. It was only after the meal that he asked, Grandpa, do you know if there are any auctions happening recently? I want to prepare some items for the secret realm. An auction? The Treasure Pavilion is actually hosting one soon. You can check it out. They even sent me an invitation. Lin Mo was thrilled upon hearing this. He had, of course, heard of the Treasure Pavilion's reputation. It was one of the most prestigious forces in all of Longwa. They had everything, and their auctions were invitation only, catering to an elite clientele. Given Lin Zhantian's status, obtaining an invitation wasn't difficult, but he rarely had time to attend. In fact, the Treasure Pavilion sent invitations to Lin Zhantian for every auction, but he never attended. Still, the pavilion never forgot him, which spoke volumes about Lin Zhantian's influence. Since Lin Mo needed to go, Lin Zhantian handed the invitation to him. With the invitation in hand, Lin Mo headed straight to the Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion wasn't far from his home. It was situated right in the center of the imperial capital. At the entrance, he spotted a familiar figure, Yi Feng. "Why won't you let me in?" Yi Feng questioned the gatekeeper loudly. "Sorry, sir, but our auction requires an invitation for entry. If you don't have an invitation, you cannot enter." The gatekeeper wasn't looking down on Yi Feng, even if he was dressed like a beggar. It was just the rule, without an invitation, one simply couldn't attend the auction. But Yi Feng didn't see it that way. He believed that even without an invitation, he should be allowed in. To him, being denied entry was an affront, so he stood his ground aggressively. In fact, Yi Feng wanted to attend the auction to buy some rare cultivation resources. Good items were hard to find elsewhere, and this place seemed high class. Since the auction was happening, he thought it was a good opportunity, but he hadn't expected to be denied entry. Frustrated, Yi Feng began yelling at the gatekeeper. "Don't look down on me. I'm telling you, don't underestimate a poor man. I'll make you all regret this someday." The gatekeeper was helpless. "Who was bullying you? I'm just following the rules." At that moment, Lin Mo walked up to the entrance, prepared to present his invitation. The gatekeeper, however, spoke up. "Mr. Lin, our boss specifically instructed us, please proceed directly to the top-level private suite." So Grandpa's connections are really impressive. They're letting me go straight to the top suite without even checking my invitation. Lin Mo thought. As the grandson of a war god, he knew his grandfather rarely attended such events. Since Lin Mo had the invitation, it saved everyone trouble and left a good impression. Just as Lin Mo was about to enter, a dissatisfied voice came from behind him. "Didn't you just say you need an invitation to enter? Why doesn't he need one?" Yi Feng recognized Lin Mo and deliberately tried to make things difficult for him. After all, the gatekeeper had just stated the rules: no entry without an invitation. Passers-by began whispering among themselves. Who is this guy, daring to compare himself to Lin Mo? Yeah, he's clearly weaker and less impressive. How can he even dare to make a scene? The gatekeeper finally lost his patience and warned Yi Feng. "Sir, the Treasure Pavilion does not need anyone else to dictate its rules. Who can enter and who cannot is our business. If you continue to cause trouble, we'll have no choice but to remove you by force." Yi Feng understood immediately that the man wasn't joking and prepared to leave. He realized that if he stayed any longer, he'd likely be thrown out. This wasn't the kind of scene he wanted to create. Although he hadn't managed to embarrass Lin Mo, at least he left him feeling a bit uncomfortable, and that, to Yi Feng, was a small victory. Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, Lin Mo spoke. "Who gave you permission to leave?" As he finished speaking, Lin Mo immediately unleashed the aura of a mid-stage martial spirit, pressing it down on Yi Feng with immense force. Yi Feng, currently only at the mid-stage martial master level, had no way to resist Lin Mo's suppression. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng was forced to his knees, the pressure unbearable. Teeth nearly clenched to the point of shattering, Yi Feng never expected Lin Mo to dare act against him so brazenly in the middle of the street. If Lin Mo could read Yi Feng's thoughts, he would probably burst out laughing. "I simply made a move in public. I didn't kill you. Why wouldn't I dare?" Looking at the kneeling Yi Feng, a wave of satisfaction surged in Lin Mo's heart. As expected, bullying the protagonist is the most entertaining. "Lin Mo, apart from having a better family background than me, what else do you have? You humiliate me like this today, but next time, I'll make sure you pay the price." Yi Feng roared in anger. Lin Mo crouched down, leaned close to Yi Feng's ear, and said coldly, "Do you not understand your current situation? If this weren't a busy marketplace, you would already be dead. While I'm still in a good mood, I advise you to leave. If you really anger me, I can guarantee that killing you in the street won't cause me any trouble." Yi Feng's heart tightened. He didn't dare say another word, fearing that Lin Mo might actually make good on his threats. Seeing Yi Feng obediently back down, Lin Mo withdrew his oppressive aura. However, his gaze fell upon the ring on Yi Feng's finger. With Lin Mo's discerning eyes, he could tell at once that the material of the ring was extraordinary. That must be Yi Feng's golden finger, his ultimate cheat. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Mo moved his finger slightly. A surge of devouring energy flew toward Yi Feng again. This time, the devouring energy didn't enter Yi Feng's body but headed straight for his ring. That's right, Lin Mo intended to utterly destroy Yi Feng's golden finger this time. With Lin Mo's devouring laws having improved significantly in recent days, the devouring energy was far more potent than before. Eliminating the slumbering remnant soul within the ring would now be a piece of cake. Moreover, Lin Mo was nearby, making it convenient to retrieve the devouring energy at any moment. Not that the energy was particularly precious, he could summon as much as he wanted. The main reason was that the devouring energy, after absorbing the remnant soul, could extract memories. And Lin Mo was very interested in the memories of the protagonist's grandpa-like mentor figure. The devouring energy entered the ring, heading straight for the remnant soul. Wherever the energy passed, no trace of life could remain. Sensing the danger, Yi Feng's master struggled to awaken. But before he could act, the devouring energy completely obliterated him. Lin Mo felt the movements within the ring, knowing the devouring was complete. The protagonist's grandpa had already exhausted the source of his soul and had no power to resist. In addition, Lin Mo's devouring laws had advanced so rapidly that the absorption process was astonishingly fast. Silently, Lin Mo retracted the devouring energy, intending to examine the mentor's memories later in private. This busy marketplace wasn't the right place for such matters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying Yi Feng's greatest golden finger, earning 10,000 enhancement points. Yi Feng's fortune has now plummeted to its lowest point, and the host may take lethal action against him. Yi Feng, however, remained completely unaware that his mentor's soul had been entirely annihilated. Wow, a direct gain of 10,000 enhancement points. That old man's remnant soul was truly valuable, Lin Mo thought to himself. It must have been tied to some of the protagonist's ultimate moves, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so important. With the remnant soul destroyed, Yi Feng's fortune had dropped to its lowest ebb. This meant Lin Mo could now proceed to the final stages of his plan. Still, Lin Mo didn't intend to strike in the middle of the street. After all, this was the bustling marketplace of the imperial capital. Although he had the power to dominate, it wouldn't do his reputation any good. It was better to act in the shadows. Lin Mo contemplated this as he said, "Go on now. I'm not a petty man. Just watch your tongue in the future." Yi Feng didn't dare say another word and left dejectedly. Lin Mo smoothly entered one of the private VIP rooms in the auction house. As soon as he stepped inside, 2 rows of women dressed in cheongsams came forward to serve him, a testament to the opulence of the treasured pavilion. Lin Mo was more than happy to enjoy the treatment. Any bidding requirements could be communicated to the women, who would handle the process for him. Unlike the main hall, where one had to bid personally, the VIP rooms offered an entirely different level of prestige. Sipping on the Longjing tea provided on the table, Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, surrounded by the attentive service of the women. He felt utterly relaxed. Ah, what a life of luxury and indulgence, Lin Mo sighed. When does the auction start? He asked casually. One of the women beside him quickly replied, "The auction will begin in 15 minutes. Here is the auction catalog for this event at the Treasured Pavilion. You may browse through it first." As she spoke, the woman in the cheongsam handed him a thin auction booklet. Lin Mo took the catalog and glanced out at the main hall, where people were still fixated on the auction stage. It seemed these private rooms were specially prepared for VIP clients. With that thought, Lin Mo began flipping through the auction catalog, scanning for anything of interest. Soon, Lin Mo found what he was looking for on the auction list. The dragon-piercing spear, a Xian-grade natal spiritual weapon. When wielding this spear, one could unleash an indomitable storm of spiritual energy, possessing unparalleled offensive power and destructive might. The spear is hailed as the king of all weapons, and Lin Mo had always wanted one. Not for appearances, but because of its formidable attack power and a range wider than that of a sword. Moreover, the dragon-piercing spear was a Xian-grade natal spiritual weapon. When not in use, it could be concealed within the arm, enhancing the strength of his punches. Although he didn't find a secret realm artifact that could withstand high-tier savage beasts, having this dragon-piercing spear was more than enough. After all, it was his natal spiritual weapon and also the highlight of this auction. He estimated it could fetch a hefty amount of credit points. Credit points were the most commonly used currency in the Dragon Nation, with purchasing power comparable to currency from Lin Mo's previous life. He speculated that this dragon-piercing spear could sell for tens of millions of credit points. However, Lin Mo wasn't concerned about the price. After all, he was the grandson of the war god. The annual rewards given to the war god by the Dragon Nation reached billions, and Lin Zhantian, his grandfather, rarely spent credit points. So, Lin Mo had never been restricted by price when shopping. The auction soon began. The auctioneer was a renowned beauty named Hua Hu. Items sold under her lead often fetched excellent prices. Dressed in a fiery red gown, Hua Hu swayed her slender waist and stepped onto the auction stage, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the men below. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction officially begins, Hua Hu announced. The first auction item was a pill designed to help break through cultivation levels, but Lin Mo wasn't interested. He had already reviewed the auction list. Apart from the dragon-piercing spear, nothing else caught his eye. Thus, he instructed the beautiful assistant beside him to notify him when the dragon-piercing spear appeared, and then, he fell asleep. Below, the sounds of bidding echoed incessantly, while Lin Mo slept soundly in his private box, forming a stark contrast. Soon, the auction reached its final item, and Lin Mo was woken up. Indeed, the last item was the dragon-piercing spear he had been eyeing. Ladies and gentlemen, this final item is truly extraordinary. Not only is it a Xian-grade spiritual weapon, but it is also a natal spiritual weapon. Hua Hu introduced. I'm sure everyone knows the value of a natal spiritual weapon. Now, let the bidding begin for the Xian-grade natal spiritual weapon, the dragon-piercing spear. The starting bid is 5 million credit points, with a minimum increment of 100,000. As expected, the opening price was high, just as Lin Mo had anticipated. The value of a natal spiritual weapon was immeasurable. The bidding war immediately erupted. I bid 6 million. This natal spiritual weapon is mine. Stop flaunting your small change. I bid 8 million. At this moment, Lin Mo joined the fray. I bid 13 million credit points. The moment this figure was announced, it caused a massive uproar. Anyone capable of bidding 13 million was undoubtedly extraordinary. When the crowd realized the voice came from one of the private boxes, their hearts grew tense. After all, the private boxes of the treasure pavilion had been unoccupied for a long time. Whoever occupied a box this time was bound to be someone significant. Everyone began speculating whether the occupant of the box was male or female, since Lin Mo had his elegant assistant in a cheapao place the bid on his behalf. Clearly, no one could outbid the 13 million price. After all, not everyone was willing to spend such a vast sum on a weapon. Most people preferred to invest their money in cultivation resources. And so, Lin Mo won the dragon-piercing spear for 13 million credit points. After obtaining the spear, Lin Mo returned home, eager to test the weapon's power. He decided to venture into the savage beast forest once again, though he would need to seek a backdoor arrangement with his grandfather first. With his previous experience, this request was naturally much easier to fulfill. Strength was the best ticket to any opportunity. Before long, Lin Mo re-entered the savage beast forest. This time was different. He didn't linger on the outskirts but headed straight toward the center. The beasts here were not pure-blooded, with the strongest reaching only the 6th tier. Although Lin Mo might not be able to defeat a 6th tier beast, he had the Kunpeng wings. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape swiftly. He was confident that no 6th tier beast could match his speed. After all, the Kunpeng wings, as the innate skill of an SSS grade martial soul, were indeed extraordinary. Before long, Lin Mo found a suitable target to test his spear. However, he wasn't in a rush to strike. His spear techniques were still unfamiliar, so he decided to check the system shop first for any powerful spear skills. System, open the system shop for me. Lin Mo scanned the myriad of skills and techniques displayed in the system shop, along with various divine beast martial souls. True Dragon Martial Soul, Space Martial Soul, Qilin Martial Soul, Chaos Demon Ape Martial Soul. For a moment, he was dazzled, but when he saw the prices, clarity immediately returned to him. System, help me filter out gun techniques with an enhancement point cost no more than 10,000. The system quickly completed the filtering for him. However, Lin Mo found himself a bit troubled as he looked at the options before him. It wasn't that there weren't suitable choices, it was just that he was only looking for a temporary substitute for now. Of course, he also wanted a powerful gun technique, but there simply wasn't anything strong enough that cost under 10,000 enhancement points. The strongest among them was something called the Flowing Cloud Spear technique, but judging from the system's description, it didn't seem particularly impressive and couldn't meet his needs. System, do you have any recommendations? Ding! It is recommended that the host purchase the basic spear technique, perfected level. This technique requires no training and includes all fundamental spear movements. In other words, during combat, at least you won't be slashing and stabbing wildly. It costs only 1,000 enhancement points and can be instantly comprehended, making it highly suitable for the host. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. He simply wanted to avoid the embarrassment of not knowing even the most basic spear techniques. The truly powerful techniques could wait for later. If he couldn't even manage basic combos, he'd feel completely unprepared for combat. The basic spear technique was the perfect solution to this shortcoming. Though it wasn't particularly powerful, it only cost 1,000 enhancement points, exactly what he needed. System, buy the basic spear technique for me. Without hesitation, Lin Mo confirmed the purchase. In an instant, he felt a small figure appear in his mind, continuously slashing and thrusting with a spear, its movements becoming increasingly fluid and seamless. Finally, the small figure disappeared, and Lin Mo had mastered the basic spear technique. Without delay, he charged directly toward his original target. His target was a Tier 5 ferocious beast, the Ice Wolf. The Ice Wolf was the only solitary creature among wolf species. While other wolves moved in packs, this one typically acted alone. Thus, it became Lin Mo's chosen target. Lin Mo summoned his dragon-breaking spear, aiming its tip straight at the Ice Wolf's head. The Ice Wolf bristled, its fur standing on end, and lunged at Lin Mo with its jaws. Before the spear could even touch it, the Ice Wolf cleverly twisted its head to dodge. Lin Mo swiftly shifted from a thrust to a slash, striking the Ice Wolf's waist directly and knocking it to the ground. The beast lost its ability to fight. This was no surprise. Lin Mo's strength had already surpassed 2,000 points, not even counting the enhancements from his martial soul. So, taking down the Ice Wolf with a single strike was no big deal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 5 ferocious beast, Ice Wolf. Reward, 100 enhancement points. Oh, my enhancement points increased? Previously, Tier 4 beasts earned me 40 points, Tier 3 beasts gave 30 points, but now Tier 5 directly grants 100 points. Well, that made sense. Tier 5 beasts were significantly stronger, so a higher reward was reasonable. Lin Mo approached the Ice Wolf, gave it another spear thrust to confirm its death, and then tossed it into his devouring space. This was a new method Lin Mo had devised through his study of the law of devouring, the devouring space. This space wasn't meant for storage but rather for containing devouring energy, brimming with the power of devouring. Anything placed inside would be continuously corroded and absorbed, eventually transforming into pure devouring energy. This energy could then be rapidly absorbed by Lin Mo, converting into his own power. For instance, the devouring energy he had obtained from absorbing the remnant soul of Master Yi Feng was still stored in the devouring space. Lin Mo didn't plan to absorb it immediately, intending to wait until he returned to his room after testing his spear to do so. He then continued his spear testing journey. Although he encountered trouble along the way, with the assistance of the Kunpeng wings, no ferocious beast could catch him. Every beast he killed was thrown into the devouring space, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed. After all, he didn't have to painstakingly absorb energy bit by bit. Once the space finished digesting, the energy would directly convert into attribute points. As night began to fall, Lin Mo returned home, feeling very satisfied with his dragon-breaking spear. Its durability, in particular, impressed him. With his current strength, ordinary weapons would have long since broken. Yet the dragon-breaking spear remained sturdy and reliable. With the basic spear technique, using it felt even more smooth and natural. Thus, Lin Mo cheerfully headed home. After all, he didn't want his grandfather to worry. If he wasn't back by nightfall, his grandfather might even come into the ferocious beast forest to look for him. It was better to return early, and besides, he hadn't finished exploring the golden finger left by Yi Feng, his grandfather's memories. After returning home, Lin Mo began to review the memories left behind by the golden-fingered old man. He discovered that the old man was actually an alchemist, which was more or less in line with Lin Mo's previous guesses. But what shocked him even more was the old man's identity. This remnant soul did not originate from the world where Lin Mo currently resided but from an entirely different realm. Hundreds of years ago, humanity awakened martial souls and entered into a standoff with ferocious beasts, neither side able to completely defeat the other. At that moment, beings from another realm burst through whirlpools that appeared in the sky, initiating yet another war with humanity. Their goal was to plunder the resources of Lin Mo's world. The ferocious beasts were also attacked, leaving them no choice but to divert their attention from attacking humans. Because of this, humanity avoided the danger of being attacked from both sides. Otherwise, humanity's situation would have been far worse. In reality, both the beings from the other realm and the ferocious beasts sought to seize the resources of this world, making them common enemies of humanity. And this remnant soul, when alive, had participated in the invasion of Blue Star but was ultimately killed by humans. Although his soul was not completely dissipated, he used a secret technique to preserve it, allowing him to barely survive until now. That Yi Feng is truly a traitor to his race. He actually apprenticed himself to someone from another realm, betraying his own kind. Lin Mo sneered coldly in his heart. There was no way Yi Feng didn't know the true identity of his master, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so willing to sell himself out. This works out well. At least I won't feel too much burden when I kill him, Lin Mo murmured to himself. He checked his attribute points and found that they had increased by several hundred again, so he began his nightly cultivation. As for the martial techniques and methods of the remnant soul, Lin Mo had no intention of practicing them himself. He now had far more effective ways to improve, and wasting energy on those outdated techniques with little attack power wasn't worth it. Since the old man was an alchemist, most of his memories revolved around alchemy. Lin Mo planned to directly exchange for stronger martial techniques in the system shop. This would save time and allow him to quickly enhance his strength. In fact, Lin Mo intended to wait until he returned from the secret realm before handing over the alchemy recipes from the memories to his grandfather. The nation had a dedicated resource bureau responsible for developing and utilizing the Dragon Nation's resources. If his grandfather handed over the information to them, it would undoubtedly yield unforeseen benefits. By then, the nation could cultivate more powerful warriors to resist ferocious beasts and even counter the invaders from the other realm. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of history, although humanity had repelled the invasion from the other realm back then, it came at a tremendous cost. Thus, every Dragon Nation citizen yearned to strike back, reclaim their resources, eradicate the alien races, and avenge the invasion. Of course, handing over alchemy techniques to the nation would also bring considerable fame and benefits to Lin Mo's family, something to be discussed at a later time. For now, the most important thing was to enhance his strength. With this in mind, he began his nightly cultivation. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up feeling that his realm had taken another significant step forward, leaving him very satisfied with the devouring heaven technique. Of course, this was also thanks to the heavenly spirit fruit he had consumed yesterday, which had altered his talent. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 2800. Strength, 2500. Speed, 2900. Spirit, 2150. Realm, Mid-Stage Martial Spirit. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Eternal Indestructible Body, First Layer 1%. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension 29%. Enhancement points, 10,300. Because he had gone to the ferocious beast forest yesterday, his attributes and enhancement points had skyrocketed. Even after spending 1,000 enhancement points to exchange for basic spear techniques, Lin Mo still earned 300 points. System, use all enhancement points to increase the comprehension of the Devouring Law. The comprehension of the Devouring Law rose to 34.3%. For this trip to the secret realm, Lin Mo hoped to push it past 60%. Lin Mo was already prepared to enter the secret realm, and in the past few days, news had spread from various top schools. Tianyang High had two geniuses with SSS grade martial souls, one of whom had completely dominated the other. Although his grandfather had helped him conceal his identity, there were too many witnesses during the great battle. Now, many top universities were searching for Lin Mo. As a result, Lin Mo wanted to hide in the secret realm for a while. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to these universities, rather, he wanted to wait until after the college entrance exams, secure the national first place, and then go. That way, he could negotiate for more resources and better conditions. Lin Mo had also consulted his grandfather, and the application to enter the secret realm had already been approved. He could go in at any time. Thus, Lin Mo decided to enter the secret realm immediately. He had over 20 days left and needed to use this time to enhance his strength. After all, the nation's geniuses were not to be underestimated. A dark horse could emerge at any moment. There might even be a fated lucky individual who would appear. Thinking of this, Lin Mo remembered Yi Feng. This person still hadn't been thoroughly dealt with. But Lin Mo didn't plan to act now. He intended to deal with him after returning from the secret realm. After all, Yi Feng's golden finger had already been destroyed by him, and his body carried the aura of Lin Mo's devouring power. Finding him would be very simple for Lin Mo. Lin Mo informed his grandfather of his plan to enter the secret realm today, and his grandfather told him its location. In fact, the location of the secret realm wasn't hidden. It was just that without proper identification, the guards at the entrance would be a major obstacle. The guards of the secret realm were not like the ordinary ones in the fierce beast forest. For such an important resource as the secret realm, the guards were at least experts at the martial emperor level. Now that Lin Mo had the qualifications to enter, it was all thanks to his grandfather's support. Having connections was truly beneficial, Lin Mo thought to himself with a sigh. Very soon, Lin Mo completed the identification process and entered the secret realm. What greeted him was a vast forest, or even trees hundreds of meters tall were considered short. The entire forest was filled with a primal atmosphere, and ferocious beasts could appear at any moment. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Lin Mo felt that the spiritual energy here was at least 3 times denser than the outside world. No wonder it's called a secret realm. The beasts here must be stronger than those in the fierce beast forest. Most of the ferocious beasts in the secret realm originated from other worlds, some of which had humans, while others didn't. The sizes of these worlds varied as well. The formation of the secret realm was due to the spatial barrier between small other worlds and Blue Planet breaking down, creating an entrance. The secret realm Lin Mo had entered this time was a small other world without intelligent life. If there had been intelligent life, the authorities would never classify it as a yellow-grade secret realm. After entering, Lin Mo began searching for life forms because his system required him to kill in order to obtain enhancement points. Just as Lin Mo was searching for ferocious beasts, the sky suddenly darkened. Since awakening his second special martial spirit, the eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo's senses had become exceptionally sharp. He could detect even the slightest changes around him. Lin Mo spread his Kunpeng wings, and a pair of black wings appeared behind him. This was the additional ability of the Kunpeng wings, granting him the power of flight. He ascended into the sky and looked into the distance. The thunderclouds far away caught his attention. The spiritual energy there was abnormally violent. Rather than feeling fear, Lin Mo was thrilled. Phenomena like this in a secret realm usually indicated the birth of a treasure. Judging by the intensity of the scene, the treasure's quality was undoubtedly high. Without hesitation, he activated the Kunpeng wings and flew toward the center of the thunderclouds. The speed of the Kunpeng wings was astonishing, increasing his usual speed by 100-fold when activated. In no time, he reached the heart of the thunderclouds. At the same time, he saw the source of the thunderclouds, a purple-colored orb. System, check the details of this orb for me. The system responded, Myriad Thunder Orb, contains a complete law of thunder, with an independent internal space. The owner can enter the space to comprehend the law of thunder. However, the space is filled with heavenly thunder, and comprehending it requires enduring lightning strikes. It is not something ordinary people can handle. Lin Mo felt that this Myriad Thunder Orb was practically tailor-made for him. His eternal indestructible body required external forces to grow stronger. So he wasn't afraid of lightning strikes, instead, they would benefit his cultivation. Just as Lin Mo was about to take the Myriad Thunder Orb, a Thunder Beast appeared in the distance, also eyeing the orb. The Thunder Beast was entirely purple, with muscles as hard as iron and a single horn on its head that constantly sparked with lightning. Lin Mo knew that if he dared to touch the Myriad Thunder Orb, the Thunder Beast would immediately charge at him. It seemed he would have to deal with the beast first, or the orb would remain out of reach. Resolving himself, Lin Mo charged at the Thunder Beast barehanded. It wasn't that he didn't want to use his Dragonbreaker spear, but the terrain here wasn't suitable for long weapons. Swinging his spear would only have it hindered by the trees. So Lin Mo decided to engage in close combat. After all, his attack power had already been enhanced. Ever since awakening the eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo had developed a growing passion for physical combat. The raw clash of strength fascinated him. Lin Mo moved with incredible speed, colliding with the Thunder Beast in no time. His palm clashed with the beast's sharp claws. The Thunder Beast's eyes flashed with confusion, as if wondering, how could this little guy possess such immense strength? But Lin Mo ignored it, abruptly twisting his hand to fling the beast's claw aside. Then, his fist came crashing down. Boom! A fist struck fiercely against the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast felt a sudden dizziness, but quickly snapped out of it, erupting in anger. It began gathering electrical energy on its horn, and even the thunderclouds in the sky were drawn to it, lightning striking down upon its horn. The Thunder Beast's accumulated lightning became even more terrifying. Lin Mo was slightly surprised. It could actually draw power from the thunderclouds, proving that this Thunder Beast was no ordinary creature. However, Lin Mo wasn't afraid. His devouring law was no joke. Besides, even without the devouring law, the unparalleled defense of his eternal indestructible body wouldn't be overwhelmed by mere lightning. At this moment, the Thunder Beast's thunderstorm bomb was finally complete, and it shot fiercely toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated the devouring law, quickly condensing a small-scale black annihilation. Even so, it completely absorbed the power of the thunderstorm bomb. Then, he swiftly charged toward the Thunder Beast, and as soon as he made contact with its body, the black annihilation erupted in an instant. The power of the thunderstorm and the devouring force completely engulfed the Thunder Beast's body. Lin Mo didn't even need to look to know that the Thunder Beast had been utterly destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Thunder Beast and earning 100 enhancement points. This was the power of Black Annihilation. As Lin Mo's understanding of the devouring law deepened, the power of Black Annihilation grew rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. Black Annihilation was incredibly potent, capable of absorbing all of an enemy's attacks. When it exploded upon contact with the enemy, it reflected the enemy's attack along with the devouring force back onto them. It was practically foolproof. Lin Mo watched as the Thunder Beast vanished and turned his gaze to the myriad Thunder Pearl. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in his mind. What would happen if he directly devoured the myriad Thunder Pearl? The moment the thought arose, it spread uncontrollably. Should I give it a try? But what if my body can't handle it? Then again, with my eternal indestructible body, I should be able to withstand it. Forget it, let's just try. You have to take risks in life, how else will you know the result? With that, Lin Mo didn't hesitate any longer and directly activated the Heaven Devouring technique, absorbing the myriad Thunder Pearl into his body. The moment he absorbed it, Lin Mo felt as though his body was being torn apart by lightning. At the same time, the progress of his eternal indestructible body began to skyrocket. Eternal indestructible body. Level 1, 1%. Level 1, 2%. Level 1, 5%. Level 1, 9%. Level 1, 20%. Level 1, 25%. At this moment, Lin Mo felt incredibly uncomfortable, as if his body was being ripped apart. But he gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that if he passed out, the power of the lightning might cause him to explode. He had no choice but to persevere. While using the devouring force to absorb the myriad Thunder Pearl, Lin Mo discovered that it contained the law of thunder. However, since his devouring law was not yet perfected, he couldn't fully devour the law of thunder all at once. Thus, he began contemplating his next move. What should I do? I can't perfect the devouring law just yet. Got it. If I can't devour it all at once, I'll devour a portion of it first and store the law of thunder in the devouring space. This way, I can enhance my understanding of the devouring law while gradually absorbing the law of thunder. It's more efficient and saves enhancement points, allowing me to directly improve the devouring law. Without hesitation, Lin Mo began slicing off portions of the law of thunder, using the devouring law to absorb just over 30%. Sure enough, he immediately felt much better and continued following his plan. Meanwhile, Li Jin was also engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast in the Beast Simulation Field. The Beast Simulation Field was a specially designed training ground created by humans using real data from ferocious beasts. Standing before Li Jin was clearly a simulated version of a fifth-tier ferocious beast. Although the simulated beast lacked true intelligence and its combat strategies were significantly inferior, its strength data was replicated by about 80%. Li Jin steadily overpowered this fifth-tier ferocious beast, finally delivering a punch that brought it down. Afterward, Li Jin deactivated his Titan body state. Lin Mo, next time we face off, I'll definitely defeat you. Clearly, Li Jin was still fixated on their next duel. His previous loss to Lin Mo had left him brooding. But Lin Mo had no time to concern himself with any of that. He was fully focused on completing his devouring of the myriad Thunder Pearl. Most of the law of thunder had been stored in his devouring space. As for the remaining portion, Lin Mo was now able to directly devour it, and he began the final stage of the devouring process. Before long, the devouring was complete. By dividing the law into portions, the process had gone exceptionally smoothly. Lin Mo let out a long breath. It was finally done. System, open my personal panel. I want to see the changes. Name * Lin Mo. Physique * 3800. Strength * 3500. Speed, 3900. Spirit, 2150. Realm, Mid-Stage Martial Spirit. Martial Soul, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Indestructible Body, second layer activated at 10%. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension 34.3%, Lightning Law, Comprehension 34.3%. Enhancement points, 100. Indeed, Lin Mo's mastery of the Lightning Law had now completely synchronized with the progress of the Devouring Law. As long as the comprehension of the Devouring Law improved, the Lightning Law imprinted within the devouring space would naturally be refined by the increasingly powerful devouring force. In this way, Lin Mo didn't need to enhance the Lightning Law separately, he could simply focus on advancing the Devouring Law. The improvement in the Devouring Law would directly reflect on the Lightning Law as well. Moreover, with the indestructible body breaking through to its second layer, Lin Mo's attributes had skyrocketed again. Yes, during the baptism of the myriad lightning strikes, Lin Mo's indestructible body had already advanced to the second layer. Now, Lin Mo's stats were incredibly terrifying, surpassing even most ordinary martial kings. And this didn't even take into account the boost from his Kunpeng martial soul. In actual combat, with the addition of the martial soul, his power would be even more overwhelming. Although his enemies might also have martial soul boosts, the Kunpeng martial soul was a top-tier SSS grade, giving Lin Mo a clear advantage. Currently, Lin Mo's strength had surpassed that of ordinary martial kings by a significant margin. Lin Mo continued exploring the secret realm. This undeveloped yellow-tier secret realm was brimming with treasures. Before long, he discovered a herd of flame horses, and naturally, he wouldn't let such beasts go. These were all precious sources of enhancement points. Lin Mo charged into the herd and started a frenzied slaughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 enhancement points. The system notifications kept ringing, fueling Lin Mo's excitement as he killed. While slaying the beasts, he tossed their corpses into the devouring space, growing more and more fond of this space. Not only did it save time, but it also allowed him to synchronize the progress of the lightning law. Lin Mo killed swiftly and viciously, and it didn't take long for him to clear out the entire herd of flame horses. Afterward, he began searching for his next prey. Since the secret realm hadn't been explored, there were still plenty of beasts around. Thus, Lin Mo continued his slaughter spree for an entire day. During this time, he refrained from using his martial soul's power and relied solely on close combat. The attacks he endured also helped increase the proficiency of the indestructible body, accelerating his progress. As for the defensive life-bound spiritual weapon he had received as the first-place reward from Tianyang High School, Lin Mo had already stored it away. He felt that with the indestructible body, he had no need for defensive equipment, as such gear would interfere with the progress of the indestructible body. To him, the weapon was useless, and Lin Mo planned to give it to Su Qingxue upon his return. He was confident she would be delighted. This was the plan Lin Mo had in mind. As night fell, Lin Mo did not rest but instead decided to make full use of his time in the secret realm. In truth, he hadn't slept for a long time, as he cultivated nightly using the devouring technique. However, in the secret realm, he chose not to focus directly on cultivation. After all, the secret realm held numerous treasures, such as the myriad thunder pearl he had obtained earlier, which directly granted him an entire law. Such treasures would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the outside world, as they contained the power of laws. Most people would never encounter laws in their lifetime, yet the myriad thunder pearl contained a complete one. This could significantly accelerate the comprehension of laws. While it might not guarantee full understanding, it was far better than blindly pondering in vain. This illustrated its immense value. After obtaining the pearl, Lin Mo had used the special mechanism of the devouring law to directly gain the lightning law at a progress level synchronized with the devouring law. In essence, what he gained was far more precious than the myriad thunder pearl itself. Thus, the treasures and cultivation resources in the secret realm were incredibly rare, often impossible to obtain even with wealth. Lin Mo spread his Kunpeng wings and soared high into the sky, understanding the principle of gaining a broader view from higher ground. Ascending, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. In areas where spiritual energy was particularly dense and active, treasures were often hidden. With the indestructible body and the supreme talent enhanced by the celestial spirit fruit, Lin Mo's ability to sense spiritual energy was exceptionally strong. After a meticulous search, he quickly locked onto a direction where the spiritual energy was abnormally dense. Opening his eyes, he spread his Kunpeng wings and flew toward that direction. As he flew, Lin Mo continuously released a powerful aura, causing the beasts along the way to tremble in fear. However, once he flew past, those beasts became frenzied and aggressive. With Lin Mo's aura stirring them up, the beasts began gathering, forming what seemed to be a beast tide. This was exactly the situation Lin Mo had intended to create, otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately unleashed his aura. With the formation of the beast tide, Lin Mo found farming enhancement points to be much easier, reaping numerous benefits. Lin Mo spread his Kunpeng wings, moving at an astonishing speed. To others, he was merely a black streak of shadow, vanishing in an instant. Relying on this incredible speed, Lin Mo soon arrived at his target location. Lin Mo arrived at the designated location and was immediately greeted by the sight of a crystal-clear pool of water. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This is spiritual essence liquid. No wonder the surrounding trees have grown significantly larger than any I've seen before. Spiritual essence liquid was a manifestation of highly concentrated spiritual energy. Lin Mo had only ever read about it in the library. This was his first time encountering it in reality. The surrounding plants thrived by absorbing the spiritual energy released by the essence, growing at an accelerated rate. It was easy to imagine just how much spiritual energy this pool contained. Lin Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. If anyone else stumbled upon this essence liquid, they would absorb only a portion of it, then either sell the rest or share it with their companions. The sheer amount of energy was too vast for an ordinary person to fully absorb. But Lin Mo was different. He had the heaven-devouring technique, and if that wasn't enough, he also had the devouring space. With so much spiritual energy at his disposal, Lin Mo wasn't going to waste a single drop. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pool of spiritual essence liquid and began channeling the heaven-devouring technique. His body acted like a black hole, ravenously absorbing the essence. Feeling the absorption rate was a bit slow, Lin Mo immediately summoned his Kunpeng martial spirit, greatly enhancing his devouring power. The surface of the spiritual essence liquid quickly began to recede as Lin Mo's strength surged rapidly. It wasn't long before he reached the mid-stage of the martial spirit realm. As the essence continued to surge through him, he broke through the bottleneck of the late-stage martial spirit realm. Boom! Lin Mo finally stepped into the late-stage martial spirit realm. Reaching this stage further amplified his devouring power. It was as though his body, once a small bottle, had now transformed into a much larger one, capable of containing even more spiritual energy. Gazing at the endless supply of essence before him, Lin Mo beamed with joy. The spiritual energy here was so abundant that he didn't have to worry about running out. With his strength skyrocketing, Lin Mo quickly reached the martial spirit perfection stage. But he felt he hadn't yet reached his limit. I don't believe it, how could I not reach the martial king realm with this much spiritual essence liquid? With that, Lin Mo accelerated his absorption. The heaven-devouring technique operated at full speed, like a tireless machine. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Lin Mo, and a storm of spiritual energy spread outward from him, raging in all directions. But the heaven-devouring technique's immense suction instantly pulled the energy back into his body. At that moment, Lin Mo officially broke through to the martial king realm. He felt his body, every cell seemingly cheering in celebration. Afterward, he stored the remaining spiritual essence liquid into his devouring space, ensuring he could continue to enhance his strength anytime, anywhere. His heart was brimming with joy. Lin Mo murmured to himself, right, now that I've broken through to the martial king realm, I should check out my new attributes. He summoned the system and opened his personal panel, carefully examining it. Name, Lin Mo. Constitution, 8,700. Strength, 8,800. Speed, 9,200. Spirit, 7,150. Realm, Early Martial King. Martial Spirits, Kunpeng Martial Spirit, Eternal Indestructible Body, Second Layer 10%. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension, 1%, Devouring Law, Comprehension, 34.3%, Thunder Law, Comprehension, 34.3%. Enhancement Points, 8,300. Seeing his impressive attribute panel, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This breakthrough was akin to upgrading to a much more powerful weapon. The Kunpeng martial spirit provided a massive boost to his speed, pushing it directly to 9,200 points. Lin Mo was almost certain that once he unfolded his Kunpeng wings, not even a martial emperor at the perfection stage could catch up to him. Of course, that's assuming the opponent hadn't comprehended the space law. The space law allowed for instantaneous movement, a speed beyond conventional means. Still, Lin Mo was confident that if his opponent was at the same level as him, very few would be able to outrun him. After all, the use of the space law depended on one's cultivation and comprehension. Its range and cooldown would also be limiting factors. So, if they were at the same level, Lin Mo believed his Kunpeng wings would give him the edge in speed. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't only have one martial spirit, nor were his laws limited to the ones he currently possessed. Who knows? In the future, Lin Mo might even master the space law. With the system's assistance, he was bound to improve much faster than ordinary people. After all, not everyone had enhancement points. Once Lin Mo finished admiring his gorgeous personal panel, he immediately set out to check if the beast tide had started. From the moment he unleashed his aura to his breakthrough into the martial king realm, some time had already passed. Lin Mo spread the wings of the Kunpeng, soaring into the sky to observe the movements of the surrounding beasts. Just as he expected, the aura he had released earlier had driven all the beasts along his path into a frenzied state. These beasts began to run wildly, influencing others around them, causing them to converge into a massive beast tide. The scale of the beast tide expanded rapidly, with all the beasts enraged. This was exactly the scene Lin Mo wanted to see. In fact, the number of beasts initially affected by his aura was not large, but beasts lacked rationality and were easily infected, creating a chain reaction. More and more beasts were enraged, eventually forming the massive beast tide before him. Lin Mo's excitement grew, his blood boiling with exhilaration. He flew above the beast tide, withdrew the wings of the Kunpeng, and dove swiftly toward the center of the tide. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lin Mo landed at the epicenter of the beast tide and immediately drew his Dragonbreaker spear. The trees in this area had already been trampled flat by the frenzied beasts, allowing the spear's full power to be unleashed. The surrounding beasts, seeing someone dare to enter the tide, became even more frenzied and charged collectively toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo showed no fear, refraining from summoning the Kunpeng martial soul and directly activating his unrivaled mode. As his spear swept through the air, swaths of beasts fell, and the system notification sounds rang incessantly. He refrained from using complex spear techniques, wielding the Dragonbreaker spear like a staff, sweeping it horizontally. With nearly 10,000 points of strength, the power of his spear was terrifying. The beasts were killed almost instantly upon contact, and as Lin Mo fought, he collected their corpses into his devouring space. The beasts surged toward him like tidal waves, but Lin Mo stood his ground, tirelessly wielding the Dragonbreaker spear. Thanks to his eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo's stamina was nearly infinite, with his energy consumption far outpaced by his recovery rate, rendering exhaustion a non-issue. In this manner, Lin Mo continued to slaughter waves of beasts, the corpses piling up like mountains within the devouring space. The power of devouring continuously broke down and absorbed the corpses, returning attribute points to Lin Mo. The remaining spiritual energy liquid within the space also replenished his energy. Lin Mo operated like a relentless machine. The beasts, in their frenzy, knew no fear and continued their mad assault on Lin Mo. A day later, Lin Mo finally drove away all the beasts in the tide. As their numbers dwindled, the remaining beasts finally sensed something was wrong, their eyes filling with terror. Make no mistake, that wasn't Lin Mo's blood, it was the blood of the beasts, covering him from head to toe. The surviving beasts scattered and fled. Lin Mo did not pursue them, their remaining numbers were too insignificant to warrant the effort. After fighting for an entire day and night, he was beginning to feel fatigued. Though the eternal indestructible body granted him near limitless stamina, his mind could still grow weary. Lin Mo lay down to rest, not fully asleep, yet able to awaken instantly at the slightest hint of hostility from any beast. This was another unique feature of the eternal indestructible body. Surrounded by the blood of beasts, there was no enemy daring enough to disturb his rest. Lin Mo slept peacefully. This time, he slept for a full 10 hours, his first proper rest in days. When he awoke, Lin Mo felt completely rejuvenated. This time, I must have gained a significant number of enhancement points. System, open my personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Constitution, 10,100. Strength, 10,200. Speed, 11,000. Spirit, 9,150. Realm, Midstage Martial King. Martial Souls, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Eternal Indestructible Body, 13% of the second layer. Laws, Water Law, 1% Comprehension, Devouring Law, 34.3% Comprehension, Thunder Law, 34.3% Comprehension. Enhancement points, 108,300. Calculating his gains, he realized he had advanced directly to the mid-stage Martial King realm. This was largely thanks to the devouring space, which had stabilized his realm during the battles. The remaining spiritual energy liquid within the space had also aided his rapid recovery, pushing his breakthrough speed to new heights. The greatest gain was the enhancement points, which had accumulated to an astonishing 108,300. Lin Mo had never possessed such a large number of enhancement points before. The sheer number of beasts he had encountered this time was overwhelming. Most of them weren't particularly strong, but had they been, their numbers might have doubled. Still, this was already quite significant. It seemed he needed to carefully consider how to use these enhancement points to boost his strength. Lin Mo had no intention of hoarding them, strength was only meaningful when applied to himself. That was true power. After all, if danger struck and he had to enhance himself at the last moment, the enemy certainly wouldn't wait for him to grow stronger before attacking. He decided to first max out the comprehension of the Devouring Law, as doing so would directly enhance the power of the Thunder Law. This approach was the most cost-effective. System, enhance my comprehension of the Devouring Law to its maximum level. Ding! Consumed 65,700 enhancement points. Comprehension of the Devouring Law has reached its maximum. Devouring Law, Comprehension, 100%. Once the enhancement was complete, Lin Mo immediately grasped the essence of devouring. Nothing cannot be consumed, and nothing cannot be assimilated. At this moment, Lin Mo was devouring, and devouring was Lin Mo. He gathered a wisp of devouring power at his fingertips, playing with it. The black energy shifted its form endlessly in his hand. Now, Lin Mo's mastery of the devouring law had reached a state of perfection. Glancing at his devouring space, Lin Mo noticed that the law of thunder was already being refined. This was the power of the devouring law. However, Lin Mo decided to actively refine the law of thunder himself, as relying on the automatic refining process of the devouring space was too slow. He began channeling the power of the devouring law within his body. As expected, once he took the initiative, the refining speed of the law of thunder increased significantly. Law of thunder, comprehension, 40%. Law of thunder, comprehension, 60%. Law of thunder, comprehension, 70%. Law of thunder, comprehension, 99%. Very soon, the comprehension of the law of thunder also reached 100%. Now, Lin Mo possessed two complete laws. It was a pity that the law of water was not yet perfected. Otherwise, he could have attempted to materialize the Kunpeng martial spirit. With his current spiritual power, he was confident he could accomplish this step. As long as the comprehension of the law of water reached its maximum, Lin Mo would be able to successfully materialize the Kunpeng martial spirit. However, the law of water was different from the law of thunder. The law of thunder was achieved by devouring an entire law, whereas the law of water was merely a fragment he had barely touched upon, something that came innately with the Kunpeng martial spirit. He didn't possess the complete law of water at all, let alone the ability to refine it. In the following days, he planned to gather more enhancement points to see if he could raise the comprehension of the law of water to 100%. This wouldn't be easy, as he had slaughtered too many beasts yesterday. The surrounding area within a few kilometers had been cleared of beasts, leaving Lin Mo no choice but to search further afield. But before setting out, he wanted to experiment with something, the cultivation of the eternal indestructible body. In truth, cultivating the eternal indestructible body was simple. All he had to do was endure being beaten. Since the comprehension of the law of thunder was complete, Lin Mo decided to use lightning to temper the eternal indestructible body. He swung his arm, activating the law of thunder. Electric arcs began to flicker across his arm. With a flick of his hand, thick clouds immediately gathered in the sky. Of course, Lin Mo did not release the full power of the law of thunder. After all, with his comprehension at its peak, fully unleashing the law might be too much. Even though the eternal indestructible body could withstand it, he didn't want to endure too much pain. For now, he would try using half its power. In the thick clouds, lightning began to brew. Lin Mo focused and shouted, "Strike me down." A thick bolt of white lightning descended, striking directly at Lin Mo. He didn't dodge at all. Boom! The lightning struck Lin Mo, sending a shiver of tingling sensation through his entire body. It was only then he realized that even with just half the power of the law, the lightning's might was not to be underestimated. Lin Mo thought to himself that he should ease up next time. He checked the progress of the eternal indestructible body's cultivation and found it had increased by 0.3%. This progress was actually quite good. Ever since entering the second layer of the technique, the growth rate of the eternal indestructible body had noticeably slowed. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. This was natural. After all, the highest level of the eternal indestructible body was said to withstand countless calamities without destruction, and the difficulty increased exponentially with each layer. Fortunately, Lin Mo possessed the law of thunder. He continued to gather lightning above his head. If anyone else saw this scene, they would undoubtedly be shocked, a storm cloud deliberately striking a single person, as if he had violated some heavenly decree. But Lin Mo was thoroughly enjoying himself. Watching the progress of the eternal indestructible body steadily rise, he felt that all the pain was worth it. While enduring the strikes, he also walked toward the distance, preparing to continue gathering enhancement points. After all, outside of secret realms, there were few opportunities to encounter large numbers of beasts. Thus, he had to seize the moment to strengthen himself as much as possible. Lin Mo did not unfurl the Kunpeng wings to fly again, as the storm clouds still loomed above his head. Although he could control all the lightning, splitting his focus wasn't ideal. Missing out on any treasures here would be a huge loss. After all, this was an unexplored secret realm, full of potential treasures waiting to be discovered. Lin Mo glanced at the enhancement points he had left in his hands, 42,600 points. It was quite a substantial amount. However, it was far from enough to elevate the law of water to perfection, which was why he was so eager for more enhancement points. After all, he was eagerly anticipating the materialization of the Kunpeng martial soul. The Kunpeng was an ancient divine beast, and once summoned, its power would be absolutely overwhelming. Moreover, only when the martial soul materialized could a cultivator's rate of improvement reach its peak. This was because the growth of the martial soul directly reflected on its master, whether it was in physical constitution or innate skills. Before materialization, the chance of comprehending innate skills was extremely low. Only a rare few geniuses could directly grasp one. But once the martial soul materialized, all innate skills would synchronize directly with the master, causing an instantaneous surge in power. At this moment, Lin Mo felt he was more or less prepared, as he spotted another group of exotic beasts. This time, he planned to trigger another beast type but without having to release his aura himself. Instead, he decided to use the power of the Law of Thunder to test its full potential and compare it to the effect of continuously releasing his aura. He slightly spread his hands, beginning to fully activate the power of the Law of Thunder. The sky darkened, and it seemed as though a great catastrophe was about to befall the land. The exotic beasts within dozens of miles started to tremble. But Lin Mo paid no attention to them, focusing entirely on channeling the Law of Thunder. His entire body flickered with lightning, and the thunder in the sky roared in response. A powerful aura brewed between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly. Heavenly thunder, rise! As soon as his voice fell, deafening thunder echoed from the sky. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. The thunderclouds rolled and then abruptly froze over an area spanning dozens of miles. The clouds began to emit blinding white light, and a bolt of lightning, dozens of miles wide, struck down at lightning speed. Boom! The world instantly changed color. Though Lin Mo stood within the attack range, he remained unharmed under the protection of the Law of Thunder. The white lightning lingered for several seconds before slowly dissipating. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, and the scene before him left him stunned. Everything within dozens of miles had been obliterated, leaving behind only a barren wasteland. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a large number of exotic beasts. You've gained 54,600 enhancement points. Lin Mo had underestimated the power of the perfected state of the Law of Thunder. He had originally planned to trigger a beast tide to farm more enhancement points, but he hadn't expected to annihilate all the exotic beasts in the area in one strike. It was terrifying. This time, he had gained over 50,000 enhancement points, leaving him just a bit short of perfecting the Law of Water. Ah, still just a little short. Lin Mo sighed. Truthfully, there weren't many exotic beasts left in the secret realm. After all, this was a yellow-grade secret realm, and Lin Mo's 2 recent massacres had already wiped out most of the exotic beasts. With the remaining time, Lin Mo decided not to leave. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several levels higher than outside. Moreover, he hadn't finished mining the resources and treasures in this place yet. That's right, he planned to continue digging for treasures before leaving. It wasn't every day he could enter an undeveloped secret realm, so of course, he had to thoroughly exploit it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, geniuses across the country were all preparing for the national exams. Only by achieving top rankings in the exams could one gain access to the best resources and support, paving the way to becoming a true top-tier expert. Su Qingxue, naturally, was also working hard to cultivate. In the Su family's training grounds, Su Qingxue was sparring against 3 martial spirits simultaneously. Of course, they were sparring partners from her family, and no one was going all out against her. But the fact that Su Qingxue could hold her own against 3 martial spirits at the same time showed how much progress she had made recently. Lin Mo, I'll definitely catch up to you and give you a big surprise when the time comes. After saying this, Su Qingxue threw herself back into the fight. Her Ice Phoenix martial soul and Gongon martial soul worked in tandem, making the 3 martial spirits extremely uncomfortable. It was too cold. The match was quickly drawing to a conclusion. Su Qingxue created some distance and unleashed a freezing cold current with a wave of her hand. The 3 martial spirits were instantly defeated. Young miss, your improvement is astonishing. You'll likely achieve a top ranking in the national exams. A man who resembled a butler praised her. Uncle Su, there's no need to deliberately encourage me. I know my own strength. Su Qingxue replied with a smile. But in her heart, she couldn't help but think of Lin Mo's strength. He's already entered the secret realm. His improvement should be even faster than mine. I wonder when you'll return, probably after the national exams. Su Qingxue fell into contemplation. Lin Mo, busy searching for treasures in the secret realm, suddenly sneezed. Achoo, looks like someone is thinking about me again. Probably that girl Su Qingxue, he said with a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. At this moment, Lin Mo had already flown away from the area he had bombarded with the Law of Thunder earlier. The ground had been thoroughly cleared by him, and there was certainly no treasure left behind. He continued summoning the Law of Thunder, directing the power of the thunderclouds to strike him. Bolts of lightning crashed down onto his back, but he felt nothing at all. After all, he possessed the eternal indestructible body, an SSS tier special martial soul. Lin Mo was doing this to accelerate the cultivation of his eternal indestructible body. This martial soul was excruciatingly slow to improve, and he had to push himself through rigorous practice. With no enemies around, he resorted to training with his self-created cultivation method based on the Law of Thunder. Although it looked rather peculiar who would attack themselves with such exaggerated lightning strikes, Lin Mo remained unfazed. For anyone else, even a top-tier king-level martial artist, one strike would likely be fatal. Such was the power of the Law of Thunder. Unfurling his Kunpeng wings, Lin Mo soared at high speed through the skies, simultaneously sensing the flow of spiritual energy. Soon, he locked onto a direction and sped toward it. The Kunpeng wings granted incredible speed, and now that Lin Mo was in the mid-stage of the martial king realm, his velocity had increased by several levels compared to before. Before long, he arrived at his destination. In front of him lay a vast lake, its surface rippling with intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Undoubtedly, a treasure was hidden here. Lin Mo didn't jump directly into the lake. Generally speaking, treasures were often guarded by powerful exotic beasts. These creatures didn't actively seek out the treasures but were instead strengthened by the spiritual energy emanating from them. Utilizing the Law of Thunder, Lin Mo released a wave of lightning into the lake. He didn't use his full strength, fearing that he might damage the treasure, which would be a significant loss. The lightning spread rapidly through the water, aided by its conductivity. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the lake. Its tentacles were thicker than Lin Mo's entire body. Whether it was because Lin Mo had slain too many exotic beasts or this octopus was simply too powerful, there was no other living creature in the vicinity. The moment the octopus appeared, it immediately locked onto Lin Mo, who had attacked it. It spread its massive tentacles wide and lunged at Lin Mo with a fierce grab. Lin Mo remained utterly calm. With his current strength, he was confident in taking down this giant octopus. With a powerful leap, he vaulted high above the octopus, clenching his fists tightly. The power of devouring instantly enveloped his fists as he smashed them down onto the octopus's head with full force. Black shadows of his fists descended like a storm, striking the octopus squarely on its head. The creature had no time to react before Lin Mo's fists landed. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the octopus's head caved in, leaving a massive dent. Despite being a soft-bodied creature with naturally cushioning skin, Lin Mo's strike still left a significant mark on its head. This was more than enough to showcase Lin Mo's immense strength, and he hadn't even activated the power of his Kunpeng martial soul yet. If he did, his strength would multiply several times over. However, Lin Mo's true trump card wasn't brute force, it was the Law of Devouring. At this point, Lin Mo's comprehension of the Law of Devouring had reached 100%, elevating both the quality and quantity of his devouring power to entirely new heights. The devouring power swiftly spread from his fists, engulfing the entire head of the octopus. The octopus thrashed its tentacles wildly in pain, creating massive waves across the lake's surface. It didn't take long before the octopus lost its life. Its head was completely consumed by the devouring power, leaving only its tentacles floating on the water. Lin Mo spread his Kunpeng wings and hovered above the octopus's corpse, collecting the devouring energy from its head and the remnants of its body into his devouring space. These were precious attribute points and must not be wasted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the exotic beast, giant octopus. You have gained 1,000 enhancement points. Another 1,000 enhancement points. He was one step closer to materializing the Kunpeng martial soul. Alright, time to see what treasure lies beneath. If it could nurture an octopus of this size, the treasure's grade must be exceptionally high. It was worth noting that most of the exotic beasts Lin Mo had defeated in the past only yielded around 100 enhancement points, with the more formidable ones giving a few hundred at most. Yet, this giant octopus had granted him 1,000 points. This alone was enough to prove its uniqueness, and the treasure that had nourished this octopus was bound to be even more extraordinary. Exotic beasts lacked intelligence and could only passively absorb spiritual energy. Even so, this octopus had grown to be so powerful. Lin Mo's curiosity about the treasure's true nature grew even stronger. Lin Mo dove into the water. As a martial king, he could go days without needing to breathe. Underwater, Lin Mo possessed almost limitless stamina, with no need to surface for air or rest. More importantly, he had mastered a trace of the laws of water, enabling him to move faster and more fluidly beneath the waves. Lin Mo swam forward swiftly. Aside from a few small fish, he didn't encounter any powerful beasts. Clearly, this octopus had been dominating the area for a long time, which was why there weren't other strong beasts here. The small fish were merely its food. Thinking this, Lin Mo quickly adjusted his mindset and began focusing on sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. After all, treasures were his priority. The lack of powerful beasts only meant fewer opportunities for training, but spiritual energy points could always be regained. However, if there were no treasures, there would be no way to make up for that loss later. Soon, Lin Mo detected a unique spiritual power and swam swiftly toward its source. Before long, he located it. It was a lotus radiating a blue glow. As Lin Mo approached, he felt a dense water attribute spiritual energy emanating from it. This energy felt incredibly familiar and welcoming to Lin Mo, who had mastered the laws of water. Wasting no time, he stored the blue lotus in his storage ring and returned to the shore. Back on land, Lin Mo circulated his spiritual energy to quickly evaporate the moisture from his body. White steam rose from him, and in no time, all traces of water were gone. Taking out the blue lotus, Lin Mo felt the rich water attribute spiritual energy within it but couldn't identify what it was. That was understandable. Lin Mo wasn't an encyclopedia. It was impossible for him to recognize every treasure. However, he had a system. System, analyze this item for me. The system responded, blue water lotus. Contains a large amount of water attribute spiritual energy, as well as 10% of the laws of water. The explanation was simple but enough to highlight its value. Although it didn't contain the complete laws of water like the earlier 10,000 Thunder Pearl did with the laws of thunder, Lin Mo was certain that this treasure was even more precious than the 10,000 Thunder Pearl if sold outside. The Thunder Pearl's utility was too limited. To comprehend its laws, one had to endure relentless thunder strikes. Who could remain calm enough to learn under such circumstances? The blue water lotus was different. It contained dense water attribute spiritual energy, making it far more conducive to learning. However, for Lin Mo, the Thunder Pearl was more valuable because he could forcibly imprint its laws into his devouring space. No, wait, he should say he could now directly refine it completely. With his full mastery of the laws of devouring, he could entirely refine any set of laws. Thus, he desired a treasure containing complete laws of water, even if it meant facing attacks to obtain it. For now, though, that wasn't an option, leaving him to first absorb the blue water lotus, which only contained 10% of the laws. Initially, he had hoped that the lotus might house the complete laws of water, which would save him a lot of enhancement points. But that hope was dashed. Still, he wasn't too disappointed. Obtaining a treasure related to the laws of water was already a stroke of luck. It was exactly what he needed. While he wouldn't reject treasures of other laws, prioritizing the enhancement of the Kunpeng martial soul's associated laws was more critical. After all, this directly impacted the martial soul's strength after materialization. In truth, if a martial soul inherently carried laws, few people would choose to materialize it before fully comprehending those laws. Once a martial soul was materialized, it could only retain the level of law comprehension achieved at the time. While further enhancement wasn't impossible, it required massive resources, and otherwise, the martial soul's growth would stagnate. Owners of law-imbued martial souls were often highly ambitious and would never allow themselves to stagnate. Thus, some even reached the martial sovereign realm without materializing their martial souls, unless absolutely necessary. Materializing a martial soul without perfecting its laws was akin to cutting off one's own future potential. Of course, this mattered little to ordinary martial soul users, as reaching the martial sovereign realm was a challenge in itself. Lin Mo stopped overthinking and circulated his devouring heaven technique to begin absorbing the blue water lotus. The moment he began, he felt its spiritual energy filling his entire body. He quickly steadied his mind, channeling the overflowing energy into his dantian. The power of devouring frantically refined the spiritual energy, while the laws of devouring clashed with the 10% of the laws of water contained within the lotus. At this point, the laws of devouring had long surpassed their former state, and the power of devouring was now entirely different. In no time, Lin Mo completely refined both the spiritual energy and the fragment of the laws. The results were immediate. In recent days, Lin Mo's rapid breakthroughs had left his foundation slightly unstable, but the gentle water attribute spiritual energy quickly stabilized it. At the same time, his comprehension of the laws of water rose to 11%. System. I want to allocate points. Enhance my comprehension of the laws of water to full capacity. Ding, water elemental law comprehension has reached 100%, consuming 89,000 enhancement points. Water elemental law, 100% comprehension. Lin Mo instantly felt as if he were standing in the midst of a vast ocean. With just a wave of his hand, he could summon monstrous waves. Whoosh! He exhaled deeply. Now, both laws of his Kunpeng martial spirit had reached their maximum level. At this moment, Lin Mo wanted to test whether he could materialize the Kunpeng martial spirit into reality. In truth, materializing a martial spirit typically required reaching the martial ancestor realm. However, due to the augmentation of the devouring art and the eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo's spiritual energy, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had far surpassed the martial king realm. Although he wasn't exactly sure how pure the spiritual energy of a martial ancestor was, he decided to give it a try anyway. After all, even if he failed, there would be no real loss. With that thought, Lin Mo immediately summoned the Kunpeng martial spirit. This time, he could distinctly feel that the Kunpeng martial spirit was different from before. Now, the Kunpeng martial spirit was almost indistinguishable from a real, physical entity. It seemed as though it could materialize into the real world at any moment. Thanks to the perfection of the two elemental laws, the Kunpeng martial spirit had become immensely powerful. Lin Mo felt that the martial spirit he summoned could at least contend with a martial emperor-level expert. Such was the strength brought about by the perfection of the two elemental laws. Without dwelling further on this thought, he began attempting to materialize the martial spirit. Lin Mo started channeling the powers of both the devouring law and the water elemental law. Black devouring energy surged around him, exuding an aura so intense that an ordinary observer might feel as if their very soul was being sucked into it. The power of the water elemental law also began to seep from his body. The two streams of immense power started to merge into the Kunpeng martial spirit. The Kunpeng martial spirit greedily absorbed the energy of the laws. However, since it had not yet been materialized, the martial spirit itself lacked spiritual energy. After absorbing for a while, it began to falter. Lin Mo realized that this was the moment he needed to act. He poured a torrent of spiritual energy into the Kunpeng martial spirit. Feeling the influx of abundant spiritual energy, the Kunpeng martial spirit accelerated its absorption of the law's power. Its consumption rate of spiritual energy was staggering. Within moments, it had depleted half of Lin Mo's reserves. Startled, Lin Mo ceased the infusion of spiritual energy. Judging by how quickly the Kunpeng martial spirit absorbed energy, his current reserves were far from sufficient. He decided to pause for the time being. Lin Mo estimated that he would likely need to advance to the martial emperor realm before his spiritual energy would be adequate. If he forced the Kunpeng to materialize now, exhausting all his spiritual energy, it would only manage to absorb one of the laws. And a Kunpeng missing one of its laws, could it still be called a Kunpeng? Materializing a martial spirit is truly difficult. With my current strength, I still have to wait until I reach the martial emperor realm to fully materialize one. Upon closer reflection, this made sense. If the Kunpeng martial spirit had only one law, Lin Mo could have materialized it even in the martial king realm. But with two laws, the energy requirement was far greater. Even for someone like him, he would have to wait until the martial emperor realm to provide sufficient spiritual energy for the Kunpeng martial spirit to absorb and fuse with. In truth, the crux of the issue was that the Kunpeng martial spirit could only absorb spiritual energy that Lin Mo had personally refined. Otherwise, Lin Mo could have simply injected spiritual energy into the martial spirit while continuously absorbing high-grade spirit stones. With an endless supply of spiritual energy, he'd easily meet the requirements. But the spiritual energy within spirit stones wasn't Lin Mo's own. If he used this energy to materialize the martial spirit, the resulting Kunpeng might not even obey him. Such a Kunpeng martial spirit would be worthless to Lin Mo. A Kunpeng materialized using his own spiritual energy, however, would be entirely different. Having absorbed Lin Mo's spiritual energy, it would perceive him as its closest kin. They would share a telepathic bond. Whether for summoning it to battle or issuing commands, everything would be seamless. Lin Mo's instructions would reach the Kunpeng immediately. That was the kind of materialized Kunpeng he desired. Since it wasn't yet possible to materialize the Kunpeng martial spirit, Lin Mo decided to continue exploring the secret realm. After all, reaching the martial emperor realm was only a matter of time. Moreover, while it was possible to re-enter the secret realm after leaving, he wouldn't be the only one entering by then. The chances of finding treasures would diminish significantly. Once Lin Mo left, the secret realm would gradually open to the outside world. However, it wouldn't fully open all at once. Only parts of the realm that had already been explored would be accessible, and initially, only a select few would be allowed entry. After leaving, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't return. For him, this was the moment when the secret realm contained the most treasures. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and planned to thoroughly explore the area. After all, he couldn't leave any dangers behind. If he was going to solve the problems for others, he deserved some compensation. He spread the wings of the Kunpeng, soaring into the sky, quickly searching for the aura of treasures above the secret realm. In the following days, Lin Mo stayed within the secret realm. Perhaps his luck had been too good earlier, as the opportunities afterward were not as significant. Although he didn't find any rare treasures, Lin Mo managed to collect a substantial amount of spiritual energy resources, all of which he stored in his devouring space. Every moment, he focused on improving his strength. Afterward, Lin Mo continued searching the secret realm for anything that could benefit him. When he failed to find treasures, he decided not to waste the opportunity and fully activated his devouring heaven technique. Using an entire day and night, he absorbed all the spiritual energy in the secret realm. If someone were to see the secret realm now, they would never believe it once held such abundant resources. When Lin Mo emerged from the secret realm, his strength had already broken through to the late stage of the Martial King realm. At this level, further improvement was incredibly challenging, yet Lin Mo had astonishingly advanced from the Martial Spirit realm to the late stage of Martial King in just over 10 days. If outsiders knew that someone not even 20 years old had achieved such a level of strength, they would be utterly shocked. However, Lin Mo was not proud. He knew his true enemies were not his peers, but the ferocious beasts at the borders and the various alien races. Thus, he never stopped pushing himself, striving desperately to improve. He planned to hunt ferocious beasts after the National College entrance exams, as it was an excellent way to gain enhancement points quickly. As for how to hunt them, Lin Mo hadn't thought too much about it. He believed that when the time came, a solution would naturally present itself. There's always a way forward. After leaving the secret realm, the first thing Lin Mo did was go home to take a shower. After all, he hadn't bathed in over 10 days and was covered in the stench of battle. He also wanted to reassure his grandfather of his safety. When Lin Mo returned home, he saw his grandfather on the phone. Without disturbing him, Lin Mo went straight to the bathroom to shower. Afterward, feeling refreshed, he looked in the mirror, admiring his sculpted physique. The firm lines of his muscles resembled a piece of art, exuding an impressive charm. Lin Mo put on a loose short-sleeved shirt and went downstairs to look for his grandfather, as he hadn't yet reassured him. When he reached the ground floor, he saw his grandfather hanging up the phone. "Grandpa, I'm back." Lin Zhantian's face lit up with a wide smile upon seeing his grandson return. "Good, it's good that you're back. That's all that matters. By the way, your parents just called home. I told them what you mentioned earlier, and they're very pleased with your thoughts." So, the earlier call had been from his parents. Lin Mo understood. "How's the situation at the border? Did my parents mention anything?" "Sai, the ferocious beasts are not so easy to deal with. They're different from the ones you encountered in the beast forest. The ones at the border have already gained intelligence, making it extremely difficult to eradicate them. However, they haven't yet reached the point of invading the Dragon Kingdom," Lin Zhantian told Lin Mo. In truth, Lin Mo was already aware of the situation at the border. The ferocious beasts seemed to be accumulating strength. They hadn't launched large-scale attacks in recent years, which led Lin Mo to suspect some conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. Lin Zhantian could sense it too, but he didn't want his grandson to be burdened with too many worries at such a young age, so he reassured him by saying the beasts wouldn't invade the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Mo didn't expose his grandfather's kind intentions. The border situation was indeed not optimistic, Lin Mo thought with a sigh. Afterward, he inquired about his parents' health. Lin Zhantian was happy to chat with his grandson about such matters. It wasn't until after lunch that Lin Mo returned to his room. He sent Su Qingxue a message to let her know he was safe, then began contemplating his plans. Of course, his ultimate goal was to deal with Yi Feng, the so-called Son of Destiny. Lin Mo hadn't forgotten the system's promise of a grand prize, and he was eager to see what it would contain. When he tried to sense Yi Feng's location, the result left him puzzled. Yi Feng was at the Su family's residence. Lin Mo didn't believe Su Qingxue would be interested in Yi Feng. He was simply curious about what Yi Feng was doing there. So, he headed toward the Su family's home, determined to see what Yi Feng was up to. At the Su family residence. "Su Qingxue, I know you don't like me, but how can you be with Lin Mo? Is this how you repay the benefactors of the Su family?" A ragged young man stood at the Su family's gate, speaking directly to Su Qingxue. This disheveled person could only be Yifeng. No one else would dress so pitifully. Only the so-called son of destiny could embarrass himself in such a manner. Su Qingxue stared coldly at Yifeng standing before her. Who I'm with is none of your business. Besides, the Su family has already sheltered you for a long time. We've long since repaid whatever debt we owed you. And Su Qingxue wasn't wrong. Over the past 10 days, all of Yifeng's cultivation resources had been provided by the Su family, and yet he constantly bossed them around. The Su family had finally had enough and kicked Yifeng out, leading to the current situation. Your Su family is truly ungrateful. Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, relying on that second-generation heir, Lin Mo, you really think your family can dominate the world? You'll regret throwing me out today. Yifeng didn't take Lin Mo seriously at all, believing him to be nothing more than a useless, spoiled rich kid. In truth, Su Qingxue's choice of Lin Mo had nothing to do with his status. With those words, Yifeng completely severed ties with the Su family. Seeing him dare to insult Lin Mo like that, Su Qingxue immediately summoned her Ice Phoenix martial soul, and an intense chill swept toward Yifeng. Unwilling to back down, Yifeng summoned his Phoenix martial soul as well, with its blazing flames forming a stark contrast to the icy cold. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Yifeng away in one swift motion. Yifeng felt his insides churn violently. Lin Mo. It's you again, he shouted angrily. Lin Mo ignored the fallen Yifeng and instead turned his gaze toward Su Qingxue, not sparing Yifeng a second glance. There was no need to. Lin Mo's current strength made it easy for him to kill Yifeng. I'm back, Lin Mo said softly to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue put away her martial soul, her face lighting up with joy. I know. I saw the message you sent me, hee hee. On the ground, Yifeng watched the two, feeling completely ignored. He once again activated his Phoenix martial soul and charged at Lin Mo. This time, Lin Mo showed no mercy and struck with all his might. Lin Mo's strength had surpassed 10,000 points, and Yifeng couldn't withstand his full-powered attack. The moment Lin Mo's fist connected with Yifeng, his body began to crack apart starting from the point of impact. Yifeng was instantly killed, collapsing to the ground. Lin Mo stared unblinkingly at Yifeng's corpse. The system hadn't notified him of receiving any rewards, which meant Yifeng wasn't truly dead yet. How long are you planning to play dead? Lin Mo said coldly. Yifeng remained motionless, lying on the ground. Lin Mo, uninterested in further games, gathered devouring energy in his hand and aimed it at Yifeng's corpse. At that moment, Yifeng finally moved. His body erupted in red flames, and his seemingly lifeless form rose to its feet once more. Su Qingxue looked at Yifeng in astonishment. He can resurrect himself? How do we defeat him now? Don't worry, Lin Mo explained. He can't use that skill a second time in such a short period. Lin Mo's guess was correct. Nirvana Rebirth was Yifeng's innate ability, but it could only be used once a year. He had hoped to fool them earlier. Though Yifeng had managed to survive, he hadn't anticipated Lin Mo employing the Devouring Law. Realizing the power of the Devouring Law, Yifeng dared not feign death any longer and quickly leapt to his feet. He clutched the ring in his hand tightly, silently praying for his master to awaken soon. Perhaps his master could help him escape. Master, wake up. If you don't wake up, your disciple is doomed. It was clear Yifeng still didn't know that his master was already gone. He clung to the hope of being rescued. By then, Lin Mo had already made his move. If killing you once isn't enough, then I'll kill you twice. Die. Lin Mo closed in rapidly, and with his current speed, Yifeng barely had time to react before being struck. Boom! Lin Mo's attack punched a bloody hole through Yifeng's chest. This time, Yifeng was truly dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Yifeng, the child of destiny. Reward, Fortune Gift Pack. Lin Mo stored Yifeng's corpse in his devouring space. He had grown increasingly fond of this space. It not only allowed for automatic cultivation but also facilitated looting and corpse disposal. It was incredibly convenient. Naturally, Su Qingxue had no intention of revealing to anyone that Lin Mo had killed Yifeng. And just like that, Yifeng vanished from the world without a trace. As for the fortune gift pack, Lin Mo decided not to use it just yet. Since they were still outside, it would be more appropriate to wait until they returned home. Lin Mo turned to Su Qingxue, who leaped into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. She hugged him tightly, and Lin Mo naturally embraced her in return. Lin Mo, I really missed you. I've been training hard these past few days. Come on, let's go to the training grounds. I want to show you how much I've improved. With that, she pulled Lin Mo toward the training grounds. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, what kind of girlfriend sees her boyfriend and immediately wants to spar? This is how you show me you missed me, he teased, a playful smile on his lips. Su Qingxue ignored Lin Mo's words entirely. Right now, all she wanted was to test her strength against him. After all, during the campus ranking tournament, Lin Mo had completely overwhelmed her, the gap between them far too wide. She was eager to challenge Lin Mo again. She had resolved to make Lin Mo see her in a new light. The two of them soon arrived at the Su family's martial training ground. Su Qingxue eagerly summoned her two martial spirits, the Ice Phoenix and Gonggang. As soon as the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and Gonggang martial spirit appeared, the temperature of the training ground instantly dropped below freezing. Even Lin Mo felt a chill in the air. But Su Qingxue was not satisfied and continued to release her aura. Lin Mo could tell that she had already reached the early stage of the martial spirit realm. How about it? Impressive, right? I'm in the martial spirit realm now. Su Qingxue said proudly, like a child seeking praise. Seeing her so pleased with herself, Lin Mo didn't want her to be too happy for too long. Without summoning his martial spirit, he charged at her barehanded. Daring to come at me without summoning your martial spirit? Watch out, ice armor. Su Qingxue's entire body became encased in ice. The moment Lin Mo threw a punch, the ice rapidly spread to his hand. The frost even began to creep up toward his body. Interesting, so you've awakened a talent skill. It seems you've made quite a bit of progress these past few days. Lin Mo watched as the ice spread while casually summoning his devouring power. The black energy instantly devoured the frost. Su Qingxue was struck by Lin Mo's punch and stumbled back several steps before steadying herself. Of course, Lin Mo didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, Su Qingxue's armor would have shattered long ago, and she might have even gotten hurt. Seeing that her ice armor was ineffective, Su Qingxue switched tactics. The Gonggang martial spirit behind her emitted a bright light, and 3,000 streams of Kuei water appeared on the training ground. She once again activated the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. The combination of frost and Kuei water enhanced the destructive power of her attack by several levels. Lin Mo, with his eternally mortal physique, naturally had no fear of Su Qingxue's assaults. He advanced step by step toward her, facing her attacks head-on. Su Qingxue was stunned. This was already her strongest attack. She had initially worried that Lin Mo might get hurt and wanted to warn him, but the words caught in her throat. What is your body even made of? Not only are you so strong, but your defense is incredible too. I give up. Su Qingxue realized she couldn't defeat Lin Mo today and conceded outright. There was no point in continuing and embarrassing herself further. Seeing her surrender, Lin Mo also stopped his advance. At that moment, a voice reached Lin Mo's ears. Well done, well done. Young man, you're impressive. Beating Xiaoxue without even summoning your martial spirit, very promising indeed. It was clearly the voice of Su Qingxue's father, Su Linhai. He had been present since the fight began and had witnessed everything. Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming? What a surprise. Su Qingxue said shyly. She wasn't quite ready to introduce Lin Mo to her family yet. Su Linhai ignored her. After all, they'd have to meet sooner or later. Sooner didn't make much difference. Young man, you must be Lin Mo? I'm quite impressed with your abilities. But let me make one thing clear, if you're a playboy, there's no way I'll approve of you being with Xiaoxue. Su Linhai addressed Lin Mo directly. Lin Mo understood that this was a test from his future father-in-law and quickly declared his intentions. Uncle, you can rest assured. I, Lin Mo, am not someone who gets bored easily. Since I'm with Qingxue, I'll take full responsibility. Su Linhai was pleased with his response. Alright then, I won't disturb you two any longer. Take your time. With that, he left. Su Qingxue felt a bit flustered. She hadn't expected Lin Mo to meet her father so suddenly. Although it wasn't a bad thing, it was still a matter of great importance, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Mo, I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. I didn't expect my dad to show up out of the blue. Lin Mo, of course, didn't blame her. It's fine. By the way, I have something for you. Lin Mo was referring to the personal spiritual weapon he had received as the first-place prize from Tianyang Academy. The defensive spiritual weapon wasn't particularly useful to Lin Mo, so he decided to give it to Su Qingxue instead, as an additional layer of protection for her. When Su Qingxue heard that Lin Mo wanted to give her something, she was overjoyed. It was the first gift he had ever given her. Here, this personal spiritual weapon has excellent defensive capabilities. It's perfect for you. When Su Qingxue saw that Lin Mo wanted to give her the spiritual weapon, she initially wanted to decline. But then she recalled how Lin Mo had walked resolutely through her strongest attack earlier. In the end, she accepted the gift. I really don't know how you've trained your body to be so strong. Your defense is unbelievable. Lin Mo, naturally, wouldn't reveal the secret of his eternal immortal physique. It was always good to keep an extra card up his sleeve. Heh, I've just been in great shape since I was a kid. Su Qingxue didn't press further. After that, Lin Mo spent the entire afternoon accompanying Su Qingxue before heading home. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 days, so it was time to spend some quality time together. Back home, Lin Mo began to contemplate how to hand over the alchemy materials to his grandfather. That's right, he intended to pass on Master Yifeng's alchemy knowledge to his grandfather. This knowledge would greatly benefit the entire nation. With it, the efficiency of resource utilization would improve significantly. There was no need to worry about profit distribution. With his grandfather around, the Dragon Nation would never shortchange the Lin family. His grandfather's reputation would also soar. Naturally, Lin Mo himself would benefit as well. In truth, even without a strong background, the Dragon Nation's government never mistreated its people. The Dragon Nation genuinely cared for its citizens. Forget it. I'll just say I found it in a secret realm. Anyway, that place is practically sealed off by me now, and no one can investigate. After making up his mind, Lin Mo started writing down all the memories in his mind. It was a lot of content, and it took him 2 full hours to finish. All done. Time to give these to Grandpa. Lin Mo went downstairs to find his grandfather. Grandpa, take a look at these. He handed over the manuscript. Lin Zhantian read through it and was utterly shocked. This information could revolutionize the country's military strength. Xiao Mo, where did you get this? Is it real? Of course, Lin Mo couldn't reveal the true source. I don't know. It just appeared in my mind when I was in a secret realm. At the time, I had refined a pearl brimming with spiritual energy, and that's when these memories surfaced. Hearing this, Lin Zhantian understood immediately Lin Mo was making this up. That pearl must have contained the remnant soul of another world. You've truly had a stroke of luck this time. If this information is indeed effective, the nation's strength will soar by several levels. Even your parents will find it much easier to fight the ferocious beasts. Lin Mo didn't say much. After all, if the information proved useful, it would undoubtedly be sent to the front lines immediately. His parents would naturally gain more confidence, perhaps even turn the tide against the beasts. As he spoke, Lin Zhantian couldn't hold back and headed straight to the Resource Bureau, leaving Lin Mo alone at home. Lin Mo was more than happy to have some peace and quiet. After all, he still had an unopened luck gift package. Returning to his room, he eagerly summoned the system. System, open the luck gift package for me. Ding! Luck gift package opened. Congratulations! You've obtained 50,000 enhancement points, a world seed, and 1 martial soul draw opportunity. Lin Mo couldn't contain his excitement. This reward was incredible. Defeating the Children of Luck was indeed the fastest way to grow stronger. A free martial soul draw meant he could soon have a 3rd martial soul. However, Lin Mo decided not to rush into the draw. He hadn't figured out the usefulness of the other reward yet. System, what's the purpose of the world seed? The system responded, the world seed can manifest into a small world, where the host is the soul deity. Everything within the small world is under the host's control. It can also house living beings, and the host can use the entire world's power to combat enemies. After reading the information, Lin Mo had only one thought, amazing. This small world completely eliminated any concerns. If he couldn't beat an enemy, he could simply hide inside. It was practically cheating. Moreover, he could use the world's power to fight back. Who could possibly stand against the might of an entire world? Even if it was just a small world, no one would dare to challenge it easily. System, help me fuse the world seed. As soon as he spoke, Lin Mo felt a mysterious presence appear within him, the world seed. He probed it with his spiritual energy and immediately sensed a vast space. Let's go in and take a look. With that, he entered the small world. Inside, it was empty and shrouded in a gray mist. Lin Mo thought to himself, this must be chaos. However, Lin Mo had complete control over everything here. He created a sun, a moon, mountains, and lakes for the small world. He tried to create life, but the creatures had no souls. Their eyes were lifeless, devoid of vitality. So, he abandoned the idea of creating life. Though he had created many things, Lin Mo still felt this world was fundamentally different from reality. The problem lay in the lack of laws. Everything was devoid of essence. After identifying the issue, Lin Mo decided to integrate his own laws into this world. No sooner said than done. Currently, Lin Mo possessed 3 types of laws: the law of devouring, the law of water, and the law of thunder. He chose to start with the law of water since it was more gentle and less risky. After all, this was his first attempt at integrating laws into the small world, and the outcome was unpredictable. Lin Mo activated the law of water and let it touch the small world. As soon as it made contact, the law was rapidly absorbed. The fusion process went exceptionally smoothly. Before long, the entire law of water had been integrated into the small world. When he observed the small world again, he found that its water sources now brimmed with vitality. Ding! The small world's laws have been enhanced, and the world's power has increased. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. System, can this small world continue to be upgraded? Host, the small world can indeed be upgraded. If enough laws are integrated, it can ascend to a higher tier lesser thousand world. Lin Mo understood. It seemed he needed to comprehend more laws. Then, he proceeded to integrate the devouring law and the law of thunder into the small world. The small world's size noticeably expanded by at least half, and the generated world power also increased significantly. After dealing with the small world, Lin Mo turned his attention to the martial soul lottery. He chuckled to himself, this was critical. His third martial soul depended on this. He didn't want to look at the options on the wheel, just in case he didn't get his ideal martial soul, it might spoil his mood. System, begin the lottery. The familiar golden wheel appeared before his eyes. With Lin Mo's command, the wheel spun rapidly. He didn't watch the pointer, letting it stop on its own. The pointer gradually slowed and came to a halt. The result of the lottery was revealed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SS level martial soul, Xiangliang. The system thoughtfully displayed Xiangliang's background. Xiangliang, originating from the great wilderness, is a deity with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, known for extraordinary hands and feet, residing on a mountain named Northern Polar Celestial Cabinet. Lin Mo was no stranger to Xiangliang. He was one of the 12 ancestral witches, the Thunder Ancestral Witch, renowned and formidable. An SS-level martial soul was immensely powerful, and this lottery result left Lin Mo very satisfied. After all, it wasn't possible to draw top-tier martial souls every time. That kind of luck would make one worry about their lifespan. Lin Mo summoned the Xiangliang martial soul. A being with a tiger's head and a human's body, holding and coiling a yellow snake in its mouth and hands, appeared behind him. As soon as the Xiangliang martial soul emerged, an aura of primal and rugged energy instantly filled the surroundings. Lin Mo began to sense the law that Xiangliang carried. SS-level martial souls generally came with a law. Indeed, Xiangliang possessed the Thunder Law, the very same one Lin Mo had already mastered. This left Lin Mo a bit disappointed. He had hoped to acquire a new law power, but it turned out to be a duplicate. However, he wasn't overly upset. After all, this was an SS-level martial soul. While it didn't bring a new law, Xiangliang's strength far exceeded martial souls without any laws. More importantly, this time Lin Mo could materialize the Xiangliang martial soul. Previously, he had attempted to materialize the Kunpeng martial soul. But since Kunpeng fused two laws, the consumption was too great, and he failed. On the other hand, Xiangliang carried only one law, and Lin Mo's spiritual energy was now pure and strong enough to fully support materialization. Moreover, he had already completely mastered the Thunder Law. Lin Mo was almost certain that the Xiangliang martial soul could now be materialized. Once materialized, he would be able to directly comprehend all of Xiangliang's innate abilities, resulting in a significant leap in strength. Without hesitation, Lin Mo began channeling the power of the Thunder Law. Xiangliang seemed to understand his master's intent, frantically fusing with the Thunder Law. The sky immediately gathered thick thunderclouds, and the sound of thunder rumbled, reverberating in the ears of everyone who was asleep. Residents in the villa district were awakened, puzzled as to why the weather had changed so suddenly. Just moments ago, it had been a clear night sky, yet now it was filled with thunderclouds. Lin Mo naturally had no time to care about these phenomena, focusing all his energy on pouring spiritual power into Xiangliang. At this moment, there could be no interruption in spiritual energy. Although there wouldn't be any backlash, the fusion of the Xiangliang martial soul and the Thunder Law would undoubtedly fail. Therefore, Lin Mo didn't dare to lose focus, concentrating all his attention and closely monitoring the progress of the Xiangliang martial soul. Because of the abundant spiritual energy, Xiangliang, the Thunder Ancestor Witch, quickly completed the fusion of the entire Thunder Law. At this moment, Lin Mo finally materialized his first martial soul. An ancient voice emerged from Xiangliang's mouth. Master, whatever your orders are, just give them. Xiangliang knelt on one knee, his tone resolute. Clearly, the materialized martial soul was utterly loyal to Lin Mo. Even if Lin Mo ordered him to dissipate, he would not harbor any resentment. System, just how powerful is Changliang now? Lin Mo had never materialized a martial soul before, so he was unsure of the true strength of an SS-level martial soul after materialization. The strength of an SS-level martial soul corresponds to the martial god realm, and as the Thunder Ancestor which Changliang was among the pinnacle of SS-level martial souls. After materialization, his strength directly reached the peak of the martial god realm. The power of this ancestor which was truly terrifying. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Lin Mo's mind. If he could gather all 12 ancestor witches, could he combine them into Pangu? That would be the legendary creator god who split heaven and earth. This idea quickly expanded in Lin Mo's mind. Who could resist the temptation of becoming the Great Pangu? How much greater would the gap between the Emperor realm and the Great Pangu be? However, it was still early. He only had 3 martial souls for now, and materializing the Kunpeng martial soul was the more pressing matter. Alright, he hadn't checked Changliang's innate abilities yet. System, show me Changliang's innate abilities. Body of the ancestor which, enhanced strength, power increases tenfold. Thunder Wrath, mastery over the Thunder Law, skill power doubles during release. 10,000 thunders annihilate the sky, extreme power, fully activates the Thunder Law to unleash a destructive strike on an entire area. Thunder God envelopes the body in lightning, enemies struck by the lightning will suffer Thunder Law attacks. Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement, controls lightning to temper the body, automatically enhancing physical attributes. Lightning intensity is adjustable. The 5 innate abilities were incredibly powerful, especially Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement, which perfectly complemented Lin Mo's eternal indestructible body, making them a match made in heaven. While Lin Mo was still studying Changliang's innate abilities, Lin Zhantian had already arrived at the National Resource Bureau. As the war god of the Dragon Nation, Lin Zhantian naturally had connections at the Resource Bureau. Old Lin, what brings you here? We don't have any fine wine to entertain you at the Resource Bureau. An elderly man with white hair spoke to Lin Zhantian. No fine wine at the Resource Bureau? Are you, the director, saying you don't have any either? This time, I've brought something good. Once you see it, you'll be scrambling to treat me to a drink. Indeed, the old man was Lu Hailing, the director of the Dragon Nation's Resource Bureau. Lu Hailing was curious, what could Lin Zhantian have brought that would make him want to fight for a drink? Cut the chatter and show me. I'm a warrior, I've seen it all. Maybe the thing you brought is just trash. Lin Zhantian retorted indignantly. Humph, see for yourself. You tell me if this is treasure or trash. With that, Lin Zhantian handed Lin Mo's manuscript to Lu Hailing. At first, Lu Hailing didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't understand Lin Zhantian's field of expertise. Perhaps Lin Zhantian was simply presenting something that had long been studied as a treasure. But as Lu Hailing opened the manuscript, he immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. The more he read, the more astonished he became. As the director of the Resource Bureau, he could discern that this manuscript was anything but ordinary. This, where did you get this? It could change the entire situation of the Dragon Nation. Lin Zhantian smirked triumphantly. Humph, old Lu, now do you see that what I brought is a treasure? This was found by my grandson in a secret realm. Lin Zhantian proudly flaunted the accomplishments of his grandson. But Lu Hailing had no time to listen further. He only wanted to conduct experiments to verify the manuscript's contents. Alright, I won't waste time with you. I'm off to run experiments. I'll notify you once I have results. Lin Zhantian understood the gravity of the situation and didn't stop him. Soon, Lu Hailing followed the manuscript's instructions and produced a pill. The Resource Bureau's equipment was highly advanced. Although electricity had ceased functioning after the appearance of ferocious beasts, the equipment was powered by spiritual energy. Electricity could no longer be used. While cultivators who mastered the Thunder Law could generate it, the essence of the equipment was still driven by spiritual energy. Thus, humanity had simply switched to using spirit stones as a power source. Here, try this pill and tell me how you feel. Lin Zhantian trusted his old friend completely and swallowed the pill without hesitation. I feel a surge of spiritual energy in my body, but since I'm not utilizing it right now, it dissipates quickly, he said. If I were to use up all my spiritual energy now, I should be able to recover quite a bit. Lin Zhantian pondered aloud. Indeed, based on the manuscript you gave me, this pill is called the Rejuvenation Pill. It can restore spiritual energy. The effect is unexpectedly potent. After all, Lin Zhantian just mentioned that it could restore a significant amount of energy. Lin Zhantian is a high-level martial saint with an immense reserve of spiritual energy. For a pill to restore even a notable portion of his energy, one can only imagine how extraordinary this rejuvenation pill is. When Lu Haling saw the manuscript, he immediately recognized it as a genuine alchemy recipe. Amateurs watch for entertainment, but experts see the essence. As the director of the Bureau of Resources, Lu Haling was intimately familiar with the efficacy and function of every spiritual ingredient. So, when he saw the manuscript, he couldn't contain his excitement. It was like a test paper. He might not have been able to solve the problems himself, but the moment he saw the answers, he knew they were correct. This time, you're going to make quite a name for yourself among us old folks, Lu Haling said to Lin Zhantian. Lin Zhantian laughed heartily. Ah, this is all thanks to my grandson. It has nothing to do with me. Yet his face bore a faint flush of pride. At this moment, Lin Mo wasn't concerned with his grandfather's thoughts, he was more focused on testing his innate abilities. Such a hassle. Having talent this powerful is more of a headache than anything, he muttered. He wanted to test it, but he had no suitable target. If, by accident, he ended up killing someone, it would be quite the predicament. Moreover, one of his abilities, 10,000 thunders annihilate the heavens, was an indiscriminate attack and couldn't be used recklessly. Looks like I'll have to try out thunder body refinement first and speed up the progress of my eternal indestructible body. Since the eternal indestructible body progressed to its second layer, its development had been excruciatingly slow. Even with the rule of thunder striking him, the progress barely increased by 1%. Fortunately, he now had the 10,000 thunders body refinement technique. Lin Mo activated thunder body refinement, starting with the weakest level of current. At first, he only felt a tingling sensation, but as the current grew stronger, the pain gradually became more pronounced. He adjusted the current to a level he could tolerate and observed the progress of the eternal indestructible body. He found that about 1% progress could be made in an hour, and he was quite satisfied. After all, this progress was continuous and required no active effort on his part. Right now, Lin Mo felt as though he had a clone grinding away at cultivation for him. Staring at the progress bar, he said, before the National College entrance exam rankings, the eternal indestructible body should break through to the second layer. He wasn't worried about being unable to defeat his opponents, he simply wanted to showcase his overwhelming talent and strength to secure the maximum support and resources. With his current strength, which could easily crush his peers, he was confident he could astonish the entire Dragon Nation. Soon, he would need to discuss a trip to the border with his grandfather. As long as he showcased his abilities, his grandfather would surely agree. The border was where his parents were stationed, and they would undoubtedly protect him. Wait a second. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Mo's mind. I could spar with Grandpa. With him around, I can unleash my abilities without mishaps, and he'll get to witness my strength. It was a perfect two birds one stone solution. Thinking this, Lin Mo began to look forward to his grandfather's return. Speaking of which, he still didn't know what his grandfather's martial soul was. Since Lin Zhantian had left the front lines when Lin Mo was still a child, he had never seen or heard anything about his grandfather's martial soul. This secrecy was also part of the nation's measures to protect its war gods. This time, my goal is to force Grandpa to reveal his martial soul. Lin Mo was eager to find out what it was. A martial saint-level soul would undoubtedly be a top-tier SSS grade martial soul. I wonder what it could be. With my current strength, I'm not sure if I can force Grandpa to reveal his martial soul, Lin Mo mused. The chances weren't high after all. Lin Zhantian was a martial saint, reportedly at the pinnacle of his level, just one step away from the Emperor realm. Given his current strength, forcing Lin Zhantian to reveal his martial soul would be an immense challenge. Lin Mo understood this, but even if he couldn't force it, he could simply ask his grandfather directly. After all, he was his own grandson, his grandfather would surely tell him. Changliang, the upcoming sparring will depend on you, Lin Mo said in his mind to Changliang, the thunder ancestral god. Don't worry, master. Changliang will give it his all, Changliang replied in a deep voice. While waiting for Lin Zhantian to return, Lin Mo didn't idle. He sat cross-legged and began cultivating the heaven-devouring technique. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surged towards Lin Mo's body, but he didn't immediately absorb it. Instead, he first guided the energy into the small world he had created. This was a new technique Lin Mo had discovered. So long as there was spiritual energy in the small world, he could access it at any time. With this method, Lin Mo's spiritual energy was essentially inexhaustible. Coupled with his formidable eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo was practically a terrifying humanoid beast. Lin Mo was still at home, waiting for his grandfather to return, while over on Lin Zhantian's side, he was surrounded by a group of old men bombarding him with questions. Old Lin, where did your grandson find this manuscript, in which secret realm? Does your grandson have a partner yet? My granddaughter is quite the beauty, you know. Old Li, you say your granddaughter is pretty, but my granddaughter is a peerless beauty. Lin Zhantian was encircled by these elderly men, all of them prying into Lin Mo's affairs. Anyone familiar with these old men would undoubtedly be shocked, because every single one of them was a top-tier expert in the military district. Now, so many old comrades had gathered together, all for one young man, truly baffling. Lin Zhantian's feelings were mixed, proud of his grandson, but also annoyed by these old geezers. Back in their days of fighting on the battlefield, there hadn't been so much chatter. He blamed Lu Hailing, it was that old fellow who dragged all these people here. Lin Zhantian grumbled to himself. In truth, there was a reason everyone was vying to arrange a marriage with Lin Mo. Ever since Lin Mo won the championship at Tianyang No. 1 High School, the capital had begun to take notice of him. Naturally, these old comrades had heard about it as well. After all, this year, Tianyang No. 1 High School had gathered the descendants of many prominent figures. Among the grandchildren of these people present, most were Lin Mo's peers. For instance, the one boasting that his granddaughter was a peerless beauty, his granddaughter was Su Qingxue. He himself was the head of the Southeastern Military District, wielding immense power. However, due to his busy schedule, he hadn't noticed that his granddaughter was already in a relationship with Lin Mo. But even if he knew, he would undoubtedly give his full support. Because Lin Mo, with his championship win and the critical information he had discovered, had immense potential for the future, and the nation regarded him highly. Thus, it was no surprise that these prominent figures were scrambling to arrange a marriage for Lin Mo. And all of this stemmed from Lu Hailing, the head of the Resource Bureau. When he reported the news, a few of these prominent figures happened to be drinking together. Upon hearing the news, they all swarmed over, taking the opportunity to catch up with old friends as well. Lin Zhantian was utterly exasperated. You lot, drinking late at night, what on earth are you thinking? You're not young men anymore, don't you need to sleep? The prominent figures exchanged amused glances. With their status, they had long ceased to care about something as trivial as sleep. Lin Zhantian knew they were joking, though he still found them mildly irritating. This time, your boy has really made a name for himself, said Su Qingxue's grandfather, Su Lingtian. Lin Zhantian looked at his old friend and couldn't help but laugh. He knew his grandson and Su Qingxue were already together. But he had no intention of telling Su Lingtian just yet, he wanted to tease him a bit. When Su Lingtian found out that his granddaughter had already met Lin Zhantian, he would surely be stunned. Lin Zhantian felt a smug sense of satisfaction. Alright, you all carry on. I need to head home to check on my grandson. Bidding farewell to his old friends, Lin Zhantian returned home. When he saw Lin Mo furiously absorbing spiritual energy, his face was full of astonishment. This absorption speed is incredible. At his age, I was only at the martial spirit level. Sensing Lin Mo's aura at the late stage of the martial king realm, Lin Zhantian was overjoyed. As expected of my grandson reaching the late stage of the martial king realm before the age of 20. Who knows, he might even ascend to a higher realm. Lin Zhantian mused to himself. At this moment, Lin Mo woke up and, upon seeing his grandfather standing there, his eyes lit up. Finally, he's back. Now I can test my strength. Grandpa, can you spar with me? I want to see where I stand now. Lin Zhantian nearly thought he misheard. What did you say, Xiao Mo? He double-checked. Lin Mo, helpless, had to repeat his request. Xiao Mo, let me tell you, you're not yet strong enough to spar with me. Your grandpa is at the peak of the martial saint realm. You're still too young. Wait until you reach the martial saint realm, and then I'll spar with you. Lin Mo knew that if he didn't showcase some of his abilities, his grandfather might not agree. So, he directly unleashed his fully materialized Changliang martial soul. In an instant, the sky darkened with the arrival of Changliang. Thick black clouds gathered above the villa district, thunder roared, as if preparing for an earth-shattering attack. Lin Zhantian stared at Lin Mo's displayed Changliang martial soul, his face full of shock. This was completely different from the Kunpeng martial soul Lin Mo had shown before. Lin Zhantian was astonished to discover that his grandson Lin Mo actually possessed twin martial souls. He hurriedly sought confirmation from Lin Mo. This was a big deal. If it were true that Lin Mo possessed twin martial souls, he was confident about securing the best resource support for his grandson. If Lin Mo ranked among the top in the national championship, the resources he would obtain would be unprecedented. Although Lin Mo had not yet reached university and thus couldn't access the monthly national resources for the time being, all efforts now were preparations for obtaining greater resources during his university years. Do not underestimate the national resources, they contain many priceless treasures that money simply cannot buy. These precious resources are allocated based on the shares earned by the prodigies. The more gifted a person, the larger their share. This is also the country's support for ordinary citizens. Of course, for prestigious families, these resources are equally attractive. Thus, Lin Zhantian eagerly questioned Lin Mo to confirm whether he truly possessed twin martial souls. Although Lin Mo wanted to say that he would awaken countless martial souls in the future, he knew no one would believe him. "Yes, Grandpa, I just awakened a new martial soul a few days ago." Lin Zhantian turned to observe Lin Mo's new martial soul. With his sharp eyes, he quickly identified Changliang as an SS-grade martial soul. What shocked him even more was that this was a materialized martial soul. "Xiao Mo, you've actually materialized your martial soul." Lin Zhantian's astonishment was uncontainable. You must know that Lin Mo was only at the martial king realm. Normally, people needed to reach the martial sect realm to materialize their martial souls. Yet here he was, materializing an SS-grade martial soul while still in the martial king realm. It was truly unbelievable. This meant that Lin Mo's spiritual power quality already rivaled that of someone in the martial sect realm. Of course, this was merely the quality of his spiritual power and did not necessarily equate to combat strength. Impressive. Young people nowadays never cease to amaze, Lin Zhantian sighed. "Alright, since you can materialize your martial soul, let's spar a bit." Lin Zhantian agreed to a match with Lin Mo. Lin Mo was delighted, he could finally test his skills. He didn't let his grandfather prepare at all, because even if Lin Zhantian was completely unguarded, Lin Mo still wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Lin Mo unfurled the Kunpeng wings, his speed increasing 100-fold in an instant, and he almost immediately dashed to Lin Zhantian's front. Lin Zhantian was slightly stunned. "Not bad, your speed almost caught me off guard," he said, lightly dodging to one side. To his surprise, Lin Mo had already commanded Changliang to ambush nearby. Changliang's body shimmered with white lightning as he punched fiercely at Lin Zhantian. Changliang's arms were long and his attacks swift. Lin Zhantian's expression remained unchanged. As Changliang's fist was about to land, his withered arm stretched out, blocking the attack with brute force. The lightning dissipated instantly as if it had struck an insulator. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had activated Raijin, his body seemingly clad in lightning armor, bathed entirely in electric light. With the passive skill Thunder Wrath in effect, if Lin Zhantian collided with Lin Mo, he would suffer double lightning damage. However, Lin Mo knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't defeat his grandfather. His grandfather wouldn't even need to summon his martial soul to suppress him effortlessly. Hence, Lin Mo placed his hopes on Changliang, as it possessed the peak power of a martial god. Although Changliang's earlier attack had been easily neutralized, its innate skills had yet to be unleashed. There was still hope. After activating Raijin, Lin Mo didn't stop, he went on to channel the law of water. A torrent surged forth from him, rushing fiercely toward Lin Zhantian. Lin Mo's comprehension of the law of water had reached 100%, greatly enhancing its power. Yet Lin Zhantian stood firmly in place, unmoving. With his current physique, such an attack couldn't harm him at all. He decided to take the attack head-on. As the torrent struck Lin Zhantian, Lin Mo simultaneously activated the law of thunder. Massive bolts of lightning cascaded down from the sky. Lin Mo placed his hands on the torrent, turning Raijin's passive defense into offensive power. With the amplification from Thunder Wrath, this strike became Lin Mo's strongest attack to date, though he still hadn't tested his ultimate skill. 10,000 thunders punished the heavens. The lightning, bolstered by the water's flow, rapidly spread to Lin Zhantian. The combination of lightning and water pushed the attack's power to its peak. Lin Zhantian took the full brunt of the strike, the dazzling lightning and overwhelming torrent completely engulfing his figure. At the moment Lin Zhantian's line of sight was obstructed, Lin Mo finally instructed Changliang to make his move. Changliang unleashed the 10,000 thunders annihilate the heavens, and at the same time, Lin Mo launched his own 10,000 thunders annihilate the heavens. That's right, Lin Mo intended to use their strongest innate skill together to attack Lin Zhantian. Lin Mo had given it his all. Regardless of whether this attack could force his grandfather's martial soul to appear, he was prepared to admit defeat and end the match after this strike. Lin Mo and Changliang simultaneously unleashed 10,000 thunders annihilate the heavens, and an aura of destruction began to spread from the dark clouds above. Though the lightning seemed to restrain itself, everyone could feel it was merely the calm before the storm. The destructive aura in the sky grew stronger and stronger, quickly reaching its peak. Black lightning flashed through the clouds, growing larger and larger, directly targeting Lin Zhantian's position. Boom. The black lightning was so intense that Lin Mo couldn't even open his eyes, yet Lin Zhantian fearlessly withstood Lin Mo's strongest attack. How could he allow his grandson to feel disheartened? Lin Zhantian, too, could sense the power of this strike. It seems I have no choice but to summon my martial soul. Old friend, come forth. A crimson aura rose from Lin Zhantian's body, encircling him to form a protective shield. As the destructive energy dissipated, a golden three-legged divine bird appeared behind Lin Zhantian. The divine bird circled around him, preventing even the slightest speck of dust from approaching his figure. Only now did Lin Mo realize that his grandfather's martial soul was the three-legged golden crow, an apex existence among SSS-grade martial souls. At that moment, a group of uniformed officials suddenly appeared outside the courtyard, their presence both conspicuous and recognizable. Leading them was Li Run, the guardian of the imperial capital and Lin Zhantian's disciple. Their expressions were stern as they entered the Lin family courtyard, clearly drawn by the commotion just moments ago. After all, the earlier strike had been earth-shattering, with the thunderclouds still lingering in the sky. Li Run hurried over with his men to investigate. After all, this was the home of the war god. What if someone had taken this opportunity to seek revenge on his family? As soon as Li Run stepped through the gate, he saw Lin Zhantian summon martial soul and was utterly stunned. His master hadn't summoned his martial soul in years, the last time being during the fierce beast invasion of the imperial capital over a decade ago. Back then, the beasts had mastered teleportation abilities and launched a massive assault on the imperial capital. At that time, the war gods were stationed on the front lines, leaving the imperial capital's defenses vulnerable. As it happened, Lin Zhantian had returned to the capital when Lin Mo was born. The beasts had just teleported into the city and had not even begun their rampage before they were annihilated by Lin Zhantian's summoned martial soul. Caught off guard by the presence of a war god in the capital, the beasts were utterly unprepared. Lin Zhantian showed no mercy as he slaughtered the beasts. Not a single one could withstand the flames of the three-legged golden crow. Li Run would never forget the towering figure that had saved him in his moment of peril. But now, seeing his master summon his martial soul again after nearly 20 years filled Li Run's heart with a complex mix of emotions. Master, why have you summoned your martial soul? Have the fierce beasts begun another large-scale invasion? Li Run simultaneously summoned his own martial soul, releasing an overwhelming aura. His martial soul was the headless and faceless monster Chaos, one of the four great malevolent beasts of ancient times. This beast was far stronger than the other interdimensional fierce beasts. Li Run was no longer the same person he had been in the past. Under Lin Zhantian's tutelage, he had advanced to the martial saint realm. His aura now exuded unparalleled strength. Lin Zhantian gave a helpless smile. He had forgotten to conceal his aura. What an oversight. He couldn't let them know the real situation. Li Run, you're as impulsive as ever. This was just a practice session between me and Xiao Mo. I deliberately didn't hide my aura to test your reaction. Quick, put away your martial soul. Hearing this, Li Run immediately understood that his master was making an excuse. There was no way his master would cause such a massive commotion for a mere test. He promptly retracted his martial soul. Even so, he knew in his heart that young Lin Mo was indeed remarkable. He was well aware that his master's martial soul was fire elemental. But the intense lightning elemental energy lingering in the courtyard, along with the thunderclouds overhead, indicated that the previous battle had been anything but simple. Moreover, it was undoubtedly linked to the owner of a lightning element martial soul. That could only mean Lin Mo's martial soul. Sensing the dense spiritual energy, it was clear that this was no ordinary talent. Li Run silently marveled, so young, and Lin Mo could already force his master to summon his martial soul. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, his master's grandson was destined to be one of the Dragon Nation's strongest assets. The stronger, the better. Well, since everything's fine, you all can leave now. I'll stay here and have a chat with Master. Li Run turned his head and gestured, and the people who had been nervously standing guard all quickly left. After asking the others to leave first, Li Run walked toward Lin Mo. Lin Zhantian naturally trusted that Li Run would not harm Lin Mo. Li Run approached Lin Mo and observed him intently, trying to figure out what set him apart from others. Being stared at by such a big man made Lin Mo feel quite awkward. Uncle Li, why do you keep staring at me like that? Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you in a long time and missed you. Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes. Miss me? Who would believe that? Go play by yourself, I need to get back to cultivating. Uncle Li, you can chat with Grandpa. I'll head back to my room now and leave you two to it. Finding an excuse, Lin Mo returned to his room. He still needed to prepare for the national ranking competition. Actually, as long as he unleashed his fully manifested Shangliang martial soul, first place would be as good as guaranteed. But no one in the ranking competition had ever fully manifested their martial soul during the college entrance exams. Lin Mo didn't want to use Changlian to instantly crush his opponents right away. He planned to save Changlian for the moment when his opponents were about to win. That would make the match far more exciting. He was curious to see if anyone in this national ranking competition could push him to that point. After returning to his room, Lin Mo began cultivating, aiming to break through to the martial emperor realm. Once he broke through, he would be able to manifest his Kunpeng martial soul as well, greatly enhancing his strength. However, after cultivating for a while, he noticed no improvement in his cultivation level. This left Lin Mo perplexed. After all, from martial master to martial king, he had always progressed smoothly without encountering a bottleneck. Especially with the heavenly spirit fruit boosting his talent, there had been no obstacles at all. But now, he was stuck at the threshold of the martial emperor realm. How strange. He decided to ask his grandfather. With a martial saint for a grandfather, it would be a waste not to consult him. But when he returned to the courtyard, his grandfather was already gone. The nation likely had urgent matters to attend to. Just earlier, Lin Mo's alchemy information had been reported. They were probably now discussing material sources, transportation routes, and frontline deployment issues. Lin Mo understood his grandfather was busy, but if Grandpa wasn't around, who could he ask? His gaze shifted to Li Run. Right, I can ask Uncle Li, isn't he Grandpa's disciple? And he's a martial saint himself, he's bound to help me. He walked over to Li Run. Uncle Li, why can't I break through my realm? When Li Run saw his nephew approaching, he thought something serious had happened. After hearing the question, he understood. This kid was definitely being impatient, complaining after just a short time of training. So, he prepared to guide Lin Mo properly. Xiao Mo, you're still in the early stages of cultivation. Don't rush for quick results. Lin Mo listened and began to reflect. Could it really be that I'm too impatient? But it's been 10 days and I haven't broken through to the late stage of Martial King. Still, I shouldn't rush. He muttered to himself. Li Run listened, a gratified smile appearing on his face. But soon, he realized something odd in Lin Mo's words. What? You've already reached the late stage of Martial King? Li Run exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo, however, looked completely innocent. Yeah, Uncle Li. Am I breaking through too slowly? Li Run felt his self-esteem shatter into pieces. At his age, he was probably just a low-level martial spirit. To reach the late stage of Martial King at this age, few, if any, had ever achieved that. He was stunned. Since Lin Mo was stuck breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm from the late stage of Martial King, Li Run roughly understood the reason. Xiao Mo, you need to comprehend your domain first. Only then can you break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how much spiritual energy you absorb, you won't be able to break through. Li Run explained to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was immediately taken aback, as he had never heard of a domain before. Seeing the confusion on Lin Mo's face, Li Run instantly understood Lin Mo probably had no idea what a domain was. That was understandable. Schools wouldn't teach such advanced knowledge, and most martial souls didn't even require anything like a domain. Domains were a special ability exclusive to S-tier martial souls. S-tier martial souls were exceedingly rare, so it made sense that Lin Mo hadn't heard of domains. For those with S-tier or higher martial souls, breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm requires first comprehending the power of their domain. Without a domain, it's impossible to break through. The Martial Emperor realm represents the first major checkpoint on the path of cultivation, and it exists precisely because of the power of domains. A domain is an incredibly powerful ability. Everyone's domain is different, some are strong, some are weak, and it all depends on your own comprehension. Li Run provided a detailed explanation to Lin Mo. Lin Mo finally understood that only those who possessed an S-class martial soul were qualified to comprehend a domain. Moreover, judging from Li Run's tone, a domain was undoubtedly a trump card. Without a domain, facing someone who had won would be like being several levels apart. If both individuals had domains, at least they could fight on equal footing. But if one side lacked a domain, losing was almost inevitable. It seemed that he had to quickly comprehend a domain, or else the materialization of his Kunpeng martial soul would remain a distant dream. After seeing Li run off, the sky had already brightened. Lin Mo began pondering how to cultivate a domain. He meditated and tried to comprehend it from morning until evening, but gained nothing throughout the day. Now he finally realized just how difficult it was to comprehend a domain. That's right, I could check the system shop to see if there's anything related to domains. He had been so focused on cultivation earlier that he forgot the system was his greatest support. Lin Mo opened the system shop, and his eyes were greeted by a dazzling array of items. He filtered for domain-related items, and as expected, there were plenty domains of all kinds. However, looking at the enhancement points he had, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall silent. He had earned 54,600 enhancement points during the Secret Realm Beast Tide and another 42,600 points from perfecting the Law of Lightning. Unfortunately, he had spent 89,000 points to enhance the Law of Water afterward. Though he had encountered a few exotic beasts in recent days, their numbers were small, so he hadn't accumulated many points. Even with the 50,000 point boost from the Fortune gift pack, he now only had a little over 60,000 points left. In short, he didn't have nearly enough to purchase a domain. Forget it. I'll just take a look for now. After all, there's no harm in browsing, even if he couldn't afford anything. Chaos Domain. When activated, it manifests the aura of primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed, capable of attacking with chaotic energy that is utterly destructive. Price: 10 million enhancement points. God of Slaughter Domain. Contains immense bloodthirsty energy. Enemies within the domain are continuously affected by its killing aura, with their strength reduced by up to 90%. Price: 9,990,000 enhancement points. Seeing domain prices growing increasingly exorbitant, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. These domains are ridiculously expensive. I'll just settle for something adequate for now and upgrade later when I have the funds. Soon, Lin Mo found a domain with a relatively reasonable price. 5 Elements Domain. Within this domain, the wielder's 5 Elements laws will receive a 100% power boost. Price: 100,000 enhancement points. Seeing the price was manageable, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. There was actually another domain, the Oblivion Domain, which paired better with his Devouring Law, but its price was far beyond his reach. Sigh, I wonder when the next Child of Fortune will appear. I urgently need enhancement points right now. Lin Mo knew clearly that aside from slaying fierce beasts, seizing the luck of a Child of Fortune was the best way to gain enhancement points. Additionally, there were other rewards, as he had experienced last time. He decided to ask the system directly to see if it had an answer. System: when will the next Child of Fortune appear? Ding. Hello, host. Since the disappearance of the last Child of Fortune, ephone, a significant amount of heavenly Daoluck has been consumed. That's why no new one has appeared for a while. However, system analysis shows that a new Child of Fortune has emerged recently, but they have not yet encountered the host. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. A new Child of Fortune already existed, but finding them would still be a challenge. He began contemplating where the Child of Fortune might appear. Suddenly, he thought of the upcoming national ranking tournament in a few days. As a Child of Fortune, they would most likely participate in the national ranking tournament. After all, it was a nationwide competition, a perfect stage for a Child of Fortune to showcase their strength. It seemed that he had to prepare well for the competition in a few days, as his strength's improvement would heavily depend on this opportunity. Just as Lin Mo was mulling over the ranking tournament, a phone call suddenly came in. Lin Mo saw that the call was from Wang Changlin, the principal of Tianyang First High School. He guessed it was probably about the national ranking tournament, as the event was just around the corner. Lin Mo answered the call. Lin Mo? This is the principal. Can you come to school tomorrow? There are some matters about the national ranking tournament to discuss. As expected, it was about the national ranking tournament. All right, principal. Lin Mo responded with just 4 simple words and hung up. Wang Changlin shook his head helplessly. Lin Mo was indeed a straightforward and direct person. He hesitated for a long time before finally describing him as simple. It wasn't exactly an insult, but it wasn't much of a compliment either. However, Wang Changlin didn't mind these minor details. Without strength, enthusiasm alone was meaningless. He then proceeded to make his next phone call. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo immediately contacted Su Qingxue. The principal said you all, so he must be reaching out to others as well. However, Lin Mo didn't have Li Jin's contact information, so he could only reach out to Su Qingxue, who was the most likely person to know. After all, Su Qingxue was the third person besides Li Jin and Lin Mo. At this moment, Su Qingxue had just seen Lin Mo's message and was about to reply that the principal hadn't contacted her when her phone rang. She quickly deleted the word she had just typed and changed it to "the principal contacted me," then sent it to Lin Mo. This principal, why didn't he tell me earlier? I almost sent Lin Mo false information. After grumbling, she angrily answered the call. Hello? Su Qingxue said loudly. At that moment, Wang Changlin, who had just been hung up on by Li Jin, was caught off guard by Su Qingxue's loud hello. He had thought the third-ranked female student would be gentler, but the sudden loud voice nearly startled him. After explaining everything, Wang Changlin was quickly hung up on by Su Qingxue as well. Are all these geniuses this proud? Wang Changlin stood alone in the wind, feeling somewhat helpless. From Su Qingxue's confirmation, Lin Mo deduced that Li Jin must have been called to the school as well. If the first and third places were invited, how could the second place not be? After arranging with Su Qingxue to go to school together the next day, Lin Mo began his evening training. Although he couldn't break through to the martial emperor realm yet, solidifying his foundation was still necessary. After all, he had advanced too quickly these past few days. While his realm was stable, his foundation was a bit shaky. It was a good time to reinforce it during these few days when further breakthroughs weren't possible. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Mo went to find Su Qingxue. Lin Mo's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, accompanied him for breakfast every day, showing his care for his grandson. As the war god of the nation, even though he had retired from the front lines, he was still busy. The fact that he could still make time to have breakfast with Lin Mo daily was already very commendable. Lin Mo understood this well and decided to cherish his family even more. He would never allow his loved ones to be harmed. This was also his motivation to grow stronger. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at Su Qingxue's doorstep, sent her a message to let her know he had arrived, and began waiting for her to come out. Su Qingxue, not one to dawdle, appeared before him shortly after. Today, she was wearing blue overalls, exuding youthful energy. Ever since her relationship with Lin Mo improved, she had become much more cheerful. Perhaps this was the power of love. Su Qingxue wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's sturdy arm, pulling it close to her chest. Let's go to school together. Feeling the warmth of the young girl, Lin Mo said nothing, simply smiling as they walked toward the school together. In no time, the two arrived at Tianyang First High School. Just as they reached the school gate, they ran into Li Jin, who had arrived at the same time. The three of them then headed toward the principal's office together. On the way, Su Qingxue glared at Li Jin with her eyes, as if to say, "Why does such a big guy like you have to be a third wheel?" Li Jin felt a chill down his spine the entire way. Finally, he couldn't help but try to start a conversation with Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you have information about our opponents this time? Though Li Jin saw Lin Mo as a rival, he understood who the real opponents were in the national ranking competition. I haven't really looked into it, Lin Mo said expressionlessly. Honestly, there was no need to, as with his strength, peers his age were no match for him. Li Jin was speechless. You're the team captain, and you don't even care who our opponents are? Then was all my effort for nothing? He immediately decided to stop talking to Lin Mo, fearing he'd lose his sanity in the process. Quickening his pace, Li Jin headed straight for the principal's office, unwilling to stay any longer with the other two. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the principal's office. Li Jin arrived first, while Lin Mo and Su Qingxue came a little later. Wang Changlin looked at the three in front of him. After confirming that everyone was present, he got straight to the point. You should all know by now that if Tianyang First High wants to win the championship this time, it will almost entirely depend on the three of you. So, I've called you here to give you an important set of documents. As he spoke, the principal took out 3 identical files from the drawer. Inside are detailed profiles of the representatives from other regional schools. You can take them home and study them carefully. I must remind you, this year's situation is very different from previous years. At first, I thought with Tianyang First High having 2 SSS level martial souls and 1 dual martial soul, the championship was nearly guaranteed. But after seeing the competitors from other regions, my perspective changed. I don't know why, but the competition is especially fierce this year. You can see the details in the materials yourselves. Don't let your guard down. The contestants participating in this year's national ranking exams are not simple characters. After finishing, Wang Changlin handed the 3 files to them and let them leave. He didn't elaborate further on why the competition was so intense. After all, the hope of winning the championship had finally appeared. It was almost a sure thing. But seeing that other schools also had SSS level martial souls, the variables suddenly increased. No one would feel happy about that. Lin Mo, however, was very interested in the documents. Since they were personally selected by the principal, there was no chance they contained information about weak opponents. These were all individuals the principal deemed a threat to the 3 of them. It was worth noting that both Li Jin and Lin Mo were SSS level martial soul holders, and Su Qingxue was a rare dual martial soul possessor. For the principal to consider someone a threat, they were undoubtedly no ordinary characters. Perhaps the files even contained information about the so-called children of fortune. This made Lin Mo very curious about who these people could be. However, Li Jin and Su Qingxue didn't seem interested in the materials. This puzzled Lin Mo. You two aren't interested in these documents? These are the opponents we'll be facing next. The two immediately stared at Lin Mo as if he were some kind of weirdo. After a while, Su Qingxue finally spoke. We've already looked into these things. The ranking exams are so important that we've more or less figured out who has strong martial souls. Li Jin's done the same. But you, it feels like you don't know anything. Lin Mo suddenly understood. To them, this ranking exam was too important, so they had long used online resources or family connections to investigate all the contestants. They were afraid of losing due to a lack of understanding about their opponents. That's why they didn't care much about the documents the principal provided. Most of the information was already known to them. On the other hand, Lin Mo was very confident in his own strength, so he hadn't spent time investigating. This made the documents more intriguing to him. I didn't look into it much because I think no matter how strong they are, they probably can't compare to me. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Mo at that moment, and the pressure of a martial king-level presence was fully revealed. Li Jin and Su Qingxue could only shake their heads helplessly. After all, who could argue with such an overly confident captain? It seemed this time, the championship was as good as theirs. At the school gate, Li Jin left first, clearly not wanting to linger and feel any more demoralized. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, didn't mind. After all, Lin Mo was her boyfriend. The stronger he was, the happier she felt. So, she walked home with Lin Mo. When they got home, it was just in time for lunch. Lin Mo had a meal with his grandfather. Perhaps because he had missed out on familial love in his previous life, Lin Mo particularly cherished the feeling of eating with family. After the meal, he began reviewing the material in the documents. There are really a lot of strong competitors this time. Lin Mo nodded as he looked through the profiles of several SSS-level martial soul holders. He quickly skimmed through the information until his gaze locked onto a particularly notable individual. Gu Tianlong, Ancient Martial Soul, SSS level. It is said he can transform into an ancient giant dragon, possessing immense physical strength. Realm unknown. Affiliated with Suzhou First High. This person was intriguing. Ancient martial souls were extremely rare in the history of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, he was from Suzhou First High, a school on par with Tianyang First High. The two schools had always competed for the title of the nation's top high school. Lin Mo wasn't paying attention to him because he was from Suzhou First High, but because ancient martial souls could directly transform into their martial soul forms, which were immensely powerful. Lin Mo couldn't help but take a few extra glances at this Gu Tianlong. However, Lin Mo still felt a bit skeptical in his heart, unsure whether the person truly possessed the ability to transform. After all, the information he had was merely hearsay, without any solid evidence. Therefore, Lin Mo wasn't entirely certain if the individual could actually transform. I'm actually looking forward to seeing if he really can transform. If he can, the competition will definitely be more exciting. After saying this, Lin Mo stopped paying further attention to him and instead began observing the others. In truth, Lin Mo was still hoping to find clues about the chosen one from the information he had. He wasn't particularly interested in those extremely talented geniuses. No matter how extraordinary they were, they couldn't surpass him. Soon, Lin Mo spotted someone who very much resembled the chosen one. Fang Yan, Martial Soul Unknown, Level Unknown. During the campus ranking competition, he secured first place at Yunhai High School without using his martial soul abilities, earning the school's sole qualification spot for the national rankings. When his martial soul awakened, only a shadow appeared, making it impossible to discern what kind of soul it was. Lin Mo thought to himself that Fang Yan was highly likely to be the chosen one. After all, even Wang Changlin had documented him in the report, which spoke volumes. The only qualification spot from Yunhai High School? Of course Lin Mo had heard of Yunhai High. This school, like Tianyang High, was located in the capital city. But its status was far inferior, to the point that it only had one spot to participate in the rankings. Meanwhile, Tianyang High had 10 times the number of spots as Yunhai High. The disparity was obvious. With only one person competing, the school's reputation could only rely on individual performance. It wasn't that only one person could register for the team competition, but rather that it was very difficult for a single individual to lead a team to success. However, if Fang Yan really was the chosen one, Lin Mo believed it was highly possible. He thought, perhaps the heavens might grant him some extraordinary opportunity. But that's only if he truly is the chosen one. He decided to observe during the national rankings. When the time came and he encountered Fang Yan, the system would surely give him some indication. After all, the system's desire for fortune was as strong as Lin Mo's craving for enhancement points. There were still a few days left until the rankings. What should he do in the meantime? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Forget it, I won't train. I'll just relax since no one can defeat me anyway. Besides, training now won't elevate my realm by much, consolidating it tonight will suffice. I might as well just take it easy for the next few days. Lin Mo arrived at the treasure pavilion again, though this time it wasn't for the auction. After all, auctions weren't held every day. This time, his main purpose was to relax. With money in this lifetime, spending was the most straightforward way to unwind. Originally, he had wanted to invite Su Qingxue to join him, but she declined, saying she needed to train. Su Qingxue said, "Stop joking. I'm not a freak like you. The college entrance exam is coming up, who has the time to go out and play?" So Lin Mo had no choice but to enter the treasure pavilion alone. "Welcome." The black uniformed ladies on either side greeted him sweetly. As expected of a major enterprise, even the receptionists knew how to win over customers. Upon entering, Lin Mo began browsing the treasures around him. The items displayed in the treasure pavilion were all of high quality, even the ordinary cultivation resources were top tier. There were also many exotic creatures showcased in the display cases. As Lin Mo was observing a strange beast that he couldn't tell whether it was a cat or a dog, a familiar voice came from beside him. "Lin Mo, what are you doing here?" Lin Mo turned his head and immediately recognized the speaker. It was Li Ru, that chubby guy. He walked over and gave Li Ru a punch. "With the college entrance exam coming up, you're here relaxing? Don't tell me you're slacking off too." In truth, Lin Mo just wanted to tease Li Ru because he knew how strict Li Ru's father was with him. With the exam approaching, there was no way Li Ru could be out and about. So Lin Mo suspected that Li Ru had snuck out and intentionally teased him. Hearing this, Li Ru's face turned sour. "You know how strict my dad is. I really did sneak out this time. I've been stifled to death these past few days. I can't go anywhere and am stuck at home training every day. It feels like being in prison. If my dad hadn't gone out today, there's no way I could have escaped." As Li Ru complained and vented his frustrations, Lin Mo wore a look of feigned sympathy. "Sigh, I really envy you. It's different for me, I can go wherever I want. I'm strong enough that even my grandfather can't be bothered to manage me." These words made Li Ru so angry his blood pressure nearly skyrocketed. "Get lost. Don't talk to me about that." "Oh, right. Do you have any plans? Let's go check out the Stone Gambling Festival later." Stone gambling, of course Lin Mo knew about it. It involved mysterious stones excavated from secret realms. No matter how strong someone was, they couldn't see through what was hidden inside. It could either be a treasure or a pile of junk, entirely dependent on luck. Lin Mo had nothing else to do, so he readily agreed. "Alright, I'll reluctantly accompany you this time. I don't have any other plans anyway." Hearing Lin Mo agree, Li Ru's eyes immediately lit up. "Don't worry, this stone gambling fair will definitely be worth your while. It's no ordinary event. This is the grand event held only once a year, far larger in scale than the monthly fairs," Li Ru said proudly. "Then let's go." With that, he and Li Ru headed to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. Indeed, this stone gambling fair was hosted by the treasure pavilion, and the venue was on the second floor. The private room Lin Mo had been in earlier was also on the second floor, though it was a separate enclosed space designed for esteemed guests to enjoy peace and quiet. When Lin Mo and Li Ru arrived on the second floor, they were greeted by a lively and bustling scene. As an annual grand event, the number of participants was naturally significant. The treasure pavilion, being wealthy and powerful, had a spacious second floor that remained uncrowded despite the large gathering. The two scanned the crowd briefly before slowly walking in. Attending a stone gambling fair, it's best not to rush into purchases. First, observe the excitement, see what treasures others uncover and whether any good finds emerge. Soon, they found a stall where a stone was being opened. Practitioners didn't need machines to cut open stones, they could use spiritual energy to slice them directly. However, if one wanted to grind the stone slowly, it tested the practitioner's control over their spiritual energy. For those lacking precision, there were specialized machines available to assist. The stone before them was being cut using a machine. The stonecutter transformed their spiritual energy into a sharp blade and sliced into the stone. In no time, the stone split in two. The onlookers held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene, eagerly awaiting the reveal of a treasure. After all, this particular stone had cost a hefty sum, and the buyer was visibly nervous. Before the stone was opened, its worth remained uncertain. At last, the stone broke apart, and spiritual light burst forth. "It's a hit! "It's a hit," someone among the crowd shouted excitedly, and a hint of joy appeared on the buyer's face. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations, the buyers seemed poised to make their money back, but what the treasure was remained to be seen. As the radiant glow of the treasure gradually subsided, the crowd finally saw it clearly. It was a sword. The blade shimmered with flowing colors, at least a profound-grade sword. While it wasn't as precious as top-tier spiritual weapons, the buyer's exhilaration was akin to winning the lottery, clearly having struck big. As soon as the sword appeared, the crowd began bidding immediately. "I'll offer 20,000 spirit stones. Not sure if the buyer's willing to sell. Stop shouting if you're broke. I'll pay 30,000 spirit stones." Lin Mo listened to the bids from the side but had no intention of participating. Still, seeing the treasure revealed right before him stirred a faint excitement within him. Just as a few people were haggling over the price, a cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out, shattering the lively atmosphere like a thunderclap on a clear day. "I'll offer 100,000 spirit stones." The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Lin Mo and Li Ru, equally intrigued, looked over to see who dared to make such a high bid. Lin Mo's gaze landed on a stunningly beautiful woman. Even Lin Mo, who had seen his fair share of the world, was momentarily captivated by her beauty. This woman exuded a sharp, icy allure, entirely different from Su Qingshua's pure and gentle charm. Her slender waist resembled a blooming rose, elegant and mesmerizing. However, Lin Mo faintly sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. It was evident her strength was no ordinary matter. The surrounding people, however, didn't perceive the danger. The stark disparity in power made it imperceptible to them. All they noticed was her enchanting beauty. Li Ru couldn't help but stare at her too. Excitedly, he said, "Lin Mo, look how gorgeous that woman is. She even glanced at me just now. Do you think she's into me?" Lin Mo glanced at Li Ru's burly physique and chuckled. "You're overthinking it. With your looks, who could possibly be interested?" This time, Li Ru didn't retort. He knew he couldn't compare to Lin Mo, and arguing further would only embarrass himself. With her sky-high bid of 100,000 spirit stones, the woman successfully secured the sword. After paying, she held the sword and prepared to leave. But just before she departed, she suddenly glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo met her gaze confidently, smiling in return. The woman paused briefly, nodded slightly, and then left. "How odd. Why do I sense danger from a mere child?" Bai Yueming muttered to herself, shaking her head. "Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt nothing unusual and continued strolling around the stone gambling fair with Li Ru. Lin Mo, after watching a stone cutting session, felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to try his luck at picking a stone too. After all, he was well off now and didn't lack money. Beside him, Li Ru also had the same thought. It wasn't easy for Li Ru to get out and about, so he definitely wanted to have some fun. Just as Lin Mo was selecting a stone and preparing to make his move, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Luck Child Fawn Yen detected. Host, please suppress the Luck Child as soon as possible to gain enhancement points. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected to encounter one so quickly. He looked around and located the person indicated by the system. That person had a carefree expression, his eyes scanning the surrounding stone gambling stalls continuously. It seemed this Luck Child indeed possessed a special ability to see through the truth of the stones. Lin Mo thought to himself. After all, it was only natural for a protagonist to harvest a few treasures in a stone gambling market. Lin Mo began pondering how he could play a trick on Fang Yan. After all, only by suppressing the protagonist could he gain enhancement points. Intercepting Fang Yan's luck should net him a considerable amount of enhancement points. Lin Mo grinned wickedly as he plotted. Seeing Lin Mo's smile, Li Ru felt a chill run down his spine. Based on his understanding of Lin Mo, this expression meant someone was about to be tricked again. Li Ru knew this all too well because he himself had fallen victim to Lin Mo's schemes many times before. He quickly took a few steps back to maintain some distance. At this moment, Fang Yan was carefully examining a few stones nearby, trying to find something valuable. He was different from the others, as he was bound to a system. Previously, Fang Yan was just an ordinary student at Yunhai High School, with no notable achievements. Moreover, because he was seated next to the school beauty, he was often bullied. The one bullying him was Gu Yunji, a rich second-generation heir from an imperial capital family. Gu Yunji was a suitor of the school beauty, Yiling, jealous of Fang Yan's closeness with her. Being an ordinary person, Fang Yan naturally didn't dare to confront Gu Yunji head-on. He could only endure in silence, but the more he endured, the more he was bullied. Life was utterly miserable for him. Until one night, Fang Yan's fate took a turn. That was when he became bound to the strongest lottery system. Like most systems, he received a newbie gift pack upon binding. One of the key rewards in the gift pack was the Eye of Insight, which greatly enhanced his strength. With newfound power, Fang Yan finally had the confidence to teach Gu Yunji a lesson. From then on, Fang Yan's cultivation journey progressed smoothly. Any obstacles he encountered were easily resolved. As an ordinary person, he had always faced a shortage of resources. Thus, the monthly stone gambling events became his primary way of obtaining resources. Thanks to the Eye of Insight, he could confirm the value of stones with 100% accuracy. This time, he wouldn't miss the annual Grand Stone Gambling event. After all, compared to the monthly events, this one would surely offer far more treasures. Soon, Fang Yan used the Eye of Insight to lock onto a valuable stone and began walking toward it. Lin Mo had been closely watching Fang Yan's actions. He had already devised a way to mess with Fang Yan. As long as he bought the stone before Fang Yan, he could suppress the luck child's fortune and claim the treasure for himself. It would be a total win. Watching Fang Yan head toward his target, Lin Mo also quickened his pace to follow. "Hey! Where are you rushing off to?" Li Ru shouted in confusion, seeing Lin Mo hasten his steps, and quickly followed. Because Lin Mo deliberately increased his speed, he reached the stall with the stone before Fang Yan. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Lin Mo pointed at the stone and asked for the price. Fang Yan's face immediately darkened with urgency when he saw this. "Hey! You! I spotted that stone first." Lin Mo knew perfectly well that Fang Yan had noticed the stone first, but he would never admit it. Putting on a righteous face, he retorted. "What do you mean you saw it first? Do you have proof?" "Clearly, I asked about the price first." Fang Yan was momentarily speechless, as Lin Mo had indeed spoken up first. Seeing Fang Yan at a loss for words, Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Asterisk a luck child? What a joke. You're nothing more than my treasure hunting tool, asterisk. The stall owner, seeing potential customers, quickly stepped forward with a welcoming smile. "Dear customer, this stone costs 1,000 spirit stones." The boss bent slightly as he spoke, his sharp eyes discerning that Lin Mo was no ordinary person. "Deal, I'll take it." Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. Fang Yan, standing to the side, began to panic. He knew the true value of this stone far exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. "I'll offer 2,000 spirit stones." Fang Yan immediately countered with a higher bid. In stone gambling, there was indeed a bidding system, but those who bid later rarely gained any advantage. After all, they had already agreed on a price with the boss. If you raise it further, it would indeed be a bit too much. But now Fang Yan couldn't care less about such matters, he only wanted the item inside the stone. The boss watched the bidding war between the two and naturally enjoyed the spectacle. Who would complain about earning more? Lin Mo smiled at this moment, unafraid of anyone, even more so than the primordial spirit stones themselves. His devouring space still stored a massive amount of spirit stones. After all, the devouring space was practically a cheat tool for cultivation. Lin Mo never lacked spirit stones, so his devouring space was almost always stocked daily. The moment he used them up, he would replenish immediately. This led to his spiritual energy's quality and quantity far surpassing the level of a martial king. As for whether he could match a martial emperor, he wasn't certain yet, but he was close. 5,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo offered his price. His high bid immediately drew the attention of numerous bystanders. Who is this guy? He dares to bid so high? Look at that raw stone, it even has a crack. How can it be worth so much? Yeah, the stone doesn't look good at all. Judging from that young man's attire, he's probably just here to cause a stir. You don't understand. The man bidding 2,000 spirit stones against him is someone impressive. That guy has gained something in every stone gambling tournament he attended. If he set his sights on this stone, it's definitely not ordinary, one onlooker whispered mysteriously to another. In truth, Fang Yan had been attending the stone gambling tournaments almost every time for the past few months. Thanks to his Eye of Insight, he could always discover treasures. He had gained some fame in the stone gambling circle, so it wasn't surprising that he was recognized. Fang Yan knew exactly how much the item inside the raw stone was worth, and he wouldn't give up just because of 5,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. Fang Yan gritted his teeth as he spoke. This was the last batch of spirit stones he had brought. Originally, he had planned to purchase a few treasures and then sell them for more spirit stones. Thus, he hadn't brought too many spirit stones with him. In previous tournaments, he typically carried no more than 5,000 spirit stones. For this annual event, he had specially brought 10,000 spirit stones. But he hadn't expected to encounter Lin Mo, this troublemaker. Lin Mo listened to Fong Yan's bid, his heart calm and unshaken. If you want to bid, then let's bid. To him, spirit stones were merely numbers. 11,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo raised the bid again. The crowd erupted once more. 11,000 spirit stones were enough to sustain an average cultivator's training for several months. This price was exceptionally high. Everyone turned their gaze back to Fong Yan, curious to see whether he would raise the bid further. But Fong Yan had no more spirit stones left and wouldn't continue bidding. The stall owner, seeing that Fong Yan wasn't raising his offer, wasn't too disappointed. After all, 11,000 spirit stones already far exceeded the raw stone's actual value. The stone wasn't large, its appearance was ordinary, and it even had a crack. The fact that it could be sold at all made the owner happy, let alone selling it at such a high price. Fong Yan clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. I'll remember you. You dare to snatch something I've set my sights on? You clearly don't know your place. Lin Mo sensed Fong Yan's hostility but didn't care. Sooner or later, he would face this child of destiny head-on, so it didn't matter if it happened a little early. Fong Yan was truly petty. All Lin Mo did was bid fairly, yet Fong Yan bore a grudge against him. Moreover, Lin Mo had been the first to inquire about the stone, which put him in the right from a logical standpoint. Fong Yan, however, couldn't accept it and harbored thoughts of revenge. That's just how children of destiny were, self-centered, which only made it easier for Lin Mo to deal with them. At this moment, the boss spoke up. Sir, would you like to take it with you, or open it here on the spot? If you choose to open it here, we offer free stone cutting services. This was a common tactic many merchants used to attract customers. Opening the stone in-store could draw a larger crowd. If something valuable was revealed, business would become even more prosperous. Even if nothing valuable emerged, it would still generate attention. Many small shops provided free stone cutting services. Lin Mo naturally chose to open it on the spot. After all, this was the territory of the treasured pavilion, and no one dared to cause trouble here. Even if someone tried to rob him after leaving, he would make sure they understood the meaning of cruelty. Just as the craftsman prepared to cut the raw stone using spiritual energy, Lin Mo raised his hand and signaled for him to stop. This stone wasn't particularly large to begin with, and cutting it directly with a knife might damage the treasure inside. Thus, the master decided to use a grinding machine to slowly polish it open. Master, let's use the grinder instead. The person responsible for cutting the stone had no objections and immediately turned to place the stone on the grinding machine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The grinding machine emitted a harsh noise. Everyone held their breath, stretching their necks to see what might be hidden inside the stone. Even Li Ru, who was standing next to Lin Mo, was doing the same. After spending so many elemental spirit stones, if nothing valuable came out, he was ready to mock Lin Mo. After all, he was Lin Mo's good friend, and that was his responsibility. Everyone was curious about what treasure might be inside. But Fong Yan had no interest in this matter right now. His mood was terrible after having his treasure snatched away. So, by the time Lin Mo paid the boss the elemental spirit stones, Fong Yan had already left. Out of sight, out of mind. At the stone gambling convention, the rule was to pay first before unlocking the stone. If you didn't pay first and the stone turned out to be worthless after being cut open, refusing to pay would create chaos. Naturally, Lin Mo transferred the money to the boss via his identity watch before the stone was polished. Although the grinding process was a bit slow, the raw stone wasn't very big, so it didn't take long to finish. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from deep within the raw stone, so intense that even passers-by couldn't keep their eyes open. Inside was a black ring. Although no one could discern the ring's grade, the spiritual energy storm suggested that this ring was far from ordinary. Lin Mo, of course, knew that this item was extraordinary. After all, anything that caught the eye of the child of destiny could never be ordinary. He placed the black ring into his storage ring, shocking the people around him even further. After all, anyone in possession of a storage ring was either wealthy or noble, especially someone as young as Lin Mo, which made him all the more remarkable. As Lin Mo stored the ring, a system notification sounded. *ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting the opportunity belonging to the child of destiny, Fong Yan. You are rewarded with 30,000 enhancement points. Li Ru, seeing Lin Mo put the treasure away, was stunned, his mouth agape. He wasn't jealous of the treasure itself, but he hadn't expected Lin Mo to have a storage ring. Lin Mo, since when did you have a storage ring? Li Ru asked curiously. My dad gave it to me. Lin Mo answered simply, but this response hit Li Ru like a bolt from the blue. Why is your dad so good to you? My dad just nags me to cultivate all day. Li Ru's face was full of bitterness. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but respond. Humph, if you also had an SSS grade martial soul, your dad would give you whatever you wanted. Or, if you could rank in the top 10 nationally, I bet Uncle Li would definitely reward you. That's not something I can control. Lin Mo didn't want to continue the conversation, as he knew it was a difficult matter. Li Ru's father was Li Run. Previously, Lin Zhantian had only taken Li Run as a disciple out of respect for his old friend. Lin Zhantian had only ever taken Li Run as a disciple because he didn't want to bother with such affairs and had no intention of taking on more. Li Run had performed exceptionally well, directly advancing to martial saint and bringing glory to Lin Zhantian. As they were chatting, Li Ru's phone suddenly rang. It was a text message from his father, Li Run. Li Ru glanced at it, and his face immediately turned pale. Asterisk, you brat. Get home right now. If I don't see you within 5 minutes, you're done for. Asterisk. Li Ru wore an expression of misery. I haven't even gambled on a stone yet, and now I have to go back? Indeed, Li Ru had spent all his time watching Lin Mo unlock his stone and chatting with him, without buying a single one for himself. Lin Mo couldn't help him and could only offer a look of sympathy. I'll head out first. You enjoy yourself. I'm going home to cultivate like crazy and beat you. Li Ru stomped off toward home in frustration. Lin Mo listened and simply shook his head with a smile. Your crazy cultivation antics don't scare me one bit. Watching Li Ru walk off into the distance, Lin Mo began searching for Fang Yan. The child of destiny wouldn't give up just because of one missed opportunity. Lin Mo wanted to intercept more of his fortunes and reap more benefits. Lin Mo's senses were sharper than most, and he quickly located Fang Yan. At this moment, Fang Yan had already purchased the items he wanted. Although these items were valuable, they paled compared to the raw stone that Lin Mo had snatched from him earlier. Fang Yan was deeply aggrieved. That raw stone had been perfect for him. Poof. I'll remember you. When I get back, I'll investigate your identity. I want to see who you really are, daring to steal from me. Lin Mo watched as Fang Yan purchased the treasure he had his eyes on, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have wasted time chatting with that chubby man earlier, which caused him to miss the chance to act first. But it didn't matter, the stone gambling convention had just begun, and Fang Yan was bound to buy many more items. There would still be plenty of opportunities for him to earn enhancement points. Lin Mo followed Fang Yan from a distance, waiting for him to pick out another raw stone so he could seize the opportunity. Finally, Fang Yan spotted another promising raw stone. Lin Mo had also set his sights on this target. But this time, Lin Mo didn't rush to the booth ahead of him. Perhaps because the raw stone he had wanted earlier was snatched away, Fang Yan moved exceptionally quickly this time. He walked straight up to the booth and asked about the price. Although Lin Mo wasn't the first to arrive, who said he couldn't place a bid? Just as Fang Yan was about to finalize the deal at 2,000 spirit stones, a familiar and irritating voice suddenly rang out beside him. I bid 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo's voice drifted into Fang Yan's ears, making his scalp tingle. Fang Yan glared at Lin Mo angrily. Lin Mo, however, looked at Fang Yan with a smirk of satisfaction. He didn't feel the least bit unreasonable. After all, Fang Yan had tried to outbid him for something earlier. But in the eyes of the protagonist blessed by fate, this wasn't a good reason for anyone to steal his opportunities. Only I can seize your chances, you can't seize mine. This was the domineering logic of the blessed protagonist. Brother, this isn't right. I already placed my bid. You raising the price like this is a bit unreasonable, don't you think? Lin Mo laughed as he spoke. Ha! That's funny. When you snatched my item earlier, why didn't I hear you say that? Lin Mo's words immediately clarified the situation for the crowd. So he stole this gentleman's item first, huh? I saw the earlier bidding. He really did stop only after it reached 10,000 spirit stones. How ruthless. No wonder this gentleman started with such a high bid this time, it was to provoke him. Hearing the murmurs around him, Fang Yan's face turned ashen. He felt stifled and unhappy. He had clearly set his eyes on that raw stone, so how had he become the one inflating the price? But now, it was useless to argue, the onlookers believed only what they had seen with their own eyes. Fang Yan realized he probably wouldn't be able to get this raw stone. He disliked Lin Mo, but he had to admit that Lin Mo wasn't short on money. From what he knew, people like Lin Mo, second-generation rich kids, didn't care about this amount of money and were the type to hold grudges. Since Fang Yan had made him waste money earlier, Lin Mo definitely wouldn't back down just because the price was high this time. There was no way Fang Yan could buy the raw stone now. So he decisively gave up without hesitation. It was just unfortunate that this treasure was about to fall into the hands of this wealthy second generation. Lin Mo felt somewhat disappointed seeing Fang Yan give up. He had wanted to torment Fang Yan a bit more, but he hadn't expected him to be so tactful. Fang Yan didn't linger and walked straight to another area. This time, Lin Mo was smarter. He didn't open the raw stone on the spot. What if he missed another chance to compete with Fang Yan? He quickly stored the raw stone in his spatial ring and prepared to leave. The surrounding crowd was a bit disappointed. Everyone had wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden inside. After all, a raw stone valued at 10,000 spirit stones was bound to spark curiosity, even if it looked ordinary. But Lin Mo didn't open the stone there and simply took it away. The crowd's disappointment, however, was quickly drawn away by the commotion at a nearby booth where another raw stone was being opened. After all, the stone gambling convention was full of lively scenes, and people quickly forgot about the regret of Lin Mo not unveiling his purchase. At the same time, the system's notification sounded promptly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the opportunity of the blessed protagonist Fang Yan. You have been awarded 5,000 enhancement points. It seemed this opportunity wasn't as significant as the last one. The black ring from the previous time had given him 30,000 enhancement points, while this time, it was only 5,000, a stark difference. But Lin Mo wasn't discouraged. After leaving the booth, he began looking for a broker to assist him. Brokers specialized in purchasing items on behalf of others. Some people preferred not to show up personally and would instead hire brokers to act for them. After intercepting Fang Yan's raw stones twice, Lin Mo decided not to act personally anymore. After all, if he kept competing with Fang Yan directly, even a fool would realize something was off. He wasn't afraid of Fang Yan holding a grudge, but what if Fang Yan caught on and intentionally targeted raw stones with no value? At that point, Lin Mo wouldn't be able to distinguish between genuine treasures and the worthless ones Fang Yan was pretending to care about. Although Lin Mo was wealthy enough to buy everything Fang Yan showed interest in. But he wasn't a fool. Having more money didn't mean he had to spend it recklessly. If there was a smarter way to achieve his goals, why waste resources? Hiring a few brokers to help seize Fang Yan's opportunities was undoubtedly the smartest choice. This way, he could snatch Fang Yan's raw stones without easily being discovered. Moreover, it couldn't just be a single broker, he needed to use several, ensuring that each one was a stranger to Fang Yan. This way, Fang Yan wouldn't suspect a thing. Lin Mo decided to let Fang Yan purchase a raw stone, while he sent a few brokers to target him. Each broker would only steal one raw stone from Fang Yan. This way, every time someone made a move, it would be a new face, leaving Fang Yan unable to detect any patterns. Lin Mo had plenty of funds and an abundance of brokers on hand. After all, as long as they helped a client purchase something, they could earn money without spending anything themselves. It was an easy job, who wouldn't want to do it? Soon, Lin Mo selected his brokers and gave them instructions while pointing at Fang Yan. Have you identified that person? Whatever raw stone he takes an interest in, you snatch it. Each of you only snatches one, no matter how many yuan spirit stones he offers, you grab it anyway. I'll reimburse you for the cost. Remember, don't let him find out. Once you've got the raw stone, bring it directly to me. I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan spirit stones. Hearing such an offer, all the brokers became thrilled. Normally, they'd earn at most 1,000 credits from a single job. Now, they could get 1,000 yuan spirit stones just by snatching a raw stone from Fang Yan. What an easy task. If it weren't for Lin Mo's rule that each broker could only snatch once, they would have wanted to take on the whole job themselves. Lin Mo handed the brokers enough yuan spirit stones for the task, sending them off to compete with Fang Yan for the raw stones. He wasn't worried about them running off with the money because every one of these brokers was registered with the treasure pavilion. If any of them dared to flee, neither Lin Mo nor the treasure pavilion would let them off the hook. After giving his instructions, Lin Mo began to wander around leisurely himself. After all, the vacation wasn't over yet, and he wasn't going to give up his rest just because he'd encountered the Son of Fortune early. Before long, the first broker successfully snatched a raw stone and brought it to Lin Mo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the Son of Fortune's opportunity. Reward, 10,000 enhancement points. Hearing the system notification, Lin Mo knew everything was going smoothly. He handed over 1,000 yuan spirit stones to the broker and kept the rest as his budget. Even after snatching Fang Yan's raw stone, the brokers still ended up with more than 1,000 yuan spirit stones in hand. From then on, Lin Mo continuously harvested enhancement points. Almost every raw stone Fang Yan took a liking to was snatched away by him. Lin Mo made a huge profit, feeling absolutely elated. However, Fang Yan was in a foul mood. After the stone gambling event concluded, he returned home with a dark expression. What a terrible day. Every raw stone I liked was snatched away, leaving me with only a useless one. All the valuable items were outbid by others. What went wrong? Fang Yan sensed that something was off and began investigating the identities of the people who had been competing with him. Since these brokers were registered with the treasure pavilion, Fang Yan went there and described their appearances. It didn't take long for him to uncover their identities. The result made Fang Yan grind his teeth in anger. These people were all brokers. Fang Yan almost spat out the words through clenched teeth. Now he understood who was targeting him. If someone's going to go to such lengths against me, I'll make sure to deal with them properly once I figure out their identity. Fang Yan wasn't a reckless person. He wouldn't act hastily until he had gathered enough information. At this moment, Lin Mo was tallying up the day's gains. Today had been a massive success for him. Not only had he obtained many treasures, but he had also accumulated a large number of enhancement points. Let's see how many enhancement points I have now. System, open my personal panel. It had been a long time since Lin Mo last checked his personal panel, and he was filled with anticipation. Name, Lin Mo. Physique, 20,100. Strength, 20,200. Speed, 25,000. Spirit, 19,150. Realm, Peak Martial King. Martial Souls, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Eternal Indestructible Body, second level 49%, Shanglian Martial Soul. Laws, Water Law, Comprehension 100%, Devouring Law, Comprehension 100%, Thunder Law, Comprehension 100%. Enhancement Points, 150,300. Seeing his attributes after breaking through to the peak of the Martial King realm, Lin Mo was extremely satisfied. Thanks to tempering his body with heavenly lightning, his eternal indestructible body had advanced rapidly, reaching 49% of the second level. This had made Lin Mo's attributes exceptionally powerful. Generally speaking, the average attribute value of someone in the first layer of the Martial Emperor realm is around 10,000 points. However, Lin Mo has already reached the Martial King realm, with attribute values double that of the Martial Emperor realm. His strength is truly formidable. But what satisfied Lin Mo the most was the over 150,000 enhancement points in his possession. To him, enhancement points symbolized power. As long as he had enough of them, Lin Mo even had the chance to become invincible. This was the very foundation of Lin Mo's confidence. What exactly can I do with these enhancement points? Lin Mo pondered the uses of these points in his mind. At first, he had planned to exchange them for the 5 elements domain. But now, with the appearance of a new child of fortune, his plans had changed. After all, with a new source of fodder, the supply of enhancement points was now more stable. Thus, Lin Mo decided to save up his enhancement points for a more expensive domain. With his current strength, participating in the national ranking competition was a breeze. He figured it would be better to hold onto the points and directly purchase something of higher quality later. If he bought the 5 elements domain now, he'd have to upgrade again to enhance his strength further, too troublesome. He had previously set his eyes on the annihilation domain, which cost around 500,000 enhancement points. Back then, it was too expensive for him to afford. But now, with the help of a child of fortune, buying it seemed much more achievable. Just today, after meeting a child of fortune, he had already earned a decent amount of enhancement points. 500,000 no longer seemed impossible. So Lin Mo wasn't in a rush to exchange for the 5 elements domain. Instead, he decided to save up for the annihilation domain. The truth was, he was so powerful now that he didn't have an immediate need to utilize his strength. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly spend the enhancement points to grow stronger. If he were heading to the border battlefield tomorrow, he'd undoubtedly push himself to enhance his strength as much as possible. But this was merely a national ranking competition. With his current absurd attributes and SSS level martial soul, even an ordinary martial king wouldn't stand a chance against him. Li Jin, ordinary martial king? Listen to this guy, sounds a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Having decided to save his enhancement points, Lin Mo began adjusting the intensity of his heavenly thunder body training. After all, his eternal indestructible body had already made significant progress, and the current training intensity felt a bit low. He increased the intensity to 1.5 times its previous level but still found it insufficiently painful. The eternal indestructible body's defense was so strong that it had nearly made him enjoy the sensation of pain. So he directly raised the intensity to twice the original level, finally feeling the tangible effects of the training. Right, I still have some treasures I haven't examined yet. Feels like there's something unfinished. Lin Mo began inspecting the first treasure, a black ring. This black ring was the most precious treasure in his possession. Lin Mo knew this because of the system's enhancement point rewards as a hint. This treasure alone had granted him 30,000 enhancement points, whereas the others had only given a maximum of 15,000. So he decided to check out this most valuable item first. System, help me analyze this ring's information. The system's analysis feature was incredibly convenient. Except for special items like origin stones, it could analyze almost everything else. Although its function wasn't as powerful as Fang Yan's abilities, it was built into the system itself. If Lin Mo were willing to spend enhancement points, he could even create something like the Eye of Insight, or better yet, double pupils. 10,000 Venom Ring, * a mid-grade Earth-level life-bound spiritual weapon containing thousands of poisons. After recognizing its owner, the host can wield all the poisons and become immune to them. By absorbing different toxins, it can automatically evolve into even deadlier poisons. Upgradable. Seeing the information about the Black Ring, Lin Mo felt a wave of excitement. On Blue Star, many ferocious beasts were venomous, and the human body had weak resistance to toxins. These poisons posed a significant threat to humanity. Although Lin Mo currently possessed the eternal indestructible body, he still struggled against potent toxins. Of course, once he cultivated the eternal indestructible body to its highest level, no poison would be able to harm him in the slightest. Not even the poison of the Great Tao could touch a single hair on his body. But for now, his eternal indestructible body was only at the second layer, so many toxins could still affect him. For instance, the venom of certain high-level ferocious beasts was a major headache for him. Now, with the 10,000 Venom Ring, Lin Mo no longer needed to fear any toxins. Even more importantly, he could use these toxins to attack his enemies. His devouring force was already troublesome enough, but with the addition of venom, it would be a death sentence for anyone who touched him. Not to mention, the 10,000 Venom Ring could evolve. In the future, when he encountered stronger toxins, it would only become more formidable. This made Lin Mo extremely satisfied. Feeling content, Lin Mo slipped the 10,000 Venom Ring back onto his finger and carefully hid it away. This has been quite a loss for Yenshur. If he had gotten this opportunity, it might have truly caused me a lot of trouble. After all, there are some poisons that are invisible and intangible. Encountering them on the arena makes them nearly impossible to avoid. Alright, let's see what other treasures are here. Lin Mo took out the remaining raw stones and began to polish their outer shells. With his current level of control over spiritual energy, this task was effortless. However, he didn't plan to polish them one by one slowly. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to make 5 raw stones float simultaneously before him. Then, he released his energy and began polishing all the stones at the same time. It must be said that Lin Mo's level of control had already reached its peak. Not only was this thanks to the talent transformation brought about by the heavenly spirit fruit, but also because he possessed the eternal indestructible physique. Now, he was increasingly appreciating the immense power of the eternal indestructible physique. Of course, its greatest drawback was the pain and suffering he had to endure, which had frustrated Lin Mo for a while. But to enhance his strength, this pain was nothing in comparison. With his precise control of spiritual energy, the outer shells of the 5 raw stones were quickly stripped away. These 5 stones varied in size, and Lin Mo not only polished them but also cut the larger ones first. The speed at which he completed the processing of these 5 stones was a testament to his mastery over spiritual energy. Looking at the various treasures now floating in front of him, Lin Mo began examining them one by one. The first thing that caught his attention was a fruit tree. The tree was laden with fruit, and Lin Mo plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a surge of powerful vitality coursed through his body. This must be a life tree. Lin Mo thought to himself, the life tree is an extremely precious strategic resource. Its fruits could grant the consumer a substantial amount of vitality, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries, extremely practical. The only drawback is that once planted, the tree cannot be relocated. If moved, its vitality would immediately vanish. Therefore, choosing the right planting location was crucial. Lin Mo quickly thought of the perfect spot, his personal miniature world. That way, he could harvest the fruits at any time if injured, making it incredibly convenient. Although he had decided where to plant it, Lin Mo didn't act immediately. After all, there were still other treasures to examine, so there was no need to hurry. Next, he examined the remaining treasures. The next item was a peculiar stone, and Lin Mo couldn't discern what it was. So he simply used the system to analyze it. Spatial stone, a creation of the laws of space, capable of expanding spatial dimensions. Lin Mo looked at the stone and felt it wasn't particularly useful for now. His storage ring was already spacious enough, and he didn't need it to expand further. Not to mention, he also had his miniature world. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the spatial stone could actually be used to expand the dimensions of his miniature world. This way, the miniature world could become larger. Though he wasn't certain if the world's power would increase, at the very least, it could store more spiritual energy. The life tree inside it might also grow faster and better. Lin Mo decided to first see how much space the spatial stone could expand. If the results were promising, he even considered asking his grandfather to help acquire more spatial stones. After all, the bigger the space, the better. He set the spatial stone aside, planning to integrate it into his miniature world after planting the life tree. Next, he turned his attention to another treasure, a spiritual spring. This spring didn't have any particularly extraordinary abilities, its main function was to provide spiritual energy. He planned to place it directly into his miniature world to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. Two treasures remained: an ancient sword and a Tao comprehension pill. Lin Mo instantly recognized the Tao comprehension pill. He had taken one before, a gift from his parents to help him understand the laws. At that time, he had already mastered 2 laws, so he used the pill to enhance his comprehension of the law of devouring. Now that he had come across another Tao comprehension pill, he wanted to see if it could help him comprehend a new law. After all, his current understanding of all the laws he had learned was nearly at its peak, so learning a new law seemed more worthwhile. He placed the Tao comprehension pill aside and began examining the last treasure, the ancient sword. System, show me the details of this ancient sword. The system responded. Nameless ancient sword, a top-tier profound-grade life-bound spiritual weapon. It can integrate with a law, granting the sword the characteristics of that law. The sword's function left Lin Mo somewhat puzzled, prompting him to ask further questions. System, what exactly does integrating with a law mean? The host can fuse one of your laws into the ancient sword. For example, if you integrate the law of thunder, the sword will possess the destructive power of thunder. However, the system recommends that the host integrate the law of devouring. After calculations, fusing the law of devouring would grant the sword advanced devouring capabilities. By devouring other weapons, it could not only absorb their material properties but also transform into the appearance of those weapons. Lin Mo studied the system's introduction and finally understood the true potential of the nameless ancient sword. If an ordinary person obtained this sword without comprehending any laws, it would merely be a common-grade profound-level natal spiritual weapon. While valuable, it wouldn't be anything extraordinary. But Lin Mo was different. He had mastered the law of devouring, which made the ancient sword far from ordinary. He could directly integrate his law of devouring into the sword. Without hesitation, Lin Mo set to work. He let the ancient sword hover in mid-air as the power of the law of devouring quickly poured into its body. It didn't take long for the ancient sword to fully absorb this power. Lin Mo felt a connection established between himself and the sword. He then took out the dragon-breaking spear, wanting to test the devouring power of the ancient sword. Touching the spear to the sword, Lin Mo issued a command to devour. The ancient sword began to tremble, releasing a black energy of devouring. Lin Mo could sense that this power originated from the same source as his law of devouring. Under the influence of the ancient sword's devouring force, the dragon-breaking spear couldn't withstand it. It began to slowly fracture, eventually being absorbed by the sword. Soon, the dragon-breaking spear completely turned into nourishment and merged with the ancient sword. When Lin Mo sensed the ancient sword again, he found its hardness and sharpness had significantly improved. Moreover, the sword could now transform into the form of the dragon-breaking spear at will. With a single thought, the ancient sword indeed turned into a spear, without losing an ounce of its power. Compared to the original dragon-breaking spear, its strength had increased by more than just a little. After all, it had absorbed the spear's power. Though it now resembled the dragon-breaking spear, its might was on an entirely different level. So this is the morphing ability. How convenient. From now on, I can use any weapon I want by simply letting the devouring demon sword absorb it. The nameless ancient sword doesn't have a name yet. Let me give you one, devouring demon sword. Since it has fused with my law of devouring, this name is fitting. The devouring demon sword trembled slightly, as if expressing its approval. System, show me the current status of the devouring demon sword. The system displayed, devouring demon sword, Earth-grade low-tier natal spiritual weapon. Upgraded to Earth-grade after absorbing the host's devouring power and the dragon-breaking spear. Lin Mo was astonished, it had directly leveled up. Clearly, his devouring power had greatly benefited the sword. It had jumped from a top-tier profound-grade to a low-tier Earth-grade weapon. Lin Mo didn't believe this was the dragon-breaking spear's doing, as the spear was only a low-tier profound-grade weapon and couldn't have supported such an upgrade. It had to be his law of devouring that made all the difference. The law of devouring is truly powerful. After fusion, the devouring demon sword leveled up immediately. Lin Mo marveled. If it were any other law, at most it would enhance attack power, but upgrading the weapon would be nearly impossible. He sighed in admiration. Alright, time to deal with the remaining items. Lin Mo was referring to the 4 treasures left inside the raw stone: the space stone, spirit spring, life fruit tree, and comprehension pill. The spirit spring was the easiest to handle. He directly tossed it into his small world. After sensing it, he noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy hadn't increased yet. But that was normal. The spirit spring didn't release a large amount of spiritual energy all at once. It was natural for there to be no immediate change. Over time, the spiritual energy would gradually become denser. After dealing with the spirit spring, Lin Mo began planting the life fruit tree. He chose a spot next to the spirit spring so the tree could absorb its spiritual energy and bear more fruit. This way, if he ever got injured, he could recover quickly. Though, who would even be able to hurt him was another matter entirely. As soon as the life fruit tree touched the ground, it quickly took root and sprouted. The tree exuded a rich aura of life and could grow rapidly as long as there was spiritual energy. With the abundant spiritual energy near the spirit spring, the life fruit tree adapted to its environment and began absorbing spiritual energy to produce fruit. The remaining items were the space stone and the comprehension pill. Lin Mo wasn't in a rush to consume the comprehension pill, as he still had his small world. So, he decided to handle the space stone first. Taking out the space stone, Lin Mo transported it to the edge of his small world. As the master of the small world, such a minor task was effortlessly accomplished. The moment the spatial stone came into contact with the boundary of the small world, it began to take effect. It directly expanded the area of the small world by 1/10. Don't underestimate that 1/10. Lin Mo felt it and discovered that the power of the world had also increased. This was rather terrifying. Although Lin Mo hadn't yet used the power of the world in combat, just sensing its aura was enough for him to understand how formidable it was. Lin Mo thought that if he infused the power of the world into one of his skills, he could at least instantly kill an early-stage Martial Emperor cultivator. The Martial Emperor realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 are the early stage, the middle 3 are the mid-stage, and the last 3 are the late stage. In other words, if Lin Mo used the power of the world, early-stage Martial Emperor opponents wouldn't stand a chance. And the fact that the spatial stone could enhance the power of the world made its potential downright terrifying. It seems I'll have to ask Grandpa to keep an eye on this spatial stone for me. This is the advantage of having a wealthy family background. Whatever you need, you don't have to worry about it yourself. Your family's resources handle it for you. Lin Mo turned his attention to the last treasure, the enlightenment pill. What law should I comprehend this time? Something too difficult might be beyond my grasp, and something too simple would be boring. When it comes to cultivation, you should choose something strong. Weak laws are useless even if you comprehend them. Lin Mo swallowed the enlightenment pill, and a surge of clarity immediately flooded his mind. The truths of the great Tao seemed within reach. Not wanting to waste the effects of the enlightenment pill, Lin Mo immediately began to comprehend the power of laws. The Tao of reincarnation, life and death in an endless cycle, death followed by rebirth, ceaseless and eternal. That's right, Lin Mo had chosen the law of reincarnation, a law of immense power. He decided to take a gamble. Even comprehending just a little would be enough, and he could enhance it later using his reinforcement points. The truths of the great Tao of reincarnation flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Several hours later, the effects of the enlightenment pill gradually faded, and Lin Mo emerged from his epiphany. A faint smile of joy appeared on his face. I've finally comprehended the law of reincarnation. Indeed, Lin Mo now possessed the law of reincarnation. Although he had only comprehended 1% of it, he had reinforcement points, so this small amount was no big deal. Alright, time to tell Grandpa about the spatial stone. Before the national rankings tournament, I should be able to obtain a few more of them. In truth, Lin Mo wasn't entirely sure how rare spatial stones were, but since they were related to space, they likely weren't ordinary items. It was best to let Grandpa handle it. With his connections, he should be able to manage. With that, Lin Mo left his room and sat on the sofa, waiting for his grandfather to return home. It wasn't mealtime yet, so Lin Zhantian hadn't come back. Time passed quickly, and by dinner time, Lin Zhantian returned home as usual. Grandpa, have you ever heard of spatial stones? The moment Lin Mo saw his grandfather, he immediately voiced his request. Spatial stones? Aren't those used to expand the space in storage rings? What, is your storage ring space not enough? Before Lin Mo could answer, Lin Zhantian continued speaking. If it's not enough, I'll get you a bigger one. There's no need to use spatial stones. Lin Zhantian was indeed impressive. His first instinct was to offer Lin Mo a larger storage ring. But Lin Mo wasn't planning to use the spatial stones to expand a storage ring. After all, he had his own small world. Using spatial stones for something as low-level as expanding a storage ring? He wouldn't stoop to that. Grandpa, I'm not using it to expand a storage ring, I'm using it to enhance my strength. This statement puzzled Lin Zhantian. Could spatial stones really enhance strength? He had never heard of such a thing before. But Lin Zhantian didn't ask too many questions. He respected his grandson's privacy. He trusted Lin Mo not to do anything harmful, and that was enough for him. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you. If I find any, I'll get them all for you. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt reassured. He knew his grandfather would do his best to help. Thanks to his family background, finding things like this was much easier. After discussing this, Lin Mo and his grandfather sat down to have dinner. After the meal, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. Grandpa, is that manuscript of mine real? Although he already knew it was genuine, since it was supposedly found in a secret realm, he pretended not to know. Hearing this, Lin Zhantian laughed heartily. Ha, Xiao Mo, this time you've made a great contribution. That manuscript is extremely important to the country. This time, you really brought honor to our family. Lin Mo finally began to ask the question he truly wanted answers to. Did the nation give our family any rewards? That's right, Lin Mo wasn't simply trying to confirm whether the manuscript was genuine or not. He had already concluded it was authentic. What he cared about was what benefits his family would receive. Although Lin Mo quite enjoyed this world of the Dragon Nation, even if there were no rewards, he could accept it. But if there were rewards to be gained, that would certainly be even better. This time, the nation will mass-produce these pills to support the war at the borders. As for the reward, of course, there is one. The nation will allocate 20% of the profits from all pill sales as resources to supply our family. This is the nation's return to us, Lin Zhantian stated clearly. It was evident that the Dragon Nation wouldn't mistreat those who supported the country. Lin Mo had already anticipated this, but he hadn't expected the rewards to be this generous. On the surface, 20% of the profits might not seem like much, but all the manpower and materials required for production were entirely borne by the nation, meaning the Lin family had no burden at all. It was entirely the nation's business, produced and sold by the nation. Of course, the pills would only be sold to those within the Dragon Nation. Soldiers at the front lines would use them for free, as they had already sacrificed so much. Even with domestic sales alone, the profits generated would be astonishing. More importantly, this 20% profit would be directly converted into resources, which were the most valuable hard currency in the cultivation world. Some things couldn't be bought with mere credit points. For instance, opportunities to enter secret realms. If one only had credit points, it would be nearly impossible to encounter such chances in a lifetime. But the Dragon Nation directly converted profits into resources, saving a lot of trouble. Lin Mo understood the value of these rewards. Estimating the resources that would be distributed, he believed he would likely have no problem gaining access to a profound-grade secret realm. The treasures and resources in a profound-grade secret realm were incomparable to those in a yellow-grade one. Even someone like Lin Zhantian couldn't casually apply to enter such realms. But with these resource allocations, Lin Mo was confident that if he wanted to go, he would definitely be able to. However, there was no need to think about that for now. After all, the national ranking competition was coming up. It wouldn't be too late to consider it after the competition. Having learned the information he wanted, Lin Mo didn't waste time lingering in the living room. Dinner was finished, and his grandfather would likely be leaving soon. Staying alone in the living room was pointless. So, he returned to his room and began thinking about where to have fun tomorrow. At this moment, in the training ground of Suzhou No. 1 High School, a shirtless boy was drenched in sweat. In front of him stood a ferocious beast at the early stage of the martial king realm. The boy had not summoned his martial spirit and was fighting the beast with just his physical body. He was only at the martial spirit realm and was no match for the beast. But the boy seemed to activate a special skill, and 2 dragon horns suddenly grew from his head. With the appearance of the dragon horns, his strength surged, and he quickly suppressed the beast's attacks. Before long, he subdued the martial king-level beast, rendering it incapable of further combat. The dragon horns gradually disappeared, and the boy's breathing slowly steadied. A middle-aged man descended from the stands, clapping as he walked over. Tianlong, your strength is impressive now. This time, Suzhou No. 1 High School will surely win the global ranking competition. Anyone from Suzhou No. 1 High School could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was Principal Lu Yan. And the boy on the training ground was none other than this year's top student, Gu Tianlong, who possessed a rare ancient martial spirit. Gu Tianlong didn't respond to the principal's compliment. His prideful demeanor never allowed him to underestimate himself. "Are we heading to the capital today?" Gu Tianlong asked. "Yes, once the others have arrived, I'll personally escort you all to the capital." Indeed, Suzhou No. 1 High School was already preparing to set off for the national ranking competition in the capital. For safety reasons, Principal Lu Yan had decided to personally escort the team. After all, these were humanity's top talents, and once the news spread, it was inevitable that ferocious beasts or villains would target them. Other schools' principals were also following suit, personally escorting their teams. Gu Tianlong narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flickering within them. "We're heading to the capital. Lin Mo of Tianyang No. 1 High School, should I pay him an early visit?" As a top-tier talent, Gu Tianlong was naturally aware of Lin Mo, someone of comparable stature. He had long wanted to challenge Lin Mo. But on second thought, he decided to wait until they reached the capital. There would surely be other strong opponents waiting there. However, Lin Mo wouldn't escape before the ranking competition. He would undoubtedly seek him out for a duel. After all, as the top expert of Suzhou First High School, it was entirely reasonable for Gu Tianlong to challenge Lin Mo, the top student of Tianyang First High School. Gu Tianlong thought to himself. In fact, everyone at Suzhou First High knew that Gu Tianlong was a guy who loved to fight. Whenever he encountered someone strong, he couldn't resist issuing a challenge. Since his martial soul awakened early, he had even challenged many seniors back in his sophomore year. Gu Tianlong had never lost a single match. For this trip to the imperial capital, he had already decided in advance who he wanted to challenge, Lin Mo. Because he only wanted to compete with the strongest, Lin Mo naturally became his top choice. Just as Gu Tianlong was eagerly anticipating his duel with Lin Mo, the other 9 team members representing Suzhou First High gradually gathered. Suzhou First High's strength was on par with Tianyang First High, so they also had 10 slots for this national ranking competition. Once Principal Lu Yan saw that the team was complete, he led everyone toward the train. This train ran on energy derived from spirit stones, and its speed surpassed even that of high-speed trains from Lin Mo's previous life. The revival of spiritual energy had introduced many new materials, greatly advancing train manufacturing technology, and naturally increasing their speed. Before long, Gu Tianlong and his group arrived at the imperial capital. After Lu Yan booked a hotel for them, he stayed with the students as well. He wanted to personally witness Suzhou First High clinch the championship. Once in his room, Gu Tianlong immediately began searching for the location of Tianyang First High, eager to spar with Lin Mo. But what he didn't know was that Lin Mo wasn't even at school, he was out enjoying himself. It seemed that Gu Tianlong was destined not to meet Lin Mo during this trip to Tianyang First High. At this moment, Lin Mo, having spent the entire day out, stretched lazily as he arrived home. "Going out is so exhausting," he muttered to himself. Fortunately, no one heard him, or he would have surely been scolded. What he didn't know was that someone was already targeting him, intent on facing him in a duel. Even if he had known, Lin Mo wouldn't feel afraid. Instead, he'd think that it was a good opportunity to have an opponent to pass the time. After finishing lunch, Lin Mo began his evening cultivation. Stabilizing one's cultivation level was crucial, otherwise, too much play would certainly lead to regression in cultivation. The next day, Gu Tianlong headed to Tianyang First High early in the morning. Since he was still a bit tired from just arriving at the imperial capital, he decided to rest for a day and prepare to face Lin Mo in his best condition. He didn't plan to go alone. Instead, he went with Suzhou First High's principal, Lu Yan. If he went by himself, his status might not be sufficient to even gain entry. Lu Yan, coincidentally, also needed to visit Tianyang First High to catch up with his old rival, Wang Changlin, so Gu Tianlong accompanied him. Soon, the two arrived at Tianyang First High and met Wang Changlin. As soon as the two principals saw each other, the competitive tension between them was palpable. "Old Wang, this is our top student from Suzhou First High, Gu Tianlong. Where's your top student? Bring him out so the two young ones can exchange pointers." Although Wang Changlin had heard of Gu Tianlong's reputation and acknowledged Lin Mo's strength, the power of an ancient martial soul made him a bit uneasy. "He's not at school right now, so even if you want to see him, you won't be able to." Lu Yan showed no reaction to this, but Gu Tianlong wasn't as composed. If Lin Mo wasn't around, his visit would be meaningless. Seeing Gu Tianlong's expression, Lu Yan understood his thoughts. Asterisk Tianlong really is a battle maniac, but that's fine. I'll make sure he gets what he wants. Asterisk. Old Wang, since Gu Tianlong is already here, why don't we let the two students have a sparring session ahead of time? Lu Yan had his own agenda in making this suggestion. He wanted to see firsthand just how strong Lin Mo really was. According to the intelligence he had, Lin Mo had easily defeated another SSS grade martial soul holder, a feat that couldn't be ignored. Wang Changlin, hearing this, naturally couldn't refuse. After all, declining would just make it seem like he was afraid of Lu Yan. Alright then. Let's have lunch together first, and in the afternoon, I'll call him over. If he's willing, we'll let them spar. If he's not, I won't force him. Gu Tianlong was overjoyed at hearing this. In his view, Lin Mo would definitely agree. What thrilled him the most was encountering an opponent who could match him in strength. After briefly informing Lin Mo of the situation, Wang Changlin went with Lu Yan to a restaurant for lunch. Lin Mo, of course, agreed to show up in the afternoon. After all, this was about the school's reputation. Losing was fine, as long as it was an honorable defeat, no one would criticize him. But if he avoided the match entirely and refused to fight, others would surely look down on him. Lin Mo understood this principle well. Lin Mo arrived at the school on time in the afternoon. Gu Tianlong finally got to meet him. The principal led the two of them into the training arena of Tianyang High School. The training arena was already packed with students, all of them first and second year students from Tianyang High School. This was arranged by Wang Changlin. A showdown between the top students of two elite high schools was incredibly compelling. It allowed the younger students to experience the power of true masters in advance, preventing them from being arrogant and overestimating themselves. It showed them the gap between themselves and top-tier geniuses, striking a blow to their conceit. Lu Yan didn't mind the extra spectators, as he had great confidence in Gu Tianlong's strength. Wang Changlin, although unsure whether an ancient martial spirit or an SSS-level martial spirit was stronger, wasn't the type to concede defeat before the fight even began. The duel between the two was about to start, and the younger students in the audience were buzzing with excitement. After all, this was a clash between the top students of Tianyang High School and Suzhou High School. Even though they knew that the two wouldn't go all out until the national rankings, the duel, by virtue of their identities, was already set to be spectacular. The referee quickly announced the start of the battle. Lin Mo stared at Gu Tianlong, and neither of them made a move at first. They both understood that any mistake or opening could determine the outcome. The silence didn't last long. Gu Tianlong was the first to move, but he didn't summon his martial spirit. He wanted to test his physical strength against Lin Mo. Lin Mo, of course, wasn't afraid and threw a punch to meet him. Gu Tianlong was thrilled, as no one had dared to clash fists with him since he awakened his ancient martial spirit. Boom! The sound of fists colliding erupted in the center of the training arena, and the floor began to crack. The floor of the training arena was made of extremely tough materials, and the fact that it fractured was a testament to their astonishing strength. Gu Tianlong felt the power in Lin Mo's punch was not inferior to his own, which excited him even more. He launched a flurry of punches, shadows of his fists darting around Lin Mo. Relying on his eternal indestructible body, Lin Mo neutralized every attack, not retreating even a single step. Gu Tianlong suddenly realized something was wrong. His punches seemed to have no effect on Lin Mo. He quickly retreated to create some distance. The contrast between his tense expression and Lin Mo's calm demeanor was striking. Clearly, Lin Mo had gained the upper hand in the first round. Gu Tianlong now understood how formidable Lin Mo was. Every punch he threw felt met with the same consistent force. This indicated that Lin Mo could control his strength with precision, which was as powerful as his own. It also showed that Lin Mo was currently even stronger than him. Realizing this, Gu Tianlong began to use his martial spirit. A primeval dragon appeared behind him. Gu Tianlong drew on the power of his martial spirit but didn't transform. He wanted to see if his untransformed self could defeat Lin Mo's SSS-level martial spirit. Gu Tianlong had yet to grasp how terrifying Lin Mo truly was. After summoning his martial spirit, he waited for Lin Mo to do the same. But Lin Mo had no intention of summoning his martial spirit. His current physical strength was already sufficient to deal with Gu Tianlong. Even with Gu Tianlong summoning his ancient martial spirit, Lin Mo didn't believe he could win. Seeing that Lin Mo wasn't summoning his martial spirit, Gu Tianlong felt insulted. You'll regret this. Gu Tianlong charged at Lin Mo with incredible speed. The students in the audience could no longer see his figure. He's so fast, it's like lightning. Can Senior Lin Mo block this? But they quickly realized their concerns were unnecessary. Lin Mo was a master of speed, and his figure suddenly vanished from the training arena. Gu Tianlong's attack missed its mark. His fist struck the ground of the arena, and with a thunderous crash, a deep crater formed. Clearly, the martial spirit boost had made his attacks even stronger. Yet he hadn't even touched Lin Mo's clothes. Only a cloud of dust was stirred up. The dust obscured Gu Tianlong's vision, but Lin Mo, relying on his eternal indestructible body, was unaffected. In truth, the dust had little impact on the battle. Even without it blocking his sight, Gu Tianlong couldn't keep up with Lin Mo's speed. Lin Mo quickly moved behind Gu Tianlong and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Gu Tianlong crashed to the ground, his throat aching as he spat out a mouthful of blood, then lay there gasping for breath. Seeing Gu Tianlong sprawled on the ground, Lu Yan's face darkened on the stage. But Wang Changlin couldn't stop grinning. This Lin Mo has been hiding his strength too well. To think he could defeat Gu Tianlong so thoroughly without even summoning his martial spirit, his power is truly unfathomable. Seeing his rival's sour expression, Wang Changlin had never felt so satisfied. Gu Tianlong slowly stood up, carrying a hint of unwillingness. Lin Mo, even without summoning your martial soul, you've managed to push me this far. However, my strength as Gu Tianlong is far from being limited to this. As he spoke, he began activating the special abilities of his ancient martial soul. This time, he had to force Lin Mo to reveal his martial soul. Just as he was about to transform, Lu Yan, standing on the stage, interrupted him with a stern shout. Enough! How much more do you want to disgrace yourself? Lu Yan knew he couldn't allow Gu Tianlong to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, during the global ranking tournament, he would undoubtedly become a target. So, he decisively stopped Gu Tianlong's transformation. Hearing the principal's warning, Gu Tianlong immediately withdrew from his half-activated transformation and turned to look at Lin Mo. This time, I'll count it as your victory. But in the next global ranking tournament, I definitely won't lose to you. Lin Mo didn't respond. Gu Tianlong hadn't revealed his ultimate trump card, nor had Lin Mo gone all out. After all, neither of them had summoned their martial souls, and neither had utilized even a tenth of their strength. Gu Tianlong slowly walked off the arena, and the audience below erupted into thunderous cheers. Lin Mo! Lin Mo! The voices gradually merged into a unified chant. Lin Mo gave a slight bow to the audience, which made the hearts of many schoolgirls flutter. Then, his gaze shifted to Gu Tianlong, who was about to leave the venue. Suddenly, an amusing thought flashed through his mind. If Gu Tianlong were to challenge Fang Yan, it would definitely be an exciting matchup. But how to make Gu Tianlong reveal his full strength was the real challenge. After all, the national ranking tournament hadn't begun yet, and it wouldn't be easy to make him play all his cards. Got it. Why not arrange for them to compete in private? Judging from Gu Tianlong's demeanor earlier, he wasn't exactly a calm person. If Lu Yan weren't present, he'd likely go all out. A private fight could very well bring out his true strength. And making sure they didn't face off in a public setting wouldn't be difficult. Unlike Lin Mo, who was constantly in the spotlight, Fang Yan's high school didn't attract nearly as much attention. More importantly, if Lin Mo orchestrated the situation and the protagonist ended up getting beaten severely, he might gain a significant number of enhancement points. Lin Mo didn't believe Fang Yan could defeat Gu Tianlong. Although he hadn't fully grasped Gu Tianlong's strength, it was clear that Gu Tianlong was a contender for the national ranking tournament championship. According to the storyline, their strengths should be evenly matched. But now, Lin Mo had taken all of Fang Yan's opportunities. For instance, the Dao comprehension pill. If the protagonist had taken it, his unparalleled luck would have likely allowed him to comprehend one of the top 3 laws, or even use it directly in combat. But Fang Yan had lost this chance, and his strength had naturally taken a significant hit. And this wasn't the only opportunity Lin Mo had seized. It could be said that Fang Yan was much weaker now than before. Gu Tianlong, on the other hand, remained completely unaffected. Lin Mo hadn't seriously injured him. With Gu Tianlong's physical resilience, his injuries would recover almost entirely by nightfall. Therefore, Lin Mo was certain that Fang Yan absolutely couldn't defeat Gu Tianlong at this moment. First, I need to make Gu Tianlong interested in Fang Yan. Lin Mo calculated in his mind. At this moment, Wang Changlin was already walking over. The first and second year students had all returned to their classrooms, leaving the training ground quiet. Lin Mo immediately noticed Wang Changlin approaching him. Ah, Lin Mo, you did great this time. Did you see the look on Lu Yan's face? Truly satisfying. Wang Changlin said joyfully, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder. Clearly, he was in an excellent mood. Last year, because Suzhou No. 1 High School had produced a national champion, Lu Yan had constantly ridiculed him. Now, finally having the chance to turn the tables, Wang Changlin was naturally overjoyed. Lin Mo looked at Wang Changlin's expression and understood that he undoubtedly had other motives. Wang Changlin couldn't have come here specially just to share good news with him. Alright, principal, just say it directly. What do you need my help with? Lin Mo got straight to the point. Wang Changlin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's words. As the principal of the top high school in the Dragon Nation, he came to Lin Mo brimming with joy, only to be met with such an unenthusiastic response. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, Lin Mo was the school's star student. A little bluntness from him was no big deal. Wang Changlin then frankly shared the purpose of his visit. Later, come with me to see them off. We still need to observe proper etiquette. Lin Mo naturally agreed. He had been looking for an opportunity to divert Gu Tianlong's attention from Fang Yan. How could he let such a chance slip away? Before long, the two escorted Lu Yan and Gu Tianlong to the school gate. The two middle-aged men began reminiscing about the past, their relationship actually not bad. Aside from the tense atmosphere during college entrance exams, they were quite cordial most of the time. After all, they were both principals of the top high schools in Dragon Nation. Though they occasionally clashed over resources, they were never truly hostile. There was no animosity between Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong either. On the contrary, Gu Tianlong rather admired Lin Mo. You're incredible, stronger than anyone I've ever met, Gu Tianlong said to Lin Mo. Lin Mo rolled his eyes internally. What a cliché. With his current displayed strength, even top graduates from prestigious schools couldn't match him. But of course, he wouldn't say that out loud, it would come off as too arrogant. You're not bad either. I just wonder how you compare to someone I knew before, Lin Mo said, pretending to ponder. His words were clearly meant to pique Gu Tianlong's curiosity about Fang Yan. Sure enough, Gu Tianlong's interest was immediately sparked. Being idle, and now hearing Lin Mo mention someone comparable to him, he naturally wanted to check it out. Oh? Who is it, to earn such praise from Brother Lin? Seeing Gu Tianlong take the bait, Lin Mo began to set up his plan further. Well, since you're so curious, I'll tell you. He's Fang Yan from Yunhai High School. You might not have heard of that school, as it's not very well known. But Fang Yan's strength is genuinely remarkable. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself. Lin Mo's intention was clear. He wanted Gu Tianlong to take the initiative to challenge Fang Yan. As expected, Gu Tianlong immediately became excited. Then I must go spar with him and see how strong he really is. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Mo was overjoyed. This Gu Tianlong was truly battle-hungry. Just a slight mention of Fang Yan's prowess, and he was eager to find someone to fight. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. But Brother Gu, Yunhai High is quite remote. If you decide to go, let me know, I'll take you there. Hearing this, Gu Tianlong's eyes lit up. Not only had Lin Mo found him a worthy opponent, but he was also willing to guide him there. It was perfect. He immediately clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Brother Lin. If you ever need anything, just ask. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. He wasn't offering to guide out of pure kindness. Although Yunhai High was remote, Gu Tianlong could find it on his own. His real motive was to witness their duel firsthand. He was quite interested in seeing the protagonist get beaten. By this time, Lu Yan and Wang Changlin had also finished chatting and noticed Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong getting along well. You two are really close. Just a moment ago, it seemed like you were at odds, and now you look like old friends, they remarked. Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong exchanged a smile. In truth, Lin Mo was quite willing to befriend this impulsive Gu Tianlong. At least he wasn't someone with ulterior motives. Gu Tianlong, on the other hand, already considered Lin Mo a friend. Finding him a strong opponent and even offering to guide him, what more could he ask for? Moreover, Lin Mo was immensely powerful, entirely capable of matching him blow for blow, which fit his criteria for friendship. Soon, Lin Mo saw Gu Tianlong off. After listening to the principal's long-winded reminders, stuff like "give it your all, only victory is acceptable, the school depends on you," he returned home. Those remarks were essentially empty words to him. But Lin Mo knew deep down that the championship was practically in the bag. No one could defeat him. Even without the principal's speech, he would give it his all. After all, there was still the systems mission waiting for him. The reward for completing the mission included a martial soul lottery, something Lin Mo had been coveting for a long time. After returning home, Lin Mo accompanied his grandfather for dinner, then went back to his room to check on the progress of his eternal indestructible body. Cultivation. Now that he had the enhancement of Heavenly Thunder body tempering, the progress of the eternal indestructible body would surely accelerate rapidly. Eternal indestructible body, second layer 76%. Seeing the progress, Lin Mo felt pleasantly surprised. Previously, it was only at 49%, and now it had jumped directly to 76%, a significant improvement. It seemed the day for the breakthrough to the third layer was approaching. After confirming the progress, Lin Mo began his evening cultivation. The next morning, Lin Mo finished his cultivation early, feeling that his strength had taken another step forward. If it weren't for the limitations of his domain, he reckoned he would have broken through long ago. But even now, his current state was already excellent. Lin Mo was in a phase of accumulating power, ready to erupt at any moment. Once he gained a domain, he might break through several layers consecutively. Moreover, his foundation was unprecedentedly solid, ensuring his realm remained stable. When Lin Mo went downstairs, he saw Lin Zhantian. In front of Lin Zhantian were several black stones of varying sizes. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo realized they were spatial stones. His grandfather was incredible, he had managed to acquire so many in just a few days. Seeing Lin Mo come down, Lin Zhantian explained the origin of the spatial stones. Take these spatial stones for now. If anyone else is selling them, I'll help you collect them. These were all obtained through a request I made to the state. Lin Mo understood immediately. No wonder they had been obtained so quickly. Even though Lin Zhantian was known as the war god, it wouldn't have been easy for him to acquire so many spatial stones in such a short time. It seemed the manuscript's value was indeed extraordinary. While spatial stones weren't as rare as storage rings, they could significantly expand storage capacity when used in conjunction with them. Many people coveted them. The fact that his grandfather had managed to secure this many for him was already a remarkable feat. Not to mention that he had also recently applied for a yellow-tier secret realm, something even harder to obtain. Now that it was directly approved, it was clear that the state had been assisting them due to the manuscript. Indeed, handing over Master Yifeng's memories to the country was a wise choice, Lin Mo thought to himself. He carefully stored away the spatial stones but didn't place them in his storage ring. After all, spatial stones were unique, and any issue during their integration with the storage ring could cause trouble. Once he had arranged everything, he sat down for breakfast. As he was eating, there was a knock at the door. Lin Mo, I'm here. Take me to that Fang Yin you mentioned. Gu Tianlong's excited voice came from outside as he knocked. Lin Mo's face darkened. This Gu Tianlong is really something. Who visits someone this early in the morning? He quickly went to open the door. As soon as Gu Tianlong entered, he saw Lin Zhantian. Knowing Lin Mo's strength and background, he immediately recognized the old man's identity. Upon seeing this legendary figure, Gu Tianlong became nervous. He had assumed that Lin Mo's grandfather, being the war god, would be very busy and not at home. That's why he had knocked so impolitely earlier. But now, seeing the old man in person, he couldn't help but feel tense. After all, Gu Tianlong came from an ordinary family and wasn't from a prestigious lineage. This was also why he had trained so diligently at school, because his family didn't have a private training ground of their own. Seeing Gu Tianlong's nervousness, Lin Zhantian found it amusing. What's wrong, kid? Cat got your tongue after seeing me? Weren't you making quite the racket outside just now? Gu Tianlong became even more tense. It seemed his earlier behavior had displeased this legendary figure. At this moment, Lin Mo spoke up to introduce the two. Alright, Grandpa, stop teasing him. This is Gu Tianlong, the top student from Suzhou First High School. Tianlong, this is my grandfather. Hearing this, Lin Zhantian stopped teasing him. Alright, no need to be nervous. You're a friend of Xiao Mo, right? Have you eaten yet? Come join us. Lin Zhantian smiled warmly. Gu Tianlong let out a sigh of relief and felt even more fond of Lin Mo. Lin Mo's grandfather was so kind, and Lin Mo didn't mind his background at all. While relaxing, Gu Tianlong didn't forget to respond to Lin Zhantian. No, thank you, Grandpa. I've already eaten. You all continue. I just came to discuss something with Lin Mo. Lin Zhantian naturally paid no attention to the matter between Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong. He smiled at Gu Tianlong, then continued eating. Lin Mo invited Gu Tianlong to sit down, and they both began eating. Before long, the two finished their meal, and Lin Zhantian left. At this moment, Gu Tianlong finally relaxed. Lin Mo, your grandfather is truly an easygoing person. Lin Mo knew his grandfather very well. Normally, apart from being serious at work, his grandfather was always kind and approachable. Alright, you're really someone who likes challenges, coming here so early. Gu Tianlong scratched his head a bit awkwardly. After all, arriving so early had interrupted their meal. However, Lin Mo didn't mind these things at all. Let's go, we'll find Fang Yan and let you have a proper fight. Gu Tianlong was naturally delighted to hear this. The two of them soon arrived at Yunhai No. 1 High School. Honestly, the place was quite remote. Even though Lin Mo had searched for the location online in advance, it still took several turns to find it. When they arrived at the school, the environment was shabby, and even the school gate was rusted. Lin Mo was mentally prepared for this. After all, the protagonist's living environment had to be tough, only then could it highlight how hard-earned success was. Gu Tianlong followed Lin Mo towards the training ground. Lin Mo figured Fang Yan was most likely at the training ground, if not there, then at home. He guessed Fang Yan's family background wouldn't be great, probably similar to Gu Tianlong's. They had no choice but to train at the school. Yunhai No. 1 High School wasn't a prestigious institution, so there was no need for much formality, they could head straight to the training ground. Sure enough, Fang Yan was the only one on the training ground. After all, he was the only student from Yunhai No. 1 High School to enter the national ranking competition, so the school pooled all its resources into nurturing him. However, these resources were less than 1/10 of what Tianyang No. 1 High School had. This was the disparity in strength between first-tier schools. Fang Yan was cultivating, but when he saw the two of them, he immediately frowned. He hadn't forgotten the incident at the stone gambling convention. After investigating, he found out that the person who had taken his item was Lin Mo. He had originally planned to settle the score with Lin Mo during the national ranking competition, but he hadn't expected Lin Mo to come looking for him first. In Fang Yan's mind, there was no chance he couldn't defeat Lin Mo. After all, he was a child of destiny, and the smooth progress he'd experienced recently had made him very confident. Plus, he had a lottery system, how could he possibly lose to Lin Mo, someone around his age? Recognizing Lin Mo, he immediately charged forward to attack. But just as he was about to strike Lin Mo, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a shadow blocked his attack. That's right, it was Gu Tianlong who stopped him. Although they had waited for quite some time, Fang Yan suddenly attacking without any warning was truly rude. Gu Tianlong didn't hold back either, he struck to push Fang Yan away. Then he summoned his martial soul, the aura of a divine dragon enveloping his entire body, directly suppressing Fang Yan. In fact, Gu Tianlong hadn't intended to summon his martial soul so early. But Fang Yan's sudden ambush on Lin Mo, someone he had recognized as a friend, was something he couldn't tolerate. Not to mention, sneak attacks were something Gu Tianlong despised the most. So he directly summoned his martial soul, unleashing his full aura. Fang Yan, sensing Gu Tianlong's formidable presence, dared not underestimate him and immediately summoned his own martial soul. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen Fang Yan's martial soul. Previously, the information provided by the principal hadn't mentioned it at all. Lin Mo was curious to see what kind of martial soul this child of destiny possessed. Behind Fang Yan, a formless shadow appeared, slowly enveloping his entire body. Fang Yan transformed completely into a black silhouette. Lin Mo squinted, he had never seen this type of martial soul before and couldn't judge its strength for the time being. He didn't dwell on it, choosing instead to continue observing their battle. At this moment, Gu Tianlong also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Fang Yan. His blood began to boil. Sure enough, this person who Lin Mo considers an equal in strength also makes me feel threatened. But I, Gu Tianlong, am never afraid. In a flash, Gu Tianlong charged at Fang Yan at top speed. Fang Yan didn't dodge, directly meeting the attack head-on. Just as Gu Tianlong's fist collided with Fang Yan's body, he didn't hear the sound of fists clashing, not even a single noise. Gu Tianlong felt as though his fist had struck something soft and cushiony like cotton, rendering him unable to exert any force. This strange sensation left Gu Tianlong utterly shocked. While Gu Tianlong was still in astonishment, he suddenly felt a powerful rebound force surging back through his fist, sending him flying backward. He staggered a few steps and quickly directed the force into the ground. The spot where he discharged the force left a large crater on the ground. Gu Tianlong's expression turned serious, he realized that his own strength had been reflected back at him. Lin Mo, who was watching from the sidelines, saw it clearly. Fang Yan hadn't even moved, yet he had managed to send Gu Tianlong flying. Lin Mo thought it was impossible for Fang Yan to possess such immense strength. The only plausible explanation was his peculiar martial soul. Only a martial soul could rebound Gu Tianlong's power back at him. At this point, Gu Tianlong also understood that Fang Yan's ability was a troublesome one. I don't know who you are, but we have no quarrel. I'm only here to deal with Lin Mo. If you're smart, step aside now, and I'll let you off. Fang Yan said confidently. It was evident that Fang Yan had no idea who Gu Tianlong was. Since Yunhai No. 1 High was a low-ranking school, no one believed Fang Yan could make any impact in the national ranking tournaments. Even the principal hadn't provided him with basic information on his opponents. Fang Yan himself had never participated in a national competition, so naturally, he didn't know to gather intelligence on his opponents. That's why he didn't recognize Gu Tianlong. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Gu Tianlong became furious. Though his strength had been reflected, he wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated. He suddenly unleashed power even greater than before. But Gu Tianlong wasn't foolish. After each strike, he quickly retreated, leaving no opportunity for Fang Yan to counter with his rebound. He didn't believe that this strange martial soul could withstand an endless barrage of attacks. As long as he kept attacking, it would eventually break. In fact, Gu Tianlong's guess was correct. Fang Yan's martial soul had its limits. Gu Tianlong's relentless assault was pushing it to its breaking point. Fang Yan began to grow anxious. Every time he tried to catch Gu Tianlong and release a rebound, the latter would evade him. Gu Tianlong didn't give him any chance and kept attacking ceaselessly. Gu Tianlong's fists would occasionally land on Fang Yan's body. Whenever Fang Yan attempted to grab him to release the rebound, Gu Tianlong would immediately pull away. This was Gu Tianlong's strategy. He realized that Fang Yan's rebound ability required physical contact to activate. It was unclear whether this limitation was due to Fang Yan's method of developing his martial soul or because the martial soul itself lacked this feature. Either way, Fang Yan was completely under Gu Tianlong's control and had no ability to fight back. Finally, Fang Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll have to use that move. Don't blame me if you die." He ceased chasing and began preparing his ultimate move. This technique was one he hadn't yet fully mastered, and once unleashed, he wasn't sure if he could stop it. But at this point, he couldn't afford to hesitate. The black martial soul on Fang Yan's body began to peel away, slowly gathering into a black sphere. The sphere compressed rapidly. Gu Tianlong sensed that something was wrong. The black sphere contained a terrifying amount of impact force, all of which originated from the power he had provided. Moreover, the sphere continued to compress, making the impact force grow even stronger. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Mo also recognized what this was. It was essentially a bomb that could explode at any moment. The tighter it compressed, the greater its power, but also the harder it was to control. This martial soul is truly fascinating. It can even absorb impact force for its own use. I'll have to ask Grandpa about this martial soul when I get back, Lin Mo thought to himself. The black sphere compressed to its limit and stopped shrinking. Fang Yan looked strained but continued to grit his teeth and hold on. "Ha ha, I never thought I'd finally master this move. Prepare to die," Fang Yan said triumphantly. He hadn't expected to succeed in unleashing this black hole move, given his previous failures. Now that he had succeeded, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yan sent the black sphere flying toward Gu Tianlong. Watching the move, Lin Mo found it somewhat familiar. Wasn't this just his own black kill technique? However, this version was clearly a simplified one, far less powerful than his own black kill. After all, Lin Mo's black kill could absorb all kinds of energy, not just impact forces. Elemental energy, impact force, spiritual energy, it could absorb anything. Unlike this creation, which could only absorb impact force and required compression to amplify its power. From the beginning, Lin Mo's black kill was always in its most compact form. But even so, this low-grade version of black kill had enough power to pose a threat to Gu Tianlong. It remained to be seen how Gu Tianlong would defend against it. On the training ground, Gu Tianlong watched the incoming black sphere with every hair on his body standing on end. His instincts told him that if he didn't go all out this time, he might die. Trusting his intuition, Gu Tianlong immediately pulled out his strongest trump card and began to transform. 2 long dragon horns sprouted from his head. Fang Yan's low-tier black kill also reached Gu Tianlong. As Gu Tianlong transformed, he initially intended to dodge, but as he got closer, he felt the immense gravitational pull emanating from the black sphere. The gravitational force slowed him down, and he realized there was no chance to evade. He raised his arms to shield his chest. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted on the training ground, sending dust flying into the air. The powerful shockwave even reached Lin Mo, who stood not far from Gu Tianlong. It was clear that Fang Yan had intentionally targeted both of them. However, before the shockwave could reach him, Lin Mo used the laws of water to form a water curtain around him. The flexibility of water rendered the shockwave harmless, merely rippling across the curtain's surface. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the battle between the two. Even though the scene within the dust cloud was unclear, he didn't believe Gu Tianlong would be defeated by this move. After all, Gu Tianlong had already transformed. What he hadn't expected, however, was that Fang Yan could force Gu Tianlong to transform so quickly. One had to admit, Fang Yin truly had the luck of the chosen one, able to push Gu Tianlong to reveal his trump card, even after snatching so many opportunities. As the dust gradually settled, Lin Mo finally saw Gu Tianlong's transformed appearance. The dragon horns on his head were menacing, and scattered dragon scales had appeared on his face. Although his entire body wasn't visible, it was certain that other parts were also covered in dragon scales. Gu Tianlong had sustained minor injuries but was otherwise fine. He glared angrily at Fang Yan, knowing that a life-or-death situation was no joke. At this moment, Fang Yan was truly panicked. He had exhausted all his trump cards and had no tricks left. What he didn't realize was that if Lin Mo hadn't taken his 10,000 poison ring, the outcome might not have been so one-sided. But now, the result was clear. After transforming, Gu Tianlong's strength skyrocketed, and his speed was so fast that Fang Yan couldn't react at all. A massive fist landed squarely on Fang Yan, sending him flying with a heavy blow. Though it wouldn't kill him, it would leave him bedridden for several days. Without any healing elixirs, even participating in the national ranking competition would likely be out of the question. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Mo's ear. Ding, congratulations to the host for using strategy to severely injure the Child of Destiny. Reward, 30,000 enhancement points. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This trip had been worthwhile. Fang Yan lay unconscious on the training ground. Gu Tianlong didn't pay him any attention, merely instructing the school staff to take care of him, ensuring he wouldn't die. Send him to the hospital? Impossible. Gu Tianlong turned and walked toward Lin Mo. When he saw him, he couldn't help but be surprised. There wasn't even a speck of dust on Lin Mo. It was worth noting that Fang Yan's ultimate move had been aimed at both of them. The fact that Lin Mo had easily deflected it, while Gu Tianlong had been injured even after transforming, was telling. Gu Tianlong understood this meant Lin Mo was stronger. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, they hadn't truly fought yet, who could say for sure? That was just his nature, never willing to admit defeat. Gu Tianlong and Lin Mo walked out of Yunhai High School together. Before leaving, Gu Tianlong informed a student. After all, if someone really died, he couldn't escape responsibility. Gu Tianlong didn't have Lin Mo's kind of background and couldn't afford to let Fang Yan die. Of course, that was only for now. Let's not forget, Lin Mo was standing right beside him. Once Fang Yan's destiny value dropped low enough, it would be his end. After walking out of the school gates, Gu Tianlong and Lin Mo quickly went their separate ways back home. The national ranking competition was approaching, and Gu Tianlong wanted to seize the time to train harder. Especially after witnessing Lin Mo's immense strength just now, his resolve to cultivate diligently became even firmer. Lin Mo also planned to head back. After all, he hadn't yet used his spatial stone. He also wanted to ask his grandfather about Fang Yan, curious to know what his martial soul truly was. Fang Yan's martial soul was indeed peculiar. The formless shadow it summoned could unleash moves similar to his black kill. Lin Mo decided to have a proper conversation with his grandfather. After all, his grandfather had lived for so many years and must have encountered or heard of far more martial souls than he had. Soon, Lin Mo returned home, but he didn't rush to find his grandfather. Since his grandfather was still working, he decided to first absorb the spatial stone and wait until his grandfather returned to ask him. After returning to his room, Lin Mo entered his own small world. After all, he couldn't enter it from the living room. What if Aunt Zhang, who was cooking, saw him when he came out? So, he still chose to go back to his room before entering. Aunt Zhang always knocked before entering his room, and she would never come in without a response. That was exactly why Lin Mo always handled things in his room. Upon entering the small world, he immediately sensed a change. Not only had the space expanded from the last fusion with the space stones, but the spiritual energy density had also significantly increased this time. Lin Mo knew that this was all thanks to the spiritual spring he had taken from Fang Yan. Its effects had gradually manifested. Over the past few days, the spiritual energy concentration within the small world had increased noticeably. The life fruit tree beside the spiritual spring had also grown sturdier, and the fruits hanging from it had naturally become plumper, with their contained vitality greatly enhanced. Looking at the plump, juicy life fruits, Lin Mo immediately plucked one and popped it into his mouth. Juice instantly filled his mouth. The taste of the life fruit is truly exceptional. If others knew he was eating life fruits like ordinary fruit, it would surely be consumed with envy. After all, life fruits were considered top-tier sacred medicines for healing injuries. But Lin Mo had no shortage of them. There was still a massive cluster of fruits on the tree, far more than he could ever eat on his own. His eating pace couldn't even keep up with the tree's fruiting speed. The fruits would only keep increasing in quantity. After finishing one fruit, he collected all the remaining fruits from the tree and stored them in his spatial ring. This way, the life fruit tree could maintain its highest production rate. Leaving fruits on the tree for too long would only slow its growth. After handling the life fruit tree, Lin Mo took out the space stones that his grandfather had procured for him. He placed the variously sized space stones before him. With a thought, he transported the space stones to the edges of his small world. The space stones quickly activated, and the force of space rippled along the boundaries of the small world. The small world's space rapidly expanded. Before long, all the space stones had fused completely, and the small world's space had grown by nearly half. Lin Mo felt the world force within him had also increased by nearly 50%, and he nodded in satisfaction. The world force was one of his strongest trump cards. Enhancing it directly boosted his ultimate combat power, making it critically important. After confirming his strength had increased, Lin Mo headed downstairs. His grandfather should be back by now. He still had questions about Fang Yan's martial spirit to ask. Sure enough, when Lin Mo went downstairs, he saw Lin Zhantian sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. Ever since submitting the manuscript, Lin Zhantian's reputation had soared. His work had been going smoothly these past few days, and he was in an excellent mood, praising his grandson's excellence to everyone he trusted. Of course, he only spoke to close and reliable old friends, never leaking any state secrets. He wasn't the kind of person to make such a rookie mistake. At this moment, Lin Zhantian noticed his grandson coming downstairs and smiled, asking, "What's up, Xiaomo? What do you need from Grandpa?" It wasn't mealtime yet, so he could tell right away that Lin Mo had something to discuss. He wouldn't come down this early otherwise. Lin Mo scratched his head and smiled. "You really can't be fooled, Grandpa. Today, Tianlong and I went to face a formidable opponent. I didn't step in, but the guy was strong. What's more, I couldn't identify his martial spirit. So I came to ask you, Grandpa, if you happen to know what kind of martial spirit it is." With that, Lin Mo described the characteristics of Fang Yan's martial spirit in detail, recounting the situation from earlier. Lin Zhantian fell into deep thought. Lin Mo did not interrupt. He knew that Grandpa was only temporarily unable to recall. Perhaps after a while, his memory would return. All he needed to do now was give him some time. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Lin Zhantian's expression gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Judging by the characteristics of the martial spirit you mentioned, I guess it must be a dark martial spirit." Dark martial spirits belong to a category of special martial spirits. Strictly speaking, elemental martial spirits are generally not considered special martial spirits. Lin Mo had, of course, heard of elemental martial spirits. There were many owners of these spirits, so many that they were countless. However, their strength varied greatly. For example, fire element martial spirits ranged from divine flames capable of burning mountains and boiling seas to ordinary fires merely used for warmth. No matter how strong, they were still just elemental martial spirits. But since Grandpa said that the dark martial spirit was a special one, Lin Mo felt a bit puzzled. Lin Zhantian noticed his confusion and continued to explain. Darkness is not a natural element. High-quality elemental martial spirits typically come with an embryonic form of their respective laws. For instance, the Nine-Yang Divine Flame contains the law of fire, and the Purple Thunder Divine Lightning contains the law of thunder. But the dark martial spirit is different. I am not entirely sure what specific law it carries, but it includes a portion of the power from the law of devouring. This is likely the devouring characteristic of the dark martial spirit. Although it cannot compare to the true law of devouring, its effect is still incredibly powerful. Lin Mo had personally experienced this. He vividly recalled when Fang Yan had unleashed the low-tier version of Dark Kill. "I don't know much about the dark martial spirit for now, but as long as you understand its traits, it can learn anything. However, it has a drawback. The dark martial spirit is SSS grade and extremely mysterious, but its only problem is that it doesn't come with an embryonic law." As Lin Mo listened to his grandfather's explanation, he silently committed it to memory. The insights of a martial saint were indeed extraordinary. No embryonic law. It seems that the earlier opportunity was truly meant for the child of destiny. Lin Mo thought of the enlightenment pill within the original stone. If that enlightenment pill had fallen into Fang Yan's hands, he would definitely have comprehended a law to compensate for the dark martial spirit's flaw. One could only say that Fang Yan was exceptionally lucky. But no matter how good his luck was, encountering Lin Mo meant he still had to lose it. That enlightenment pill had ultimately benefited Lin Mo. After finishing their discussion about the dark martial spirit, they began eating. After all, one had to eat. Without food, how could one deal with the child of destiny? After dinner, Lin Mo began his nightly cultivation. Meanwhile, in the infirmary at Yunhai First High School, Fang Yan, who had been severely injured by Gu Tianlong, finally woke up. However, he had not yet recovered enough to fight. After waking, he saw the principal sitting by his bedside. The principal's face was full of worry. The school's only contestant for the national ranking competition had been beaten to such a state, unable even to make an appearance. But lying in bed, Fang Yan did not seem concerned. He had drawn a divine pill during one of his lotteries, capable of reviving the dead and repairing physical injuries and bones. Healing his current minor injuries would be a piece of cake. The only issue was that the pill was his only one, and he felt deeply reluctant to use it. But there was no choice, he had to participate in the national ranking competition. Fang Yan wasn't aiming for fame. Instead, his lottery system required an increase in reputation points to draw rewards. If he could showcase his strength in the national ranking competition, his reputation points would undoubtedly soar. So, no matter how reluctant he was, he had to use the pill. Otherwise, he would lose out on even more treasures. At this moment, Fang Yan hated Lin Mo to the core. Lin Mo, I will kill you, and that unknown accomplice of yours as well. Once I finish the national ranking competition and gain enough reputation points, I'll make you pay. Fang Yan's eyes gleamed with a ferocity akin to that of a predator locking onto its prey. Yet the principal standing nearby remained oblivious. Xiaoyan, we have no choice but to endure this time. The one who attacked you is the top student of a leading high school in the country. We can't afford to provoke them. The principal was unaware of the deeper feud between them. Had he known the truth, he would not have said such words. In reality, the whole situation was due to Fang Yan's own actions. But if Fang Yan hadn't been the child of destiny, Lin Mo would not have made a move against him either. In reality, Fang Yan had placed the bid first, leaving no room for rebuttal. But the current principal clearly wasn't aware of the full story. He mistakenly assumed that Lin Mo and others had come to the school causing trouble, which led to Fang Yan being severely beaten and hospitalized. One has to admit, being close to the protagonist seems to lower one's intelligence. With Lin Mo's status as the top student of Tianyang First High, how could he possibly come to a small place like Yunhai First High to stir up trouble? If Lin Mo were really here, he'd probably sigh and say, the principal of Yunhai First High sure has guts. A brain like that becoming the principal of a top-tier school? Ridiculous. However, this was just the effect of the protagonist's halo. All supporting characters blindly sided with the protagonist. Someone like Yunhai First High's principal was such a minor character that even if he supported Fang Yan, Lin Mo wouldn't take him seriously. With Lin Mo's current strength, he could easily defeat this principal in an instant. After all, he was just the principal of a subpar high school. Principal, you should go. I want to rest for a while. Clearly, Fang Yan knew the principal was of no help, so he directly sent him away. The principal thought Fang Yan was feeling dejected and wanted some peace, so he didn't say much and turned to leave. What he didn't know was that Fang Yan was trying to seize the opportunity to get rid of him and secretly take a healing elixir. After the principal left, Fang Yan retrieved a divine healing elixir from his system space. A burst of medicinal fragrance instantly filled the room. Fang Yan endured the pain and swallowed the pill. Healing light radiated from within him, and before long, he was restored to peak condition. Now, Fang Yan was simply waiting for the national ranking competition, preparing to amass reputation points. He couldn't wait to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had just completed a night of cultivation. He initially thought there was nothing special about last night's session, but to his surprise, he felt his body becoming even stronger. His first reaction was that his eternal indestructible physique had broken through. After all, the progress he saw earlier had been nearing the third level. Sure enough, upon checking, he found that his eternal indestructible physique had advanced to the third level. Now, Lin Mo felt that with his physical strength alone, he could rival a ferocious beast at the martial emperor level, especially one that specialized in brute strength. As he exerted slight force, the sound of dragons and tigers roaring emanated from within him, his vitality surging as if it were about to boil over. Lin Mo walked to the training ground at home. His family did have a training ground, though he'd never used it before because fighting beasts didn't yield enhancement points. But now, with his blood energy surging, he felt like venting a little. Entering the training ground, Lin Mo selected two Martial Emperor First Layer beasts on the screen and assumed a combat stance. Immediately, two ferocious beasts materialized in the training ground. One was a monster covered in bone spikes, while the other was a lightning fox with incredible speed. Without waiting for them to strike first, Lin Mo clenched his fists and charged directly at them. Relying on his immense physical strength, he launched a relentless assault on the two beasts. At first, the bone-spiked monster could barely fend him off, but as Lin Mo's strength continued to grow, it began to falter. Meanwhile, the lightning fox, taking advantage of its speed, lunged at Lin Mo repeatedly. It knew that once the bone-spiked monster fell, it would be next. Lin Mo didn't activate his Kunpeng wings. Instead, he relied solely on his own speed to evade the lightning fox's attacks. The lightning fox species lived in regions plagued by frequent lightning storms, requiring exceptional speed to dodge heavenly thunder. Yet now, Lin Mo could dodge the lightning fox's attacks purely with his physical speed, an indication of just how terrifyingly fast he had become. Although the passive effect of the Kunpeng wings constantly enhanced his speed, Lin Mo's natural speed was the truly fearsome aspect. While dodging the lightning fox's attacks, Lin Mo continued to deliver heavy blows to the bone-spiked monster. Boom! 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 The sounds of fists colliding with bones echoed throughout the training ground. Lin Zhantian also arrived at the training ground but refrained from disturbing Lin Mo, wanting to witness his strength firsthand. Lin Mo, entirely unaware of Lin Zhantian's presence in the distance, remained fully focused on the battle. The bone-spiked monster finally reached its limit, and an excited grin spread across Lin Mo's face. He began to gather his strength, preparing a final blow to end the monster. With one powerful punch, the bone-spiked monster was shattered into pieces. Lin Mo immediately turned his gaze to the lightning fox, which was still fiercely attacking him. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Damn it, die already. His speed surged once more, instantly overtaking the notoriously swift lightning fox. Lin Mo grabbed Lei Hu's head with one hand, his grip slowly tightening. Lei Hu's head was tightly compressed, unable to move. With a loud bang, Lin Mo crushed Lei Hu's head with sheer force. The corpses of the two ferocious beasts instantly turned into nothingness on the training field, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Lin Zhantian was utterly shocked by Lin Mo's strength. He had always known his grandson was extraordinary, but he never imagined that at just 20 years old, he could defeat a martial emperor-level beast using only his physical strength. Lin Mo, feeling a surge of comfort throughout his body, realized that the side effects of his boiling blood had already dissipated. It was only then that he noticed Lin Zhantian had arrived. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Lin Zhantian smiled helplessly. "With all the commotion you caused, I'm not deaf, of course I had to come and see. Besides, if I didn't come, who knows how much longer you'd plan to keep this from me. I knew you had materialized an SS-grade martial soul, but I didn't expect your physical strength to be this formidable." Listening to his grandfather's teasing, Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Though he hadn't deliberately hidden his abilities from his grandfather, he had never shown off his physical prowess in front of him either. So today might have been the first time his grandfather truly witnessed the extent of his raw physical strength. "It's not dangerous or anything. Besides, I rarely have a chance to use it. Why else would I keep it from you?" After hearing the explanation, Lin Zhantian didn't blame his grandson. Instead, he was delighted. All right, with this upcoming ranking tournament, victory for our Lin family is practically guaranteed," Lin Zhantian said proudly. Lin Mo didn't respond, as the championship had long been a foregone conclusion in his mind. Seeing Lin Mo's lack of objection, Lin Zhantian thought his grandson seemed a bit arrogant. While he knew Lin Mo's confidence was based on real ability, admitting victory so early still seemed overly self-assured. Lin Mo thought to himself, "You're the one praising me, how does admitting it make me arrogant?" Regardless, Lin Zhantian now wanted to personally test just how strong his grandson's physical power was. For Lin Mo to be this confident, it was surely no small feat. He also wanted to teach Lin Mo a lesson: no matter how strong one is, one must never underestimate an opponent. Since they were already at the training field, Lin Zhantian didn't bother with formalities. Without warning, he launched a punch at Lin Mo while the latter wasn't paying attention. The power of a martial saint was terrifying. Even relying solely on physical strength, it far surpassed Lin Mo, who was at the third layer of the eternal indestructible body. Of course, Lin Zhantian didn't use his full strength. When Lin Mo saw the attack coming, he didn't dodge, he reached out to catch it. The moment of contact, he felt the immense force transmitted to his palm. Lin Mo was pushed back 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing himself. Lin Zhantian was equally astonished. Even though he hadn't used his full power, the fact that his grandson caught the punch and only retreated a few steps was shocking. After all, this was a martial saint's punch. Even with some restraint, it wasn't something an ordinary young man could withstand. Originally, Lin Zhantian had intended for Lin Mo to fail to catch the punch, as a way to humble his arrogance. He only needed one strike to assess Lin Mo's strength. But the result surprised him: his grandson had caught it, and with pure physical strength alone. Unconvinced, Lin Zhantian immediately increased the force of his punches, continuing his assault on Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew that this time his grandfather wouldn't let him take the hit so easily. So he unleashed all his defensive capabilities. The Kunpeng martial soul and the Changlian martial soul were summoned simultaneously, enhancing his physical attributes several times over. He fully activated the law of water, instantly forming a water barrier around him. This barrier was far stronger than when it had previously defended against Fang Yan's attacks. After all, this time, it was meant to withstand his grandfather's assault. Lin Mo spared no effort in his defense, also activating the Thunder God martial soul, which enveloped his body in a lightning armor. In other words, he unleashed all his defensive techniques at once. Lin Zhantian, seeing the layers of defenses his grandson had assembled, felt both gratified and slightly competitive. The force in his punches showed no signs of diminishing. The martial saint's fist slammed toward Lin Mo's chest. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the point of impact. Lin Mo's water barrier held firm for a moment before succumbing to the overwhelming force, splitting apart to either side. However, the barrier had significantly reduced the power of Lin Zhantian's punch. Although the Thunder God armor was less durable than the water barrier, it was still incredibly sturdy and managed to absorb much of the remaining impact. Once again, Lin Zhantian's attack was weakened further. However, at this moment, Lin Mo no longer had any external force to block his grandfather's attack. He could only rely on his own body to endure it. Clearly, after summoning the two great martial spirits, Lin Mo's physical strength had significantly improved, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He forcefully withstood Lin Zhantian's strike. Although he was sent flying, he still managed to endure it. That's right, Lin Mo used every defensive measure he had, but he was still punched away. Lin Zhantian looked at the situation he had created, feeling immensely pleased with himself. Grandpa, you're truly amazing. Who else has seen someone like you, punching their grandson twice like this? If it weren't for my own skills, I would have already been knocked flat. Lin Zhantian didn't care at all. I'm teaching you a lesson, don't get too cocky. Lin Mo was helpless but too lazy to argue with his grandfather. Let's go, time to eat, Lin Mo said to his grandfather. After all, once they finished eating, Lin Zhantian still had work to do. They had already wasted quite a bit of time on the training ground. After accompanying Lin Mo to finish their meal, Lin Zhantian got busy with his own matters. At this moment, Lin Mo's thoughts were entirely focused on the national ranking tournament. He wasn't worried about whether he could win the championship, instead, he was pondering whether another child of destiny might appear. System, is it possible for two children of destiny to appear at the same time? Ding! Host, it is possible, the system replied. It depends on the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. The emergence of each child of destiny consumes a portion of the heavenly Tao's fortune. Typically, the heavenly Tao would not allow two children of destiny to appear simultaneously, because that would consume too much fortune. But recently, the heavenly Tao seems eager to ascend, so it's very likely that two children of destiny might appear at the same time. As for the reason, the system is unaware. Lin Mo understood. Although he didn't know why the heavenly Tao was in such a rush to ascend, the appearance of two children of destiny was undoubtedly good news for him. As for the reason behind it, he didn't want to dwell on it. As long as it benefited him, that was enough. Lin Mo looked at the annihilation domain in the system shop, feeling that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. He checked the date, tomorrow was the national ranking tournament. If another child of destiny were to appear, the most likely place would be at the competition venue. So he decided not to rush to find a new child of destiny but to wait for the opportunity to present itself. After all, he didn't even know if a new child of destiny would emerge, so it was better to let things take their course. Meanwhile, at Yunhai First High School, Fan Yan was still sweating profusely on the training ground. Ever since being defeated by Gu Tianlong, he had thrown himself wholeheartedly into training. Fan Yan had also investigated Lin Mo's identity, as well as the identity of the person who fought him. When he discovered that Lin Mo was actually the grandson of the god of war, he was so furious he nearly exploded. This meant that he couldn't seek revenge for now and would have to wait until he broke through to the martial saint level. However, Fan Yan found some solace in the fact that the person who had beaten him didn't have any significant background. This was good news for him. This way, even if he accidentally killed the person during the ranking tournament, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. This was because background mattered. If Lin Mo were killed, even if it were an accident, his grandfather Lin Zhantian would hunt Fan Yan down relentlessly. The wrath of a martial saint was not something he could bear. Even if the god of war killed him, the authorities would at most give some token punishment. The Dragon Nation's government would never forsake the god of war, let alone stand up for a dead person, especially one who had killed the god of war's grandson first. But if it were someone like Gu Tianlong, who had no background, it would be a different story. As long as he disguised it well, no one would say anything. After all, while deaths during the national ranking tournament were rare, they were not unheard of. As long as it could be proven to be a genuine accident, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. This was the reason Fang Yan dared to consider killing Gu Tianlong during the match. However, the only difficulty with this plan was his current strength. He needed to gain enough renown in the early stages of the competition, otherwise, it would all be in vain. Fang Yan still vividly remembered the terrifying scene of Gu Tianlong transforming and injuring him critically with a single strike. So unless he was absolutely confident, he wouldn't act rashly. On the other hand, Lin Mo and Fang Yan were in completely different states of mind. Lin Mo was leisurely strolling around outside. He called it, "Tomorrow's the national exams, I can't stay tense all the time. I need to relax a bit." He yawned, feeling a little bored. Perhaps because the ranking tournament was about to start, there weren't many people of his age on the streets. Lin Mo even thought about finding Gu Tianlong to spar with, but the moment the idea crossed his mind, he dismissed it. The gap in their strength was too vast, and it didn't even pique his interest. As Lin Mo wandered aimlessly, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a particularly intriguing place, the underground beast arena. The underground gladiatorial arena is a place where people and beasts fight to earn money. Everyone entering the arena must purchase a ticket, and the battles inside are extremely bloody and thrilling. Once inside, you can also place bets, wagering on whether the human or the beast will win. However, regardless of the outcome, the arena takes a percentage of the wager as a handling fee. This is how the underground arena makes its profit. Lin Mo, while still arguing with Li Ru, overheard all this clearly. Many people come here out of desperation, so the authorities turn a blind eye and allow the arena to exist. The arena even pays a considerable amount in taxes to the state, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. A legitimate arena does not force anyone to fight against ferocious beasts. If you choose to participate in a fight, you can earn many credit points. Even if you accidentally die, the arena will provide your family with a generous compensation. If no one is willing to fight, they pit two ferocious beasts against each other. Such matches are equally popular, as the battles between two beasts are even more thrilling than those between humans and beasts. These ferocious beasts are captured prisoners from the battlefield, and many of the audience members have had loved ones killed by such creatures. Thus, the operation of the arena is not considered overly cruel, and this is why the state tolerates its existence. In fact, some captured military prisoners are even sent to the arena. Of course, if any arena violates the rules and forces people to fight, the state will show no mercy. Nowadays, such chaos has been eradicated. This is thanks to the state's strict measures. Violators either end up in prison or are sent to the battlefield as part of a forced death squad. The arena Lin Mo observed was an open-style venue. After gaining state approval, many arenas display prominent signs at their entrances, making it clear at first glance that it is an arena. Having no other plans today, Lin Mo naturally decided to go in and take a look. He walked up to the entrance and saw a ticket window, realizing this was where tickets were sold. After paying 10,000 credits, Lin Mo successfully entered the arena. Such a ticket price was not something an ordinary person could easily afford. Once inside, he felt the true liveliness of the place. Get him, Shura. Hit him hard. Kill that bastard. My son died on the frontier, avenge him for me. Listening to the shouts around him, Lin Mo gradually became excited. He found a seat, sat down, and fixed his gaze on the battle in the ring. On the platform, a man wearing a blood-red Shura mask was fighting a tiger-like ferocious beast. Most of the audience supported the human. After all, the hatred between the human race and the ferocious beasts on the frontier ran deep. So everyone hoped that the man wearing the Shura mask would win. Lin Mo looked at the man and felt a sense of familiarity. But since the man did not summon his martial spirit, Lin Mo could not immediately identify who he was. Without overthinking, he continued to focus on Shura's battle. Shura was the codename for fighters here. Because these battles were not honorable, everyone wore masks and fought under codenames. As time passed, the fight neared its end. Shura struck down with his blade, killing the tiger-shaped beast. The entire arena erupted in thunderous applause. Shura! 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 Shura signaled the referee to release an even stronger beast. He's planning to fight 2 rounds in a row. Someone shouted, and the cheers from the audience grew louder. It seems this Shura is quite famous in the underground arena. He must have been fighting for several days, Lin Mo thought to himself. At this moment, a second ferocious beast appeared in the ring. The scent of blood drove the beast to lose its mind quickly, and it charged at Shura madly. At this point, Shura summoned his martial spirit. When Lin Mo saw Shura's summoned martial spirit, he was stunned. This is the Titan martial spirit. Could this man be Li Jin? Lin Mo wasn't overly suspicious, it's just that this kind of SSS grade martial spirit was incredibly rare, let alone two people having the exact same one. Although the audience couldn't recognize the grade of the martial spirit, Lin Mo had seen Li Jin in action before. This Shura's martial spirit was identical to Li Jin's. Lin Mo was 90% sure that this Shura was Li Jin. Once the battle ends, I need to confirm whether he's Li Jin or not, Lin Mo thought. In truth, he didn't absolutely need to know, it was more out of curiosity. After all, he had nothing else to do, so checking it out wouldn't hurt. If it was Li Jin, it wouldn't be a big deal. If it wasn't Li Jin, then Lin Mo might gain a loyal follower. After all, if it wasn't Li Jin, this person's life likely wasn't going too well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here relying on fighting to make a living, which made Lin Mo think he had a good chance of recruiting him as a subordinate. Having a subordinate with an SSS grade martial spirit would surely be something to boast about. However, Lin Mo didn't hold high hopes. He had already felt this person looked familiar earlier, and now that he had a suspect in mind, the more he looked, the more he was convinced it was Li Jin. As Lin Mo was still pondering, the match on the field had already ended. The result was obvious, Azura had won. After summoning the Titan martial spirit, he defeated the ferocious beast with just a few punches. Alright, no matter what, I'll just go ask. As Lin Mo approached the backstage entrance, he was stopped by someone. He took out a few spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to the guard, who immediately let him through. This was the underground beast arena. Money could get you anywhere. Once backstage, Lin Mo quickly found the man wearing the Azura mask. At that moment, the man was removing his mask, and Lin Mo happened to want to confirm if he was Li Jin. Getting closer for a look, it was indeed him. Beneath the Azura mask was Li Jin. Ah, Jin, what are you doing here? As far as I know, your family's well off, so why are you coming here to fight for credit points? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Li Jin noticed Lin Mo and seemed a bit surprised. I'm here to practice real combat. The beasts in the training grounds are too fake, they don't have any intelligence. So I came here to challenge real beasts, hoping to improve my skills. This arena is run by my uncle. Fighting beasts here isn't too dangerous. And it helps liven up the place. But your high school placement exam is tomorrow, yet you're here? Why? Me? I'm just here to relax. I was strolling downtown before the exam and came across this arena, so I decided to check it out on a whim, Lin Mo replied. Li Jin felt a bit disheartened hearing this. Both of them came to the arena, but one came for fun while the other came to train. The gap was undeniable. As they were chatting, someone walked over and whispered a few words into Li Jin's ear. Lin Mo didn't eavesdrop and waited at the side for them to finish. After the man left, Li Jin's expression darkened. It was clear something had gone wrong. Noticing this, Lin Mo asked proactively, Jin, what's wrong? Trouble? It was a well-timed question. If Li Jin didn't want to talk, he could just say it was nothing. If he did, he could explain. That's how conversations should flow naturally. Li Jin glanced at Lin Mo, his eyes lighting up. Right, how could I forget about you, you monster? Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Li Jin ignored him and got straight to the point. This arena is run by my uncle, but business hasn't been great lately. Half of the audience you saw out there was actually hired by us. My uncle wanted to draw in a crowd, so he spent a fortune to buy a peak 5th rank ferocious beast from the border. But during transport, somehow the beast broke free from its spirit sealing lock. The escort team managed to temporarily subdue it with an array, but they're almost at their limit. My second uncle isn't at the arena, and there's no one here who can handle this situation. If that beast escapes, while the authorities will step in, ensuring no major damage, the arena won't survive the fallout. You know, this place isn't exactly legit. If the beast escapes, the arena will definitely be shut down. I'm not strong enough to handle it alone, so I was hoping you could help me out. Consider it a favor I'll owe you. After hearing everything, Lin Mo fell into thought. To him, this beast was no big deal, it would be easy to deal with. Plus, he'd earn some enhancement points and have Li Jin owe him a favor. There was no reason to refuse. He quickly made up his mind and agreed to Li Jin's request. Alright, let's get moving. I still need to get home in time for dinner. Li Jin was deeply grateful upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement. Their relationship was just ordinary friendship, so Lin Mo's willingness to help deal with a peak 5th rank beast caught Li Jin by surprise. Alright, let's go. We can't let that beast get away. The place isn't far, we'll be there soon, Li Jin said as he started walking, clearly leading the way. Lin Mo followed behind him. The two of them sprinted forward at an incredible speed, though in truth, Lin Mo was matching his pace to Li Jin's rhythm. If Lin Mo hadn't deliberately slowed down, he could have long since unfolded the Kunpeng wings and left Li Jin far behind. They were already close to the beast arena, and the escort team was on the verge of collapse. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a ferocious beast suddenly appeared. The two quickly arrived at the scene of the incident, and Lin Mo immediately spotted the ferocious snake. It was a giant python with two fleshy bumps on its head. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, clearly indicating it had attained a significant level of wisdom. Scattered on the ground was a broken spirit-suppressing lock, evidence that the beast had broken free from its restraints. The python repeatedly rammed the formation, desperately trying to break out. Around it, several people were pouring all their energy into maintaining the formation, even summoning their martial souls. However, it was clear that the formation was on the verge of collapse. When Lin Mo and Li Jin arrived, they immediately understood the group's predicament. Had they been even a moment later, these people would likely have been devoured by the snake. "Ah, Jin, tell them to dispel the formation. With me here, there's no problem at all." Li Jin initially wanted to persuade Lin Mo to consider a safer approach. But seeing Lin Mo's absolute confidence, he refrained from objecting. "You can dispel the formation," Li Jin instructed. Hearing the young master's command, the group sighed in relief and quickly dispelled the formation. They knew that once the formation was dissolved, the python would go berserk, so they immediately leaped aside. The moment the restraints disappeared, the python's eyes narrowed slightly before it lunged at the nearest targets, Lin Mo and Li Jin. It had endured too much and now wanted to tear apart everyone in sight. Naturally, Lin Mo and Li Jin became its primary targets. Li Jin was preparing to summon his Titan martial soul, but Lin Mo acted faster. Without hesitation, Lin Mo swung a powerful punch directly at the snake's head. Bang! With a single punch, the giant python was sent flying. Lin Mo flexed his wrist, sensing the snake's strength. As expected, it broke through. No wonder it managed to escape the spirit-suppressing lock. Indeed, the python's current strength far surpassed that of a fifth-tier beast. The spirit-suppressing lock was a specialized restraint designed to subdue beasts, with different levels tailored to various tiers. Ordinary beasts would never be able to break free, which was why the beast arena didn't typically require high-level cultivators to escort them. All things considered, there was only one explanation. This creature had advanced to the 6th tier during transport. Having felt its power just now, Lin Mo was nearly certain that it was now a 6th-tier beast. Li Jin shuddered at the realization. Thank goodness I brought Lin Mo along. If I had to handle a 6th-tier beast on my own, we'd be done for. This really puts me in Lin Mo's debt, Li Jin thought, both relieved and astonished. Lin Mo could send a 6th-tier beast flying with a single punch. Though it hadn't inflicted substantial damage, the sheer power was beyond anything Li Jin could muster. Looks like catching up to Lin Mo is out of the question, Li Jin sighed to himself. Lin Mo, however, paid no mind to Li Jin's thoughts. His attention was entirely focused on the python in front of him. The python, enraged from being struck, quickly realized that brute strength alone wouldn't suffice. It resorted to other tactics. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a spray of green liquid. Lin Mo didn't have to guess, it was undoubtedly venom. But Lin Mo had no fear of poison. He lightly rubbed the black ring on his hand. The moment the venom reached him, it was absorbed by the ring. Indeed, this was the power of the myriad venom ring, rendering Lin Mo immune to any poison. Seeing its ultimate move fail, the python began to retreat. Lin Mo, of course, noticed, but he had no intention of letting the creature escape. With a slight movement of his fingers, the power of lightning erupted once more from his fingertips. The white lightning quickly expanded, growing larger than the python's entire body. Go! With a low shout, Lin Mo directed the lightning to strike the python. The lightning was blindingly fast. Though the python understood its danger, it couldn't evade in time. Zzzzz. The lightning struck the python with a piercing sound. Before long, the creature lost all ability to resist. Lin Mo didn't kill it, knowing that Li Jin's beast arena still needed it. Instead, he merely rendered it unconscious. If he had unleashed his full power, there wouldn't even be bones left of the snake. Alright, job done. Beside him, Li Jin was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Seeing Li Jin's expression, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. That's it? Li Jin could hardly believe his eyes. A young man of his age, who hadn't even completed the college entrance exam, had just knocked out a 6th-tier ferocious beast. What was even more shocking was that he hadn't even summoned his martial soul. Such strength was simply unimaginable. Let's go. I should head back now, or my grandfather will definitely call me. Li Jin accepted this fact. You guys take this python back. Remember to replace it with a high-grade spirit sealing lock when you get back. We'll head off first. After saying this, the two of them left. After this incident, Li Jin's trust in Lin Mo increased significantly. Lin Mo also earned a favor from Li Jin. In fact, he had already decided how to use it. His plan was to have Li Jin accompany him to the border. Although using just this favor might be a bit of a stretch, he figured he could talk his way into convincing him. Then there was Gu Tianlong, that rash hothead. Lin Mo planned to drag him along too. But all of this would come later. For now, Lin Mo's main focus was winning the National Ranking Competition Championship. This competition was a golden opportunity for a martial soul lottery. Each of Lin Mo's martial souls gave him a massive boost in strength. Never mind the extra skills and laws, just the enhancement to his physical attributes alone made him far superior to anyone with a single martial soul. Therefore, this martial soul lottery held great significance for Lin Mo. In the end, Li Jin escorted Lin Mo home. After all, he had helped him out, and returning the favor was only appropriate. Once home, Lin Mo began reviewing the specific arrangements for tomorrow's national ranking competition. In truth, the principal had already given him this information long ago. He had just been too lazy to look at it over the past few days. The national ranking competition consisted of 3 stages. The first stage was the team competition, where everyone could form their own teams. Typically, contestants from the same school would form teams, as this was better for the school's honor. Of course, for schools like Fangyan, which only had one participant, they would usually forego the team competition. However, by skipping the team competition, they would naturally lose the chance to earn honor and rewards. Lin Mo wasn't sure whether Fangyan would skip the team competition. After all, as the child of destiny, they might not act like an ordinary school. Once all the teams were formed, they would be transported to the competition site. According to the documents, this would be a high-level secret realm. Each team's identity watch would record the number of creatures they killed, their strength, and other metrics, which would all be converted into points. Teams could also steal points from other teams. The team with the highest points in the end would be the champion of the team competition. If any treasures were obtained, they could be appraised by the referees. As long as the treasures were found in the secret realm, they would also be converted into points. The more valuable the treasure, the more points it would be worth. After the points were converted, the treasures would still belong to the contestants. The state wouldn't take them. This rule was very friendly to the competitors. Seeing this rule, Lin Mo smiled. To him, this was essentially a free opportunity to enter a high-level secret realm. I've got to make the most of this opportunity, he thought. Lin Mo had always adhered to the principle of take whatever you can get. The low-level secret realm he had entered last time probably hadn't even replenished its spiritual energy yet. This time, with the chance to enter a high-level secret realm, he was determined to squeeze every bit of value out of it. He wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. His face lit up with a smug, bandit-like grin. The second stage was the individual competition, which was also the most exciting part of the tournament. This was the stage where Lin Mo absolutely had to claim the championship. In this stage, everyone could challenge any opponent they wanted. To win the championship, one had to be invincible, defeating and convincing all challengers. As long as someone refused to yield, you wouldn't be the champion. The rules were simple and brutal but extremely fair. Everyone had a chance, and there was recovery time after each battle, so there wouldn't be any back-to-back fights without rest. Lin Mo was brimming with confidence about securing this championship. The third stage was the inter-school competition. Each school was allocated 5 spots in the national ranking competition. Even Fangyan's Yunhai First High School had 5 slots. This ensured fairness in terms of participant numbers. Schools could challenge each other to determine the allocation of resources and rankings for the following year. This stage was the one schools cared about the most. However, typically, the school of the individual competition champion had the best chance of winning this stage's championship. Of course, there were also schools that excelled at teamwork and managed to come out on top. Nevertheless, among the 3 stages, the most crucial one remained the individual competition for the championship. Because this concerns the allocation of resources for students and determines which universities they can attend. Therefore, on a personal level, only the second phase truly qualifies as the real college entrance examination. The other 2 phases are secondary. However, with me, Lin Mo, here, the championship of the second phase is already decided. Lin Mo thought confidently. After reviewing the schedule of the national ranking competition, Lin Mo began his evening cultivation. The next day, Lin Mo finished his cultivation early. Today was the day of the national ranking competition, and he couldn't afford any delays. So, early in the morning, he arrived at the school. The location for the ranking competition wasn't actually at Tianyang First High but at the stadium in the imperial capital. However, all the participants in the national ranking competition would first gather at Tianyang First High. This was the grandeur befitting the top high school in the imperial capital. Once all the students and staff had assembled, they would head to the stadium together. At that point, someone would open the entrance to the secret realm there, and the school leaders would guide their students inside. This was also to prevent anyone from sneaking in unnoticed. When Lin Mo arrived at school, he quickly found his class and immediately spotted Li Ru, the chubby guy. That's right, Li Ru had also barely managed to grab the 10th spot in Tianyang First High's ranking competition, securing his qualification for the national event. So, how about it, fatty? Confident about placing in the rankings? Lin Mo teased. Li Ru replied with full confidence, of course I am. With my skills, who else can beat me besides you? Lin Mo obviously didn't take his words seriously. Li Ru's abilities were far from competitive on a national level. It would be a blessing if he didn't get scolded by his father, Li Run, when he got back. At that moment, Su Qingxue also arrived at school and immediately came over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo sensed her cultivation level and was surprised to find that she had already broken through to the Martial King realm. Her progress was astonishing, indicating she must have put in tremendous effort over the past few days. No wonder she hadn't come to find him recently, she must have been in secluded cultivation to enhance her strength. Not bad, you've improved a lot, Lin Mo said, patting Su Qingxue on the head. Su Qingxue enjoyed the head pats immensely, always feeling particularly at ease when he did that. Of course. I don't want to hold you back. The stronger I am, the better I can stand by your side. Hearing this, Lin Mo was overjoyed. Who wouldn't love hearing sweet words like that? While chatting with Su Qingxue, Lin Mo was also scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Finally, he spotted Gu Tianlong in the Suzhou First High team. The two exchanged smiles but didn't approach each other. At this moment, avoiding unnecessary interactions was better than risking being suspected of being spies by their teammates. Meanwhile, the principals of several schools were gathered together, discussing the strength of this year's students. On the surface, they appeared to be exchanging information, but in reality, they were competing in subtle ways. Our school actually has 2 top-tier martial souls this year. It's giving me a headache. I don't even know who to allocate resources to, Wang Changlin said with a smug expression. Our school also has a few outstanding students. I'd love to see the power of those top-tier martial souls. Let's hope this ranking competition doesn't disappoint them. The principal of Motu First High spoke without a hint of friendliness, his tone brimming with provocation. Wang Changlin mentioned his school having 2 top-tier martial souls, and they responded by saying they wanted to see for themselves, clearly a challenge. Before Wang Changlin could reply, Lu Yin interrupted, saying, our school even has an ancient martial soul. I wonder how it compares to a top-tier martial soul. Wang Changlin could tell that everyone was jealous of his school's achievements. No matter what he said, it would likely provoke a collective attack, so he decided to keep quiet. Let them boast for now. Once Lin Mo wins the championship, how will they dare act arrogant anymore? The other principals, seeing that Wang Changlin had chosen silence, lost interest and began bragging about their own schools. As the schools continued their subtle competition, other schools began arriving at Tianyang First High one after another. Soon, all the students and staff were gathered. As the principal of Tianyang First High, Wang Changlin naturally took charge. Alright, everyone's here. Let's head out. A spiritual energy vehicle had already been parked at the entrance of Tianyang First High, waiting for them. As soon as Wang Changlin spoke, everyone began boarding the vehicle. The spiritual energy vehicle, powered by Yuan spirit stones, was incredibly fast. Despite its speed, the journey attracted many onlookers, evoking scenes as lively as the college entrance exams in Lin Mo's previous life. After all, this was the future of the Dragon Nation, and the annual college entrance exams always garnered significant attention. Everyone was discussing who would take the championship this year. Ordinary spectators had no way of obtaining concrete information and could only guess which school might claim victory. If they were asked to name a specific person, no one could say for sure. Who do you think will take the title of the #1 high school this year? I think it'll be Suzhou First High. After all, Tianyang First High is an old name, but they haven't had any strong contenders in recent years. Yeah, I think Tianyang First High's title as the top school might be changing hands this year. What do you know? This year's Tianyang First High is different. My cousin's brother's neighbor's friend studies there. And he said that this year, Tianyang First High has produced 2 powerhouses, both with SSS grade martial souls. Are you saying that Tianyang First High is set to make a big comeback this time? Of course. My information is never wrong. That person declared smugly. Lin Mo and his group soon arrived at the stadium, where the stands were already packed with influential figures. The vice president of Huaqing University, the vice president of Imperial Capital University, and even military personnel were present. Seated in the front row was none other than Lin Mo's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, known in the martial world as the war god Lin. It was clearly because of Lin Mo that Lin Zhantian had come, otherwise, he wouldn't have attended such an event. While the other university presidents were there for recruitment purposes, Lin Zhantian was there purely to support his grandson. Clearly, Lin Zhantian doted on Lin Mo. Lin Mo naturally recognized his grandfather. Lin Zhantian's status ensured he sat in a prominent spot, making him impossible to miss. At this moment, Wang Changlin began reporting the attendance status to the person managing the Secret Realm's entrance. After all, this was the first stage of the competition, and many schools chose not to participate due to a lack of personnel. Even if they obtained treasures in the Secret Realm, they might not be able to keep them, as it could easily be stolen. However, there were also some extremely confident individuals who chose to participate solo in the team events. Among them was the Child of Destiny, Fang Yan. This time, Lin Mo spotted Fang Yan at a glance. Previously, at Tianyang First High, the crowd had made it difficult to locate him immediately. Now, with the stadium's open space, Fang Yan's figure stood out clearly. Fang Yan, competing solo in the team event, truly living up to the title of Child of Destiny. According to how events typically unfolded, he was likely to encounter a major opportunity and obtain an astonishing treasure. After all, relying solely on himself to defeat the native creatures of the Secret Realm was unlikely to earn him a placement. For the protagonist to encounter a profound-grade Secret Realm, such a significant opportunity was practically a given. Lin Mo quickly decided on his plan. That's right, he was going to mess with the Child of Destiny again. Fang Yan might have the luck, but Lin Mo had the strength. In Lin Mo's eyes, Fang Yan's treasures were his for the taking, while his own treasures remained his to keep. Not only could he seize Fang Yan's opportunities, but he could also gain enhancement points. As long as Fang Yan's luck wasn't exhausted, he would continue to be Lin Mo's treasure-hunting buddy. Once his luck ran out, he would become nothing more than a resource in Lin Mo's hands. However, to snatch Fang Yan's opportunities, it was best to act alone. That wouldn't be difficult, any excuse would suffice to slip away. Just as Lin Mo was pondering how to steal Fang Yan's opportunities, the Secret Realm's entrance was about to open. After confirming the number of participants, the competition began without unnecessary ceremony. A light screen rose from the center of the stadium. The students knew that this was the entrance to the profound-grade Secret Realm and began entering one after another. Lin Mo was no exception. After the students entered, four gigantic screens appeared in the stadium. These screens were used to monitor the students' movements in real time, ensuring that the most exciting moments were presented to the university representatives immediately. This also made it more convenient for them to recruit students later. The moment Lin Mo entered the Secret Realm, he felt uncomfortable. What appeared before him was a world bathed in blood-red hues. Although everyone entered through the same light screen, each team was randomly teleported. Members of the same team would be teleported together. By default, members of the same school formed a team unless there were special circumstances. As a result, Lin Mo found himself surrounded by the other 9 students representing Tianyang First High in the national ranking competition. The air here carried a metallic scent of blood, which was likely the source of his discomfort. Lin Mo quickly sensed something unusual about this world. Just as he was about to warn the others, a refined voice spoke up. Don't panic, everyone. It seems there's a special energy in this world. I believe you all feel a bit uncomfortable. Once we get used to it, this uneasy feeling will disappear, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Lin Mo frowned and glanced toward the speaker. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the person's gaze seemed to carry a hint of provocation. Lin Mo had no intention of tolerating this individual. If he didn't like someone, he would retaliate immediately. He had always trusted his instincts. You think you're something? Oh, wait. You're not even something. And who exactly are you? The man frowned, clearly provoked by Lin Mo's words. Classmate, I'm Wei Zhengfeng, currently ranked 4th at Tianyang High School. I know you're the top student at Tianyang High, but I was just kindly reminding everyone. Why must you insult me? Wei Zhengfeng adjusted his glasses and pretended to speak earnestly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at him, and 4 words popped into his mind: hypocrite. Wei Zhengfeng liked Su Qingxue before. He pursued her in sophomore year but failed. Li Ru whispered a reminder to Lin Mo. Lin Mo understood immediately it was all because of a rival in love. At this moment, Su Qingxue looked at Wei Zhangfeng with a flash of disgust in her eyes. Wei Zhangfeng, stop making a scene here. I've already told you, I don't like you. Su Qingxue's words were directed at Wei Zhangfeng but also served as an explanation for Lin Mo. Lin Mo naturally trusted Su Qingxue, or rather, he trusted his own judgment. Su Qingxue was definitely not the type to lie to him. Looking at Wei Zhangfeng before him, Lin Mo realized that his earlier words were just an attempt to put himself on the moral high ground. This way, even if Lin Mo was stronger than him, there would be no reason to make a move. But Wei Zhangfeng had forgotten one thing: Lin Mo was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Mo slowly walked toward Wei Zhangfeng. Wei Zhangfeng remained motionless, clearly not believing Lin Mo would actually dare to do anything. Lin Mo quickly approached him. What's wrong, Lin? If you dare. Smack. Before Wei Zhangfeng could finish his sentence, Lin Mo slapped him across the face. Although Lin Mo didn't use his full strength, the slap was far from gentle. Wei Zhangfeng's glasses went flying. The onlookers, of course, had no sympathy for Wei Zhangfeng. After all, it wasn't wise to provoke Lin Mo. Wei Zhangfeng was stunned by the slap. You? How dare you hit me? On what grounds? He pointed at Lin Mo and shouted. Lin Mo ignored him and kicked him hard. Wei Zhangfeng was sent flying, landing right next to his glasses. I'm the grandson of the god of war, who dares to mess with me? Lin Mo sneered inwardly. Wei Zhangfeng no longer dared to make a sound. He had truly felt Lin Mo's strength. That kick just now had almost knocked the life out of him. If Lin Mo kicked him a few more times, he might actually die. Seeing that Wei Zhangfeng had fallen silent, Lin Mo became even more energized. He leaned in and began beating Wei Zhangfeng mercilessly while cursing him. Stop pretending to be righteous. Wearing glasses doesn't make you cultured. And you think you can morally blackmail me? I don't even abide by that morality. Shut your filthy mouth. With each sentence, Lin Mo's fists landed on Wei Zhangfeng's face, leaving it bruised and battered. Wei Zhangfeng didn't dare to fight back. He knew that if he summoned his martial spirit, Lin Mo would surely summon his as well. If that happened, it wouldn't just be a simple beating, it could get even more dangerous. So, he didn't even dare to use his martial spirit and could only endure Lin Mo's punches. After a while, Lin Mo finally stopped. I'm the leader of this team. I call the shots. If anyone dares to act recklessly again, be prepared to face me. Wei Zhangfeng no longer dared to argue and could only silently endure the humiliation. Lin Mo returned to the group, and the others stayed as quiet as if nothing had happened. No one dared to provoke Lin Mo. After all, seeing what had happened to Wei Zhangfeng just now, they all understood the consequences. Lin Mo was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. After all, as the leader, he needed to establish his authority. This clown had brought it upon himself and conveniently allowed Lin Mo to assert his dominance. Lin Mo walked over to Li Ru and asked in a low voice, "Does this Wei Zhangfeng have any background?" Lin Mo wasn't afraid of him having connections. He simply wanted to understand his background to completely eliminate any future troubles. Li Ru shook his head. He doesn't have any background, he got in through his own efforts. Honestly, he's like a toad trying to eat a swan. He doesn't even deserve it. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with a meaningful smile. No background? Perfect. If it weren't for the system not alerting him, Lin Mo might have thought he was dealing with some so-called chosen one. What a joke. Did Wei Zhangfeng really think that sheer effort could make him superior to others? How laughable. Even luck wasn't on his side. People like him were just plain foolish. Lin Mo no longer paid attention to the clown and turned to start assigning the next tasks to the group. After showcasing his abilities, everyone unanimously agreed to let Lin Mo take charge of the next steps. In a while, I won't be moving with you all. Li Jin will lead the team. Lin Mo's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Li Jin was also a bit surprised but didn't object. After all, Lin Mo had helped him greatly before, the small matter wasn't a big deal to him. However, he still quietly asked Lin Mo about his plan. Lin Mo, do you have a plan? What should I lead them to do? Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied to Li Jin. No specific plan. I want to act on my own. You can take them around or organize according to your ideas. Hearing this, Li Jin felt a bit speechless. Alright, I thought you had some big move planned. Turns out you just don't want us holding you back. And he spoke as if we could win even if we did nothing. But in Lin Mo's mind, that was exactly the case. As long as he seized all of Fang Yan's opportunities, the points he earned alone would almost guarantee Tianyan High School's first place in the team competition. After all, treasures also counted as points. Alright then, you guys go earn points. I'll also contribute to Tianyang High School's victory. The others mentally rolled their eyes upon hearing this. You're running off on your own, and you call that contributing? But no one dared to voice their thoughts. Lin Mo's silhouette gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving only the 9 others standing in place. As Lin Mo walked away, Wei Jingfeng's face showed a look of dissatisfaction. Impressive, huh? I'll report to the principal when we return that he abandoned the team and didn't contribute any points. Let's see how he explains himself. Li Jin, who was standing nearby, found him insufferable and directly kicked Wei Zhengfeng aside. Wei Zhengfeng, already unpopular, found no one to back him up. And he didn't dare to retaliate against Li Jin, who also had an SSS grade martial soul. Alright, everyone, it's time for us to earn some points. Let's start by hunting local beasts. If we encounter treasures on the way, we'll decide how to distribute them then. At this moment, the stadium's large screen displayed the positions of Tianyang High School's participants. Lin Mo was moving away from the group on his own, leaving the audience puzzled. The principals of other schools sitting next to Wang Changlin were also curious and kept asking if there was some hidden strategy. Principal Wang, isn't this Lin Mo your top student? Why is he acting alone? Does he have some secret plan? Wang Changlin felt a wave of panic. He had no idea what Lin Mo was up to. But with everyone asking, he couldn't admit his ignorance. That would be too awkward. He could only go along with their assumptions. This is our secret weapon at Tianyang High School, but I can't disclose the specifics. You'll all see soon enough. In truth, he had no plan at all and was merely bluffing. Seeing his confident demeanor, the other principals actually believed him. While cursing him inwardly, they also admired Wang Changlin for his cunning. Inside the secret realm, Lin Mo was busy locating Fang Yan. I should have planted a tracker on Fang Yan earlier. Now how am I supposed to find him? Lin Mo was feeling a bit anxious. System, is there a way to determine Fang Yan's location? Ding, the host can spend 10,000 enhancement points to activate the Sun of Fortune radar, which will mark the locations of all Suns of Fortune you've encountered on the radar. Lin Mo was exasperated. This system really knew how to demand points. Activating a radar alone cost 10,000 enhancement points. But in a crucial moment like this, he had no choice but to spend them. What if Fang Yan came across something valuable? Moreover, once activated, it could be used to track other Suns of Fortune in the future, which was quite convenient. System, activate it for me. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a green screen appeared before his eyes. The screen displayed a green dot and a red dot, and Lin Mo quickly grasped how to use the radar. The green dot represented his current location, while the red dot marked Fang Yan's position. All he had to do was follow the red. As simple as using GPS navigation in his previous life. After confirming Fang Yan's location, Lin Mo didn't hesitate. He unfurled the Kunpeng wings and flew directly toward Fang Yan's position. Lin Mo's Kunpeng wings propelled him at an astonishing speed. Within minutes, he had locked onto Fang Yan's location, though he didn't descend immediately. Instead, he chose to observe from the air to avoid being noticed. After all, Fang Yan might be hiding something extraordinary. From above, Lin Mo increased his altitude, ensuring that even if Fang Yan looked up, he wouldn't spot him. Lin Mo had the upper hand, possessing the eternal indestructible body, which granted him incredibly sharp senses. High-altitude surveillance was effortless for him. The black Kunpeng wings flapped steadily, keeping him suspended in mid-air. And so, Lin Mo kept a close watch on Fang Yan's actions. Fang Yan began seeking opportunities to quickly gain reputation points. He understood clearly that the fastest way was through robbery. As long as he could seize others' points and claim first place in the team competition, he would earn a massive amount of reputation. Robbery had almost become his only path to victory. After all, he was alone. If he hunted exotic beasts, his efficiency would be far inferior to the teams from other schools. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if he could obtain treasures through hunting. Robbery became his only choice. Fang Yan's strength was not weak. Aside from the top schools like Suzhou No. 1 High School and Tianyang No. 1 High School, he believed no other team could defeat him. Even if the opponents had greater numbers, he was confident he could beat them and seize their points. Thus, he had been searching for teams from mid to lower tier schools. Before long, he spotted a team, but they were quite far away, and Fang Yan couldn't tell which school they were from. He decided to move closer, but as soon as he got near, his face darkened. The leader of the group was the very person who had once severely injured him. That's right, the first team Fang Yan encountered was none other than Suzhou No. 1 High School led by Gu Tianlong. Gu Tianlong also spotted Fang Yan but did not mock him. That wasn't his style. Moreover, Fang Yan hadn't accumulated any reputation yet, so naturally, he wouldn't dare provoke Gu Tianlong. Seeing that Gu Tianlong didn't intend to trouble him, Fang Yan immediately turned to leave. Up in the sky, Lin Mo felt a bit bored. Was this not going to escalate into a fight? Just as Lin Mo was preparing to follow Fang Yan away, an unexpected event occurred. Hey, you up there. If you want to leave, you'd better hand over your points first. A skinny student from Gu Tianlong's team shouted at Fang Yan. Gu Tianlong frowned but said nothing. After all, this was a team competition, and team points were the priority. If his teammate wanted to steal points for the sake of the team's honor, as the captain, he couldn't stop him. Besides, Fang Yan didn't have a good relationship with his teammate, and Gu Tianlong didn't want to risk conflict with his own team over this. Fang Yan saw that Gu Tianlong didn't stop the student and knew there'd be no peaceful resolution today. He would never hand over his points without a fight. Although he had killed a few exotic beasts earlier and hadn't accumulated many points, his pride wouldn't allow him to give up so easily. Up in the sky, Lin Mo watched with great interest. If you want them, come and take them. A sly smile appeared on Fang Yan's lips as he spoke to the student, Wu Tian. Wu Tian was the one who had just demanded the points. Hearing Fang Yan's arrogant response, Wu Tian stood up angrily and prepared to step forward. But Gu Tianlong stopped him. Gu Tianlong knew Wu Tian was no match for Fang Yan. Boss, this guy's too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson, Wu Tian said to Gu Tianlong. Gu Tianlong ignored him and instead turned to Fang Yan, issuing a warning. Fang Yan, if you hand over your points now, I'll let you off this time. Otherwise, you'll end up severely injured by me again. Wu Tian, hearing Gu Tianlong's words, secretly rejoiced. This guy has a grudge with the boss. Let's see how arrogant he can be this time. At that moment, the big screen in the stadium displayed footage of Gu Tianlong's team. Who is that guy? He actually dares to stand against Suzhou No. 1 High School? And he's competing in the team competition all by himself? Facing off against Gu Tianlong? What a bold move! Hearing the constant notifications of reputation points being credited to his account, Fang Yan realized the stadium must be broadcasting the situation live. Since that was the case, there was no way he could back down now. If a fight broke out, his reputation points would surely keep climbing. At that point, even if he couldn't yet defeat Gu Tianlong, he could rely on the accumulated reputation points to find a way to escape. Thus, for Fang Yan, this battle was a no-lose deal. You might as well all come at me at once. Don't waste my time. Fang Yan said arrogantly to the group from Suzhou No. 1 High School, his plan already set in motion. After all, they couldn't beat him. A one-on-one with Gu Tianlong could earn him some reputation, but not much. Compared to challenging them one by one, directly facing all 10 of them would yield far greater reputation gains. So, Fang Yan decided to take a gamble and challenge all 10 at once. The students from Suzhou No. 1 High School looked furious, their faces dark with anger. They were all geniuses, how could they tolerate being so blatantly underestimated? Even Gu Tianlong was seething with rage. At that moment, Fang Yan began to activate his martial spirit, and a black shadow quickly appeared behind him. In no time, his entire body was enveloped by the dark martial spirit. Gu Tianlong cautioned his teammates, be careful. His martial spirit can absorb attacks, but it has a limit. Don't let him touch you, or your attacks will rebound back at you. Everyone was astounded to hear this. Fang Yan's martial soul was this powerful. Yet they didn't stop their assault. Some launched long-range attacks, while others, confident in their abilities, charged in for close combat. A barrage of multicolored attacks hurtled toward Fang Yan. The students of Suzhou No. 1 High School believed Fang Yan wouldn't last long. Even the big shots in the stadium thought this was the end for him. After all, facing an assault from 10 geniuses simultaneously absorbing the attacks was one thing, but defending against them completely was nearly impossible. However, just as everyone thought Fang Yan was about to be obliterated, the scene before their eyes left them utterly shocked. Fang Yan stood there, still shrouded in his black martial soul, completely unscathed. In the sky, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a sharp light. Fang Yan had made significant progress yet again. In the past, enduring so many attacks would have been fatal or at the very least, left him severely injured. But now he remained unharmed, clearly showing how much he had grown in just a few days. Truly, he was the child of destiny. Lin Mo couldn't hold back anymore. He couldn't let Fang Yan continue basking in his moment of glory. Though he didn't entirely understand why Fang Yan dared to challenge 10 people, he was certain Fang Yan must have some secret method to boost his strength. Perhaps even a special system of some sort. Lin Mo couldn't let Fang Yan have his way. So, he descended directly from the sky. The big shots in the stadium noticed Lin Mo's arrival too. Where did this Lin Mo come from? Why did he suddenly appear? Could this be Wang Changlin's strategy? Suzhou No. 1 High School Principal Lu Yan pondered to himself. He couldn't have known that there was no strategy at all, this was merely Wang Changlin finding an excuse to save face. Lu Yan was still wondering if Tianyang No. 1 High School had any hidden schemes. With Lin Mo's entry, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned subtle and tense. Fang Yan froze. Why was Lin Mo here? Even now, Fang Yan had no idea how strong Lin Mo truly was. The unknown always bred fear. After Lin Mo appeared, Fang Yan started to waver, wanting to retreat. Apart from Gu Tianlong, the others from Suzhou No. 1 High School were equally clueless. They didn't know whether Lin Mo was friend or foe. But soon, they understood. Lin Mo walked up to Gu Tianlong, casually slinging an arm around his shoulder, and said lightly, "Tianlong, have you improved these past few days? I wonder if your transformation can match me in a fight. I'm quite looking forward to it." Seeing how close Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong were, the others from Suzhou No. 1 High School realized. Lin Mo was an ally, not an enemy. Now things were getting interesting. Fang Yan had gained yet another foe. Watching Lin Mo and Gu Tianlong converse, Fang Yan thought about seizing the opportunity to escape. Even though he hadn't earned much fame, getting severely injured again wouldn't be worth it. Just as Fang Yan was about to move, Lin Mo's voice suddenly rang out, piercing his eardrums. "I advise you not to act rashly. I haven't given you permission to leave." Fang Yan turned his head, only to find Lin Mo had somehow appeared right behind him, exuding a chilling aura. If Lin Mo had attacked just now, Fang Yan would likely have been finished. Terrified, Fang Yan didn't dare to make a single move. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. "That speed is horrifying, I didn't even have time to react." Wu Tian swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Outside the secret realm, the presidents of the top universities were equally astonished. Though they could follow Lin Mo's movements, they hadn't expected him to execute them so quickly. In an instant, the same thought popped into the minds of the vice presidents of these universities. "We have to recruit this genius into our school." Unaware of this, Lin Mo was already pondering how to deal with Fang Yan. If he struck too hard, Fang Yan might no longer be able to fight, and Lin Mo would lose the chance to gain enhancement points. If he went too easy, he wouldn't get enough points, and it wouldn't feel satisfying. Forget it, Lin Mo thought, he'd just break Fang Yan's leg. After all, he was the villain. Did he really need to worry about injuring the so-called child of fortune too severely? What was he, Fang Yan's babysitter? Having made up his mind, Lin Mo sprang into action. In a flash, before anyone could react, Fang Yan let out an agonized scream. Aha! Fang Yan's leg had been twisted into an S shape. Lin Mo had snapped his femur without hesitation. Snatching Fang Yan's identity watch, Lin Mo looked at the meager points displayed on it and sneered, "You held on so tightly to these pitiful points, truly admirable. But now, I guess you don't even have your so-called pride left. After all, your bones are broken, so maybe you should save your pride for your recovery." Even though the points were laughably few, Lin Mo transferred them to his own watch. As insignificant as it was, even scraps were still meat, and these were the points of the child of fortune, no less. Just as Lin Mo was transferring the points, the system notification chimed in, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking Fang Yan's leg and insulting him. Reward, 20,000 enhancement points. Please keep up the good work." Hearing the system's cheerful voice, Lin Mo couldn't stop grinning. "Alright, get lost. And don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll break your leg again." Fang Yan was so enraged that he was almost losing his mind, but he dared not show it. He could only drag his broken leg and limp away in the distance. The big shots in the stadium stands were also shocked by Lin Mo's ruthlessness, but they didn't find it strange. The competition among cultivators was fierce. Broken arms and legs were common occurrences. In past ranking matches, there had even been deaths. In their eyes, such incidents were far too ordinary to raise an eyebrow. What truly surprised them was Lin Mo's decisiveness. Just because of his good relationship with Gu Tianlong, he directly broke Fang Yan's leg. This level of ruthlessness was rare. After all, injuries like these usually occurred during solo matches, often due to overwhelming circumstances. But for someone like Lin Mo, who acted so decisively, there weren't many like him. At this moment, Lin Mo walked over to Gu Tianlong. He had been too occupied dealing with Fang Yan earlier to have a proper conversation. "Tianlong, don't hold back with this Fang Yan. If you come across him, just beat him up." Gu Tianlong was a bit puzzled. Did you and he have some kind of grudge before? Gu Tianlong wasn't aware of Lin Mo's relationship with Fang Yan. Previously, Lin Mo had only mentioned that he'd met Fang Yan but didn't bring up any grievances. Hearing Gu Tianlong's question, Lin Mo didn't hide anything and roughly recounted the events to Gu Tianlong and the others. This Fang Yan is disgusting. How dare he try to outbid brother Lin? Exactly. And then he played the victim. So annoying. Next time we see him, we'll give him a proper lesson. After listening, Gu Tianlong and the others were furious at Fang Yan's conduct. Hearing Wu Tian and the others talking about teaching Fang Yan a lesson, Lin Mo quickly stopped them. Thanks for the thought, brothers, but let it go. You've seen Fang Yan's strength, don't act recklessly. Wu Tian and the others, instead of feeling disheartened, grew even more respectful of Lin Mo. Everyone knew Fang Yan was strong, and they wouldn't dare to confront him casually. Lin Mo had given them a graceful way out, which greatly improved their impression of him. After exchanging a few polite words with the group, Lin Mo left. He was still planning to squeeze more points out of Fang Yan. 20,000 enhancement points were far from enough. Lin Mo activated the Kunpeng wings and soared into the sky. This time, the people in the stands could clearly see Lin Mo using the Kunpeng wings through the large screen. Is this his innate skill? I heard Lin Mo's awakened martial soul is the legendary Kunpeng. These black wings must be similar to the Kunpeng's wings. A Kunpeng martial soul. No wonder his speed is so fast. It's because he awakened the Kunpeng martial soul. Young people these days are truly remarkable. The big shots in the audience couldn't help but marvel at Lin Mo's extraordinary talent and strength. At this moment, Lin Mo used the system radar to locate Fang Yan once again. Fang Yan was lying behind a small dirt mound, clearly tending to his injured leg. He gritted his teeth and gripped his broken leg tightly. With a sharp crack, Fang Yan forcibly reconnected the broken bone. The cold sweat on his forehead was evidence of the excruciating pain that came with resetting the bone. Lin Mo, if I don't defeat you in this lifetime, I swear I won't rest. Fang Yan lay on the ground, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. After speaking, he swallowed a healing pill and began channeling his energy to heal. Although this pill wasn't as potent as the one he had used earlier, it still cost him a considerable amount of reputation points to purchase. Spending reputation points he had just earned this way would make anyone feel a pang of heartache. No matter. Although my luck was bad running into Gu Tianlong the first time, it won't happen again. Fang Yan continued searching for his next target. While the mystic realm was vast, as long as he kept looking, he would eventually find prey. Before long, he spotted a high school team that wasn't particularly well known. Fang Yan stood silently in front of them. Watching from above, Lin Mo nearly burst out laughing. Wasn't this just blatantly showing off? If I hadn't broken his leg earlier, I might have actually believed the act. This high school team was from Yun City First High School. Seeing Fang Yan standing there alone without saying a word, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Anyone daring to rob alone was definitely no ordinary person. The captain of Yun City First High School hesitantly asked, "Brother, do you need something here?" Although they suspected Fang Yan was up to no good, they still asked politely. "Poof. What else would I be here for? I'm here to rob your points, of course." These words made the faces of the five from Yun City First High School darken. To say it so openly, it was a blatant sign of disrespect. While they weren't from a top-tier school, they were definitely above average in the national rankings. Their qualification for 5 participants in the tournament was proof of that. The person in front of them actually wanted to take on all 5 of them single-handedly to steal their points. Such audacity. The group quickly summoned their martial spirits. Fang Yan also summoned his own martial spirit. When they saw Fang Yan's martial spirit, they looked puzzled because they had never seen anything like it before. But as geniuses of humanity, they felt no fear. Several of them charged at him simultaneously. The result was soon revealed. Within just a few exchanges, Fang Yan had knocked them all to the ground, rendering them incapable of fighting. Fang Yan transferred the points of all 5 individuals into his own identity wristwatch, one by one. This robbery finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since the stone gambling tournament began, his luck had been terrible. First, he was severely injured by Gu Tianlong. Then he ran into Suzhou First High School. Originally, he had planned to show off on the big screen, earn some prestige points, and leave. But then he encountered Lin Mo. Not only was his leg broken, but the prestige points he had just earned were also spent. Now, with this successful robbery, he felt as though all the setbacks he had faced were finally being released. However, Lin Mo, who was hovering in the sky, wouldn't let Fang Yan have it so easy. Unfolding the Kunpeng wings, Lin Mo swiftly dove down from behind Fang Yan. Fang Yan was completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Lin Mo clenched his fist, ready to strike. He didn't want to reveal his identity too early. If Fang Yan realized he was being followed, he definitely wouldn't dare to keep stealing points. Just as Lin Mo's fist was about to land, Fang Yan suddenly sensed the wind behind him. But Lin Mo was too fast. Before Fang Yan could even turn around, he was knocked unconscious by a single punch. Lin Mo smirked slightly. Fang Yan, oh Fang Yan, just keep being my little treasure-hunting guinea pig. With that, he transferred the points Fang Yan had just stolen into his own wristwatch. Then, he flew back into the sky. This time, though, Lin Mo didn't plan to continue tailing Fang Yan. It wasn't out of kindness. If he kept robbing Fang Yan, the guy would definitely grow suspicious. Once could be dismissed as being targeted by some passing expert who fancied his points and struck in secret. But if it happened a second time, it would seem unusual. Fang Yan would surely suspect that someone was keeping an eye on him. So, Lin Mo decided to let Fang Yan go for now. He would wait until he accumulated more points before striking again. That would be truly satisfying. After all, with the system's Child of Fortune radar, Lin Mo could locate Fang Yan anytime. Go ahead and enjoy yourself for now. When I snatch the points you've worked so hard to gather, I can't wait to see the look on your face. After Lin Mo distanced himself from Fang Yan, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for robbing points from the Child of Fortune, Fang Yan. Reward, 5,000 enhancement points. This time, the enhancement points were significantly less than last time. But Lin Mo thought about it. Last time, it wasn't just robbing points, he had also broken Fang Yan's leg. Getting so many enhancement points back then made sense. This time, it was just about stealing points. Getting 5,000 points was already pretty good. Actually, a good chunk of these enhancement points was because Lin Mo had caused Fang Yan to lose face in front of many powerful individuals, completely ruining his image. This time was different. The big screen didn't show what was happening between Lin Mo and Fang Yan. After all, there were many teams in the group competition. They couldn't just let Lin Mo hog all the spotlight. At this moment, Lin Mo was flying quickly through the sky, searching for the native creatures of this world. That's right. Lin Mo wanted to farm enhancement points. Killing exotic beasts not only granted enhancement points but also points for the competition, a win-win. Before long, he spotted a group of exotic beasts. Their skin was a bright red, and their bodies were shaped like goats. However, their bones were exposed on the outside, with the bones encasing the flesh instead of the other way around. Their structure was completely opposite to that of normal creatures. Lin Mo wasn't in the mood to examine them in detail. With a casual wave, a bolt of lightning, several meters thick, struck down with a deafening roar, instantly annihilating them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing exotic beasts. You've earned 3,000 enhancement points. Listening to the system's pleasant notification, Lin Mo continued searching for his next target. Meanwhile, Fang Yan slowly regained consciousness on the ground. What hit me? It knocked me out cold, Fang Yan muttered, rubbing his head. Wait. My points. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly checked his identity wristwatch. One glance, and his heart sank. Who was it? Who ambushed me? They don't even have enough points to kill exotic beasts and have to resort to stealing mine. So shameless. Fang Yan complained with a whimper, completely forgetting that he had also stolen points himself. His thick-skinned hypocrisy was astounding. At this moment, Fang Yan was utterly dejected. The points he had just gathered were robbed yet again. It felt as if the heavens were conspiring against him. To Fang Yan, points represented prestige. Only by earning points could he secure first place in the group competition. If he could win the championship single-handedly, his prestige would skyrocket. But now, with his points reset to 0, Fang Yan was losing all confidence. However, the favored child of destiny is indeed the favored child of destiny. Not long after, Fang Yan regained his composure and began searching for his next target. Hopefully, this time he wouldn't be ambushed again. He silently prayed in his heart. Fang Yan had no idea that all the previous ambushes were orchestrated by Lin Mo. He assumed someone else was stealing from him. Soon, he locked onto a small team of 4. Their strength was weak, and their points were few. But for Fang Yan, whose current score was 0, he wasn't picky even if the points were minimal. Without Lin Mo's interference, Fang Yan's actions went smoothly this time. After transferring all the points to his own name, he remained cautious. Once bitten by a snake, you're wary of even a rope. He still remembered the lesson from being ambushed before. After waiting for quite a while without spotting anyone, Fang Yan finally relaxed. Thief, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll make sure you regret it. Next, Fang Yan continued to seize points from other teams, and his ranking on the big screen climbed rapidly. On the other side, Li Jin and his group were different from Lin Mo and Fang Yan, they had been earning points strictly by following the rules. It wasn't that Li Jin was being conservative, it was just that their team hadn't encountered anyone at all. Even if they wanted to rob points, there was no one to rob. Fortunately, there were still quite a few exotic beasts around, so Li Jin estimated that his team's ranking should be rather high. As for Lin Mo's side, he should have his own ways to earn points, right? Li Jin had no idea that Tianyang First High's ranking had long been firmly in first place. All of this, of course, was because Lin Mo had been relentlessly hunting exotic beasts. Li continued leading his team forward. Meanwhile, Fang Yan was still searching for his next target. Over the past few days, he had snatched quite a lot of points and was in an exceptionally good mood. Since the time he got knocked out, he hadn't encountered any more trouble. He thought that incident was just an accident. If someone were deliberately targeting him, they would have acted again by now. Right now, Fang Yan was feeling extremely smug. As he walked, he suddenly came across a team, and his eyes lit up. A great opportunity. But as he got closer and took a better look, he froze. Wasn't this Tianyang First High's team? That's right, Fang Yan had just run into Li Jin and his group. What rotten luck, bumping into Lin Mo's team, he muttered. Frowning, he quickly counted their numbers, and immediately realized something was off. Why are there only 9 people? Where's Lin Mo? His heart filled with glee. Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? Although he couldn't directly deal with Lin Mo, he could at least take out his frustrations on Lin Mo's team members. Fang Yan decided to take advantage of Lin Mo's absence and rob Tianyang First High's team. Li Jin noticed Fang Yan smirking foolishly and had no idea what he was planning. Fang Yan stared at them and sneered. Bad luck for you all to run into me today. I've got a grudge against Lin Mo, so I'll take a little interest today, hand over your points. Hearing Fang Yan's arrogant words, Li Jin was furious. With someone almost stepping on his head, how could he not be angry? Just as Li Jin was about to teach this overconfident guy a lesson, Wei Zhengfeng rushed out ahead of him. Who do you think you are, daring to demand our points? Wei Zhengfeng spat. In his mind, he calculated. This guy's alone and acting so cocky, he must be a nobody. This is the perfect chance to show off in front of Su Qingxue. After speaking, he activated his spiritual power and summoned his martial soul. A massive wild bull appeared behind him. If it were Li Jin or Lin Mo, I wouldn't dare summon my martial soul, but against a small fry like you, I'm not afraid. This time, Su Qingxue will definitely see me in a new light. With the wild bull's strength enhancing him, Wei Zhengfeng charged toward Fang Yan with great force. As the 4th-ranked powerhouse of Tianyang First High, Wei Zhengfeng was no weakling, and his charge was deafening. Fang Yan smiled faintly. Though this guy was stronger than the small fry he'd dealt with before, he still didn't take Wei Zhengfeng seriously. Surrounded by his dark martial soul, Fang Yan absorbed the impact as soon as Wei Zhengfeng struck him. Wei Zhengfeng's attack was easily blocked by Fang Yan with a single hand. Everyone present was stunned. Although Wei Zhengfeng's character wasn't great, for someone to block his attack with one hand was truly rare. What they didn't know was that Fang Yan had used his dark martial soul to completely absorb the impact. The students from Tianyang First High all assumed that Fang Yan's strength was astonishing. Wei Zhengfeng started to regret his decision. He hadn't expected this guy to be hiding his true strength. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have stepped forward. Usually, it was the team leader, Li Jin, who dealt with situations like this. But Wei Zhengfeng had wanted to show off, and now he was in trouble. Just as he was thinking of retreating, he suddenly felt a powerful force slam into him, sending him flying. That's right, Fang Yan had unleashed the force he'd absorbed back at him. The result was immediate. Wei Zhengfeng was sent flying by his own strength. Li Jin watched as Wei Zhengfeng was knocked away and fell into deep thought. Fang Yan's method of attack was highly unusual. He hadn't moved at all, yet he had managed to withstand Wei Zhengfeng's fierce assault. If it were Li Jin himself, he could also block such an attack, but his body would definitely sway a bit. But Fang Yan hadn't moved an inch, which made it all the more puzzling. Li Jin was almost certain that Fang Yan hadn't relied purely on his own strength to block the attack. He must have used some special technique. Li Jin knew very well that as someone with the Titan martial soul, his physical strength was already incredibly high. Even he couldn't pull off such a feat, so he didn't believe Fang Yan could do it either. And judging by Fang Yan's martial soul, it wasn't strength-oriented, so relying on sheer physical power was even more unlikely. Li Jin decided to test it out himself to see what strange method Fang Yan had used to effortlessly withstand Wei Zhengfeng's attack. Don't move yet, let me give it a try first to avoid anyone getting hurt. Due to the immense strength Li Jin had shown while killing the beasts earlier, everyone trusted him completely. They nodded in agreement, and Li Jin prepared to attack. However, unlike Wei Zhengfeng, he did not summon his martial soul and directly charged at Fang Yan. Seeing Li Jin rushing toward him, Fang Yan felt a pang of anxiety. Could he have discovered the secret of my martial soul? He dares to confront me without summoning his martial soul. But Li Jin didn't give him much time to think, as his fist was already right in front of him. Even without summoning his martial soul, Li Jin's physical capabilities were inherently powerful. Fang Yan, of course, did not dare to be careless, quickly using his dark martial soul to absorb the force of the punch. Li Jin's fist, much like Wei Jingfeng's earlier attack, strangely stopped the moment it made contact. Fang Yan promptly released the absorbed force. He understood that if he didn't release this energy in time, he wouldn't be able to make another move. Fang Yan knew that relying solely on absorbing force wouldn't be enough to defeat Li Jin. So, he simply returned the power back to him. Li Jin retreated to his original position. With a faint smile, he remarked, "So that's how it works. I don't fully get the mechanics, but the effect is clear." Staring at Fang Yan's dark martial soul, Li Jin appeared to realize something and muttered to himself. Indeed, Li Jin hadn't summoned his martial soul intentionally, aiming to test Fang Yan's abilities. So earlier, he hadn't used his full strength when throwing the punch. He simply wanted to confirm whether the force he delivered would match the force Fang Yan reflected back. The result was now obvious. Li Jin found that the force of his punch was identical to the force that was reflected back. He immediately deduced that Fang Yan's ability was to rebound attacks. However, there were some crucial details he hadn't yet figured out. Just as Li Jin was preparing to test again, a familiar voice echoed from the sky. "Hey, looks like there's a party here. Mind if I join?" Lin Mo appeared before everyone. Seeing Lin Mo arrive, Fang Yan immediately felt the urge to retreat. The agonizing memory of having his leg broken by Lin Mo last time was still fresh in his mind, and he was deeply afraid. In truth, Lin Mo was a bit bored. The monsters in the secret realm were too scattered, and after a few days of hunting, it had lost its appeal. So, he decided to come back and find Fang Yan again. Fighting beasts wasn't as straightforward as dealing with someone like Fang Yan, a chosen of fate. Plus, watching Fang Yan suffer was far more enjoyable for Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo appeared, his gaze locked onto Fang Yan, and he swiftly flew toward him. This time, Fang Yan had already activated his dark martial soul. He reacted quickly, absorbing the force of Lin Mo's attack. "Be careful, his martial soul can rebound attacks." Li Jin called out a reminder to Lin Mo from the side. What Li Jin didn't know was that Lin Mo had already fought Fang Yan before. Moreover, Lin Mo had even asked his grandfather about dark martial souls, making him the person who understood Fang Yan's techniques the best. Seeing his attack absorbed, Lin Mo remained calm. If he summoned his martial soul and attacked with full strength, he could likely shatter Fang Yan's dark martial soul with a single punch. In that case, Fang Yan would surely be obliterated. However, Lin Mo was more interested in testing whether Fang Yan's dark martial soul could absorb his even stronger lightning power. Thus, Lin Mo began to channel the laws of lightning, determined to see just how strong Fang Yan's dark martial soul truly was. The laws of lightning surged wildly in Lin Mo's hands. Although he wasn't using his full strength, the power was far greater than his earlier punch. In the sky, dark thunderclouds began to gather. The originally blood-red secret realm turned dim and ominous under the shadow of the clouds. The aura of destruction emanated around Lin Mo. At the center of the thunderclouds, Fang Yan felt it most intensely. To him, it was akin to a natural disaster. He felt as if he were submerged in an ocean of thunderclouds, moments away from being annihilated. Within the storm, lightning began to converge, forming a colossal thunder dragon under Lin Mo's control. The dragon, dozens of meters thick, exuded an overwhelming presence. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo directed the thunder dragon straight toward Fang Yan. Fang Yan mustered all his strength to defend himself. The outermost layer was his dark martial soul, beneath which lay a small bronze bell, radiating with shifting halos, clearly of high grade. But he knew all too well that this defense wouldn't suffice. If this was all he had, he would not survive the attack. In desperation, Fang Yan frantically searched his mind for solutions, issuing frantic orders to the system. "System, use up all my reputation points immediately and give me a draw." Fang Yan's commands poured out one after another, and the system began producing various treasures, some precious, others useless. He quickly gathered all the defensive spiritual weapons and unleashed them in their entirety. Seeing a flurry of defensive measures appear above Fang Yan's head, Lin Mo gained a general understanding of Fang Yan's golden cheat ability. This guy definitely has some kind of system, an emergency measure born out of desperation. From Fang Yan's disorganized defensive setup, Lin Mo could tell it was a makeshift arrangement, thrown together in a hurry. Among the spirit weapons Fang Yan released, Lin Mo even noticed some offensive ones. These offensive spirit weapons had no defensive formations engraved on them, making them useless for defense. This proved Fang Yan genuinely believed he was going to be taken down by Lin Mo this time. However, Lin Mo was also certain Fang Yan could hold out, which was why he chose to attack with the Law of Thunder. If Fang Yan couldn't withstand it, Lin Mo wouldn't have stopped. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon crashed into Fang Yan's first layer of defense. The Dark Martial Soul absorbed the impact and suddenly burst out with tremendous energy, blocking the first strike of the Thunder Dragon. But this was only a temporary defense, as the Thunder Dragon continued its descent. It wasn't until it struck the small bell that it was forcibly stopped. The breakthrough didn't happen quickly, but the small bell was already on the verge of collapse. Fang Yan stared at the cracks spreading across it, feeling like needles were stabbing his heart. This was his only Earth-grade spirit weapon, a rare prize he had obtained during a lucky draw. Now, it seemed he wouldn't be able to save it. In truth, this was because Fang Yan hadn't fully refined the Earth-grade spirit weapon. Its true power hadn't been unleashed at all. Otherwise, Lin Mo's attack wouldn't have been able to destroy an Earth-grade spirit weapon. Sure enough, after holding out for a short while, the small bell was sent flying, its spiritual energy greatly diminished. The Thunder Dragon's power was also significantly reduced. After destroying several spirit weapons, it finally dissipated. Fang Yan let out a sigh of relief but knew he wasn't out of danger yet. Lin Mo stood nearby, still staring at him. From Lin Mo's expression, he didn't seem exhausted from using too much energy earlier. Instead, he looked completely at ease. Lin Mo slowly walked over to Fang Yan, whose martial soul had already been forced back. Fang Yan had come to terms with it. If death was inevitable, then so be it. There was nothing he could do to change it. He prepared himself for a heroic end. But Lin Mo didn't kill him outright. Instead, he broke Fang Yan's right leg, justifying it casually. I broke your left leg last time, so it's only fair to break the right one this time. With a crisp crack, Fang Yan's right leg was broken. After breaking Fang Yan's leg, Lin Mo didn't forget to transfer his points into his own account. Fang Yan lay on the ground, staring at his lost points and his broken leg, too afraid to speak. At this point, all he wanted was to survive. Lin Mo seemed to see through his thoughts. Relax, I won't kill you. That'd be too boring. Let's take our time. Of course, Lin Mo was doing this for the grand prize at the end. Fang Yan, however, didn't think that way. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Fang Yan was filled with humiliation. Lin Mo, you didn't kill me this time, but one day, I'll make you pay. After finishing his business, Lin Mo no longer paid attention to Fang Yan, leaving him to fend for himself. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Lin Mo's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dealing a significant psychological blow to the Child of Destiny. Reward, 50,000 enhancement points. As expected, directly suppressing the Child of Destiny's points was the fastest way. Seeing that Lin Mo was no longer watching him, Fang Yan dragged his broken body and slowly walked away into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo began checking his points. Ah Jean, how many points have you all gathered? Let's see if we can pool enough to hit 100,000. Lin Mo casually mentioned 100,000 points, leaving Li Jin utterly speechless. Come on, big brother, do you think points grow on trees? In the past, the most the champion could gather was around 40,000 points, and here you are asking for 100,000. That's insane. We don't have that much. After all our efforts over the past few days, we've barely managed a little over 10,000, Li Jin replied with a wry smile. But Lin Mo's response left Li Jin utterly shocked. That's about right. Adding my 80,000 plus points, it should be enough. What? You have over 80,000 points? Everyone from Tianyang First High School, except Lin Mo, stared at him in disbelief. There was no doubt about the authenticity of Lin Mo's claim. After all, a quick glance at the identity watch would confirm it, and Lin Mo had no reason to lie. Li Jin was stunned. What on earth had Lin Mo been up to these past few days? How could he have amassed so many points? Had he plundered countless teams? Little did Li Jin know that out of Lin Mo's 80,000 plus points, at least 60,000 had just been taken from Fang Yan. Fang Yan had been treating point snatching like it was his daily bread. If not for Lin Mo, Fang Yan might have led his team to win the championship. This time, the team competition's first place is probably ours, Tianyang First High School. Everyone, don't be too stressed. Let's just have some fun now. Relax, don't act like we're going to war or something. Lin Mo said with a smile. He was right, the first place was almost guaranteed. After all, it was 100,000 points. The combined scores of the other teams likely didn't even come close to what Lin Mo had. A lot of points had been snatched by Fang Yan earlier. So now, the first place seemed like it was already in their pocket. There was no need to be overly tense. When Lin Mo declared that their points were sufficient, everyone began to relax, ready to take it easy. Although there was no need to compete for more points, they still wanted to hunt for treasures within the profound grade secret realm. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to enter a profound grade secret realm. Ordinary people might not even step into a yellow grade secret realm in their lifetime. With the nation's resources backing them, entering a profound grade secret realm was an opportunity to gather as many good items as possible. Lin Mo looked at everyone's expressions and knew exactly what they were thinking. As the leader of the Tianyang High School team, it was his responsibility to provide them some benefits. Alright, hand over your points to me, then go seek your own fortunes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone sighed in relief. They had been worried that their actions might lead to a loss of points, and if they didn't secure first place, the blame would fall on whoever lost the points. Now that Lin Mo was safeguarding the points, everyone felt much more at ease. Everyone had witnessed his strength, protecting the points would be a breeze for him. The group quickly dispersed, leaving only Su Qingxue standing in place. You should go too. Don't just stand here staring at me. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingxue puffed up her cheeks, dashed over to give him a quick hug, then ran off to search for treasures. She knew Lin Mo likely had his own plans and didn't want to disturb him. Watching Su Qingxue's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled faintly and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Lin Mo, of course, continued to follow Fang Yan, but not for points this time. He was after opportunities. That's right, he wanted to take advantage of the Son of Fortune's abilities to help him find some great opportunities. At this moment, Fang Yan had become Lin Mo's treasure hunting guide. Using the system radar, Lin Mo quickly located Fang Yan. However, Fang Yan's condition wasn't great. His leg was broken and still in pain. Although it had been reattached, the pain persisted. Because of this, Fang Yan had stopped competing for points and was limping along, clutching his injured leg. He knew that no matter how hard he tried now, getting first place was impossible. So, he decided to take a rest and then casually gather some points later to avoid an embarrassing ranking. With that in mind, Fang Yan found a cave and went inside to rest. Up in the sky, Lin Mo wasn't pleased. If you just lie there and don't move, how am I supposed to snatch your opportunities? Even if you are the Son of Fortune, you need to be active to attract chances. As things stood, Lin Mo could guarantee that even if the favored child of the heavens showed up, they wouldn't find anything worthwhile. Deciding not to waste any more time, Lin Mo thought, if you're going to lie flat, I'll go seek my own opportunities. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, the system suddenly chimed with a familiar notification. Ding! Detected Son of Fortune, Shao Qi. Suppressing Shao Qi will yield significant enhancement points for the host. Lin Mo's eyes lit up at the notification, a new Son of Fortune. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a lone cultivator. This individual was standing at the entrance of the cave where Fang Yan was resting, seemingly about to enter. From high above, Lin Mo's curiosity was piqued. What would happen when two Sons of Fortune met? He had no intention of intervening. There was a chance they might fight, and he might get a good show out of it. Lin Mo descended to the side of the cave, using his spiritual energy to conceal his presence. Though he hadn't mastered any stealth techniques, hiding from Sons of Fortune weaker than himself was an easy task. Shao Qi entered the cave, where the lighting was dim. He had come here hoping to find treasures. After all, this was a profound grade secret realm, and caves like this often concealed valuable items. But upon entering, he saw nothing. Disappointment washed over Shao Qi as he realized the cave was empty. Just as Shao Qi was about to leave, he suddenly felt something beneath his foot. In the tranquil cave, a sudden scream echoed. Ah! Indeed, Shao Qi had just stomped hard on the freshly reconnected broken leg of Fang Yan. Hidden nearby, Lin Mo almost burst out laughing but managed to hold it in. On the ground, Fang Yan sprang up suddenly, glaring furiously at the person who had just added salt to his wound. He had just endured the pain to set his leg back in place, only to have it stomped on again. He was so enraged that he felt like he was about to explode. Without hesitation, he swung a fist toward Shao Qi. Although Fang Yan had always relied on his dark martial soul in battle, as a child of fortune, his physical condition was also exceptional. Seeing the incoming punch, Shao Qi immediately sensed danger and quickly retreated. Fang Yan missed but pursued him relentlessly. The two quickly ran out of the cave. Fang Yan examined the young man before him and realized he didn't recognize him. This meant the other wasn't anyone particularly formidable. Ever since being defeated by Gu Tianlong, Fang Yan had started collecting information on powerful individuals to avoid running into trouble. This young man wasn't in his records at all. This gave Fang Yan the confidence to teach him a lesson. Summoning his martial soul, he coldly declared, "Kid, don't mess with me. I'll show you where real strength lies." With that, Fang Yan launched the first move. This was his first time summoning his martial soul to take the initiative and attack. He simply wanted to let loose. Naturally, Shaoqi wasn't about to back down. After being stomped on and then attacked, how could he tolerate this? He summoned his martial soul as well. Lin Mo observed with curiosity, watching as a menacing aura of slaughter emerged behind Shaoqi, revealing the figure of a three-headed, six-armed Azura. It was actually an Azura martial soul. Truly worthy of being a child of fortune, always equipped with top-tier SSS grade martial souls. Though compared to himself, Lin Mo thought, Shaoqi still fell a bit short. Lin Mo continued watching the clash between the two children of fortune. Such a spectacle was rare and not to be missed. As soon as their martial souls manifested, the battle erupted. Fang Yan swiftly closed the distance to Shaoqi, whose entire body radiated a murderous aura, resembling a war god. His fists flew toward Fang Yan with incredible speed. However, Fang Yan, relying on his dark martial soul, was nearly impervious to Shaoqi's attacks. Watching this, Lin Mo knew Shaoqi was bound to suffer a setback sooner or later. Sure enough, after some time, Fang Yan unleashed the accumulated impact he had absorbed earlier, landing a punch that sent Shaoqi flying. Unwilling to admit defeat, Shaoqi landed firmly on the ground. This was astonishing, considering Fang Yan had just released all the combined force of Shaoqi's previous attacks in that one punch. The fact that Shaoqi could still stand steadily was a testament to his strength. Fang Yan also realized Shaoqi wasn't simple, but he didn't back down, continuing to fight with all his might. Both of them were at the late stage of martial spirit, evenly matched in strength, leaving the outcome to be determined by technique and their martial soul abilities. The battle was ferocious. Dark energy emanated from Fang Yan's body, corroding Shaoqi with each attack. Meanwhile, Shaoqi's power of slaughter affected Fang Yan's mental state. Slaughter represented madness, and the Azura was the embodiment of slaughter. Fang Yan's mind was increasingly unstable under the assault. He felt as if he were drowning in a sea of blood but gritted his teeth and pressed on. Shaoqi, seeing the fight dragging on, didn't want to waste any more time. Power of slaughter, unleash. At his command, the surrounding murderous aura intensified dramatically. Even Lin Mo could sense the presence of law at this moment. As someone who had mastered 3 mature laws and 1 embryonic law, Fang Yan was highly familiar with the aura of laws. At this moment, Shaoqi's comprehension of laws had undoubtedly surpassed 10%, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash such potent slaughter energy. Fang Yan, constrained by his dark martial soul, had yet to comprehend any laws. So the moment Shaoqi activated the law of slaughter, Fang Yan was overwhelmed by the immense killing intent and fainted on the spot. In truth, the real reason was that Lin Mo had secretly weakened Fang Yan's strength. Had Fang Yan possessed a Dao comprehension pill, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated after Shaoqi unleashed the power of laws. At the very least, he could have put up some resistance. Unfortunately, reality was rarely that kind. The unlucky part was, Fang Yan happened to encounter Lin Mo before Shaoqi. By now, Shaoqi had dispelled his martial soul and was panting heavily. Clearly, utilizing the power of laws had taken a toll on him. Shaoqi slowly approached Fang Yan, intending to take his points. He thought to himself, Fang Yan was so strong, his points must be significant. But when Shaoqi accessed Fang Yan's points balance, he was dumbfounded. What the hell, this guy has nothing. Fang Yan had already been robbed by Lin Mo earlier, how could he have any points left? Thus, this battle for Shaoqi turned out to be a complete waste of effort. Frustrated, he kicked the unconscious Fang Yan a few more times before storming off. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared beside the unconscious Fang Yan. He wasn't there to kill him but rather had an interesting plan in mind. He intended to pin the blame for the earlier robbery of Fang Yan's points on Shaoqi. After all, Fang Yan had no idea who knocked him out, so Lin Mo only needed to repeat the previous method. Anyway, it was indeed Shaoqi who knocked Fang Yan out. Without hesitation, Lin Mo grabbed Fang Yan with one hand, and with the other, he mimicked the earlier action and smacked him hard. Fearing Fang Yan might wake up and deny it, Lin Mo deliberately added some extra force. This time, there's no way it can go wrong. Lin Mo tossed Fang Yan back onto the ground, mumbling to himself. Now, these two fate-blessed powerhouses had officially become mortal enemies. This was going to be interesting. Who was stronger? It was genuinely intriguing to think about. Lin Mo smirked secretly, feeling pleased with himself. Lin Mo decided to follow the newly appeared Xiaoqi because he noticed that Fang Yan hadn't had much luck recently. Perhaps the system had taken away too much of his fortune, as Fang Yan hadn't stumbled upon any treasures in the past few days. Naturally, this left Lin Mo without any chances to seize anything. So, he decided to pin his hopes on this newly emerged Xiaoqi. After all, this was a fresh child of fortune whom Lin Mo hadn't yet targeted. Lin Mo figured there must be opportunities surrounding Xiaoqi, so he flew high into the sky and began tracking him. At this moment, Xiaoqi was in a foul mood, still troubled by the earlier incident with Fang Yan. As he was brooding over it, he suddenly sensed a thick, bloody aura permeating the area. With his vast experience, Xiaoqi quickly realized that there must be a treasure hidden nearby. Otherwise, why else would there be such a dense aura of blood? Lin Mo also sensed the bloody energy, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. As expected, this new child of fortune was different from Fang Yan. It hadn't been long, and already a treasure had surfaced. However, Lin Mo didn't reveal himself immediately. He decided to let Xiaoqi continue searching for the treasure. He planned to show up only after Xiaoqi found it, claiming the reward without any effort. How convenient. Following the aura, Xiaoqi soon located the area where it was most concentrated. He activated his Azura martial soul and struck forward with a powerful punch. Ripples appeared in the space under his fist. The protective barrier around the treasure was formidable. This must be something truly valuable, Xiaoqi thought to himself as his attacks grew more intense. Before long, the barrier was shattered. The treasure, hidden within the void, gradually revealed itself. At the center of a crimson blood spring, a phantom of a red heavenly dragon rose into the air. Feeling the overwhelming bloody aura, even Lin Mo high above was momentarily stunned. He could sense his eternal indestructible body trembling, yearning for the power within the blood pool. On the ground, Xiaoqi was equally thrilled. Little did he know, the entire blood pool was about to be snatched away by Lin Mo. This must be the heavenly dragon pool, Xiaoqi thought, a legendary formation of immense bloody energy coalesced from the fall of a mighty heavenly dragon. If he could absorb this energy, his physical strength would skyrocket. Just as he was preparing to jump into the pool, he suddenly sensed a terrifying energy behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive black sphere. The attack was so close that he couldn't make out who the assailant was. Xiaoqi quickly moved to counter, only to his shock, he found his body being devoured. The flesh on his defending arm had already been eaten away significantly. If this continued, the entire arm would soon be gone. This couldn't go on, he had to escape. Even if he managed to fend off this attack, he would still suffer a severe loss. As he thought this, Xiaoqi activated his Azura martial soul, instantly pushing his speed to its limit. Without looking back, he fled. Lin Mo retracted his black kill ability. That's right, the one who ambushed Xiaoqi was none other than Lin Mo. He had used black kill to attack Xiaoqi after careful consideration. He knew that Fang Yan also possessed a similar ability. If Lin Mo used black kill on Xiaoqi first, then when Fang Yan later used his skill in front of Xiaoqi, things would become even more complicated. Lin Mo let out a sinister chuckle, turning his gaze toward the heavenly dragon pool. Feeling the surging desire within his body, he immediately leaped into the blood pool. The moment he entered, it sounded as if the roars of 10,000 dragons echoed in his ears. Lin Mo's eternal indestructible body began to absorb the blood pool's energy frantically. Now, every cell in his body emitted a golden glow, and his physical attributes skyrocketed. The eternal indestructible body kept advancing to higher levels. As the blood pool's energy was absorbed, its liquid surface visibly receded. In the blink of an eye, all the blood energy had been drained. Lin Mo's eternal indestructible body had finally ascended to the 4th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity from the child of fortune. Reward, 60,000 enhancement points. Please keep up the good work. Seeing the 60,000 enhancement points credited to his account, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. The new child of fortune was indeed extraordinary, delivering such a massive opportunity and enhancement points right off the bat. What a stroke of luck. He began to examine the changes in himself after absorbing this opportunity. Clenching his fist and feeling the power coursing through him, Lin Mo believed he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Lin Mo estimated that even someone at the later stage of Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to harm him now. Alright, it's time to track down that Xiaoqi. As the new child of fortune, there's no way he only has this little bit of luck. Lin Mo quickly located Xiaoqi's position using the system radar. At this moment, Fang Yan finally woke up from his unconscious state. Damn, that hurts. Who the hell is that guy? He can actually control the power of laws. And his law strike knocked me out in just one blow. My dark martial soul can usually devour some low-level laws, but his law power directly stunned me. Terrifying. It must be a high-level law. Fang Yan held his head, deep in thought. But this feeling seemed familiar to him. That's right, it's the same feeling I had when my points were stolen earlier. It's definitely him. That guy who robbed me of my points before. Damn it, Fang Yan, I won't let you get away with this. Fang Yan gritted his teeth and cursed. But little did he know, all of this was part of Lin Mo's elaborate trap. At this point, Lin Mo had already caught up with Xiaoqi again. As expected, this new child of fortune had an even greater opportunity waiting. He saw Xiaoqi sitting under a tea tree, focused on comprehending his laws, while ghostly shadows continuously appeared around him. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the tea tree in front of Xiaoqi, and he couldn't help but feel like he had struck gold. No, it should be said that the child of fortune had struck gold. Either way, the outcome would be the same, it would all end up in Lin Mo's hands. That tea tree turned out to be a Dao Comprehension tea tree, something akin to Dao Comprehension pills. Although it didn't have the same powerful medicinal effects as the pills, through sheer quantity, the benefits it could provide were equally astonishing. Lin Mo was already gearing up to seize it. This time, Lin Mo didn't use his usual assassination technique, as Xiaoqi was completely unprepared. If Lin Mo struck with full force, he might knock him out instantly. If that happened, he'd miss out on the big prize. Lin Mo quietly approached Xiaoqi from behind and knocked him unconscious with a single palm strike. His strength was so overwhelming that a full-powered blow could obliterate his opponent. Knocking someone out was a mere trifle for him. However, Lin Mo didn't plan to comprehend the tea tree on the spot. Instead, he intended to take it back to his small world for slow contemplation. Taking his time to comprehend it would be much more satisfying. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened his small world and absorbed the Dao Comprehension tea tree into it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity from the child of fortune. Reward, 40,000 enhancement points. Please keep up the good work. Seeing another 40,000 enhancement points added to his account, Lin Mo was elated. Despite his excitement, he didn't forget about the tea tree. To ensure the tea tree adapted to the environment of his small world, Lin Mo even took a large chunk of the soil beneath the tree and carried it alone. He dug a large pit in his small world, planting the tea tree and soil together. Looking at the transplanted Dao Comprehension tea tree, Lin Mo felt deeply satisfied. It was perfect timing, as his progress in the law of reincarnation was only at 1%. Drinking Dao Comprehension tea at night could enhance his cultivation. The law of reincarnation was incredibly powerful, and in the future, he could even create a reincarnation domain, leading to a significant leap in strength. Lin Mo casually checked on his life fruit tree and noticed that quite a few fruits had grown. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring, the fruits grew quickly. He picked the fruits and stored them in his spatial ring, keeping them for emergencies in case of injury. Though, with his eternal indestructible body, there were very few things that could harm him. The life fruits were merely a backup. After taking care of everything, Lin Mo flew into the air. Before leaving, he left behind some devouring power, specifically to trouble Fang Yan. The devouring ability of the dark martial soul was originally very strong, but now it had become Fang Yan's greatest weakness. Xiaoqi, who had been unconscious, soon woke up, still confused about what had happened. I remember seeing the Dao Comprehension tea tree and was comprehending the laws beneath it. How did I just pass out? Puzzled, Xiaoqi quickly noticed something was wrong, his Dao Comprehension tea tree was gone. Looking at the large pit in the ground, his mind was in chaos. Damn it! Who the hell keeps stealing my opportunities over and over again? Xiaoqi sensed the surrounding aura, and a familiar devouring energy gathered around him. In that instant, he understood everything. It must be him. This aura is unmistakable. I've just emerged, and there are no other enemies except for the one I just fought with. Don't let me run into you again, or I definitely won't let you off. Xiaoqi quickly fell into the trap Lin Mo had set. Up in the sky, Lin Mo was thoroughly amused. Watching them tear each other apart was simply delightful. He was now particularly looking forward to the individual competition. When the two main characters clashed, they would definitely fight with everything they had. That scene would undoubtedly be spectacular. After analyzing the situation, Xiaoqi continued to search for fortuitous opportunities. Lin Mo wasn't about to let him off the hook, following closely behind and repeatedly snatching Xiaoqi's opportunities over the next few days. Although there wasn't anything particularly valuable, Lin Mo's enhancement points kept rolling in. By now, Lin Mo had accumulated nearly 400,000 enhancement points, bringing him closer to the Oblivion domain he had his eyes on. At this point, Xiaoqi was utterly miserable. Every opportunity he found was stolen. Though Lin Mo didn't leave any traces behind afterward, Xiaoqi was almost certain it was his doing. However, Lin Mo wasn't foolish enough to leave traces of his devouring aura every time, otherwise, he would have been suspected long ago. Now, Xiaoqi wished he could drag Fang Yan out and teach him a lesson. The team competition was nearing its end, so it was time to quickly snatch some points from the Sons of Fortune. Lin Mo had more or less figured out Fang Yan's golden finger. It seemed to rely on showing off to earn rewards. Although he wasn't sure what Xiaoqi's golden finger was, suppressing his rank was undoubtedly a good thing. Thus, Lin Mo knocked Xiaoqi unconscious again. By now, Lin Mo had become exceptionally skilled at this. Of course, he had Xiaoqi to thank for being his practice target. Without repeatedly knocking him out, Lin Mo wouldn't be this precise and efficient now. After transferring all of Xiaoqi's points to his own watch, Lin Mo went off to find Fang Yan. In truth, Xiaoqi didn't have many points. He'd been preoccupied with searching for opportunities over the past few days and hadn't hunted many beasts. And those opportunities had all been taken by Lin Mo. Xiaoqi was truly down on his luck now. On the other hand, Fang Yan had been living quite comfortably these past few days without Lin Mo's interference. Although he hadn't encountered any exceptional opportunities, he had killed plenty of beasts and accumulated a decent amount of points. When the rankings were released, earning so many points on his own would surely bring him considerable prestige. Fang Yan thought to himself. He was completely unaware that danger was creeping closer step by step. That's right, Lin Mo had already used the system radar to lock onto Fang Yan's position. Seeing Fang Yan dazing out below, Lin Mo didn't care what he was thinking. He immediately activated the Kunpeng wings, drastically boosting his speed, and knocked Fang Yan out with a single punch. When Fang Yan was knocked unconscious, there was still a faint smile on his lips, clearly not even having the chance to react. After all, this time Lin Mo had deliberately activated the Kunpeng wings, increasing his speed by 100-fold. Combined with his earlier breakthrough in the eternal undying body, Lin Mo's current speed was absolutely unmatched below the level of a martial god. Even with the protagonist's aura, Fang Yan wasn't that overpowered. He hadn't noticed Lin Mo's speed at all. Thus, he was knocked out before he could react. Lin Mo transferred all the points from Fang Yan's watch to his own. Watching his points soar, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Fang Yan truly lived up to the title of a Son of Fortune, earning 15,000 points in just a few days. Previously, Lin Mo had worked hard to earn points, but he hadn't been nearly as fast. What's more, Lin Mo was stronger than Fang Yan, yet he hadn't encountered as many beasts. There was no helping it. Now that Fang Yan had earned so many points, it was clear the heavens had arranged for him to encounter plenty of beasts. Lin Mo seized Fang Yan's points, and the exit to the alternate realm immediately opened. He didn't bother with the two children of fate and walked straight out. After all, they would be cleared out sooner or later. No one could linger in the secret realm. Every time the group examination ended, there would always be someone to wrap things up. Lin Mo wasn't worried at all that they'd remain unconscious inside. After stepping out, he saw several students from Tianyang First High School also emerging one after another. However, a few were still missing, likely drawn by some treasures within. Lin Mo didn't envy them in the slightest. After all, he had followed Xiaoqi and seized plenty of opportunities. Taking out any one of the treasures they had gained would make others green with envy. Soon, everyone in the secret realm had gathered, and the points rankings were announced. As expected, Tianyang First High School claimed first place, with over 100,000 points, astonishing everyone. The previous top scores had never been this high. It was obvious Tianyang First had taken points from other schools. The other schools' scores were pitifully low, clearly plundered by Tianyang First. However, no one criticized this behavior. The rules allowed it, and people respected strength. Old Wang, you've really nurtured a group of amazing students. Several high school principals said enviously to Wang Changlin. Wang Changlin was, of course, delighted. His friend's envy was the greatest affirmation of his work. All right, the awards ceremony is about to begin. I wonder what rewards the officials have prepared this time. Wang Changlin said, shifting the topic. Before long, the awards were distributed, and Tianyang First High School received a time compass. Lin Mo was utterly shocked by this reward. This was a treasure inscribed with the laws of time, capable of altering the flow of time. Some time artifacts could even use the laws of time to attack enemies. Although it wasn't clear how much the time compass could alter the flow of time, even if it was just double the speed, it was an incredibly precious treasure. Compared to the time compass, the other rewards paled in comparison. This time compass will be mine. I trust none of you have any objections? I'll compensate everyone with some credit points later. Lin Mo politely sought the opinion of his teammates, as the reward was for the group competition. Li Jin and Su Qingxue naturally had no objections, given that nearly all of the 100,000 points were earned by Lin Mo. The others, seeing Wei Jingfeng's miserable state, dared not say much either. In this world, people disliked unnecessary arguments. Before long, they were allowed to rest. With the individual competition still days away, everyone needed to recuperate and gather their energy. Lin Mo, clutching the time compass, couldn't wait to return to the hotel arranged by the officials. It seemed they would be staying there for the next few days. Once back in his room, Lin Mo took out the time compass. Feeling the profound aura it emitted, he found it somewhat similar to his own reincarnation laws. After all, the laws of reincarnation were inherently related to time, so it was natural for there to be some connection. Lin Mo imprinted the time compass with his spiritual energy, instantly sensing a connection between them. With a single thought, he entered the internal space of the compass. Through the imprint, he gauged the density of the time laws. Before long, Lin Mo had a good grasp of the compass's capabilities. He didn't use his system's power to directly extract information. Instead, he aimed to establish a closer bond with the time compass. Only in this way could he better harness the time laws for attacks. Lin Mo discovered that the time compass could accelerate time flow by up to 5 times. In other words, spending 5 days inside the compass would equate to only 1 day in the outside world. This was already incredibly powerful. And don't forget, Lin Mo also had enhancement points. If 5 times wasn't enough, he could upgrade it further. At the same time, he understood why the time compass could be offered as a reward. Accelerating the flow of time required a massive amount of energy. Without sufficient spirit stones, it couldn't be used at all. It was precisely because of this limitation that the government dared to offer a time artifact as a reward. Otherwise, even for winning the group competition, there was no way they'd simply give away a time compass. But Lin Mo had no shortage of spirit stones. Having just submitted his manuscripts and received 20% of the profits, how could he possibly lack money? Clearly, that was impossible, so this limitation essentially didn't exist for Lin Mo. This was a major windfall for him, a direct acquisition of a time artifact. Even if he won nothing in the upcoming competitions, he wouldn't feel like he'd lost out. Lin Mo was secretly overjoyed. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Mo opened the door to find Su Qingxue standing outside, looking stunning. Her face was flushed, as red as an apple, and she seemed to have something to say. Lin Mo, let's go stargazing. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak her mind. After all, as a girl asking a boy out to look at the stars late at night, it was inevitable to feel shy. Lin Mo, of course, was more than happy to agree. As her boyfriend, this was a given. Hand in hand, the two walked into the wild. Before long, they reached an open grassland and lay down together to gaze at the stars. The white moonlight fell gently on Su Qingxue's face, highlighting her fair complexion. Lin Mo turned his head to look at her face. Su Qingxue seemed to sense Lin Mo's gaze and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Looking at her reddened face, Lin Mo felt a sudden warmth in his heart. But he restrained himself. What Su Qingxue said next made Lin Mo's heart tighten in an instant. Lin Mo, I've been thinking about this for a long time before coming to you tonight. Su Qingxue, have decided that you're the one for me in this lifetime. I understand that in the future, I might not be the only woman in your life, and I'm okay with that. I just hope that I can leave a special mark in your heart. If Lin Mo still couldn't understand what she meant after hearing this, he would truly be beyond saving. Lin Mo let go of the restraint in his heart and took Su Qingxue directly into the time wheel. Outside, the small stream continued to flow gently, and the moon hid behind the clouds, silently witnessing the entire night. The next day, the two emerged from the time wheel. Su Qingxue felt that her cultivation realm had risen. This was the power of the Huangdi aging technique Lin Mo had brought. It was, after all, a dual cultivation technique, and now it had finally proven its worth. Moreover, after merging with Su Qingxue's primaline energy, Lin Mo also felt that his comprehension had significantly improved. If he were to drink enlightenment tea now and comprehend the laws of reincarnation, Lin Mo was confident the results would be even better. Clearly, Su Qingxue had also benefited from the Huangdi aging, directly breaking through a minor realm. However, because Lin Mo's strength was so immense, Su Qingxue's body was still somewhat weakened. Lin Mo quickly sent her back to her room. Afterward, he returned to the time wheel himself, preparing to focus on comprehending the laws of reincarnation there. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo adjusted the flow of time to 5 times faster. This way, 5 days of cultivation in the time wheel would only equate to 1 day outside. He took out a few pieces of enlightenment tea leaves from his miniature world and placed them in his mouth. Lin Mo, not being accustomed to drinking tea, simply held the leaves in his mouth for the same effect. As soon as the tea leaves entered his mouth, his mind instantly felt much clearer. Although it didn't offer the intense enhancement of enlightenment pills, it was enough to keep him mentally invigorated. Without further thought, Lin Mo began focusing all his energy on comprehending the laws of reincarnation. Reincarnation law comprehension increased by 0.1%. Reincarnation law comprehension increased by 0.1%. Reincarnation law comprehension increased by 0.1%. And so, during the days leading up to the ranking tournament, Lin Mo immersed himself entirely in the time wheel, diligently comprehending the laws of reincarnation. The enlightenment tea was consumed as though it were free. By the time the individual tournament began, Lin Mo finally emerged from the time wheel. He glanced at his progress in comprehending the laws of reincarnation *** 56%***. This figure left Lin Mo very satisfied. As an advanced law, the laws of reincarnation were incredibly difficult to comprehend. Reaching 56% comprehension in such a short time was largely thanks to the support of enlightenment tea and the time wheel. In fact, the Huangdi Neijing had contributed significantly as well. Without it, Lin Mo estimated he would have only achieved around 30% comprehension at most. It's worth noting that reaching this level required an astonishing amount of resources. In just these past few days, Lin Mo had used up tens of thousands of yuan spirit stones. Not to mention the precious enlightenment tea. Only someone as wealthy as Lin Mo could afford such extravagance. For anyone else, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. After taking a shower, Lin Mo headed to the stadium. The venue for the individual tournament had already been set up. The competition was set to begin today, and Lin Mo certainly wouldn't miss it. After all, he still had system tasks waiting to be completed. He had been eyeing that martial soul draw opportunity for a long time. Soon, Lin Mo reunited with the other students from Tianyang First High School. At this moment, the host announced that the competition was about to begin. In fact, it hadn't officially started yet. There was still the matter of drawing lots to determine each participant's arena. This individual tournament for the college entrance exam was quite similar to the ranking tournament Lin Mo had participated in at Tianyang First High School. To be precise, Tianyang First High School had deliberately designed their ranking tournament to mimic the format of the national ranking tournament, aiming to help students quickly adapt to the rhythm of the nationwide competition. The difference was that this time, participants would draw lots to determine their arena, and even if they lost, they could challenge other arenas. So, it wasn't particularly crucial. The competition venue had a total of 10 arenas. Before long, Lin Mo drew his lot and was assigned to the first arena. This was in line with his strength. Lin Mo calmly stepped onto the first arena. The crowd watched as he confidently took his place on the first platform, and no one dared to challenge him lightly. After all, as the top student of Tianyang First High, many schools didn't want to invite trouble for themselves. Fang Yan, who bore a grudge against Lin Mo, didn't dare show his face. His legs still ached, and there was no way he would provoke this black star of calamity. However, there were quite a few who wanted to challenge Lin Mo, young and impulsive individuals, to put it bluntly. Gu Tianlong was one of them. He walked straight onto ring 1. Lin Mo was a little surprised. This kid actually dared to challenge him. It seemed he still hadn't grasped the disparity in their strength. Then again, from another perspective, if Gu Tianlong didn't have the courage, he wouldn't be Gu Tianlong. The moment Gu Tianlong stepped onto the ring, all eyes were drawn to him. Though there had been intense duels in the individual matches before, none had been as thrilling as this so early on. Typically, skilled contestants would conserve their strength, saving it for the final moments to challenge the ring defender. While the defender would have time to rest, their combat information would already be fully analyzed by their opponents. As a result, most waited until the end to strike, catching their opponents off guard. Something as exciting as this right at the beginning? The experts had never seen anything like it. Gu Tianlong immediately summoned his martial soul. He was well aware of Lin Mo's strength. So, as soon as the match began, he revealed his trump card. An aura of ancient might rose behind Gu Tianlong, and the audience was eager to see just how powerful this ancient martial soul was. They were also curious, just how much stronger could an ancient martial soul be compared to a regular SSS-ranked martial soul? When Lin Mo saw Gu Tianlong summon his martial soul right off the bat, he summoned his Kunpeng martial soul as well. To be honest, Lin Mo didn't need to summon it to defeat Gu Tianlong, but he chose to reveal it to secure more resources. The more talent he showcased, the more the nation would value him. This way, he could obtain more opportunities to enter secret realms and acquire treasures and enhancement points. Since his Changliang martial soul had already materialized, it could no longer be casually displayed. The Kunpeng martial soul had greater potential, so he summoned only the Kunpeng. Even so, Gu Tianlong didn't dare underestimate Lin Mo. Strictly speaking, this was his first time facing Lin Mo in his summoned martial soul state. Feeling the immense aura emanating from Lin Mo, Gu Tianlong grew even more excited as the fight progressed. He threw a punch straight at Lin Mo's face. This kid really isn't holding back, going right for the face. Well, this way, I won't feel bad about retaliating, Lin Mo thought to himself. Once Lin Mo activated his Kunpeng martial soul, his strength increased dramatically. With a single punch, he blocked Gu Tianlong's attack, though Gu Tianlong had anticipated this. He quickly spun around, launching another punch toward Lin Mo while simultaneously beginning his transformation. Lin Mo immediately noticed the change. Horns were sprouting from Gu Tianlong's head. This time, the transformation was far more complete, giving him a more terrifying appearance. Faced with the incoming punch, Lin Mo could have easily dodged, but he chose not to evade. He took the punch head-on. This decision caused the big shots watching from below to be slightly stunned. After all, this was a punch from an ancient martial soul transformation. Even though Gu Tianlong hadn't reached his complete form, his strength was already immense. For Lin Mo to take the blow directly, this was clearly an unconventional approach. It was well known that his martial soul wasn't specialized in defense. His courage and determination made it clear to everyone that he was no ordinary fighter. Gu Tianlong's punch landed squarely on Lin Mo. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shattering the stone beneath their feet. A massive crater formed at the spot where they stood. The materials used for the national ranking competition's rings were exceptionally sturdy, and the impact alone was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary power of both fighters. Seeing his attack fail, Gu Tianlong quickly retreated, roaring furiously. Ah! His body began to undergo a violent transformation. Dragon scales grew denser and denser. In the end, he transformed into a humanoid dragon, his entire body covered in golden scales. Sharp claws extended from his hands, and a dragon tail sprouted from his back. An aura of primal savagery emanated from him, his very breathing as sharp as blades. The big shots below were stunned by this transformation. Such ancient martial souls were exceedingly rare in history. For many, this was their first time witnessing someone transform into a half-dragon, leaving them utterly astonished. Lin Mo, too, was intrigued by Gu Tianlong's transformation, curious to see just how strong he had become. Without hesitation, he charged toward Gu Tianlong. Lin Mo's speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Gu Tianlong. The black Kunpeng martial soul seemed almost fused with Lin Mo. His fists and claws struck out simultaneously. Gu Tianlong's muscles tensed, his dragon scales gleaming, as the two clashed fiercely once again. Boom! The ring was nearly torn apart by their attacks. Neither was willing to back down. Lin Mo felt the immense force reverberating through his fists, exhilarated. To be able to go head-to-head with him like this proved Gu Tianlong's strength was no joke. Indeed, it lived up to the legend of the ancient martial soul. Moreover, when Gu Tianlong and Fang Yan had fought previously, Gu Tianlong had not transformed to such an extent. Clearly, his progress over the past few days was remarkable. Lin Mo, of course, had other tricks up his sleeve. He directly summoned the wings of Kunpeng. Black wings unfolded from his back, drawing everyone's attention. In the secret realm, they had seen Lin Mo use this move before, but back then, the wings only provided him with a speed boost. Now, no one could predict his next move. Lin Mo gave a powerful flap of his wings, and the intense counterforce directly pushed Gu Tianlong to the edge of the arena. The entire audience was stunned. Lin Mo was using the counterforce as an offensive method. Such creativity. Below the stage, Lin Zhantian nodded repeatedly, impressed by the ingenuity of this move. Few would have thought that a speed-enhancing skill could also amplify strength, especially without the need for acceleration. Previously, during the ranking match at Tianyang No. 1 High School against Li Jin, Lin Mo had used acceleration to increase his impact force. This time, he directly employed the thrust of his wings with remarkable skill. The thrust from the wings combined with Lin Mo's own strength resulted in an immensely terrifying attack power. Gu Tianlong struggled with all his might at the edge of the arena to stabilize himself. Seeing him manage to stand firm, Lin Mo couldn't help but admire him. To think that Gu Tianlong could match Lin Mo's strength even when Lin Mo hadn't activated his wings, this ancient martial soul was truly formidable. One had to understand that Lin Mo's strength had now increased tenfold, bolstered by the physical enhancement of the Changliang ancestral witch. Even so, Gu Tianlong was still able to contend with him. The sheer power of the ancient martial soul was evident. However, Lin Mo's greatest strength wasn't his raw power, it was his speed. Beyond speed, Lin Mo had many other unutilized laws of power at his disposal. So, in terms of overall capability, Gu Tianlong was still slightly inferior. Lin Mo began to unleash his water law. A blue torrent instantly engulfed the entire arena. Fortunately, the arena was protected by a barrier, preventing the water from spilling out. It was important to note that the spectators included not only masters but also many contestants' families who had come to watch the matches. Without the barrier's protection, even with dedicated security personnel, it would be nearly impossible to prevent any mishaps. That would be a major issue. Gu Tianlong, however, wasn't so fortunate. There was no barrier between him and Lin Mo. As a result, he immediately felt the immense power of Lin Mo's water law. Water wasn't typically considered a highly offensive element, but Lin Mo's water law was different. The torrent was imbued with overwhelming force, crashing against Gu Tianlong like unrelenting waves. Everyone in the audience was captivated by the spectacular scene. Even contestants on other arenas paused their battles and watched this intense confrontation without blinking. Wave after wave of water struck Gu Tianlong's body, yet he stood firm like a mountain, unmoving. However, judging by the expression on his face, it was clear that he was struggling to endure. Of course, this was because Lin Mo was still holding back. If he went all out, Gu Tianlong would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Seeing how much Gu Tianlong was struggling, Lin Mo didn't hesitate further. He increased the power of his water law. It was clear that he intended to end the battle quickly. Gu Tianlong was already finding it difficult to resist. With Lin Mo's added force, he was immediately overwhelmed. The powerful torrent swept him out of the arena. Interestingly, the barrier's design was peculiar. It allowed people to enter and exit freely, yet completely contained Lin Mo's attacks within the arena. Lin Mo looked at the barrier, thoughts swirling in his mind. The audience below paid no attention to the issue with the barrier. Seeing Gu Tianlong knocked off the platform, everyone cheered sincerely for Lin Mo's powerful abilities. Even Wang Changlin was stunned by Lin Mo's performance. The power Lin Mo just used was the force of laws, and the depth of his comprehension was undoubtedly profound, even surpassing some martial emperors. This child is truly a genius. It seems that the #1 spot in Tianyang High School is definitely his this time, Wang Changlin thought to himself. The presidents of other top universities around them, upon seeing Lin Mo wield the force of laws, became even more determined to recruit him into their schools. After finishing the match, Lin Mo headed straight to the resting area. It wasn't because he was tired, rather, the platform had been damaged and needed repair. They couldn't continue fighting on a platform that was about to collapse. Lin Mo's body was the eternal indestructible physique, with virtually limitless stamina, making fatigue impossible for him. Back in the rest area, he started watching the battles on other platforms. Naturally, he wanted to find the showdown between the two protagonists, even if they hadn't started fighting yet. However, just from observing normal battles, the performance of the Child of Fortune was far more extraordinary than that of average people. Still, for some reason, the two protagonists seemed to be deliberately hiding their strength, as neither had yet appeared on stage. Left with no choice, Lin Mo casually watched to see if any interesting matches were happening. Unexpectedly, he really found one and even recognized someone in it. Li Jin's match. His opponent was clearly no ordinary person. The opponent had not even summoned their martial soul, which made it intriguing. Lin Mo knew Li Jin's strength. For someone to go toe-to-toe with him without summoning their martial soul, it indicated they were formidable. He quickly looked up the information on the contestants in the ranking competition and soon found details about this individual. Guiyan, Blue Flame Martial Soul, S-Class, a representative from an unknown high school. Since his school had only one spot, they hadn't participated in the group competition, which was why Lin Mo had never seen him before. Looking at the information, Lin Mo felt something was off. By all accounts, Guiyan shouldn't be this strong. After all, he was from an obscure high school, and his martial soul was merely S-Class. For someone to fight Li Jin to a standstill like this, it was truly odd. Lin Mo began carefully observing Guiyan's movements, trying to uncover any clues. Before long, he noticed something unusual. Guiyan's moves were chaotic and uncoordinated, his actions stiff. Several times, Li Jin's attacks landed directly on him, but Guiyan seemed completely unaffected by the pain and continued to clash head-on with Li Jin. At this point, Lin Mo was almost certain something was wrong with Guiyan. However, since he wasn't the one fighting Guiyan, he couldn't determine the specifics just yet. By now, Li Jin was clearly struggling. Does this guy not get tired? How can he keep going for so long? Why do my attacks have no effect on him at all? Evidently, Li Jin had also noticed something was amiss. However, he didn't overthink it, assuming this was some unique ability of Gui Yan's martial soul. Moreover, he didn't have time to check the records. So Li Jin decided to fight seriously, immediately activating his Titan physique. Li Jin's stature instantly grew taller. Though the visual impact wasn't as shocking as Gu Tianlong's transformation, the power boost was no less impressive. The audience below was also drawn to this prolonged battle. This fight was entirely different from the others on the platforms, and with the addition of Li Jin's Titan physique, everyone's attention shifted to this match. So this is another SSS class martial soul from your school? Looks pretty strong, Lu Yen said to Wang Changlin. Wang Changlin was brimming with pride. Strong? This is a genius on par with your Gu Tianlong. Don't get jealous. Lu Yen had no comeback and merely let out a huff, turning his head. After all, Li Jin truly was on the same level as Gu Tianlong. With Lin Mo being such an abnormal existence, Lu Yen could only accept it. He couldn't blame anyone but his own students for not being up to par. As Li Jin activated his Titan physique, Wei Yan remained expressionless and charged forward as usual. Seeing him rush over, Li Jin naturally wouldn't hold back. Now that his strength had multiplied several times, it was on an entirely different level than before. With a single swing of his massive hand, Li Jin sent Gui Yan flying. Gui Yan had no strength to fight back and landed heavily on the ground, unable to move. The referee, seeing Gui Yan's condition, also thought he was no longer capable of continuing. Just as the referee was about to declare Li Jin the winner, Gui Yan suddenly stood up again. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner beneath the platform, a man dressed in black was intently watching the match. Ha, this corpse controlling technique is truly impressive, it even allows him to stand back up. I just wonder how powerful his self-destruction will be next. The man in black sneered sinisterly. Obviously, this person was the mastermind controlling Gui Yan, but no one else had noticed his presence. His strength was undoubtedly extraordinary, otherwise, so many experts wouldn't have failed to detect him. Moreover, he must have some sort of treasure to conceal his aura. Otherwise, the war god Lin Zhantian would have immediately identified him as a potential threat. On the stage, Li Jin still hadn't noticed anything unusual about Gui Yan. He simply found it annoying that Gui Yan kept standing up over and over again. Her attacks were weak, she couldn't defeat him, yet she stubbornly kept getting up. It left Li Jin feeling a little speechless. At this moment, Lin Mo had already stepped out of the resting area. He stood beneath Li Jin's arena, wanting to take a closer look at what was wrong with Gui Yan. Gui Yan moved stiffly toward Li Jin, her behavior not much different from before. But Lin Mo was no ordinary person. With just one glance, he immediately detected the anomaly. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to converge around Gui Yan. A human body couldn't possibly withstand so much spiritual energy. What was he trying to do? Lin Mo's sensitivity to spiritual energy had reached its peak. As soon as he observed Gui Yan's condition, he quickly noticed the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. Gui Yan continued her stiff movements toward Li Jin. Just as she was about to get close, Lin Mo finally shouted, "Get away! Something's wrong with her!" Lin Mo shouted loudly while spreading the Kunpeng wings. He rushed towards Li Jinfei at an incredible speed. Although Li Jin heard Lin Mo's shout, his speed was naturally slow, and his body simply couldn't react in time. Bang! A loud explosion echoed across the arena, shattering it into fragments instantaneously. Lin Mo managed to pull Li Jinfei out of the explosion range just in time. Li Jin was left shaken. Had they been even a second later, he would have been reduced to dust. Upon witnessing Gui Yan's self-destruction, nearly all the powerful individuals in the audience unleashed their spiritual energy, trying to uncover who had tampered with the events. It was now evident to everyone Gui Yan had long been dead. This was undoubtedly a targeted attack on the ranking competition venue. Sure enough, before anyone could identify the mastermind, the entire stadium was engulfed by a blood-red canopy. Secret technique? Blood feast. The black-robed man controlling Gui Yan finally spoke. Clearly, the barrier enclosing the stadium was his doing. In place of the original arena appeared three massive black holes. Countless ferocious beasts began pouring out of the black holes. Below the stage, Lin Zhantian's expression turned grim. This group was clearly well prepared. They must have specific strategies to target him, and Lin Zhantian wasn't entirely sure he could counter them. However, one thing was certain, he would not back down. Lin Zhantian immediately summoned his golden crow martial soul, and a torrent of blazing solar flames erupted from his body. Even the air itself twisted and distorted under the scorching heat. Seeing his grandfather summon his martial soul, Lin Mo also summoned Changliang without hesitation. Qianliang had now fully materialized, with strength at the peak of the martial god level. He commanded the laws of thunder, rendering him unmatched in both offense and defense. With such overwhelming power, he could even hold his ground for several rounds against an early-stage martial saint. Lin Mo had long decided to summon him. The three enormous black holes resembled teleportation arrays, endlessly spewing out ferocious beasts. The other powerful individuals didn't idle either. They swiftly moved the younger generation of geniuses to the rear for safety. After all, the aftermath of battles at this level was perilous. They couldn't withstand it. Of course, this didn't include Lin Mo, the monster. He had no intention of hiding behind others. To him, these ferocious beasts were practically free resources for strengthening himself. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to face beasts on the battlefield. Now that so many were delivered to his doorstep, he wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. Lin Mo noticed that Li Jin was still standing there in a daze and couldn't help but roll his eyes. At a time like this, didn't he see everyone else retreating? What, did this weakling think he could be like me? Lin Mo grabbed Li Jin with one hand and flung him directly into the protected area. Li Jin hadn't even reacted yet. He was just thinking about how he wanted to run too, but seeing Lin Mo standing his ground, he felt embarrassed to leave first. He worried that running first would make him seem weaker than Lin Mo. But before he could make up his mind, his body was suddenly airborne. The next second, he crashed heavily into the protected area, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The powerful individuals in the protected area noticed Li Jin's sudden descent from the sky. Although they found it strange, they didn't say much. They were too busy saving others to care about how he got there. As long as he was safe, that was enough. Lin Zhantian saw his grandson throw Li Jin into the protected area and felt gratified. The kid was doing well, knowing to save his classmates. Ever since the sudden turn of events, Lin Zhantian had been observing Lin Mo. But he wasn't the type to dote excessively on his grandson or forcefully send him to safety. He knew Lin Mo's strength and was confident that Lin Mo could handle himself in this battle. Even against powerful beasts, Lin Mo wouldn't falter, especially with Qianliang's help. As a peak martial saint, Lin Zhantian could see the immense power of Qianliang. Lin Mo noticed that nearly all his peers had safely made it to the protected area. The three portal-like black holes were about to close, and he realized the battle was imminent. He summoned the Thunder God armor, and white lightning gradually enveloped his entire body. At that moment, Lin Mo resembled a true Thunder God descended to the mortal realm. This was his first time facing an opponent with his full power, unlike his previous sparring with his grandfather. Although he had gone all out during that fight, Lin Zhantian wouldn't have aimed to kill. The current situation, however, was entirely different. Finally, the three portals stopped transmitting beasts, and the black-robed man stepped into the center of the field. The air was so tense it seemed it could be sliced with a blade, as though full-scale conflict would erupt in the very next moment. Standing at the forefront of the human side was, without a doubt, the war god Lin Zhantian. "You filthy beasts, are you here to die today?" Lin Zhantian's voice was cold and stern. As he spoke, the solar flames around him burned even more fiercely. The black-robed man had no intention of hiding any longer and discarded his robe. Beneath it was a seemingly frail young man, but Lin Mo immediately understood that this was definitely not his true body. After all, how could the leader of a group of ferocious beasts possibly be human? "Lin Zhantian, we came here to see just how strong you human geniuses really are," the mysterious man said arrogantly. Of course, killing a few more would be even better. These words instantly ignited the fury of everyone present. This was the examination hall for the most promising youth of the human race, the future of humanity. If these young talents were all slaughtered, human morale would undoubtedly collapse. In less than 100 years, the Dragon Nation could very well face a talent crisis. Lin Zhantian clearly understood the opponent's intentions, and he recognized the leading man. During the ferocious beast invasion of the imperial capital, Lin Zhantian had single-handedly slain their leader. The man before him now was the second in command back then. Lin Zhantian was certain this man must have some hidden card up his sleeve, otherwise, the beasts wouldn't have sent a defeated general to challenge humanity's young geniuses. However, Lin Zhantian cared little for whatever secrets the opponent might hold, his own strength was his greatest assurance. Wasting no time, Lin Zhantian struck. First, the beast leader met him head-on, and an intense battle erupted between the two. Others quickly joined the fray, and the scene descended into chaos. Lin Mo stood at the center of the battlefield. With the power of the Thunder God, he became the most dazzling presence. His immense strength naturally attracted the attention of even more formidable enemies. The Qinghua Thunderwing beast locked its gaze on Lin Mo and immediately realized that Lin Mo was no veteran expert. It thought to itself, if someone so powerful existed now, the future would only grow harder for the beasts. After all, their goal this time was to eliminate geniuses like Lin Mo. Thus, the Qinghua Thunderwing beast began to slowly close in on Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo was immersed in the thrill of battle. Protected by the Thunder God armor, he had no need to worry about being injured. Even if an attack did land, his indestructible eternal body would ensure he remained unscathed. In truth, Lin Mo hadn't even tapped into the power of the laws yet. Even so, his speed at killing beasts was already remarkable. With each punch, the Thunder God's counterattack effect came into play. Every beast Lin Mo sent flying would crash into a group of others. The electricity within Lin Mo's body didn't dissipate even when he was still, and after each attack, the lightning would linger for several minutes. The beasts sent flying were often crushed outright by the sheer force. At this moment, Lin Mo resembled a killing machine, relentlessly clearing the battlefield of feral beasts. But soon, Lin Mo felt that his efficiency wasn't fast enough. He began to fully unleash the power of the lightning laws. This time, he held nothing back. Lightning radiated from his body with incredible intensity. The once blood-red barrier was now shrouded by dark clouds. In truth, this barrier not only cut off communication but also enhanced the beast's strength. However, Lin Mo had yet to notice this. In the sky, dense clouds began to coalesce. A massive lightning dragon appeared once more in the air. The Qinghua Thunderwing beast, witnessing this scene, dared not approach Lin Mo recklessly. It decided to send lower-tier beasts to test the waters, to see if these lightning dragons were genuine threats or mere bluff. What it didn't know was that this time, Lin Mo's lightning dragon attacks had a wide range. The Qinghua Thunderwing beast itself was also within the attack zone. Lin Mo continued to gather lightning dragons, and soon there were 9 of them in the sky. These lightning dragons were formed through his full power. At this moment, Lin Mo was entirely different from the last time he had used this technique. Naturally, the power of this move was unimaginably fearsome. Even the mysterious man battling Lin Zhantian was stunned. For a junior to possess such immense power was truly unexpected. But he couldn't afford to be distracted by other beasts now because Lin Zhantian's strength was overwhelming. If he allowed his focus to waver, he might be defeated on the spot. Lin Zhantian has grown so much stronger over the years. If not for that one thing, I'd probably be utterly finished this time, he thought. Lin Mo's 9 lightning dragons were now ready. With a single thought, the 9 dragons surged forward like bolts of lightning, crashing down upon the feral beasts in a frenzy. The fully unleashed power of the lightning laws was terrifying. Beasts below the martial sovereign realm could feel the threat to their lives. Even those at the martial emperor realm struggled desperately to resist, but against absolute power, their efforts were futile. The beasts within the attack range were nearly all obliterated. The people within the protected area were utterly silent as they watched this scene. Is this guy even human? Are you sure he's the same age as us? Li Jin asked in shock. No one answered because Lin Mo's display of power was simply too overwhelming. They all considered themselves geniuses, but they knew that to reach Lin Mo's level, while it might be possible, it was certainly not achievable now. And yet Lin Mo had done it, proving he was far stronger than any of them. This world force is really something. Indeed, Lin Mo's earlier attack hadn't just used the lightning laws, it had also incorporated the near-invincible world force. That was the true reason behind its unparalleled might. The Qinghua giant thunder swallow was struck by the attack, but due to its high cultivation level, it did not die instantly. However, it was gravely injured, which thoroughly demonstrated Lin Mo's strength to the other fierce beasts. Aside from leaders at the commander level, almost no beasts could stand against Lin Mo now. But do not forget, at this moment, Lin Mo still had Chang Liang protecting him. As long as any enemy dared to act, he could immediately summon Chang Liang back to his side. Currently, however, Chang Liang was sent by Lin Mo to deal with beasts of the same level. After all, with Chang Liang's martial god-level strength, it would be a waste for him to simply guard Lin Mo. Moreover, the beasts killed by Chang Liang would grant Lin Mo enhancement points. Thus, Lin Mo directly sent him to challenge stronger opponents. Of course, if Lin Mo encountered danger, Chang Liang would rush to rescue him without hesitation. But Lin Mo himself was not worried about any danger at all. The beasts capable of defeating him were already being held off by other human experts. Even if he did encounter such beasts, Lin Mo was confident that, with the speed of his Kunpeng wings, he could immediately escape their attack range. For now, he was completely safe and secure. Lin Mo's earlier attack had indeed cleared out a vast open area around him. But it didn't take long for more fierce beasts to approach and surround him. This made Lin Mo extremely excited, as that previous attack had brought him a significant number of enhancement points. To him, these beasts were merely walking sources of enhancement points. His gaze brimmed with confidence, devoid of any fear. The Oblivion domain he had been eyeing for quite some time was finally within reach. Thanks to the enhancement points he had accumulated from Shaoqi earlier, along with what he just earned, he had more than enough balance. System, help me redeem the Oblivion domain. As soon as he spoke, the complete instructions for using the Oblivion domain flooded into Lin Mo's mind. Now, with just a single thought, he could easily activate it. As the domain emerged, Lin Mo's cultivation level began to skyrocket. He swiftly broke through to the first level of the Martial Emperor realm. The breakthrough continued, Martial Emperor's second level, third level. Finally, it stopped at the third level of the Martial Emperor realm, a result of his deep foundation of accumulated strength. At this moment, Lin Mo felt incredibly powerful and was eager to test the true power of the Oblivion domain. After breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, Lin Mo did not hesitate to turn and enter the time roulette. He wasn't afraid of the beasts, rather, he wanted to materialize the Kunpeng martial spirit. Inside the time roulette, Lin Mo began fully activating the Kunpeng martial spirit. After his previous failed attempt, this time, with ample spiritual energy, the materialization process went much more smoothly. Before long, the SSS grade martial spirit was finally fully materialized. Lin Mo didn't even take the time to closely observe its appearance, there were still enhancement points waiting for him outside. All he wanted was to summon the Kunpeng martial spirit as quickly as possible and begin a massacre. Only by doing so could he gain more enhancement points. If he waited until the other experts killed all the beasts, he'd lose his chance. Lin Mo quickly returned to the battlefield, and the first thing he did was summon the Kunpeng martial spirit. The massive bird, so large it blotted out the sky, instantly appeared before everyone. This was the Kunpeng, which had mastered two major laws, making it one of the top powers even within the martial saint realm. Kunpeng, wipe out all these beasts. Lin Mo commanded coldly, his face filled with determination. The Kunpeng loyally executed the order. With the addition of this peak-level martial saint, the battle quickly neared its conclusion. Beasts below the martial saint level were almost entirely wiped out within minutes, leaving only a few barely clinging to life. The leader of the black-robed men, terrified by this unexpected turn of events, hastily used his trump card. He took out a bone-white token and began chanting an incantation. Lin Zhantian, seeing this, immediately intervened, using his solar true fire to severely injure the black-robed man. But even so, the man managed to finish the incantation at the cost of his life. Ha, you're all dead now. Once the Beast Emperor arrives, none of you will survive. The bone token transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sky, creating a massive black hole. From the black hole emerged a black, western dragon-like creature, which was clearly their trump card, the Beast Emperor. Lin Zhantian sensed the creature's overwhelming aura, which was close to the Emperor realm, and was deeply alarmed. This was clearly not an opponent he could defeat. It seemed that escaping unscathed this time would be impossible. Lin Mo also sensed the powerful presence of the Beast Emperor. Yet he felt no fear, as the Kunpeng's earlier actions had earned him a significant amount of enhancement points. System. How many enhancement points are needed to advance to the Emperor realm? The host requires 5 million points and currently possesses 6 million. It is recommended to simultaneously advance both yourself and your grandfather to the Emperor realm, costing a total of 6 million. Lin Mo was overjoyed to hear this. Not only could he advance to the Emperor realm, but he could also elevate his grandfather to the same level. It was incredible. Without hesitation, he initiated the enhancement. Lin Zhantian suddenly felt a surge of immense power flooding into him, directly propelling him into the Emperor realm. Looking at his grandson, Lin Zhantian's face revealed an approving smile. This kid is really something, his methods are impressive. Now there's nothing to worry about. He charged towards the Beast Emperor in the sky, throwing a punch that shattered it into pieces. Lin Mo's blood was boiling with excitement. Now that he had reached the Emperor realm, there was nothing to fear. He immediately obliterated the black-clad leader from before, earning himself hundreds of thousands of strengthening points. After all, it was a martial saint-level beast, and the points it provided were abundant. The two Emperor Realm experts quickly cleared out all the ferocious beasts. Afterward, the grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words, and headed together toward the beast's main stronghold. They rode on a Kunpeng, moving at a speed as fast as light, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Grandpa, you take the left, I'll take the right. Let's see who kills more. Alright, my dear grandson. I won't lose to you young folks. The two began slaughtering the beasts with incredible speed. Faced with Emperor Realm experts, the beasts were utterly helpless. Soon, their massacre alarmed the ancestor of the beasts. A grotesque Emperor Realm beast emerged from the ground. Do you wish to die? How dare you slaughter my descendants like this? Lin Mo looked at it, slightly surprised. The beasts actually had an Emperor Realm ancestor. However, from its appearance, it was clearly on the brink of death. Let me send you off. Without giving it another thought, Lin Mo unleashed the heaven-subduing thunder strike. A black thunderbolt, spanning dozens of miles wide, descended from the heavens, instantly reducing the beast to ashes. Lin Mo continued his sweep of the beasts in the area. With both of them being martial emperors, it didn't take long for them to wipe out all the feral beasts in the stronghold. From that day on, not a single ferocious beast could be found on Blue Star. Lin Mo and his grandfather returned to the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's government awarded them the highest honor. Their names were even inscribed in the history books. The heroes who ended the era of feral beasts, Lin Mo and Lin Zhantian. They truly achieved eternal glory. Moreover, they would never die. The power of the Emperor Realm had rendered them nearly omnipotent, truly achieving immortality. With such power, Lin Mo lived a carefree life in the mortal world. In his own private realm, he even built a crystal palace, which housed countless women from the demon clans. There was the Fox Clan Saintess, the Cat Clan Saintess. Even Bai Yueming, whom he had encountered before, was taken into his palace. After all, Lin Mo was a great hero, and no one could resist his charm. He even granted them immortality, which was Lin Mo's greatest joy.